Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 1 of the series. Chapter 1, Bear Sans Equipment Ghetto Désert. The long-awaited update has arrived. World's first VR MMO fantasy RPG. Many races, various professions, many skills, a game with a wide variety of playstyles. After being on the market for a year, a major update is coming today. It has been 3 years since my social withdrawal. I'm 15 years old now. I came across this game a year ago. It's called World Fantasy Online. A fantasy game with a sense of reality. I started playing a year ago. It is a life of gaming without school. Sleep. I sleep properly for 8 hours a day. I also get sleepy. First is sleep, second is delicious food, third is gaming. School. Like I would go to such a foolish place. I own stocks in alchemy in this world. I just deposit money and it steadily increases. Such a simple game. If you sell information, the money keeps increasing even more. My parents said that school is a place to make friends. Are friends delicious? Parents were too noisy, but after handing them 100 million yen, they went silent. They didn't come home anymore. I bet they are playing around with my money. When they run out, they will probably come back for more. So I decided to move to a luxury apartment in a secret. It's farewell to my parents. I'm 15 years old, I got money, I can also cook. There's no problem even if I live alone. I can do my laundry in laundrette, so it's okay. Today I will start the game with this update for the first time. The maintenance is complete. The maintenance has been completed without a delay. I enter the game at once. Welcome back, Unisama. Would you like me to tell you about the new update? When I enter the game, a woman in maid outfit guides me. When you begin the game for the first time, you are able to select either male or female as your guide. I chose a cute maid without hesitation. Butler is good, but I like maids more. It's not necessary. Start as soon as possible, please. Understood. Let's start with the updates campaign then. There's such a thing. There's a present item for players with a year of gameplay. Really? If it's a playtime, I won't lose to anyone. I'm not a hikikomori for a show. Then, please choose your favorite item from this present box. When the maid said so, a countless of treasure chests has appeared. As far as I see, treasure chest, treasure chest, treasure chest. There are countless of chests. Choose from all of this. Yes, please choose your favorite. She said to choose, but this number of chests. Endless room with an unlimited number of treasure chests. Worrying won't solve the problem, so I decided to simply choose the chest under the maid's feet. All the other treasure chests disappeared when I took the one chest in my hands. It seems I'm not able to reselect anymore. When I open the treasure chest. What the hell is this? Item name, bear set. Right hand black bear glove, non-transferable. Left hand white bear glove, non-transferable. Right foot black bear shoe, non-transferable. Left foot white bear shoe, non-transferable. Black and white bear dress, reverse feature, a different color in the front and back. Non-transferable. I wanted to wear it but stopped because of its ridiculous looks. I can't wear this even in the game. Even though I'm a hikikomori without any friends, I can't wear something so embarrassing. Even transfer is impossible, I can only put it in the item box to rot. Anyway, let's confirm its effect just in case. Black bear's glove. A glove of attack, attack improves as level increases. White bear's glove. A glove of defense, defense improves as level increases. Black bear's shoe, white bear's shoe. Increases. Speed depending on the level of the user. The user won't get tired of walking for long period of time. Black bear's dress, front. Increases physical and magic resistance depending on the level of the user. Heat resistance. Cold proof. White bear's dress, back. Automatic stamina and mana regeneration when worn. Recovery amount depends on the level of user. What is this cheat power? I would be invincible if worn at my level. But I don't have the courage to equip this costume. But its power is going to waste. UN. If I endure the embarrassment I will get strength, I'm troubled. Unisama, is something wrong? It's nothing. Well, I will not equip it at the moment, let's think about it later. Please start the game. I'm sorry, there's still a survey. What a hassle. I'm sorry, it's a survey exclusively for customers who've played for a long time. Can't be helped. Thank you very much. Is World Fantasy Online more fun than reality? Of course it's fun. Reality is boring. Do you have someone important in real world? Humph, I don't have such a thing. Parents are mad for money, I don't go to school so I don't have any friends. Do you have a best friend in real world? No. These questions are really unpleasant. Do you have any important things in real world? It continues asking questions without minding words. Maybe money. The questions continue. Just how many questions do you have? Do you believe in God? Religion? Of course, I don't believe in it. I believe only your own power. Last question, do you think the bear outfit is cute? I think it's cute. However, I don't think I will wear it. Understood. Thank you for answering the survey. The room becomes dazzlingly bright. Please enjoy your stay in the new world. Chapter 2, Bear-san meets a girl. I open my eyes. It was not my home. When you enter the game you are transferred to your home. I was inside an unknown forest. The equipment was the bear. Both hands, both feet, the dress. It's the bear set I got from the campaign. It's suddenly equipped, what's this punishment game? But, it's unexpectedly comfortable to wear. When I look at my hand, I see a bear puppet glove. I try to move its mouth. It's unexpectedly cute. I look around, but nobody is here. For the time being, I'm relieved that no one is here to see me in this embarrassing appearance. Let's change my clothes first. It's not possible to change equipment while not being in my home. I try to take out items out of item box, but the item box doesn't open. A bug. It's troublesome, but let's try Relo Gang. Why? Logout screen does not appear. I was trying to contact the few friends in my little friend list, but the screen does not appear. For now, in order to figure out my location, let's open the map screen. Huh. The map screen doesn't appear. Hey, what is going on? I try the status screen. This appeared. Name, Yuna. Level 1, skills, different world language, different world character. What's this? Update errors. Oi, administrators, what is happening? The character I raised for 1 year is now level 1, I want a compensation. Nope, I return my original character, I don't need money. I hear churr, n sound. It's the sound of receiving a mail. I thought it was the "we are sorry" mail from the administration, so I try to look at email screen, but it does not appear. How do I read this? An email screen opened before my eyes when I thought so. Sender, God. Yunichan, congratulations. As a result of the survey, you were selected. Clap 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 clap. The place you are in is not the game world. It's the world that I manage. In other words, a different world. I will have you live in this world. Of course, because it would be bad to leave you naked, I gave you a bear outfit as a present. There are also other gifts, good luck looking for them. Is this a new event? First, let's look for other players. Because I don't understand. Different world, what novel is this from? In reality, something like that can't happen. Which delusional pervert's work is this? The problem is that I don't know my current location. I'm level 1, if I'm attacked by a monster I will die. If I die, will I return to my home? For now, let's leave the forest. However, being without a weapon is troubling. The only thing I got is a bear puppet that opens its mouth. While walking in the forest for a while I found a cypress wooden stick with a good length. I hold it in bear's mouth. I wonder if I can use this instead a weapon. It's better than being empty-handed, I decided to take it. I feel like a hero equipped with a stick. While walking through the forest, looking like a bear with a stick in hands, a wolf has appeared. Wolf is a wolf-like monster that normally appears in the vicinity of newbie towns. I wanted to confirm its status, but the status screen won't appear. Wolf differs with levels. It should be weak, but I'm not sure if I can take it down with my stick. At least it's only one animal and not a whole pack. I hold the stick like a sword. Wolf comes running and jumps straight at me. I avoid sideways like I always do in the game and fling the wooden stick into the side of the wolf. It would be cut in half if I had a sword. The wolf cried Cayenne in tearful voice and stopped moving. It was unexpectedly defeated with a single blow. Is this cypress stick of the hero? I raise the stick to the sky. Well, joking aside. I watch the wolf, but there's no change. Although I defeated it, it does not change into an item. When a monster dies, it disappears and item drops. Normally the wolf drops meat, fur or magic stone if your luck is good. This wolf doesn't disappear. I poke it with the stick, it does not move. It's dead without a doubt. Is the email I got earlier for real? Is this really a different world? Let's leave from here for now. Wolf's blood is in the air, other monsters may be attracted to its smell. As you'd expect, I don't have the knowledge of dismantling wolf in reality. It's unlikely that it would be possible with the game and novel knowledge. I walked for a while since I defeated the wolf, but there's no end to this forest. I'm hungry. Item box doesn't open, so I can't get any food. No, it's possible that the food is not edible if it's not a game world. I need to find people before monsters kill me or I end up starving to death. I walk a long distance in the forest, but there's no fatigue. Is this thanks to the bear shoes? They are embarrassing, but convenient shoes. Somebody, help me. It's a person's voice. It may be dangerous, but it's the first time I hear another person. I head towards the voice, aware of the danger. In a while I'm near the place. A little girl fell down. 3 wolves are chasing her. The little girl loses strength in her legs and can't stand up. I pick up 3 stones that lie on the ground while running. I grab it firmly in Black Bear's mouth. I throw the stone to get their attention. Throw. Throw. The stone hits the wolf. A blood scatters from 3 wolves and they fell down. I did not think it would hit. I wonder if this bear corrected the trajectory. I move the bear's mouth, paku paku. The wolves died, so I approach the girl. Are you okay? I speak to a black-haired girl around the age of 10. Such character can't be selected, so she must be an NPC. Thank you very much. Why a question? Will you eat me? I won't eat you. Are you Bear-san? I remember my appearance. I take off the hoodie of the lovely bear suit. Now it's all right. Ah, yes. I tried to see the girl's status, but the screen did not appear. NPCs should have information about them, but she does not. Is this a bug or really a different world? When I see the wolves' bloody corpses, the reality hits me. I'll talk to the little girl for the time being. You alone? Ah, yes, Oka-san is sick, so I went to search for medicinal herbs. A small girl like you. I have no money. I can't afford to buy herbs in the city, so I went to forest to get some. Then I was attacked by a wolf pack. If you came from the city, is there a city nearby? Good information, ghetto. There is. Wani-chan didn't come from Kurimonia. I came from slightly far away. I will guard you to the city, won't you guide me there? Okay. Then, let's go. When I was about to start walking. Wani-chan, you will leave the wolf corpses like this. I can't dismantle them and can't take them whole with me. It's a waste. Wolf fur and meat is popular, magic stones too. It's quite cheap, but it sells. You can dismantle. I can. Then, please. We can divide the money equally. I would be saved too. Is that okay? It's okay. I can't dismantle and I will need money when I enter the city, it would be helpful. Understood. The girl takes out a little knife and starts dismantling the corpses. You are quite good at this. I sometimes help with work. Shortly after, 3 wolf bodies were dismantled by the hand of a little girl. Fur, meat and magic stone were dismantled beautifully. We divided the luggage between us. It's hard without an item box. Even though in the game it would be inserted in item box with just a touch. Is the city near? It's near. That's why I went to get the herbs. So. Did you find the herbs? I found them. I was attacked when I was returning. Then, shall we go? I tried to call her name but remembered that I haven't asked her name yet. It's Fina. I'm Yuna. Then Fina, let's go. After walking for a while through the forest I could see town walls in the distance. Oh, it's unexpectedly large. The height of these walls is so big that it could be seen from such a distance. With those there, the monsters wouldn't attack. While walking to the city I was able to ask Fina various things. This city isn't the one of the cities from the game world I know. This is not one of the resurrection point cities that players use. There is possibility that this city was added in the new update, but the possibility that this is a game world lowers while listening to Fina's stories. Let's believe that I can get some good information once I get in the city. If there isn't even one player, I may be convinced that this is indeed a different world. To enter the city an identification or guild card is necessary. When I say that I don't have one, Fina lends me her guild card. But to enter the town, I must pay 1 silver coin. They seem to check for criminal presence. She told me. Because I haven't committed a crime, it should be all right. We are still quite far from the city entrance, so I verify my status. Oh, my level has risen. Age, 15. Level, 3, skills, different world language, different world letters, dimensional box of the bear. Equipment. Black bear's hand, non-transferable. White bear's hand, non-transferable. Black bear's foot, non-transferable. White bear's foot, non-transferable. Bear suit, non-transferable. Oya. There's a new skill. I read the description. Dimensional box of the bear. The space within the white bear's mouth is infinite. It eats anything you insert. However, it can't eat living beings. Time stops for eaten things. It seems like I've gotten myself something like an item box. In the game, when food is put in the item box, it doesn't rot. If it's like this, is this the game world after all? But this function is attached to the bear. The item box is empty as I thought, but it seems like there is money. It also contains a piece of paper. I remove the paper from the mouth of the white bear and read. I brought you the money which you valued in your original world. Of course, because you can't use that money here, I exchanged it into this world's currency, God. I'm grateful, but this tipped the scales in favor of the different world. If this is really a different world, money will be helpful. That's because the thing I believe the most in the world is money. I confirm that there is an ungodly amount of money in my box. But, with this amount, couldn't I stay indoors for my whole life in this world too? Let's think about it after getting in the city. Chapter 3, Bear-san Haggles. After we arrived at the front gate, we were greeted by a guard. His eyes were looking straight at me. I then remember my appearance. I have Kuma bear on. Even if I changed my expression, I don't think he would stop staring. I shouldn't look suspicious. Fina told me that it looks cute. Personally, I think it's too cute, to the point of being embarrassing. It would be cute if someone about Fina's age wore it. However, it doesn't suit a hikikomori like me. Even though I call it cute, I would prefer it if I wasn't seen wearing it. Yuri, the young lady who was going to look for herbs. Did you find anything? Yes. Fina answers happily. That's good. I hope you kept your promise and didn't venture too far into the forest. There are monsters in the forest after all. A wry smile appeared on my face. So, who is this weird-looking young lady? I would appreciate it if you didn't ask too much. Well, each person has their own circumstances. Regardless, you'll have to let me see your card before you can enter. Fina showed her identification card to the guard. It's the one she had shown me on the way here. Entering is free if you're a resident, but visitors must pay a tax of 1 silver coin to enter. I'm on a journey. Are you traveling alone looking like that? I show him the bear and moved its mouth. Paku paku. For the time being. That was the only answer I could give. Identification. One word came out from the guard's mouth. The problem is, I didn't have anything like that. I don't have one. I can enter by paying a silver coin though, right? You didn't have one. A card from any city is okay. A guild card is fine too. I lived in a place without identification cards. That's unusual. Is that so? Well, not really. So, can I go in? Yes, non-residents can go in when they pay the tax of 1 silver coin. Anyone without identification will get a background check, but I guess there's no problem if it's your first time in the city. I passed the guard a silver coin that had been taken out of the white bear's mouth beforehand. Then, please follow me to the examination room. Since I hadn't committed any crimes since coming to this world, there shouldn't be any problems. Of course, I was clean in my original world as well. It's true. I'm taken by the guard to a building near the gate. Are those the barracks that often appear in fantasy novels? There was a reception desk in front of me when I entered, and the guard placed a crystal on it. Place your hand on this crystal. If you are a criminal, then it will turn red. Only placing my hand on it is enough. Yes, it will react to your magic. I placed my hand on the crystal, but there was no response. Looks like everything is okay. Are you really able to tell with only this? You don't even know about this. Really? Just where did you come from? A village far away. Then I will give you an explanation. This crystal is connected to crystals all over the country. When a person is living in a city and a baby is born, an identification card will be issued and their inherent magic registered at the same time. This is done in the capital as well as other cities. With that, one could figure out the person's place of origin. I wonder if it's something like a resident registration. And when a crime is committed, it's possible to register that data into the crystal plate. As a result, the criminal won't be able to enter any cities or the capital. What happens when counterfeit cards are used? Or if I use someone else's card? That's impossible. Cards are made to react to a specific magical power. They don't respond to magical power that isn't registered on the card. Something like a magical fingerprint, I guess. But if you haven't done magic registration, that system becomes useless. No. That's very rare. As I said before, it won't happen to people who were born in cities or in the capital. Something like that can happen only to villagers and the like. People like that rarely commit felonies. That may be true. That's all for my explanation. Do you want to know anything else? If not, you can enter the city now. I say my thanks and leave the room. Fina had waited for me. I pat Fina's head. Big sis Yuna, was everything okay? Everything is fine. Then, let's go to the guild to sell the wolf parts. The inside of the city resembled the ones from the game, but I felt like something was different. And for some reason everyone was looking at me. Was it because I was an outsider? Big sis Yuna's outfit stands out. I forgot that my appearance was that of a bear. I don't even have to say that all of the people we had passed by on our way to our destination had looked at me. I was taken to an inn-like place that was next to a very large building. There were adventurers with swords and wands inside. The status screen didn't show up, so I wasn't sure if they were players or not. I'd like to check, but for now I'll follow Fina. We can haggle here. Excuse me, I'd like to sell some wolf materials. Fina is talking to the men behind the counter. Aren't you Fina? What brought you here at such time? I came to sell materials. Fina put the material onto the counter. I did the same. I sent this wolf meat and fur. What happened? When I went to pick herbs outside, I was attacked by wolves, and Big Sis here saved me. You went to the forest? The reception guy shouted. Because mother run out of herbs. I have said it many times, and I'll say it again, if you need herbs then I'll give them to you. But, I can't keep asking Uncle Gens. I don't have any money. I said it's okay. If something happens to you, what will I say to your mother? It's okay. I have been to the forest several times. But you were attacked by a wolf today. Then this, weird bear helped you out. Young girl, thank you for saving Fina. He expressed his gratitude with difficulty after seeing my appearance. Yun, I had lost my way so we helped each other out. I want to thank you properly, so I'll purchase these materials at a good price, how about it? That's fine. The men examined the wolf materials. Let's see meat and fur. About this much for this quantity. Gent-san put the money in front of us. I have no idea if it was a fair price or not. Yes, thank you. Fina accepted happily. She handed me half of the received money. Fina, if I give you this money, will you show me a good inn? I don't know anything about this city since it's my first time here. We'll give the herbs to your mother first though, I guess. I remembered the reason I had found Fina in the forest. It's okay. There's a good inn on the way, I'll guide you. Thank you. Fina. Don't do anything dangerous anymore. Just tell me if you need medicine. I understand. We start walking after Fina had replied. The man just now, was he your acquaintance? Yes, I'm always in his care. Sometimes, when there are a lot of monsters around, I help with his work. I see, so that was the reason she was so good at skinning. So when he found out about my mother's illness, he sold me medicine and herbs at a really cheap price. Occasionally he gave me some for free. But I can't ask for medicine every time. That's why she went to the forest alone this time. I would like to do something for Fina, but it's impossible for now. I'm kind of in the same boat. This is it. Everyone says that the food there is delicious. Thank you. You should hurry and take the medicine to your mother. Thank you, big sis. Fina started running. When I walked up to the inn, a good smell tickled my nose. The sun was setting. Yup, it was time for dinner. A delicious meal could be expected. I gave in to the temptation of delicious food and entered the inn. When I went in, a girl in her teens looked at me with surprise. Every single time. People have the same reaction. That's troublesome. Since I have money now, I should probably buy some normal-looking protective gear. Welcome. The girl looked at me as she spoke in soft voice. I want to stay the night. Yes, that's okay. Are you alone? I'm alone. Is that bad? If you need to be with parents to stay overnight, where will I stay? Of course not. Breakfast and dinner is 1 silver coin. It's half a silver coin without the meal. Apparently I can stay overnight without any problems. Then I will stay for 10 days with meals. The bath is open from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. There's a bath. Yes, we have a bath. There are separate male and female baths, so please rest assured. A wonderful miscalculation. I never thought there would be a bath in this inn too. Can I eat immediately? Yes. After listening to the girl, I took out 10 silver pieces from the white bear's mouth. The moment the girls received the money, she grasped the black bear. Wah, I'm sorry. It's so cute. 10 days with meals, done. The meal for tonight will be prepared immediately, so please go find a seat and wait. Ah yes, I'm the daughter of the owner, Elena. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I'm Yuna. I will be in your care. Chapter 4, Bear-san looks at herself in the mirror. Chapter 4. Satisfied with the delicious meal, I was guided to a room on the 2nd floor. I had to thank Fina. She had guided me from the forest to the city and had showed me an inn with great food. She was my benefactor. The bath is vacant now, so it's okay to enter. However, please don't stay in there for too long. There are a lot of people waiting. Roger. Also, breakfast is from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. You won't get any if you are late, so please be careful. Elena left after her brief explanation. I, who was left alone, stepped into the room. It was a single room, so it wasn't that wide. It was only big enough to fit a bed and a small desk. I had an item box, so my luggage wouldn't get in the way. If it was just for sleeping, then this room was sufficient. When I looked around the room, I noticed a mirror on the wall. I confirmed my appearance once more. Oars. Embarrassing. It was bear-san, without a doubt. Girls sometimes wore these bear clothes as pajamas at home. I went outside dressed like this. Mao, I'm too embarrassed to show my face outside again. When I gathered enough strength to look at the mirror again, I noticed something strange. My real face. The face reflected in the mirror was my real face. The outline was the same as the in-game face, but my hairstyle and hair color were different. I had silver-colored twintails in the game. The mirror showed long, straight black hair that had grown to the waist. I was a hikikomori, so I didn't go to troublesome places like beauty salons. Because of that, my hair had gradually grown long. Since having a hairstyle was also troublesome, it had remained straight. My real face, hair color, and hairstyle were reflected in the mirror. My in-game height had also been raised by approximately 10 centimeters from my real height. However, when I checked my height, it was, without a doubt, my real height. I'm not short. I'm just a little shorter than average. Even though I didn't like it, with this I was convinced that this wasn't a game world. Somewhere in my heart I had wished for this to be a game world, so when I came to the conclusion that this was a real world I was momentarily shocked. At least, until I noticed that there was no reason to be shocked. My parents were good-for-nothings, I didn't have any friends, and, of course, I didn't have a best friend. The only thing I had left in Japan was the money I had gained through stocks. However, according to God's letter, all of that money had been converted into this world's currency. The only things I regretted leaving in Japan were the entertainment and food. However, there was probably a lot of entertaining things to do in this world, and the food in this was delicious. I could stay indoor if I wanted to, but this world unfortunately had no internet or television. Oh well. If I think of this world as a game, it's probably better to travel to various places and enjoy it. I felt happy while thinking about it. Okay. I will prepare for tomorrow, take a bath, and go to bed. I asked Elena how to use the bathroom, since I may have shamed myself if I didn't ask. It was better to ask about things you weren't sure about. I was surprised by a jewel-like magic stone that produced hot water, but, aside from that, there was no real difference when compared to an ordinary bathroom. After Elena left the bathroom, I started undressing in the changing room. I removed the bear gloves and the bear suit. After taking off the bear clothes, I was in my underwear. I was only dressed in panties and a bra. I walked around the city like this. At least give me a shirt. That reminded me, I need to buy spare underwear. After taking off the bear clothes, I removed my panties. I saw something worrisome. I slowly spread the panties. What the hell is this? There was a picture of a bear on the panties. Moreover, there were two bears, a white bear and a black bear. Was this the taste of this world's god? Let's not think about it too much. My fatigue subsided after entering the bath. A long bath was prohibited, so I finished up quickly. I didn't have a change of clothes, so I put on the bear-san panties and clothes again. I will go shopping tomorrow. I remembered something when I put on the bear clothes. I remembered that if you wore the clothes inside out, the white bear would grant stamina regeneration. When I tried wearing the white bear, I felt like I was being healed. Ooh, this is surprisingly good. When I returned to my room, I quickly laid down on the bed to recover from today's fatigue. Comfortable. Good night. After saying my farewell that only I could hear, I fell asleep. I woke up early, probably because I had gone to sleep early. There was no fatigue. Was this the effect of the white bear? It was becoming harder and harder to remove the bear clothes. Maybe this was the equipment's curse. The skills were good, but it had the appearance of a bear. It would have been nice if it had at least looked cool. It seemed like there was a little time before breakfast, so I called up the status screen. Skills, language from a different world, letters from a different world, dimensional box of the bear. Black bear's hand, non-transferable. White bear's hand, non-transferable. Black bear's foot, non-transferable. White bear's foot, non-transferable. Bear suit, non-transferable. Bear underwear, non-transferable. The number of strange equipment had increased. Bear underwear. does not get dirty, no matter how dirty it becomes. The smell of sweat is replaced by a more pleasant scent. The size changes as the wearer grows. The hikikomori's strongest equipment has appeared. No, this was bad for a 15-year-old maiden. But, it maybe be a good thing that it grows with the wearer, though my chest looked like a board for now. In the future, it's necessary for me to have big breasts. After all, I had been living without changing the size of my underwear until now. When I went down to the first floor for breakfast, Elena was cleaning with a dust cloth. Good morning. Morning. Can I eat? Yes, you can. Elena stared at me. Jiro. What? It's white today. You look very nice. She said with a beautiful smile. I had completely forgotten. I was a white bear now. It wasn't like I wasn't embarrassed because I wasn't a black bear. It was too troublesome to change, so I had breakfast in white bear form. The bread and soup were delicious. Since I had money, it might be good to live as a hikikomori. When I returned to my room, I changed back into the black bear. I thought about today's schedule. 1. Buy a change of clothes, including underwear. 2. Get an identification card at the Adventurers Guild. 3. Buy equipment. I wanted a sword. 4. Information gathering at a library or a bookstore. 5. Grasp my own strength, using the wolf as a baseline. I asked Elena for the location of the Adventurers Guild. Apparently it was the building adjacent to the building where I had sold the wolf material with Fina. Since it would be a problem if I didn't have an identification card, I decided to go to the Adventurers Guild first. Big sis Yuna, good morning. Fina, what's the matter? I wanted to thank you again and ask what you thought about the inn. The inn is great. The food is delicious and there is also a bath, so I'm happy. For now I've paid for 10 days. I'm glad you like it. Fina showed me a big smile. Was everything all right on your side, Fina? Yes, I was able to give mother her medicine properly. So, where are you going to, big sis Yuna? I'm going to the guild to get an identification card. I was thinking about strolling around the city after that. I explained today's plan. May I join you on your way to the guild? I don't mind, but I'm only going there to get an identification card. I'm going to ask if they have any work for me. Work? I told you yesterday that I've had a skinning job before, right? It was Gent-san that gave me the job. Gent-san? Yes, the person who bought the materials from us yesterday. Sometimes adventurers bring monsters in large quantities without skinning them beforehand. When that happens, I'm allowed to help. Therefore, I go to check every morning. I'm happy to help at such times. Ah yes, you said something like that yesterday. No wonder this 10-year-old girl was so good at skinning monsters. I was convinced. So that's why Gent-san cares so much for Fina, huh? I'm always under his care. Maybe he was a lolicon. It seems like Gent-san likes my mother. Alright, I confirmed that my heart is dirty. It was a bad modern disease. Instead of having thought of an adult male going after an adult female, I thought of an adult with a Lolita complex. As I listened to the story about Fina's mother and Gent-san, I noticed that I could already see the building where I had sold the materials yesterday. Of course, I drew attention from all around me during the walk. Chapter 5, Bear-san Goes to the Adventurers Guild. When I arrived at the guild, there were a large number of adventurers inside. Everyone either had a sword or a staff. It seemed like the game world, except that there were no players around. There's quite a lot of people in the morning. That's because low-rank adventurers struggle to find work. Everyone comes early so that they can get a good job. Indeed, you wouldn't be able to defeat strong monsters if you weren't strong yourself. Some adventurers can only take subjugation requests for weak monsters. If the number of requests didn't match the number of adventurers, some people would struggle. I split up with Fina at Gent-san's place and entered the male-dominated guild building. Many eyes turned to me when I entered. Was I that eye-catching, or was a woman entering that unusual? Everyone was staring at me. As expected, even though it hadn't mattered if you were a woman or a man in the game, were there not that many female adventurers? When I looked around, I saw that there were indeed more men than women. The ratio was about 7-3. I walked towards the lady receptionist, who looked about 20 years old, as I ignored the gazes on me. It's my first time here, but... Ah, yes, are you joining the Adventurers Guild? I heard that I would get an identification card. Yes, the Adventurers Guild card can be used in any country. Then, I will have to trouble you. I felt a gaze from behind me when I asked, so I turned around. Oh I, a weird-looking lass like you becoming an adventurer. Are you looking down on adventurers? The quality of adventurers is dropping because of people like you. A template. Zant, a template is a Jap term referring to a cliché, like big tits receptionist and shit. I just asked for an identification card. There is no reason for you to say something like that to me. That's even more reason to say such things. We don't need adventurers who will not work. I didn't say that I wouldn't work. I will do what I can do. I'm telling you, that's why the quality drops. Miss Receptionist, is what this person saying true? There are no problems if you meet the minimum qualifications. The minimum? You must be at least 13 years old and get to rank E within a year. If you do not reach the minimum requirements, you will be kicked out. Rank E. Basically possessing the ability to subjugate low-level monsters like goblins or wolves. Then there are no problems. I can defeat wolves. Jaya hahaha, don't lie. There's no way a lass like you can defeat a wolf. This person's rank is... I asked the receptionist. He is Debarain-san, a rank D adventurer. What about the people who are jeering and laughing behind me? Everyone is either rank D or rank E. This guild must be low quality for a D rank person to have an attitude like this. What did you say? You said it yourself. Are you an idiot or a stupid fool? If someone like me can't become an adventurer, then people like you, who can't win against me, would be worthless garbage who don't even deserve to live. For you to be unable to understand your own words, I'm sorry, are you perhaps a goblin? You bitch, do you want to die? You annoying. Is there a place where we can have a match? When I soloed in the game, stupid guys like this would appear once in a while. Still, they weren't the type of opponents that a hikikomori would lose to. However, people with time and money would eventually try to get revenge. If I didn't crush this type of man, people like him would start popping up like pests. Yes, it's in the back. If you win, I will give up on being an adventurer and leave. If you lose, you will quit being an adventurer. What do you think about that? I won't go easy on you just because you're a woman. If I lose to a bitch like you, I'll quit. Isn't that right, guys? Oh. The man in the back answered as such while grinning and laughing. Don't be so amused. You heard that right, miss. Receptionist. Yes, but you should apologize. Debarain-san's behavior is a problem, but he is definitely a rank D adventurer. With that, I made a promise with the receptionist. I won't let them forget it. I was guided by the receptionist to the practice field in the back of the guild. There were about 15 adventurers who were following Debarain. Are you really doing it? Yes. If the quality of the guild drops because of the low-quality adventurers, they should have to quit as soon as possible. You bitch. Don't think about leaving here alive. In other words, you have the resolution to kill. So it's true that the smallest dog barks the loudest. Oi, let's begin. Debarain took a stance with his sword. Oh. I forgot that I had no weapons. I didn't bring the cypress stick. What's wrong? Hurry up and ready your weapon. When I looked around, not knowing what to do, I saw Fina coming. What a good, timely child. Big sis Yuna. It seemed that she had rushed over here after hearing the commotion. How lovely. Fina, can I borrow your knife? I will properly return it to you later. I approached Fina and asked her. Are you fighting, big sis Yuna? Somehow. Well, it'll be okay, so just watch. I borrowed the knife from Fina and stood in front of Debarain. You bitch, are you going to fight with a weapon like that? There's no need to use my weapon, cypress stick, against a mere goblin. I am going to kill you. I've said it many times, but you aren't allowed to kill. Then, begin. Deborah started running while brandishing his large sword. I stepped sideways, covering about 3 meters in a single step. It was easy to dodge, thanks to the barefoot skill. I got next to Deborah with another step and hit his side with the black bear's hand. Secret technique, bear sen punch. Oh, although he wasn't blown away, his face got uglier. Was it because of the level difference? You bitch. Deborah, who had gotten hit by the bear sen punch, brandished his sword again. Oh I, trying to brandish a sword during close quarters combat, what a PvP amateur. There were a lot of PvP events in the game. Some were based on differences in levels, weapons, magic, or armor. In the events where level, weapons, and armor didn't matter, skill was the deciding factor. I fought in such events. People who only relied on brute strength couldn't defeat me. I hit the wrist that Deborah was using to hold his sword with a bear punch. The force behind the punch caused Deborah to lose his grip on his sword. In the next instant, I had my knife placed on Deborah's throat. It's over. Don't joke around. When I pulled the knife away from Deborah's throat, he swung his sword at me. I avoided it by taking a step backwards. These bare feet are too convenient. Miss Receptionist, this match is my win. Don't kid yourself. The match isn't over yet. The receptionist was confused, and didn't know what to do. I wish you would judge properly. I understand. I will not only end this match, but I will also end your life. Don't think that I will stop the knife again. When I said that, the man's face twitched. He should know the difference between us. I dodged all of his attacks and I was faster than him. I hadn't used the knife when I bear punched his waist, and when I attacked his neck, I would have pierced his throat if I had not restrained myself. He would have already been stabbed twice. Is this knife that scary? I swung the small knife around. I'm sorry. Normally a person who uses such a thing doesn't qualify as an adventurer. It was childish of me. I threw the knife into the ground, near my foot. Look, there's nothing to be scared of now. I taunted him with the bare hands, making a come on, motion. Don't make a fool out of me. The fool rushed at me. I dodged him with a single step, but his sword still chased me. As expected, he wouldn't fall for the same trick twice in a row. If one step didn't work, then I would take 2 steps, or even 3. The third step dodged, the fourth got me into his blind spot, and the fifth allowed me to hit him straight in the eye. The bear punch exploded in his face. Deborah's big body collapsed. Right, left, left, I kept attacking his face. Bear punch, bear punch, bear punch, bear punch, bear punch, bear punch, bear punch. Zant, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. As expected, the black bear was more powerful. Only his right cheek was big and swollen. When I saw that he had stopped moving, I moved away. The whites of his eyes were showing, he had passed out. Well then, who is the next opponent? I asked the observing adventurers. Nobody came forward. Seems like nobody. Then, Miss Receptionist, please expel everyone here from the guild. It seems that they aren't good enough to stay as adventurers. I smiled pleasantly. That is. I mean, they said it themselves. A person with my skills doesn't qualify to become an adventurer. Does it make sense to let people weaker than me be adventurers? Of course, the men lying on the ground and everyone else here won't complain. None of them can defeat me. I looked around while smiling. It didn't look like the adventurers who saw the fight believed that they could win against me. In the first place, Deborah should have been the strongest one among them. Since I had defeated him so easily, there would probably be no one foolish enough to challenge me. I didn't say that. One adventurer broke the silence. I didn't say that either. Another person said. Only Deborah said that. Yeah. They intended to defend themselves after Deborah's loss. However, I said that if you guys win then I would give up being an adventurer and leave this place, but if you lose then you guys will quit. Then that guy said if I lose to a bitch like you, I will quit. Isn't that right guys? And you all replied with oh. Then I confirmed with Miss Receptionist. I looked at the receptionist. Yes. She answered quietly. The surrounding adventurers started to gather on the practice field. If you're going to go that far, then you'll have to defeat all of us. That's right. All of us will be your opponent. 1, 2, 3 people came up. Apparently, they wanted to fight me together. Still, if they were only as strong as Deborah, it should be okay. The battle ended quickly. I hadn't looked at my status because I thought nothing had changed, but my level had risen after defeating Deborah. Bear Step had become much smoother, and the power of Bear Punch had risen greatly. Everyone collapsed after a single Bear Punch. Oi, what are you guys doing? A large, muscular man entered the arena. Oi, Helen. Explain what's happening. The man said, facing the receptionist. Apparently, the receptionist's name was Helen. Helen did her best to explain what had happened. After the explanation ended, the muscleman looked at me. Oi, the weird-looking woman over there. You did all of this. I'm not at fault. I was almost raped, so I retaliated. You can't possibly say that I'm at fault. The guild is neutral in fights between adventurers. Then that means that you're my ally. How did you come to that conclusion? I haven't applied yet, so I'm not an adventurer. I'm an ordinary citizen. This ordinary citizen was attacked by adventurers, so it's the guild's responsibility to take care of it. Surely you aren't going to say that when an ordinary girl gets attacked by adventurers, it's her fault. That is. Then, you're my ally. Well, I wasn't a citizen of this town, but... The man seemed to be troubled as he scratched his head. Pori. What is it that you want, in the end? I want to register for the guild, and to have those guys expelled. You can register, but I can't expel those guys. Why? You won't. Let them quit, even if they lower their heads and beg you because they aren't good enough. The guild doesn't allow such things. What? You guys want to quit? He asked the adventurers who had managed to stay conscious. The men didn't answer, and just stood there with ambiguous expressions on their faces. They said that someone as weak as me can't be an adventurer. They also said that if they lost to me, they would resign from the guild. You guys said something like that. Some of the adventurers nodded. These guys did something stupid. I wasn't lying. Then, please accept our requests. I will ask you again, do you guys want to quit? If you don't want to answer, give up your guild cards and leave quietly. I apologize. The injured adventurers lowered their heads. Could you please forgive these guys? There are some conditions. All right. Let me hear them. Next time I enter the guild, I don't want anyone to bother me again. If anything troublesome happens, I want the guild to deal with it. I understand. If any adventurers bother you, the guild will take responsibility. Then, I have nothing else to say. Chapter 6, Bear-san is making a guild card. Occupation is a bear. I decided to make a guild card after returning from the practice field. In order to register, I will need your name, date of birth and occupation, please. Helen, who finished the arrangement for medical treatment, received my registration. A sense of weariness showed on her face. I declare that this was not my fault. Date of birth. Yes, it is necessary to verify the age. The age itself is no good. The age on the guild card won't update without the date of birth. I see, if someone just gave their age, then they technically would be able to eternally stay 18. However, what should I do about the date of birth? My letters were from a different world, but hopefully it would be alright. For the time being, I wrote Yuna in Japanese. I wrote the date of birth in Gregorian calendar format. Helen saw this and said, "So Yuna-san is 15 years old." It was conveyed properly. As expected of a fantasy world. Next was the occupation column. Occupation. It will be helpful when someone wants to recruit companions for their request. It will serve as a reference. Companions. I reacted when I heard the word companions, but it was definitely not because I was a loner. I'm saying, it definitely wasn't because I don't have any friends. I have a few. It isn't zero. I had once been a magic knight in the game. Whenever I encountered monsters, I targeted their weaknesses, using magic against those with physical resistance and vice versa. I was able to use both magical and physical attacks because I was a magic knight. Unfortunately, it had been pretty unpopular in parties because it was such an ambivalent occupation. If you needed physical damage, a swordsman was better, and if you needed magic damage, a mage was better. Therefore, I didn't enter parties because it was a nuisance. I don't want to be recruited. It's not necessary for me. Do I still have to write it? It would be helpful if you could dot. Well, it was probably okay even if I wasn't a magic knight anymore, but what was my occupation? I couldn't use magic and don't have a sword. Martial artist. It wasn't like I didn't want to write it, I just couldn't. I had a feeling that a voice from the heavens was saying that bear was my occupation. Date of birth, day XX month XX year 20XX. I ended up writing it. Helen stared at me. I wanted to finish this quickly, so I didn't say anything. Then, please put your hand on this crystal plate. It was the same as the crystal they had at the gate. It seemed to verify magic, but did magic differ from person to person? Were the wavelengths of magical power different for each individual, like fingerprints? While I was thinking about such things, Helen was operating the crystal plate. It takes a while to finish registering, so I will give you an explanation in the meantime. The guild card automatically updates your information. Your adventurer rank, the number of received requests, the content of the requests, the success and failure of the requests, and the currently registered request can all be seen in any guild. I see, so it also records failures. It seems that a person with a lot of failures won't be able to receive many requests. It doesn't record the number of subjugated monsters. No, it doesn't. There's no point. Even if you bring a magic stone, there is no way to confirm if you defeated it by yourself or with 100 people. Therefore, we can't measure the ability of a person this way. I see, there was no way to record the number of defeated enemies automatically, like in the game. If it automatically recorded the subjugation of a dragon done with 10,000 other party members, there would be fights over who had dealt the finishing blow. On the other hand, it would be pointless if all 10,000 people got the subjugation record. It seems that you have to tell the guild about the success or failure of the request manually. I will explain the guild rankings next. The ranking begins at F and goes up to E, D, C, B, A and S. The ranking changes with the number of successes and failures of requests. Your rank won't increase if you have too many failed requests, so please take only requests that match your current power. Also, your rank won't increase if you keep taking requests of your rank. What do you mean? You can take requests from a rank higher than your own. Therefore, even if you, an F rank, take hundreds of F rank quests, your rank won't increase. You mean I have to successfully complete a higher rank request in order to increase my rank? The guideline is about 10 requests. The guild will judge you after that. What happens if I cooperate with someone of a higher rank to complete the request? When you receive the request, everyone who is participating will need to submit their guild card. If there is a person of higher rank amongst them, then we will raise the passing line. That means the number of requests needed to rise in rank increases. When a C-rank adventurer helps a D-rank adventurer with a C-ranked request, the number of quests needed to increase their rank will be more than 20. If an S-rank adventurer helps, your rank won't increase no matter how many requests you complete. What happens when it's done in secret? I can't respond to that. At that point it will become a problem of that person's morality. However, there are some nobles who use that method. That meant that high-ranking adventurers could be hired to increase your own rank. It was probably expensive to employ a high-ranking adventurer though, so it was most likely a method that was impossible for ordinary people to use. Lastly, this card can't be used by anyone but Unisan. If you lose it, we will charge 10 silver coins to reissue you a new one. She handed me a completed, silver card. When I looked at the card. Occupation, bear. Adventurer rank, F, Zant, Bear Omfk. This was the only information written on the card. This receptionist really wrote that my occupation was bear. When I looked at Helen, she was laughing. Requests are posted on the boards over there. If you find a request to your liking, please bring it back to the reception desk. I saw a huge crowd around one of the request boards, but the other did not have anyone near it. That is. That board is for high rank requests. I see. Would you like to ask anything else? Not at the moment. If I have something to ask, I will come back. Then, will you take a request today? I intend to explore the town for a bit. I just came to this town yesterday after all. Fina was waiting for me outside when I parted with Helen. What's wrong, Fina? I was worried about you. Ah. Sorry for making you worry. I was able to register properly, so it's all right. So Fina, did you find any work? I didn't. Most adventurers are able to do the skinning themselves. You can make more money if you do it yourself, so there aren't many monsters that aren't skinned yet. I didn't want to do the skinning myself though. Even if I would make less money, I had no intention of doing it myself. I had my bear box. When I defeated a monster, I could put it into the box hole. In the first place, skinning animals and monsters wasn't something a hikikomori like me could do. I stroked Fina's head and wanted to part ways, but I gave up that idea. Ah, yeah. You are free, right? Yes, I don't have any other work. I don't know how much you earn in a day, but want you show me around the town. I'll give you a silver coin and lunch as a reward. That's too much. It was too much yesterday as well. A 10-year-old child can't earn a silver coin a day. Then today is special. If you don't accept, you won't find any other work in this city. I gently stroked her head. I didn't have a sister, but if I had one, would it feel like this? Big sis Yuna, thank you. Well then, let's go. First, why don't you take me to a good weapon shop? I wanted to complete one of my objectives, so I asked Fina to guide me to a weapons shop. Chapter 7, Bear-san goes to the weapon store. I confirmed my status before I left with Fina. I had a feeling that my level had risen during the fight with the adventurers from a little while ago. The power of Bear Punch has increased. Level 8, Skills, Language from a different world, Letters from a different world, Dimensional box of the bear, Observing eyes of the bear. As I thought, my level increased. Also, another weird skill appeared. Observing eyes of the bear. The bear's hood can see the effects of tools and weapons. When the bear's hood is not worn, the skill does not activate. It's a very useful skill, but why is it that when I level up, the bear gets the skill and not me? Geez, if I want to live in this world, I might have to wear this bear for my entire life. Big sis Yuna. Ah, sorry. It's nothing. Well then, let's go. I headed to the weapons shop, with Fina's guidance. What kind of weapon are you buying, Big sis Yuna? I haven't decided yet, but I want a sword and a knife for now. Speaking of which, you don't have a weapon. I do. The cypress stick. Of course. It's not like you can walk around the forest without a weapon. If that's the case, why are you going to the weapon shop? That is, because there may be a bargain. There also might be a weapon that suits me more. So, what kind of place are you taking me to? Secret technique. If you get in trouble, change the subject. It is a shop owned by a person called Gord-san. Gord-san. He is the one who manages the weapons that are kept in the guild. My knife was given to me by Gord-san. Given. What a kind person. He said I'm throwing this away. You take it, and gave it to me. Sundara. When I went to see the weapons kept in the guild, he said it is a special occasion and sharpened the knife. Sundara confirmed. It's here. Fina was standing in front of a building that had a picture of a sword on its sign. They don't sell armor. When we got closer to the store, a kankan sound could be heard. I wonder if a weapon is being made. Fina entered the store first. When we got inside, a short girl welcomed us. When it comes to weapons, it had to be dwarves. Was this a dwarf or a normal child? I felt troubled. Era, Fina-chan, welcome. Did you come to sharpen your knife? No, I'm Big Sis Yuna's guide today. She wanted a weapon, so I decided to introduce her to Gord-san. Era, you brought a customer. Thank you. Big Sis Yuna, this is Gord-san's wife, Naruto-san. Yes, dwarf spotted. Or alternatively, a criminal with a Lolita complex. Why are you looking at me like that? No, I was wondering if, by any chance, you are a dwarf. That's right. I'm a dwarf. Have you possibly never seen a dwarf? Yes, it's my first time. It's legal. Lolicons are rejoicing. I'm a woman, so it's unrelated to me, but if a lolicon had been transferred instead of me, the dwarves would have been in danger. Then it's inevitable. You are wearing unusual clothes, Mississippi. It's Una. Pleased to meet you. Then, what kind of weapon are you looking for? I have not decided yet. Is it okay to look around first? Are you beginner? Of course, it's okay. My husband has his hands full at the moment, so you can't meet him, but it's all right to take your time and look around. The sound Kankin could be heard from all over the place. He was probably working. Well, I was just here to buy a sword, so it wasn't necessary to meet him. Fina looked disappointed. She probably wanted to see him. Since I had received permission, I began looking at the weapons in the store. I tried picking up the sword closest to me. It's Heavenot. Is it because of the bear? I took off the bare hand to experiment. Yes. It wasn't possible. I could lift it, but only that. It wasn't possible for me to swing it. I put the bare hand back on and picked up the sword. It's light. Geez, I can't live without the bear anymore. I tried using the observing eyes of the bear next. Iron sword, skills, none. I similarly inspected the other swords. Copper sword, skills, none. Iron sword, skills, none. I wonder if iron swords are the main items sold by the shop. Bad items weren't being sold, but there were no bargains. If this was a game or a novel, there would be a legendary sword here. For the time being, I chose a sword that was easy to hold with one hand. I didn't know which sword was the best, so I picked this one. I also want to look at some knives. For skinning. There is also that, but can I see some throwing knives? I want to throw knives instead of stones. Naruto-san showed me a small knife. Do you have 100 of these? That much. If you don't, then please give me as much as you can. We have them, so wait for a minute. I will bring them out from the back. However, are you going to use all 100 of them? I assented. It useful for defeating monsters. No matter how cheap throwing knives are, if you buy that much it will end up costing lot. Cheap. Throwing knives are a basic disposable item. They are made from iron scraps. Try imagining a fight against a monster in the forest while you're moving. When you use a throwing knife, you won't know where the knife will end up if you miss. Even if it hits, it may fall off while the monster is running. Therefore, throwing knives are disposable. That's why I asked you if it was for skinning. Of course, we also have combat knives. She explained in detail after learning that I was a beginner adventurer. I was very grateful. Well then, I will also take a knife for skinning. I don't know if I will use it though. Alright. A bigger, sharper knife was presented with the throwing knives. It might be unnecessary, but I will buy it, just in case I fall into an embarrassing situation later. Altogether. I took the payment out of the bear box. No one commented when I used the bear as a wallet. After Naruto-san received the money, she brought out several knives from a room in the back. So, when will you come to pick them up? I will. Take them now. I stuffed 100 knives into the white bear's mouth. Then I stored the sword and the skinning knife. Is that bear doll an item bag? She asked, while watching the bear in amazement. Item bag. I tilted my head on hearing the unfamiliar words. In the game world, you could carry items without being restricted by quantity or weight. An item bag is a bag that can store items. It's a convenient bag that can carry many things and allows merchants to deal with heavy items. Are item bags rare items? Do you not even know that? It was a gift from a friend, the god, so I only know a little bit. You met a generous person. They aren't really rare or uncommon. The value of an item bag depends on the amount that it can store. It's my first time seeing an item bag in form of a bear, so I was surprised. I wonder what this bear box's limit is. Well, if it gets full, I just have to buy another item bag. But, Big Sis Yuna, if you had something so useful, why didn't you use it to store the wolf material? At the time, I hadn't known about the bear box, so the wolf material had to be carried. At that time, I was lost and confused, so I forgot about it. So, a good excuse would come out of me when I tried to lie. The fact that I was confused was actually true though, because, back then, I had just come to a different world. Now that I had purchased a sword, throwing knives, and a skinning knife, we left the weapon shop. The next objective is to go buy some clothes, underwear. Chapter 8, Bear-san is shopping. Big Sis Yuna. What kind of clothes do you want? Something I can wear under these clothes first. I pulled at the bear clothes. Under this was just underwear. I want a shirt, at least. An expensive or a cheap store? Doesn't really matter. What's the difference? The nobility shop in expensive stores. I've never been in one, but the prices are high and the goods should be of superior quality. A cheap store sells clothes at an affordable price for an average citizen. There is also a second-hand store that sells used clothing. There are often bargains, so I go to take a look every once in a while. What would you like to do? Personally, I wanted to visit the expensive store, but Fina's face didn't look good when she talked about it. Was there something wrong with that store? Did they choose their customers? I remembered my appearance again. Looking like this, there's a chance that I would be turned away when I tried to enter the store. In that case, I'm okay with going to an ordinary store. I will pass on the second-hand clothes. Wearing second-hand underwear would be disgusting. Why don't you take me to the normal store first? I will decide where to go next after that. Fina led me to the tailor shop. A woman in her 20s welcomed us when we entered. When she saw my appearance, her smile disappeared for a moment, but was restored immediately. Welcome. What kind of clothes are you looking for today? Underwear and some clothes. Underwear is over there. However, the type of clothing that will suit the taste of the customer is. Not being able to wear a dress is quite frustrating. If they fit properly, they will be fine. I left the shop assistant and walked further in with Fina. I looked at the underwear first. It's necessary to graduate from Bear-san panties. I chose clothes based on Fina's opinion. As a result, I managed to get some panties. However, there was no brassiere. It seems that they don't exist here. I also bought everyday clothes that I could wear under the bear clothes. Thank you, Fina. No, I'm happy to be able to help. What are you doing after this? Are there any bookstores or libraries in this city? There is a bookstore, but there are no libraries. I have heard from Adventurer-san that there are libraries only in the capital city. Then bookstore it is, but let's eat lunch first. What do you recommend? Is anywhere fine? In that case I would like to eat at the inn that you are staying at. I've heard that the meals over there are good. I've never eaten there. The inn. Yes, adventurers who stay overnight at the inn are engaged in business, so during the day, the inn serves general customers. Is that so? Well then, let's go. Fina happily heads to the inn. When we arrived at the inn, it was crowded with customers. A good smell was floating around the inn. Welcome. Oh, Yuna-chan, back so soon. Elena noticed us while carrying an empty dish. We're here to eat lunch. There is an extra charge for lunch. I know. Are there any empty seats? It's full right now. But there will be some space in a little while. Can you prepare the food immediately? That's okay. I'm mostly finished. Then, is it okay to eat in my room? I don't mind. Then I will choose the dishes. Fina, choose what you want. Is that really okay? It's okay. Just guide me to the bookstore once we finished eating. This is a proper reward. Thank you very much. Then. After we waited in the room for a while, Elena brought the food. Thank you for waiting. Thank you. Leave it on the table. I would be happy if you could bring the dishes back down after eating. Roger. I will bring it down after we finish. Mouth-watering dishes were lined up on the table. Fuka fuka soft bread, meat dishes, and salads. Speaking of which, was there rice in this world? I'm a Japanese, so I need rice, soy sauce, and miso in order to live. It's okay for now, since it's still only the second day, but I will eventually want it. Fina, let's eat while it's warm. Yes, itadakamasa. The bread is so soft, the meat is also very good. It's delicious. Fina suddenly stopped eating. What's wrong? That. Can I bring half of this dish home? Why? I have a little sister and mother. I want them to try this. She said, while staring at the food. I don't have a family, but Fina's feelings are important to me. It's okay, but eat that. Afterwards, I will buy a supper for 2, no, a supper for 3, so eat it for dinner with your family. Today is special. It won't happen tomorrow. Therefore, you don't have to worry about it. Thank you. After we finished eating, I brought the empty dishes back to Elena. I also ordered supper for 3. With full stomachs, we set forth to the bookstore. It seemed to be in the opposite direction from the weapon shop. As always, the passerbys were all staring at me, but I advanced without minding it. I thought about wearing the clothes I had bought, but there was a chance that there would be problems, like in the guild. I won't take off this bear until I know it's safe. We arrived at the bookstore. It's smaller than I thought. I'm not saying that the bookstores in Japan are all large, but the store here is smaller than the store in my old neighborhood. The inside of the store was stacked with many books. Apparently, the books didn't fit on the shelf and were stacked on the floor instead. Looking through all of this will be hard. Welcome. An old lady called out. Grandma, you don't organize this. I know where everything is, so it's okay. If there is a book you want, just tell me. Really? Then, a book that contains information about this world's monsters and a book related to magic. If you have a map, that would be great too. Wait a moment. The elderly woman went to the back of the store. After some time, she came back with some books. This book and this book are about monsters. She handed me 2 books. Normal monsters are described in here. Creatures of legends are described in here. How are these? I'll take both. Is that so? Then, this is the Book of Magic. It's only for beginners. I will take it. The map only shows information about the vicinity of this city. It's better to go to the capital for a more detailed one. It's okay. Thank you. I paid and left the store. I thought it would take more time, but thanks to the grandma, it only took a few minutes. With this, my objectives were complete. Big sis Yuna, where to next? I was a little trouble. Yeah. Thanks to your help, I got what I wanted. I will go back to the inn and read the books. Besides, you must be tired from all the walking. I don't feel tired, thanks to the bear shoes. If not for them, a hikikomori like myself would have fallen from fatigue at the weapon shop. I'm completely okay. However, Fina was fine. Indeed, she is different from a hikikomori. I wanted to go to toolmaker and armor shop, but I will go back for today. What will you do? It's early, but I will eat Elena-san's cooking when I go home. Okay. Then, today's pay. I handed her 1 silver coin. Is it all right? You even paid for today's dinner. It's only for today. Thank you, big sis. There was still time until dinner after saying goodbye to Fina, so I returned to my room. I retrieved a book from the bear box. First, I took a look at the map. This is the forest where I came from, isn't it? The forest was located a little bit away from the city. The capital city was in the opposite direction of the forest. I couldn't tell the distance from this map. Is it far? It might be better to go to the capital next. There seemed to be several villages in the outskirts. The valuable geography was hammered into my head. I wish I had a more detailed map. It would be convenient if there was a mapping system, like in the game. I took out the magic book next. The title said, Beginner's Magic. Is there also intermediate and advanced? Are they sold in the capital? I flipped the page and read. Fumo fumo. Un. Well, let's give it a try. First, gather the magic dot. I tried to do it like in the game. In the game, you had to gather magic in one hand and give a command, which would activate the spell. If you gathered magic in your right hand, you cast it with the right hand. If you gathered magic in your left hand, you cast it with the left hand. Players who were ambidextrous with magic became a hot topic in the game. Me. I'm generally right-handed. I tried to collect magic in my right hand because of that. After gathering it, I gave the command. Light dot. In the room, a ball of light emerges. The deep emotion of successfully casting magic was nothing compared to the shape of the ball of light. No doubt, it was a ball of light, not a sphere. It had a bear's face. It was the same face as the one on the gloves I wear. I had an unpleasant hunch, so I opened the status screen. Magic, bear's light. A magic column was added to the skills. Bear's light. By gathering magic in the bear gloves, I bring out a bear-shaped light. Can I cast magic without wearing the bear gloves? In order to try, I removed the bear gloves and tried casting the magic the same way. As I expected, the light didn't come out oars. I'm already one with the bear. I wore the gloves again with a tear in my eye. I want to practice attack magic, but I can't possibly do that in the inn. I will just read the book for today. I went down to the first floor for dinner. It was delicious. I took a bath, then transformed into the white bear and got into bed to recuperate from today's fatigue. Chapter 9, Fina's Perspective 1. Mother's medicine has run out. We don't have money to buy more medicine. I live with my mother and younger sister. I don't have a father. It seems he died while my mother was pregnant with my younger sister. I don't remember him too much. Mother can't work due to her illness. I'm working hard instead. However, there's not much a 10-year-old like me can do. Sometimes, Uncle Gents lets me help with skinning for the guild. Uncle Gents is my mother's acquaintance. He is always kind. He gave me the medicine last time, and the time before that as well. I can't depend on him anymore. I have no other choice but to go outside of the city and pick herbs. I saw the herbs in the guild a lot so I can recognize them. I went out of the city and headed straight for the forest. Monsters live deep inside the forest, so I decided to only look for the herbs near the entrance of the forest. I have trouble finding them. I will go a little deeper inside. There it is. I can give Mother this for medicine. I was fascinated with the herb and didn't notice I had been surrounded by 3 wolves. I can't possibly defeat them, so I try to flee. My legs are trembling, I collapsed. It's no use. The wolves came closer. Just when I thought it was already over, a wolf screamed and collapsed. In an instant, all 3 wolves have collapsed. Why? A figure in black has come out. It has a somewhat lovely appearance. It spoke. I won't eat you. I started smiling, probably out of relief. The person dressed as a bear is a woman called Unisan. When she took off her hood, I saw a beautiful woman with black hair. She was so beautiful that I was surprised. I have never seen a person as beautiful as her. It seems that Big Sis Una came from the countryside and lost her way in the forest. Thank you for being lost. Apparently I can show her my thanks by guiding her to the city. If she requested money, I wouldn't have been able to pay her. I don't have any money. I'm glad she is a good person. Big Sis Una ignores the wolf corpses and walks away. Please wait. You can sell wolf meat and fur. Meat is delicious. When I explain, she says that she can't do it. Probably some young miss. If you look at the beauty hidden under the bear, it's understandable. I receive Big Sis Una's permission and start working on the wolf. Furthermore, it seems that I will receive half of the money it's sold for. It will be enough to pay for food for a few days. I'm very happy. I go back to the city after skinning them. It seems that Big Sis Una doesn't know a lot of things. She asks many questions. She may be the daughter of some noble after all. We enter the city and go to the guild to sell the wolf materials. Uncle Gents was angry. I made him worry, so it was inevitable. The wolf materials were sold, with a little left for me to take. Of course, I got Big Sis Yuna's permission to take it. We can finally eat meat, after such a long time. I'm thankful to Big Sis Yuna. I hand half of the money to Big Sis Yuna, but she asks me to guide her to an inn instead of taking it. I show her my gratitude and guide her to an inn. It's a place between my home and the guild. A good aroma always comes out of there when it's time for a meal. It has a good reputation, so I decide to guide her there. When we arrive at the inn, everyone turns their attention to us. It's probably because Big Sis Yuna is dressed in unusual clothes. If I met Big Sis Yuna in the city, I would also definitely stop and look. It's a little embarrassing, but it's a request from my benefactor. This much attention is nothing. After guiding her to the inn, I thank her and return home. I make medicine from the herbs. I can't make high-quality medicine because I'm not an expert, but it was able to ease Mother's sickness a little. It's nutritious meat for the first time in a while. I also earned money. I will be able to buy something nutritious tomorrow too. I wake up early in the morning the next day. This is the usual routine. It's in order to look for work at the guild. The inn I guided Big Sis Yuna to is on the way. I want to give my thanks again. Big Sis Yuna is going to the guild to get an identification card. Since I'm going there too, we go together. I wanted to hold hands, but I endure it. That bear-san looks so soft. I'd like to hold it at some point. When we arrive at the guild, we separate because I'm meeting Uncle Gens. Unfortunately, there wasn't any work for me. I wanted to give up and go back home, but the guild suddenly became noisy. When I went to find out what had happened, I heard that Big Sis Yuna is fighting with the adventurers. I wonder why it happened. I hurry up and run to the practice field. When I arrived, Big Sis Yuna ran over to me while smiling. She wanted me to lend her my knife, so I give it to her. There isn't a reason to decline. The match was held. It was Big Sis Yuna's overwhelming victory. The bear punch was awesome. There was no need for the knife. When the match is over, she gave the knife back to me. Big Sis Yuna went back inside to make the guild card. I'm worried, so I wait outside the guild. This time, she comes out without trouble. I'm glad. I hadn't found a job today, so Big Sis Yuna asked me to guide her around town. It seems that I will be rewarded. Geez, because of Big Sis Yuna, my feet hurt so much that I won't be able to sleep anymore. After returning home, I go directly to bed. First, we went to the weapon shop. Big Sis Yuna bought a sword, 100 throwing knives, and a skinning knife. She seems to be rich. Also, the bear-san is an item bag. I'm surprised. We went to the clothes store afterwards. Does Big Sis Yuna have no sense of fashion? I was asked to choose clothes for her. I think that the bear-san clothes are really cute. I wonder if she won't wear them anymore. Next was lunch. She asked me to choose a place to eat, so I recommended the inn she was staying at. It was very delicious. She even ordered dinner for my entire family. After lunch, we went to the bookstore. After ordering several books, today's guidance ended. It was over unexpectedly fast. Big Sis Yuna wanted to read the books at the inn. I have a free afternoon. I decided to get the meals from the inn and go home early. Mother and younger sister were really happy. I hope tomorrow will also be as good. Chapter 10, Bear-san Practices Magic. I woke up early in the morning to eat breakfast and headed towards the town exit. This is for the sake of practicing magic that I couldn't use inside the inn yesterday. Oh, it's the little lady wearing the weird outfit from the other day. Are you planning on going out? The gatekeeper noticed me and decided to approach me. If I remember correctly, he's the same person that helped me a few days ago when I came to town. Yep, here's my guild card. I showed my guild card and held it up to the crystal. In order to detect criminals, it seems like it's necessary to verify your guild card when leaving town. For example, if someone committed a crime in town, the guild can register them as a criminal and they will be caught at the gates. Looks like you became an adventurer. Hey, what's with this bear occupation? He looked at my card as he asked. Just ignore that. Well, it's not like it's wrong. He patted my head as he said that. Ooh, this bear feels pretty nice. Hey, stop that. I brushed his hand away. Ooh, sorry. It's dangerous out of town, so be careful. I'm just going to practice some magic outside. I see. Well, as long as you don't approach the forest, you shouldn't encounter any monsters. There's the occasional stray monster though, so take care. I retrieved my guild card and headed out of town. I made sure there were no signs of life around me after walking a bit. First, I tried using the body enhancement magic that was described in the book. It wasn't that difficult. Looks like all I had to do was distribute my magical power throughout my body. This was a skill used by warriors and swordsmen back when it was a game. The duration of the effect was short, but since it raised your strength, it was popular in fights. I tried it out by distributing my magical power throughout my body. I started to run in order to test it out. Ooh, fast. I tried jumping. Wah. I casually leapt 10 meters and the landing didn't hurt. It was probably an effect of the body enhancement. I tried various things out to make sure of it. I tried dashing, jumping, bear punching and bear kicking, both with body enhancement on and off. I confirmed my status. Skills, language from a different world, letters from a different world, dimensional box of the bear, observing eyes of the bear. Magic, bear light, bear's body enhancement. Equips. White bear's hand, non-transferable. Black bear's foot, non-transferable. White bear's foot, non-transferable. Bear's body enhancement. Bear's body enhancement. Enhances physical power by distributing magical power throughout the bear equipment. I closed the status window, wordlessly. I decided to practice the next magic as if I didn't see that. Around here, I guess. Ignoring the bear issue, I looked for an area where I could practice attack magic. I ended up picking somewhere close to the entrance of the forest. In this world, casting magic requires the following steps. 1. Gather magic power. 2. Create a mental image of the magic you want to use. 3. Incantation. In the game, it was 2. Incantation. It was simpler in the game. After gathering your magic power, all you had to do was cast the spell. After you gathered your magic, just saying fire was enough to cast the spell. In this world, it's necessary to create an image. But that wasn't a problem with my experience with games, manga, and novels. I gathered magic in my hand and envisioned a fireball burning. Fireball. Yep, I easily did it. A fireball is within the bear's mouth. It wasn't hot and the bear wasn't burning. I extended my arm and envisioned the fireball being thrown. My target is a boulder about 10 meters from me. The fireball soared out from the bear's mouth, striking the boulder and destroying it. As a test, I tried gathering magical power and created a fireball just from the mental image. I was able to confirm that I could use incantation-less magic. However, shouting fireball made it easier to envision, and the activation was faster as well. Incantations were required in-game as well, so it looks like it's easier to cast magic through incantations. I'll try using water magic next. Water ball. Just like fireball, a ball of water formed in the bear's mouth. I fire the water ball towards another boulder. The boulder was barely broken after getting hit. It looked like fire was stronger. In that case, I'll try freezing the water then. I envisioned a sharpened tip and shot it towards the boulder. An ice spear flew out from the bear's mouth and destroyed the boulder. I can't use fire inside a forest, so ice is quite useful. I'm finished with fire and water, so I guess wind and earth are next. I wrapped the bear hand in wind and air cutter. Sent out a blade of wind. The boulder was cut perfectly in two. Next is earth magic. I wonder if earth magic is defensive type. In game, earth magic created a wall to fend off enemy attacks. I gathered magical power in the bear and extended my hand out towards the ground, envisioning a wall. Wall shield. The ground surged upwards and created a wall. I don't know how strong it is, but I made a wall. That means I have mastery over all four elements: fire, water, wind, and earth. I checked my status to confirm. Magic, bear light, bear's body enhancement, bear's fire element magic, bear's water element magic, bear's wind element magic, bear's earth element magic. As I thought, it's related to bears. Bear's fire element magic. By collecting magical power in the bear glove, fire magic becomes usable. Spell power varies depending on magical power and mental image. Power increases more when envisioning a bear. Bear's water element magic. By collecting magical power in the bear glove, water magic becomes usable. Bear's wind element magic. By collecting magical power in the bear glove, wind magic becomes usable. Bear's earth element magic. By collecting magical power in the bear glove, earth magic becomes usable. In other words, I can't use magic without the bear equips. Geez, I get it already. I've already accepted it. However, there's one thing that caught my eye. Power increases more when envisioning a bear. When envisioning a bear, it says. As a test, I tried envisioning the flames in the shape of a bear. A blazing red bear was created before my eyes. I tried firing the bear at a large boulder for now. The boulder melted. It's lava. This is dangerous. This magic is sealed. Let's prepare some water. It'd be a problem if that started a fire, so I'll use water to put it out. Normal water couldn't put it out, so I created a water bear and finally managed to put out the lava. Dangerous, dangerous. I heard rustling sounds coming from the bushes in the forest while I rested for a bit. A single wolf appeared. A partner to help me practice magic came. Since using fire magic might start a fire in the forest, let's use ice magic. I gathered magical power and envisioned thin ice. Ice arrow. It impaled the wolf through its head. The wolf who had its head impaled stopped moving. As I thought, this bear equipment definitely comes with aim assist. It was just like the rocks from a moment ago, where it'll definitely hit what you're aiming at. It's useful though, so I have no complaints. I approached the wolf and placed the corpse into the bear box. I still can't dismantle the corpse, but I do have the bear box. I'll go and sell it later. Wolf, huh? I'm a bit worried, so I decided to head deeper into the forest. It might be good for magic practice as well. Even in game, wolves were the practice targets for new players. I used the power of the bear boots and started to run through the forest. I increased my speed and jump power by putting magical energy into the boots. Even the shock from landing is removed, thanks to them. It's way too convenient, these bear equips. I ran through the forest and occasionally jumped while looking for wolves. I looked down as I jumped and saw a pack of wolves. I wonder if there are a lot of them. I could probably just run if things look impossible. I landed in the middle of the wolf pack. At the same time, I created and fired 3 ice arrows. Each one impaled the heads of the wolves. It looked like using 3 at once was okay. More wolves rushed out towards me from behind. Wall shield. I immediately raised an earth wall that the wolves collided with. At that moment, I attacked them from the right. Bear punch. A wolf was blown away. I attacked another wolf again. And another bear punch. Another wolf flew. I'll use magic again since I was able to make some space. Bear punch's power has gone up, without a doubt. Wind cutter. A wolf was cut cleanly in half. Blood showered down in the form of rain. Yep, this definitely isn't a good feeling. It half felt like a game, but the fact is that it was reality. Let's not use wind cutter. I should be good enough to kill them. I'll probably need to get used to this feeling eventually. I leapt upwards. I created as many ice arrows as I could envision and dozens of arrows were formed. I aimed at the wolves howling on the ground and fired them towards the pack. As I expected, they aren't able to land direct headshots, but they still pierce through the wolf's body. Dozens of wolves were defeated in an instant. I landed on the ground and bear punch a wolf that was nearby. I repeated the physical and magical attacks over and over. The ground was littered with countless amounts of wolf corpses when the battle finished. I placed them one by one into my bear box. It'd be nice if the corpses disappeared and leave behind items like in-game. I don't have any hesitation towards defeating monsters. It's something I did in-game after all. The problem are the blood-soaked corpses that remained after defeating them. This is the only difference from the game. In total, there were about 40 corpses. Due to mental exhaustion, I decided to end today's magic practice here and return to town. Chapter 11, Bear San becomes rank E. After returning to the town, I headed directly towards the guild. Again, my head was patted by the elderly gatekeeper. I'd like it if he stopped treating me like a child. Upon entering the guild, the gazes of every adventurer in the room turned towards me. They averted their gazes when I looked at them. Nobody said anything, so I went towards the reception desk. Yuna-san, what business do you have with us today? I defeated some wolves in the forest. What should I do in this situation? If there are jobs on the commission board, for example, can I accept them and immediately turn them in? If the commission is just to defeat monsters, you can immediately turn it in as long as you bring the magic stones as proof you defeated them. However, the magic stones must be turned in within a certain period of time. Within a certain period of time. It would be problematic if you were to bring in magic stones obtained a month ago, even though the commission was just put out today. You can distinguish between them. Yes, we are able to. They can do that, huh? As expected of a different world. Wolf subjugation is a permanent commission, so normally you can accept it at any time. However, we need the meat and pelts as well. The meat can be sold to restaurants and normal households as food. It's one of the main food sources for this town. The pelts can be used for clothing and such, so the guild has a permanent subjugation order up for wolves. In that case, can you take that commission for me? Yes, F-rank subjugation will be for 1 wolf. E-rank subjugation will be for 3 wolves. Oh. Didn't you say that defeating a wolf would be equivalent to E-rank in power? Yes, my apologies. To be accurate, you need to be able to defeat more than 3 wolves, as defeating 1 wolf would not suffice to demonstrate your ability. Is that so? Well, for now, I have 40, so can you turn them in for me? Yuna-san. What did you say just now? I have around 40 or so, can you turn them in for me? As I say that, I begin to hear whispering behind me. Things like 40 wolves, she said. It's probably a joke. How on earth would a single person be able to defeat that many? But that bear is, that bear. It's that bear, In that case it's possible, isn't it? If it's that bear it's possible. I didn't see that bear fight, though. I saw it. Don't go against that bear. I fought that bear. Stop it or you'll die. And such. Excuse me, but where would the wolves be? Just magic stones would not be enough to qualify for the commission. I didn't dismantle them, but I put them properly inside of my item box. You had an item box? Not only that, but one large enough to fit in 40 wolves. Well then, if you could please come to the building next door. Helen led me towards the neighboring building. Several men followed behind us. They're probably spectators. The place she brought me to is the same place where I sold the wolf materials with Fina. I don't see Gent-san. A different man greeted us. From here, I can't tell if Gent-san is out today or if he's deeper inside. What's wrong, Helen-san? The male staff member came toward us once he notices Helen. I brought some wolves, is that all right? No problem. Nothing's being dismantled at the warehouse right now. Then, Yuna-san, please come over here. I brought out a wolf corpse from the Kuma box. I understood one thing, even without reaching into the white bear's mouth, I can bring items out. I raised the white bear hand over the countertop, and the items that I want to release, wolves, came out once I brought them to mind. This is convenient, I'm glad I don't have to touch them. From the back, I hear. There really are 40 wolves. As expected from the bear. If you get involved with that bear, you'll become like those wolves. I want her to hit me. I want to be stepped on by her. Let's do our best to ignore those last words. That should be all of them. Yuna-san, did you really defeat all of these by yourself? It just happened while I was practicing my magic. Huh, just happened, huh? That comes to 42 wolves total. It looks like the condition of both the meat and the fur are good. Next will be the magic stones. Is it okay if we purchase those as well? I don't mind, but is there any use for magic stones from wolves? Yes, they don't have much power, but they are useful in various ways. In the game, there was pretty much no use for magic stones outside of those dropped by high-level monsters and bosses, so I don't recall ever selling magic stones from low-level monsters. Well then, I will be continuing with the procedures, so please return to the guild building for now. When I turned around, the group of adventurers were still making a fuss. Since there were perverts among them, I ignored them and entered the guild. Okay, so, I will be processing this job as an E-rank commission, so please let me see your guild card. I handed over my card. Helen, who received my card, looked over at me once again. May I ask one thing? What is it? Those wolves, did you defeat them one at a time? There was a pack of them, so I defeated them. A pack of 40. In that case, it would be a D-rank commission. Please wait for a moment. I will discuss this with the guildmaster. Helen went inside, and returned shortly afterwards. I processed your wolf subjugation as 14 E-rank commissions, meaning Unisan is now an E-rank. Is it okay to do it that easily? I received permission from the guildmaster. You were able to clear a D-rank commission by yourself, so you are more than qualified for it. D-rank. Yes, subjugation of packs of 30 or more monsters are considered D-rank commissions. 50 or more is considered low C-rank. Well, I have no reason to refuse if you'd like to raise my rank, so I'm okay with it. Then I will continue with the proceedings. Helen seems to be operating something within the counter. First, this is your reward for this commission. This is for 42 wolf meats, pelts, and magic stones. However, since the wolves were not dismantled, there is a 20% reduction. Fina mentioned this before. Adventurers will normally dismantle the corpses before turning it in. The 20% is for operational expenses to dismantle the corpses. Since I already heard about it from Fina beforehand, I nod in response to Helen's words and place the money pouch I received inside of the Kuma box. Finally, since the process was finished, I put my guild card in there as well. With this, Unisan is now E-rank, so please do your best. Thanks. I returned to the inn, ate a late lunch, and returned to my room. Since I defeated those wolves, I summoned my status screen. Level 13. Equipment. My skills increased by 1. Bear's detection. Able to detect nearby monsters through the use of ursine intuition. Shows location of nearby monsters and stealthed units. If I remember correctly, this was a skill in the game used for detecting thieves/robbers. To think that this bear equipment could even learn this kind of skill. However, this will make it a lot easier to find monsters. Chapter 12, Bear-san quarrels in the guild again. The next day, I hurried over to the guild early in the morning in order to receive a new request. I wanted to find a good job, so it was earlier than usual. If possible, a subjugation request would be good, so I can practice magic. It would be even better if it was wolves. I was hurrying to the guild early in the morning to get that kind of request. As I was walking, while relaxing, and viewing the city, a voice called out from behind. Good morning, Fina. Are you going to the guild? Yes, that's right. Are you going too, Big Sis Yuna? Well, yeah, I wanted to get a good job. I see, please be careful to not get injured. You do well at your job too. Fina grabbed my bare hand while smiling. I clenched her hand back without hesitation. Fina's smile bloomed even more. If I had a younger sister, I would want one like her. The guild came into view as I walked and smiled with Fina. Well then, I am going now. Have a nice day. I sent Fina off and entered the guild. There was a crowd before the board. I was too late. People began to notice me, but no one called out to me. Just as I thought this, a voice called out to me. You are the woman who defeated Deborah-san. A male adventurer asked me. He looked maybe 3 or 4 years older than me. Deborah. I tilted my head. I don't remember that name. Who? I asked, because I couldn't remember. That would be you. The one wearing bear clothes, bear gloves on her hands and bear shoes on her feet. The woman who dresses like a joke. Indeed, if you looked around the world, I was probably the only person wearing an outfit like this. I wonder if there's another person like me. Deborah, huh? I don't know that person, but I think that the woman in bare clothes may be me. Because of you, Deborah-san is hurt and unable to work. Oh, is he one of the adventurers I fought before? That was the only thing that I could think of. That's right. Ah, I remember. The men who wanted to mess with me had a name like that. However, there is no reason to complain to me. I should call the guildmaster. He promised me that he would take care of stuff like this. That fellow, Deborah, wanted a fight. I won and thus he got injured. I'm not in the wrong. Also, that goblin didn't get injured to the extent that he should be making so much noise. You don't treat Deborah-san as a goblin. He has no courtesy, acts with bravado in front of a weak opponent, says big words, but can't do anything without a crowd behind his back. No matter how you look at it, he is a goblin. So noisy. I can hear you even if you don't shout so loudly. Are you a goblin that doesn't understand speech? This matter should already be settled, with it being his own fault. There's no way Deborah-san would lose to someone like you. Stop sulking. I heard Guildmaster's explanation. She's not at fault. A blonde woman in her 20s walked up to me and the men. She was quite a beautiful and slender woman. But, we can't complete the request because of this fellow. Even so, you must understand that she's not at fault. Gil, why don't you say something? The woman talked to the huge man that was next to her. He was a muscleman on the same level of the guildmaster. Deborah is in the wrong. What? You are also taking this weird woman's side. After I heard the story, it was clear that Deborah was at fault. Do we have to give up just because of that? I wonder if he's that badly injured. Certainly, I used a high number of bear punches on his face. Deborah is at fault, so there's no helping it. That's right. His guild card was nearly taken away from him, after all. That was because of this fellow. You are talking amongst yourselves. Can I also say something? Ah, I'm sorry. Lance is just angry because Deborah can't take any requests, due to his injury. Even so, there's no need to complain to me about it. I know that, but I assented all right to take the request without Deborah. Well, we already received it. If we cancel the request, it will count as a failure. A failure was recorded forever on the guild card. They wanted to avoid failures as much as possible. Even so, it's troubling when you come to me just because of that. Goblin started the fight, so I'm not at fault. Should we just give up? But completing that quest will push our rank up even further. I heard some adventurers are quarreling with Yuna, and it turns out that it's you guys. Guildmaster. The muscle Daruma came over. It seems like the receptionist called him. I already told you that Deborah's case isn't Yuna's fault. But, because of this fellow, we can't complete the request anymore. That's your responsibility. Deborah challenged this fellow, and lost. You guys left Deborah alone without supervision, so you are at fault. You guys know that Deborah is quick to get into fights. I know that, but then, there is a good method. What? Canceling the request without marking it as a failure. That is impossible. Once a request is taken, it can't be cancelled without paying a penalty. Cancelling is treated as a failure. Then, what is this good method? Just take Yuna with you. I know for a fact that she is way stronger than Deborah. Hey, what are you doing, deciding by yourself? It's simple. You should take Yuna, instead of Deborah. No way. Why do I have to take on such unreasonable request? It's the easiest solution. Yuna-chan, was it? Could you hear me out for a second please? The woman dressed as a mage asked me. What happened? I have very little experience partying, and that's in game rather than real life. Of course, I do have some experience, since I'm not a loner. Though, it's just a little bit. I couldn't refuse the mage's gaze, so I decided to hear her out. We borrowed a room in the guild. Now I'm alone with 3 of Deborah's party members. By the way, the guild master ran away. I have to deal with something this troublesome, but he ran away, that muscle Daruma. This is all because of Deborain. Then, first, I will introduce myself. I'm Rowena. The one who complained to you is Lands and the silent one is Gil. I'm Una. For now, I introduced myself as well. Then, the request we have received is Goblin subjugation. Goblin subjugation. Goblins were less intelligent, humanoid demons. Wasn't that a monster for beginners? They need a party for this. Is this party weak? It isn't just one goblin. It's a subjugation of a group of 50 of them. It will be hard without Deborain acting as a vanguard. In the game era, a group of 50 goblins counted as small fry. I wonder how the present me would do. The subjugation of a pack of wolves was easy. In the game, the level of wolves and goblins was about the same. If this was still the case, they should be no challenge for me. Just to confirm, which is stronger, the wolf or the goblin? In the rank system, they are about the same. It really depends on the setup of the party. Our party is more comfortable with goblins. Wolf movements are fast. It's hard for a wizard like me to support the party. Goblins, on the other hand, can be overpowered in close combat. Still, goblins. Humanoid creatures. I will have to fight them eventually anyways. If this was a game, there would be no problem, but it's your fault. Lend us your power. Lands, be silent. It's fine to lend them a hand, but I don't want to be Deborain's replacement. Also, that Lands guy's attitude is horrible. That Gil guy just stays quiet, so the only decent one is Rowena. I'm a honest-to-goodness hikikomori, so it's troublesome for me to help others. Still, it's certainly my fault that he got injured. The fight wasn't my fault though. What to do? Is it alright to set some conditions? If it's something we can do. You want to reap the rewards? What a dirty woman. I ignored him. Let me do the request by myself. You can have the achievement for succeeding and all the rewards. In return, I don't want Deborain to come near me ever again. Una-chan, to leave it to you alone. You want us to just stay silent and watch? Why not? The completion of the request and the rewards will be yours, so there is no demerit for you. If you fail, it will count as our fail. There is no way we can accept such conditions. Also, we can't do something as shameful as letting another person complete the request and taking credit for it. Yeah. If I fail, it will count as their failure. I also understand Rowena-san's point. As an adventurer, it would be a really shameful thing to do. What to do? Then, I want only Rowena-san to help me. Why only Rowena? It's because she is the most decent one out of all of you, has the most common sense, interacts the most with me and is also the only woman. The main reason is, because I don't want to work with you. You. Lands, stop it. Rowena-san stops him. Una-chan, can you defeat a horde of goblins alone? I can. The pack of wolves was easy. Actually, I'll be able to practice magic more against goblins. You can use magic, Una-san. According to the story, you didn't use magic when you fought with Deborain. I didn't use it. To be more precise, I still didn't know how to use magic at the time. I mean, I don't need to use magic on weak enemy. Rowena-san, you wouldn't use magic to kill a small bug, would you? When I treated Deborain like an insect, their mouths opened in shock. Is it really possible? It's just 50 Deborains, goblins. It's goblins. I understand. I will go with you. Rowena. Are you okay with that, Gil? Well then, Una-chan, please take care of me. So, when are we going? If it's alright with you, we can go immediately. I'm fine with that, but I didn't prepare anything. That's okay. We were planning to go today, so we already prepared enough things for 4 people. I ignored Lanza's silent stares. Gil didn't say anything. I left the guild with Rowena. We have a goblin subjugation to do. Chapter 13, Bear-san subjugates the goblins. I left with Rowena-san in order to subjugate the goblins. I will ask just in case, but Yuna-chan, are you planning on going dressed like that? She looked at the bear and asked. Geez, I've already given up. She looked at my bear and sighed. By the way, where are the goblins located? They are near a mountain village, 6 hours east from here. 6 hours? Yes, so it's better if we leave soon. I want to arrive during the day. Why are you telling a hikikomori to walk for 6 hours? If it weren't for the bear shoes, a distance like that would be forbidden. I have food and water, so it will be all right. I'm not worried about that. Incidentally, the place I had practiced magic was in the forest, near the west gate. I sighed when I thought about the 6-hour walk. If I had known the location, I would have refused. It's too late now. I walk away from the town feeling depressed. Can I ask something? If I can answer it. Why are you dressed like that? I don't know how strong you are, but isn't it a better idea for an adventurer to wear good protective equipment? Someone actually asked the question I had thought of before. Why are you dressed like that? 1. Because I like this outfit. I don't intend to tell such a lie. 2. I answer honestly and say that this is the strongest protective gear. I'm not an idiot who would spill her own secret. 3. I can't use magic if I don't wear this. I'm not an idiot who would announce her own weakness. 4. I lie and say that this is a keepsake from my mother. That isn't a reason to wear it all the time. 5. I say that it's ordinary protective armor. I wonder if this is safe. That's because it's stronger than common protective gear. Although I don't know the material it's made from, the bear has good physical and magic defense. Also, this white bear is an item bag. I had already shown the bear box when I was shopping, so there was no reason to hide it. I will just make her think that the bear is better than common protective gear. Then, that black bear is power enhancement. It amplifies my power. I walked over towards the rock on the side of the road and hit it with a bear punch. The rock shattered. I hit Deborah with this power, so it's no wonder he has a swollen face. Rurina seemed to be persuaded after seeing this bit of information. Then, do those shoes also do something? Shoes? Yeah. I just came up with a good idea. I looked at the bear gloves and shoes. I tried not to laugh and grinned. Rurina. What, those eyes? Hey, do you want to get to the village a little early? What are you talking about? She felt uneasy and took a little distance from me. It's bothersome to walk for 6 hours, so we will do this instead. I snuck behind Rurina-san and tapped her behind her knees. As soon as she collapsed, I caught her. It was a girl's dream. It's the Princess Carrie. It's not something that I'd want though. Hold on to me properly. It will be dangerous if you try to speak and bite your tongue. After saying that, I start running. Hey. Fast, fast. Yuna-chan. Please stop. I ignored her words and kept running. She's light, thanks to the bear gloves. I'm fast, thanks to the bear shoes. The bear shoes are also stopping me from getting tired, no matter how much I run. We quickly arrived near the village. You are terrible, Yuna-chan. Even when I told you to stop so much. Even though it was my first time, Princess Carrie, I was scared. Rurina stared at me with teary eyes after laying down on the ground. But, we have arrived early, right? We arrived in 30 minutes, instead of walking for 6 hours. Did you perhaps like it? I did not. But still, I didn't expect to arrive so quickly. It's still morning, a long time before lunch. The truth is, I wanted to stay overnight at this village and hear the reports about the goblins. Then, let's go subjugate the goblins right away. Let's see. If you are not tired, let's go hear about the goblins from the mayor. We greeted the gatekeeper stationed at the entrance to the village. What's with those clothes? Are you perhaps an adventurer? He looked at me once before asking Rurina-san. What's with those clothes, me? Adventurer Rurina-san. I guess. We have come to subjugate the goblins that have appeared in this neighborhood. Only the two of you. He looks uneasy. I'm not surprised. There were a lot of goblins on the request, but only 2 women came. Not to mention, one was dressed strangely. He could only look uneasy. Yes. We want to hear the story, so could you arrange a meeting with the mayor? I understand. Follow me. The soldier didn't get rid of us. Instead, he took us to a house in the middle of the village. Mayor, are you in? What is it, Roy? A man in his 50s came out. The adventurers came. Oh, have you come to help us? What a relief. When he saw me, his voice became lower. I'm sorry, but only 2 people. Yes, only the 2 of us, but rest assured that we will complete the request. He looked at me with the same uneasy look as the gatekeeper. After all, appearance is important, right? A little girl who said she had come to complete a goblin extermination. Even if I had been told that, I would also think that it's impossible for a little girl. If possible, I want you to tell us the location of the goblins. Rurina-san realized the mayor's feelings and changed the topic so it would not get worse. The goblins came from those mountains. I often saw them while I was hunting. I heard that there are 50 of them, can you confirm this? One person fell victim to them in the mountains. That was when we saw them. Is that so? Then we will go take a look. If we don't return by tomorrow, please contact the guild. I understand. Thank you in advance. We left the village and headed towards the mountains. Yuna-chan, are you really okay by yourself? It's okay. I have only one request for Rurina-san. Please get the proof of subjugation and do the skinning. Pledge secured. The proof of subjugation seems to be the magic stone. You have to cut the body open and take it out. Impossible. It's even more troubling because the goblins can't be used as materials. Well then, let's go. I will walk in front, so follow me. I used my detection skill, the observing eyes of the bear. I see a lot of reactions in that direction. It's inconvenient that there is no map, but it's nice to know what direction to go. There are dangerous reactions straight ahead. I decided to go and defeat it, whatever it was. I don't mind following behind you, but please be more careful of the surroundings. It's okay. I'm using detection magic, and there are no monsters nearby. You have such a magic. Surprisingly, there are a lot of goblins. A lot. About 100 of them. Hey, 100. Is that true? That's absolutely impossible for us. Why? There are only 100 Deborahs. Are you really saying that? I am. She sighed in defeat. I'm going to tell you now, if it gets dangerous, I will leave you and run. I'm faster anyways. Is it really okay? You may have made a wrong choice. We walked around in the forest for an hour. In the meantime, we had met 20 goblins. That detection magic is convenient, letting you know the position of the goblins. It's too unfair to kill them with long-range magic before they even notice you. Get the stones properly. I know. The goblin fell in front of Rurina, and she took out her knife to cut it. She got the stone and burned the corpse. It was to keep the other animals and monsters away. It seems that the goblin nest is nearby. I concentrated the detection magic at one place. I will approach slowly now. It was the same in the game. When subjugating a crowd, a surprise attack was very effective. Before I was noticed, I used my strongest magic and struck the first blow against the unsuspecting monsters. If it was in the game, the subjugation would be a success. It looks like those are the caves. Are you, by any chance, planning on entering those caves? Even I don't want to enter a cave that has a crowd of goblins. There were around 5 of them standing at the cave's entrance. Probably the guards. I want to confirm something, so wait here. I recited the chant for wind magic and unleashed it towards the cave. The wind magic passed through every corner of the cave. Confirmation done. Apparently, the only entrance to the cave is over there. I will go now, so wait here. Wait, are you really going? I cut off the heads of the 5 goblins before her voice reached me. I then imagined a burning red bear. Bear fire. A bear-shaped flame was thrown into the cave. I followed it up with another spell. Bear wall. I sealed the entrance with a bear-shaped wall. It's finished. Now I only need to wait. Yuna-chan, what did you do? I shot hot flames into the cave, then sealed the entrance with a lid. Right now, the cave is burning hot and it's also running out of oxygen, so they will start suffocating. Oxygen. Suffocating. Was oxygen possibly not known about in this world? If so, explaining would be troublesome. Simply put, the inside of the cave is running out of air. Air disappears when lit on fire and sealed. Therefore, the goblins are now suffering from the lack of air. Nice and easy, right? Or did you think I wanted to fight the goblins inside the cave? Rurina-san shook her head. There's time to spare and the goblins are busy, so let's have a lunch. You want to eat here? Don't say that. I won't eat at a place where goblins can attack at any moment. Though, I have detection magic, so I'm okay. We could also go back to the village, but isn't that too complicated? Yeah, but by the way, how long should we wait? Normally, just a few minutes. I intend to wait until I can confirm that all the goblins have died by using the detection magic. For the time being, Rurina-san processed the goblins at the entrance of the cave. She then took out lunch from the bag that was on her waist. That was the item bag, huh? How much space does that bag have? This? It can't take as much as your bear can. It only has enough space for about 5 wolves. Only that much. If I think about it, this bear is a cheat item. I ate the provided lunch, but it wasn't good. It was dried meat and lukewarm water. Apparently, the item bag doesn't stop time. I should have prepared a meal of my own. After lunch, I used the detection magic. One survived. Oni no way. Do you know something? Yuna-chan, you said that there were about 100 goblins, right? It may be the Goblin King. Goblin King. Goblin King, the king of goblins, stronger and more intelligent than ordinary goblins. It's certainly possible, with 100 goblins around. It does not look like it will die, so we have to fight it. Impossible. The Goblin King is C-rank monster. It's a monster that needs a party of C-rank adventurers to take down. Even so, it's a monster that can't use magic and it's only a little strong. It would be dangerous if it hits me, of course, but I have no intention of getting hit. We should return to the guild and call for support. It should be okay. Yuna-chan, please. Please do as I say this time. Well then, I will go into the cave alone and fight. If I don't come back out, call the guild. I won't send you to your death. It will be fine. I'm moving the rock. Yuna-chan. I removed the bare wall, ignoring Rurina's cries. Hot air came out of the cave. I dissipated the air using wind magic. The entrance was still hot because of the bare flames. I can't go inside if it's like this. It's impossible, so let's return. Apparently, the king himself is coming out. You must be kidding. Rurina, hide in the back. A huge goblin holding a red sword came out of the cave. It saw me and roared. This was the Goblin King. I started the battle with Air Cutter. The Goblin King waved his sword and cut through the spell. I started running when it targeted me. Fast. I took a sword out from the bear box and blocked the Goblin King's sword. Heavy. My power was slightly higher than the Goblin's, so it was pushed back. The Goblin King swung down at me with one hand. I defended against it with the white bear, regained my balance, and prepared to use magic. I wonder if my level is lower. If ordinary magic doesn't work, how about the bear magic? Bear Cutter. I imagined the sharp claws of a bear and shot them towards the Goblin King. 3 wind blades attacked the Goblin King. He used his sword the same way as before and tried to destroy the magic. However, the bear cutter did not disappear and hit the Goblin King. It didn't fall. The Goblin King took on 3 bear cutters, but it hadn't defeated him. Hard. However, I knew that I had hurt it. The Goblin King roared in frustration and glared at me. I started running. I think it's almost time to settle this. I used earth magic to create a pothole in front of the goblin. No matter how intelligent it was, it couldn't notice a hole right in front of it, especially if its head was full of rage. The Goblin King can only see me. He didn't watch his steps and fell into the hole. It might extinguish the flame again, so I shot bear cutters towards the hole. Bear cutter, bear cutter, bear cutter, bear cutter, bear cutter. It's surprisingly tenacious. I could hear screams from the hole. It might have been trying to climb up, but the bear cutters had sent it back down. I couldn't hear the screams anymore after shooting the bear cutters. I used the detection magic and saw that the reaction of the Goblin King was gone. When I stopped casting magic, Rowena came out from behind a tree. Is it over? I'm not getting any response from the magic, so it's okay. I can't believe it, you really did defeat it. It was unexpectedly tenacious, I was surprised. Well, I'm going to confirm that it's dead, so stay away from the hole. I raised the ground with earth magic. The Goblin King's corpse came out of the hole. It was dead, but its face still showed fear. It really is dead, right? I shot another bear cutter to make sure, but the Goblin King didn't show any reaction. Then, let's do this. Yunichan, can it fit into your item bag? It can. Then, can I ask you to do it? It would be enough to bring the stone, but let's bring the whole body, just in case. I put the Goblin King into the bear box. I also picked up the sword. Now, only the goblins in the cave are left. Then, let's go when it cools down. I cooled down the cave with water and wind magic. I think it's okay to enter the cave now. After you. Just to confirm, is the cave really safe? It's safe. Only, so many goblins died, so skinning them all might be difficult. Yunichan, help me. I won't. It's not like I can just slice up a body and take the stone from it. It's dark in the cave, so be careful. I have a lantern, so it's okay. Then, please take this. I produced a light with light magic. Please take it. I don't know why it's shaped like a bear, but I will gladly take it. Rowena-san entered the cave alone. There should be around 80 bodies in the cave. It takes 1 minute to take out the stone from a body, so it should take around 80 minutes just to gather the stones. I think that it will take about 2 hours in total, with all the walking she will have to do in the cave. I made a small house with earth magic and added a window for better ventilation. I thought about the possibility of other monsters appearing and block the entrance. They wouldn't be able to enter through the window because it's small. Finally, I made a bed of soil and laid down. It's hard, but it's not like I can't fall asleep. I will buy blankets next time. I was mentally tired, so I fell asleep immediately. Chapter 14, Bear-san reports. Yunichan. Yunichan. Wake up. So noisy. I rubbed my sleepy eyes and raised my body. You finally got up. Rowena looked at me through the small window. I straightened my back and stretched. You were sleeping while I was working hard. That's not fair. That's because skinning is Rowena-san's job. Are you done? I'm done. I was so surprised when I walked out of the cave and saw a house. When I peeked inside it, I saw you sleeping. There is no door, so I couldn't get in. I opened the wall with magic and walked out. When I looked up at the sky, I could see that it had passed noon. About 3 p.m. There were so many goblins. It was really tiring, since Yunichan didn't help. I ignored the complaining and changed the topic. Is there anything else we need in the cave? No, there isn't. Then I will close the entrance, since it would be troublesome if other monsters started living there. I blocked the entrance using earth magic. Any chance of other monsters settling in the cave is gone. Then, let's go back. I'm tired though. It's okay, I will carry you. I don't intend on returning leisurely. Yunichanyo don't mean. The road is bad because it's a mountain, so don't talk. I smiled. I went down the mountain while holding Rowena, who had a face of defeat. Jump. 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 Every time I jumped, Rowena screamed. Screams are loud when they come from right next to your ears. I ignored the screaming and continued running. When we arrived near the entrance to the village, I let Rurina down and walked towards the gatekeeper. Rurina's legs look wobbly. I wonder if it's just my imagination. We greeted the gatekeeper and headed towards the mayor's house. You came back quickly. Was it impossible after all? No, it's done. Say what? The goblin subjugation request is finished. These are the goblin's magic stones. Rurina took out a leather bag from her item bag. She untied it and showed the mayor the contents. It's probably the magic stones. I definitely won't look. I don't want to see blood-covered magic stones. I'll lose my appetite if I look. It would be alright if they were cleaned with water, but I don't think there was any water in that cave. Ooh, then you were able to subjugate the goblins. But, isn't there too many? Because there were 100 of them. 100. The mayor was surprised. Well, of course you would be surprised if so many goblins had lived near your village. Please rest assured. All of them were defeated. We also blocked the cave that the goblins were living in, so I don't think any new demons will settle nearby. Thank you very much. The mayor lowered his head. Then, I will prepare an inn for you to stay in. Yes, thank you very much. No, we are returning. Rurina and my words overlapped. Yuna-chan, it's already late. We can get back before dusk. Two people stared. Are you, perhaps, planning on princess carrying me again? There is no difference between doing it 2 or 3 times. But, they kindly offered to let us stay at an inn. Finishing troublesome things quickly is my motto. Are we really going? I nodded. I understand. We should report about the Goblin King too, so let's return. Goblin King. The mayor reacted to Rurina's words. The reason 100 goblins gathered was because of the Goblin King. Then, that Goblin King is. It's all right. The Goblin King was also defeated, so it's safe. Thank you very much. After being thanked by the villagers, we left the village. Please run gently. Also, jumping is absolutely prohibited. I understand. Did I frighten Rurina by jumping off the mountain? Rurina clung to me on her own. It's frustrating, but hugging the bear feels really nice. Rurina stroked the bear, me. I want you to stop. It's unpleasant, somehow. I couldn't handle the stroking, so I held Rurina in a princess carry and started running. The road was flat, unlike in the mountains, so it was easy to run. I ignored the reactions from monsters in the distance and ran. Occasionally, we passed adventurers in carriages, but I didn't mind them. It seemed like one of them was yelling something, but I couldn't understand it. The gate of the city came into view. It's embarrassing, so please put me down. I ignored the noise near my ear and kept running. Yuna-chan. Please. The embrace got tighter, but it didn't hurt. I arrived at the west gate like that. The gatekeeper was surprised. Rurina was ashamed. I look like a bear. 3 people stood in silence. I put down Rurina and silently handed my guild card to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper confirmed the card in silence. 2 people quietly entered the city. Should I carry you to the guild? Stop it. Embarrassed, Rurina headed towards the guild to report. There was a considerable number of adventurers who had finished their work standing at the entrance to the guild. When I thought that I wasn't going to get in anytime soon, the adventurers noticed me and opened a path. The road opened like the sea before Moses. Can I? Why not? After entering, we headed towards the reception desk. When we lined up at the reception desk, someone called to us from behind. Rurina, what's the matter? Why are you here, Lance? Lance and Gil were seated on chairs while looking at us intensely. I didn't know when you guys were coming back, so I was waiting here, but my expectations seem to have been proven correct. For you to have returned this quickly, you must have been frightened by the number of goblins and ran. Lance put on a dirty smile. Do you understand? If I fail the request, you also fail. Lands, I'm sorry, but the request was completed. Ha. The fool became even more foolish when he heard Rowina's words. The request is finished. 100 goblins and a goblin king defeated. Ha, what are you talking about? 100 goblins. Goblin king. You're taking your jokes too far. It isn't a joke. The other adventurers turned this way after hearing Lanza's loud voice. 100 goblins. It's probably a lie. No way they defeated a goblin king. 100 goblins. That's impossible with only 2 people. But, it's that bear. Yeah, that bear. Is it possible if it's that bear? It is the bear, after all. After hearing our conversation, the adventurers started clamoring. Still, why is it all about a bear? Rowena-san. About the Goblin King, is that true? Helen came over. I want to talk to you for a bit. Please come over here. We were guided to a desk with no people around. Then, please tell me about it. If I'm correct, Rowena-san received a request for subjugating a horde of goblins that appeared in the vicinity of a mountain village. The number of goblins was approximately 50. Yes, but when we got there were around 100 goblins. The adventurers with good ears behind us started to make noise when I reported. Excuse me, but do you have the proof of subjugation? Rowena took out the leather bag that contained the magic stones from the item bag. I will confirm it. She received the magic stones and started operating a machine at the counter. Yes, these are certainly magic stones from goblins subdued today. I also heard about the Goblin King, is that true? Yes, the boss of goblins was the Goblin King. Is it true? Then we must quickly form a C ranking party. It's all right. Yuna-chan already defeated it. Defeated the Goblin King alone. The bear knocked down the Goblin King. The bear. It spread like an echo. Is that really the truth? Then, I will have to ask you for the magic stone. I have brought the Goblin King's corpse, though. Yuna-san's bear item bag, right? It's probably large, right? I'm sorry, but could we move to the next room? Adventurers followed us and Helen, like goldfish in a stream. Could you take it out here? I held the white bear and ejected the corpse. Sighs, cries, and various other voices leaked out from around us. This is, undoubtedly, the Goblin King. The Goblin King's face showed resentment. Many of the adventurers looked afraid after seeing its face. Furthermore, they were astonished that I defeated it. Many wounds from a fierce fight could be seen on the Goblin King's body. Nobody would think that it was a one-sided slaughter. Thank you very much. Is it okay if we buy the corpse ourselves? The Goblin King's material is usable. Let's see. The Goblin King's skin is different from that of normal goblins, so it can be used to raise an equipment's strength and durability. The bones are used for weapons and made into magic tools. The magic stone is powerful, so it has various uses. I'm alright with it, but Rowena-san. I'm also alright with it. Then, can we move back to the reception desk? I went back to the reception desk. The adventurers were still goldfish, so they followed too. This request was received by Rowena-san's party. However, it was done because of Yuna-san's help, so what should we do? Please mark it as joint party between Yuna-chan and our party. Yuna-chan was the one who defeated it. We can't possibly say that it was our achievement. All I did was negotiate and skin the goblins. I understand. Let's handle it like that then. Everyone in Rowena-san's party, please submit your guild cards. I'm good. Lands. I didn't do anything. I was just waiting while thinking that woman would run away and come back. I only laughed when I heard her say that she would defeat the goblins alone. I'm also good. I did nothing as well. Gil. I understand. Then, I will handle this request as if only Rowena-san and Yuna-san completed it. Will that be all right? Yes, thank you. This is the reward for completing the request and for the goblin magic stones, and this is the bonus for the subjugation of the Goblin King and its materials. 2 bags were handed over. Rurina gave me the bonus bag. There is no way that I can receive this. Also, take half of this. Half of the money received for completing the request was handed to me. Is it all right? It was a reward for 2 people. I only did the skinning, but I can't give you all of it, so take half. I obediently put the money I received into the bear box. Also, I'm sorry. I will take care of Lance, as well as Deborah. Lance looked embarrassed. Yun, I also had fun. I got to practice my magic against the Goblin King, so my time was not wasted. I became more efficient in using magic, thanks to having the Goblin King as my sparring partner. Since I defeated the Goblin King, I might be able to beat other monsters with ease. After leaving the guild, Rurina-san invited me to go eat together, so we went to a store she recommended with Lance and Gil. Lance lowered his head and apologized later. Gil also apologized for not joining us for the goblin subjugation. I decided to forgive them and had supper with them. Is it really okay to treat us? It's okay. I have the money from defeating the Goblin King. You can also think of it as Deborah's medical fee. I see. Then, I will eat without holding back. I returned to the inn after having a meal with those 3. I informed Elena that I would not be having dinner and went straight to bed. Chapter 15, Bear-san's Rainy Day Off Part 1. I was staying indoors today because it had been raining since morning. I read a book about monsters to kill time. The majority of the monsters described in the book were those often found in games, novels, and comics. It might be a good idea to go around the world and look for them. I decided to go down to the first floor because my stomach was ready to have lunch. There were a lot of customers in the dining room. When I asked Elena about it, "Oh, the street stalls have to close, thanks to the rain, so customers are looking for stores that can stop them from getting wet. They focus on the shops that can keep them out of the rain." Certainly, the street stalls were done for in that rain. I would think that a customer wouldn't feel like shopping in the rain and would look for a warm place to eat instead. When you think about it, it's natural for them to choose a store that keeps them out of the rain. I looked around the dining room for a place to sit, but it was full. I didn't want to share a table with strangers, so I decided to go back, but at that moment, "Yuna-san, excuse me, but there is no seat available, so how about eating in your room?" I don't mind. Thank you very much. The truth is, I'd like to prioritize Yuna-san, since you're living in the inn, but it's okay. Then, I would like today's special. I understand. I will take it to your room immediately, so please wait a moment. Approximately 5 minutes after I returned to my room, someone knocked on the door. That was surprisingly fast. "Yuna-san, could you please open the door?" When I opened the door, Elena brought in a steaming hot dish. Since lunch was not included in the accommodations, I paid Elena after receiving the food. "Thank you very much. You have it hard, huh? "Yes, but it's a good time to make a profit. She answered cheerfully and went back. I gratefully ate the food that was placed on the table. Stir-fried vegetables with meat, hot soup, and fresh bread. I appreciated the warm dish. I gnawed on the bread, but I already missed rice. The bread is delicious, but, as a Japanese, I need rice. I also want to eat ramen, but would there be something like that in this world? I will ask Elena next time. After finishing the meal, I thought about the schedule for the afternoon. I looked at my status screen. Name, Yuna. Age, 15. Level, 18. Skills, language from a different world, letters from a different world, dimensional box of the bear, observing eyes of the bear. Bear's detection, bear's map. Magic, bear's light, bear's body reinforcement, bear's fire magic, bear's water magic, bear's wind magic, bear's earth magic. Equipment. Black bear's hand, non-transferable. White bear's hand, non-transferable. Black bear's foot, non-transferable. White bear's foot, non-transferable. Bear suit, non-transferable. Bear underwear, non-transferable. The number of skills has increased since the last time I checked. Bear's map. It is possible to make a map of the places you have seen with the bear's eyes. When I produced the bear's map, all the places where I had been, namely the places around the town, the village where the goblins appeared, the forest in the east, and the west gate, appeared. Everything else was completely black. It seems to be some kind of minigame. Although it's convenient, it's unfortunate that only the places I've visited are displayed. Well, getting a map of the world so suddenly would make it boring. Then I looked at the map, right at the place where the Goblin King had appeared, and remembered. I took out a sword from the bear box. It was the Goblin King's sword. It didn't look as sinister as it did when the Goblin King wielded it. It had become a clean, shining, silver sword. Goblin King's sword. Level 7, effects, strength increase, magical power increase. Strength increase. Increases the strength of the user. Magic effect. It's possible to enchant this sword with magic. I think that was the reason the sword looked so ominous in the hands of the Goblin King. When I put some of my magical power into the sword, it sparkled a beautiful silver. Even if you felt depressed, you didn't have to blacken it to that extent. I think it will be useful in the future. The rain won't stop today. When I thought about what to do for the rest of the day, I couldn't immediately think of anything to do. My experience of being a hikikomori was high, but it was useless if there was no internet, TV, novels, or comics. Since there was nothing entertaining, I was unexpectedly free. There was nothing left to do but sleep. However, if I slept now, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. In Japan, if I couldn't sleep, I would read novels, play games, or browse the internet, but there was nothing to do in this world. So, from now on, I decided to think about what I can do. I decided to do some muscle training because I became a little concerned about it while fighting the Goblin King. My upper arms were like jelly. Thanks to the bear, I could do push-ups a few times, dozens of times or hundreds of times and never get tired. Won't my arms come off if I don't take a break? While thinking that, I took off the bear. I'm now in underwear. I'm definitely wearing a shirt on the top. The bottom is still a bear though. I'm not wearing the underwear I bought before because they weren't comfortable. I think I will go to the high-quality shop next time. I tried doing push-ups while thinking that. Yes, even doing 10 of them was impossible. Nothing has changed since my time in Japan. I decided to give up on my jelly-like upper arms and obediently put on the bear. The scary thing is, I'm gradually getting used to the appearance of this bear. Chapter 16, Bear-san's Rainy Day Off Part 2 Author Note. Chapter 16, Bear-san's Rainy Day Off Part 2. Author Note, sorry that it's short. Let's give up on muscle training. Since lunchtime was almost over, I went downstairs to find another way to pass the time. The dining room and the reception desk of the inn were on the first floor. It was completely crowded, just like during lunchtime earlier. Although right now, there wasn't a single person eating a meal. Elena sat at the counter with a fatigued expression. Ah, Yuna-san, I apologize for earlier. There's nothing to worry about. So, what's up? Just killing a little time. I sat at the counter. Even if I say that I'm killing time, there's nothing to do. For now, can I get something to drink? Yes, just a moment. Elena went into the back and brought out a drink. Here you go, Myra's fruit juice. There was a portion for herself as well. She sat in front of me and started drinking. Are you free? I'm on my break. I was really busy earlier, so I'm resting now. Even so, I'm still tending to the store, so it's not like I'm slacking off. For the time being, I expressed my thanks as I received the juice. The juice was a little bittersweet. It's a shame that it's lukewarm. If it's lukewarm, then it will be fine if I just cool it. I touched the glass with the black bear. I thought of an image of ice while inputting magic power. With a popping sound, ice began floating in the middle of the glass. Hey, what are you doing? Just putting ice into the juice. I think it will be delicious when it's cold. After saying that, I drank the juice. Its deliciousness has gone up a few levels. I want some ice too, please. While I was savoring my drink, Elena held out her glass. I wasn't really going to refuse, so I also dropped some ice into Elena's glass. Thank you very much. Elena skillfully spun her ice drink until it reached a suitable chill before drinking. Oh, delicious. Just chilling it makes it quite delicious. This would be great on hot days, but there's no space left in the fridge for chilling the juice. Even in this world, refrigerators existed. They were made by using an ice magic stone. The ice magic stone was difficult to obtain, so it was quite valuable in this town. According to the monster guidebook, monsters who lived in the north yielded ice magic stones. Well, to put it simply, monsters with ice magic stones couldn't be found around here. However, that was only needed when creating a refrigerator with a freezer option. For a normal refrigerator to chill food, even the no attribute magic stones from the wolves could be utilized, once an ice magic element was inserted. Therefore, having a freezer was a luxury. Ordinary people generally used a refrigerator. If only the refrigerator was a little bigger. My ice juice made clinking sounds as I drank it. Elena isn't able to use magic. Of course, there's no way I could. Anyone who could use magic wouldn't be a simple innkeeper's daughter. I'm quite jealous of you, Unisan. Even if you say that you're envious, I can't use magic without the bear. Basically, residents of this world all had magic power, according to Elena. I was taught this when I was using the bath for the first time. A water magic stone and a fire magic stone were used in the bath. When magic power was poured into the magic stones, hot water came out. When I was using the bath, I didn't think about using it, since I was naked, but normally, it could be used for relief. Even the bear's usage descriptions had usage of magic power written, so I understood that I also had magic power within me. Still, I couldn't use magic without the bear costume. Even Elena, who had magic power, still said that she couldn't use magic. In short, in this world, the relationship of magic and magic power wasn't really understood. It was likely that I'd be the same as Elena without the bear. Taking that into account, was there a chance that I could use magic, even when I wasn't wearing the bear? Though, it's super convenient that just thinking of an image is enough to use magic when I'm wearing the bear, so I don't want to think about it right now. In the end, I ended up chatting with Elena until it was time for dinner. I, who was just killing time, was fine, but Elena, who was seen as slacking off, received a furious scolding from her mother. Chapter 17, Bear-san gets a scolding and rank D. Author note, because I write slowly, tomorrow might be impossible. After I had completed the Goblin King subjugation, and while I was still receiving requests from the guild, I began to conduct various experiments. The application of magic, the methods for magic imaging, and confirming the power of bear magic. How to use the Goblin King's sword, how to input magic. How to use throwing knives. Confirming the offensive and defensive power of the bear. Confirming the limitations, size, and other properties of the bear box. While conducting these various experiments, a week passed. Even today, I put the wolf I had used for an experiment back into the bear box when I finished. Then, let's go report to the guild. Unisan, you only have wolves today as well. Why is it that the only part of the sentence has such a strong emphasis? Really? Why do you ask such a thing? Recently, many of the adventurers who were taking subjugation requests came back unable to fulfill their requests. I was told that, even if they headed out early, there were no monsters to be found. A village submitted an orc subjugation request, without knowing that the orcs had already disappeared. Adventurers went on a kobold subjugation, but there were no kobolds. Adventurers went on a horned rabbit subjugation, but couldn't find any. This kind of thing hasn't happened just 1 or 2 times. Do you happen to know anything? Eyes full of suspicion were directed at me. The answer to that question is, yes. I knew everything, even the name of the culprit who had subdued everything recently. The defeated demons had been stowed away into the bear box. Is that so? The adventurers who received the requests sure are pitiful. Helen-san, who had been feigning ignorance, let out a big sigh. I was also told that, before the subjugations, a girl wearing a cute black bear costume was sighted quite a few times. Do you know anything about this? She silently looked at me in the eyes. Even though I really wanted to look away, I endured it. Is it possible that my appearance is now popular? I assent that situation. Obviously impossible. The person who appeared is Unisan, of course. You're the only one like this. If you already knew, wasn't it fine to just say so from the start? The guild master told me to summon you when you came. Why? It's not like I'm stealing anyone's subjugation request. I just happened to be walking around there and demons just happened to appear, so I defeated them. Yes, there's no problems with that. Moreover, Unisan did not receive any subjugation requests to begin with. That's why. But, as one of the obligations of a registered guild member, I want you to report any demons you have subjugated. That way, adventurers who received a request but were unable to complete it will not be treated as if they failed. I understand. I'll report it from now on. That said, please meet the guild master today. A. Not A. I'll guide you, so please come with me. I was forcibly taken by Helen-san to the entrance of the guild master's room. Guild master, I've brought Unisan. After knocking on the door, the guild master's voice could be heard coming from inside. Come in. Helen-san opened the door and entered. Inside the room, the guild master was working while sitting behind a desk. Yuri here. You can return to your work, Helen. Yuna, you can sit there. He gestured towards a table in the middle of the room that had 6 chairs lined up in front of it. I sat down properly on a chair in the middle. So, what do you want? What do I want? You complete other people's monster subjugation requests, while not reporting anything to the guild. You also don't receive the request reward. You don't even sell the monster materials. What are you really doing? Killing time, practicing magic, practicing swordplay, confirming monster information, expanding the map, and other various things. I just came to this city recently, so I explored the surrounding area. I just killed the demons that I accidentally found while exploring. Then, what about the guild reports? I just registered the other day, so I didn't know. I really didn't know about the rules on what to do if a party other than the request receiver defeated demons. Helen-san, who didn't teach me these things, is the bad one. It seems like it is common sense amongst adventurers, but as a person who came from another world, of course I wouldn't know. And the reason for not selling the monster materials? I'm not worried about money. But, keeping it in the bag will cause it to rot and trouble you, right? Come to think of it, an ordinary item bag normally wouldn't stop the passage of time. If so, then the things inside would inevitably spoil and go bad. Right. Can you keep this talk between you and me? What is it? I'm not the kind of person who spreads other people's secrets. Since my item bag stops time, nothing rots, so it's all right. Seriously. For convincing purposes, I took out a wolf that I killed 3 days ago. This is a wolf I killed 3 days ago. The wolf's corpse was placed onto the table. The guild master looked at and inspected the wolf. It looks like a wolf you killed just a few minutes ago, though. Because of how fresh the corpse was, the guild master was able to judge it immediately. The wolf had yet to be completely drained, so in order to stop the streams of blood from running onto the table, I returned it to the bear box after the inspection. That way, it doesn't go bad, so it's fine. I understand your story. However, from now, please follow the subjugation rules of the guild. Otherwise, it will cause problems for the other adventurers. I got it. Can I go now? One more thing, did you defeat the orcs? I did. There was no point in lying, so I answered obediently. Then later today, we'll raise you to D rank. Is it fine to give me a rank up that easily? I have yet to take any D rank requests, you know. If I remember correctly, don't I need to finish at least 10 requests? Since you can defeat the orcs and the Goblin King by yourself, it isn't a problem. Besides, you have more than 10 orc corpses in that item box of yours, don't you? Certainly, there were around 10 bodies inside. I'm sorry, but please sell the orc materials to the guild later. If we don't occasionally have a flow of materials into the shop, our reputation will drop. Understood. Okay. Is anyone there? He shouted towards the door. Yes, what is it? One of the female staff members of the guild immediately entered. Sorry, but please tell Helen to raise this girl up to rank D. Well then, you can go now. The guild staff member led me to the front desk, where Helen was waiting. After passing on the message from the guild master to Helen, she returned to her work. Congratulations on your rank up, Unisan. But it's really troublesome, so, if nothing else, please remember to submit reports. Sorry. It's fine if you understand. Then, since I need to perform the rank-up process, please give me your guild card. She placed the guild card onto the crystal plate before operating it. I still didn't really understand how that machine worked. How was it that all the crystal plates in the country were linked? In the end, what was this unknown magical technology? I also have a request from the guild, is that okay? For now, can you refrain from hunting the wolves that are nearby? Of course, what you choose to hunt is up to you, but the livelihoods of the beginner adventurers would be in trouble. Though tentatively, I'm also a beginner. Not even 10 days had passed since I started out as an adventurer. Yuna-san cannot be called a beginner. So I was told. Well, if you counted the experience I had from the time I spent in the game, I was certainly not a beginner. A beginner couldn't possibly defeat a group of goblins, a goblin king, and monsters of the same level as orcs. Okay. It's fine if I just stop hunting wolves for a while, right? Thank you very much. The guild really wants low-ranked adventurers to accumulate experience and raise their ranks. The wolves and goblins are the most suitable monsters for them to gain experience. Goblins are fine. There's no problem, since goblins increase quickly. Rather, please subjugate them. Not to mention, goblin materials don't sell, so it's not really a popular request. I don't want to do the goblin subjugation. Since the only materials that can be sold from them are magic stones, I can't even bring the goblin corpses to the guild. That's why, after defeating the goblins, I basically burned and buried them underground. Well then, the processing is finished, so I'm returning your card to you. I received my guild card. I've become rank D, now that that's done, can I go home now? Yes, it's fine. But, leave after selling your materials, please. After leaving the guild, I went to the building next door, since I needed to sell the materials. Yuna, the question corner is starting up. Fina, what the heck is this, all of a sudden? Yuna, this corner will try to answer the questions that our readers have been asking. Fina, but, I didn't accept or prepare for this. Yuna, that's why we wanted to see how the readers felt. Then, Fina, please read the question. Fina, what's this? Why aren't the request fees or the money for the monster materials stated? Yuna, because it's troublesome to decide the price settings, that's why. Fina, that's it. Yuna, yes, next question, go. Zant, you ask too many questions, Billy. Chapter 18, Bear-san receives payment, 4 sales. I left the guild and went to the monster material purchasing counter in the adjacent building. There were 3 counters, and 2 of them were currently serving guests. Naturally, I headed towards the open counter. Yo, Bear Missy. Are you selling wolves again? Gent-san greeted me while laughing. I have other demons too. Oh, is that so? The guild will buy anything you have. For sale. For now, I took out 10 wolves from the bear box. The adventurers in the room became a little noisy. Because a single person had brought 10 wolves. It's a large amount today, too. Gent-san called out instructions to the staff members that were further inside to carry the wolves. 2 people came out from the back to take the wolves. When the counter was empty again, I took out 10 horned rabbits. The clamor from the already noisy adventurers in the room became even louder. Incidentally, the horned rabbit was roughly 1 meter long. Its appearance was pretty cute, but its jumping power was strong, so a jump attack from the front was dangerous. It was quite possible for an adventurer who was equipped with weak armor to be gored at a bad angle and die. What's this, you also have horned rabbits? Were these defeated just recently? Once again, Gent-san called out instructions for the horned rabbits to be carried inside. As usual, you don't skin them. I don't know how to do it, and it's troublesome. Well, from the guild's perspective, an increase in work is a good thing, but adventurers who don't learn it will receive less money. I'll learn it eventually. For appearance's sake, I answered properly, but for now, I don't have any intention to learn. It might be more correct to say that it's impossible. I have just managed to become accustomed to the corpses of the demons. As for skinning, that level is still too high for me. While I was talking with Gent-san, all the horned rabbits on the counter were carried away. Well then, 10 wolves and 10 horned rabbits for today, right? Not yet, I still have the request from the guild master. From the guild master. 1 orc body was taken out. Hey, you even have orcs? Wait a minute, don't tell me you also have 10 orc bodies. The height of an average orc ranged from 2 to 3 meters tall. Forget carrying it by myself, even putting it on the counter was a problem. When I took out the orc, the adventurers began to make noise again. That thing about an orc must be a joke. But, there's no doubt that that's an orc. Did you take it down by yourself? The adventurers were making a lot of noise, but I ignored them and answered Gensan's question. Just a minute, although I have doubts about your item bag, it'll be quite a problem if you take out 10 orcs here. Please come to the freezer warehouse in the back. With Gensan's permission, I went towards the warehouse behind the counter. As I walked, I heard the voices of the adventurers. 10 bodies is a lie. How is it possible to defeat that many orcs anyways? Because it's the bear. If it's the bloody bear, then it might be possible. As expected of the bloody bear. No wonder, it's the bloody bear. You didn't know. What is it, that bloody bear? I wanted to listen to the conversation the adventurers were having, but since Gensan had already gone ahead, it couldn't be helped. As expected, I couldn't hear the voices of the adventurers anymore. When I entered the warehouse, it was really chilly and cold, since it used an ice magic stone. After entering, please close the door. Otherwise, the temperature in the warehouse will rise. Once inside, I closed the door. Many dismantled monster materials, as well as meat, were piled up inside. The wolves and rabbits I had brought out a little while ago were carried here. The guild staff members were working very hard. It's cold, but please bear with it. If it's warm, the meat will rot. Gensan headed towards a large table at the very back. Even so, there was only enough space to fit 1 orc. I'm sorry, but please place 1 on top of the table. You can place the rest on the floor nearby. I took out the bodies from the bear box as instructed. Thanks, really. As expected, carrying the orcs is seriously difficult. But, is it okay? If we skin them, the purchase price will fall. I can't skin them, so it's fine. I'm not worried about money either. Well, it makes sense when you sell this much. Changing the subject, Bear Missy, what is your rank now? It became D rank today, just a little while ago. D rank. Of course that's the case, after defeating all these orcs. Then, can you listen to a small favor of mine? Bear Missy, you're not good at skinning or dismantling, right? If so, can you leave the skinning work to one of the young people who comes by my place? Then a source of income for the guild will decrease. If it's just Bear Missy's sales that disappear, it'll be fine, since you're one person. There are hundreds of adventurers who work here. That's certainly true. Even before I showed up, the guild was operating properly. That's why, even if only my portion disappeared, it shouldn't be a problem. But, why that person? It's because she's a minor, so she's not a guild staff member yet. She's also a girl, you know. Are you talking about Fina? There was only one underage girl among my acquaintances. Bear Missy also knows, right? About that girl's family. I nodded. Her father was gone, her mother is sick, and she had a sister 3 years younger than her. I also give her work, but it's typically only when there's too much work at the guild to go around. Usually, the guild staff members can handle everything. In other words, you want me to pass on work to Fina. That's right. She's very skilled at skinning and dismantling, so you can expect her to not damage the materials. That's not a problem, but I don't know when I will leave this town. I haven't decided yet, but I'd like to go to the imperial capital. I also want to go see the other countries. Even so, I don't mind. It's fine if it's just when Bear Missy is in town. I just want to give her work. By the way, how much should I pay her? I don't know the market price for dismantling and skinning. The guild takes 20%. That's why, it should be fine if you just give her 10% of the proceeds. Is 10% fine? Even that is a lot, you know. If you think that's too high, it's fine to lower it. In that case, I'll call Fina over, so please wait for a bit. Gent-san happily headed into the back room. As I was thinking about entering the back room, Fina was brought over. Big sis Yuna. She came running over towards me and hugged me tightly. She's cute. I'll pat her head. But, aren't you a little bloody? Are you doing well, Fina? Yes. Is it true that Big Sis Yuna is going to give me work? Yes, it's true. Please take care of skinning the monsters I've brought. She gave me a pleasant smile. That's why, Fina, you don't have to come here for a while. But there was a lot of work brought over here recently, because this miss doesn't skin them. If she gives the work to Fina, there will be less work in the guild. But, I'll still give you work properly today, so don't worry. Even today, this miss brought over wolves, horned rabbits, and orcs. 10 bodies of each one. That much. So then, what should I do starting tomorrow? Can I go over to the inn Big Sis Yuna is staying at? Sure. Then, I'll come around 7 in the morning. I thought that it was early, but the residents of this world began working when the sun rose. On the other hand, when the sun went down, work was over. There were magic stones used for light, but there wasn't anyone who used it for work. I made a promise with Fina for tomorrow and left the warehouse. It was warm outside the warehouse, unlike inside. I got the money for the monster materials today from Gent-san and returned to the inn. Yuna, then, the question corner will continue. Fina, we didn't receive any questions though. Yuna, okay, please read. The next question. Fina, is this really okay? Why doesn't the bear use the different world's language and characters? Yuna, because then it would be impossible to have a girls' talk in the bath. Fina, because of that. Yuna, because of that. It's for the author's convenience. Once the bear is taken off, talking will be impossible, so the girls' talk in the bath won't happen. It's really important, so I said it twice. Chapter 19, Bear-san's second name is Bloody Bear. Breakfast at the inn was delicious as usual. A life where you don't have to cook your own meals is wonderful. While I was savoring hikikomori-flavored dreams, an energetic Fina entered the room. Big Sis Yuna, good morning. I greeted Fina while drinking my soup. It's warm and delicious. Wait just a moment, okay. I'm almost finished eating. Yes, it's fine. Elena, please bring a drink for Fina. Elena, who was moving around in the store, nodded and headed towards the kitchen. It's fine, so take a seat. I wanted to chat with you today, too. She obediently sat in the chair in front of me. Soon after, Elena brought a drink over. To start with, Fina, there are a lot of things I don't know, so I hope you can teach me. What are the things that are necessary for skinning? I don't know what they are, other than a knife. Usually, just a knife is fine. If the sharpness is excellent, I can skin more cleanly. When it's dull, the wolf's fur can't be cleanly stripped off. For high-ranking demons, it's likely that a normal iron knife won't be able to cut into it. What about Fina's knife? It's an iron knife, but because Gord-san made it, it's a good one. What else is necessary? Other than that, a place to perform the skinning, I guess. It's best to do it at a place that's close to a water source. Just that. There are a few other little things, like a grindstone or a place to preserve the dismantled raw materials, since the meat will rot after a while. For the time being, a grindstone, a place to work, and a place to preserve raw materials. I also want to ask Fina one more thing. What do you want to do while working on my request? Do you want to come along with me? Or do you want to wait here? I want to come along, but I might become a burden. Why do you want to come with me? If I go with Big Sis Yuna, I might be able to obtain some medical herbs for my mother. Then, are you coming with me? Is it okay? If it's protecting a single person like Fina, it's no problem. Though, is it fine for Fina to stay overnight? If I tell my mom in advance, it will be okay. She'll worry if I'm gone for a long time though. Well then, let's go out on a day trip today. Can you tell your mother next time that it might become a 2-day and 1-night trip? Okay, I'll tell her properly. After eating breakfast, let's have a relaxing walk to the guild. We'll get a grindstone at the tool shop along the way. When we entered the guild, Helen was busy corresponding with an adventurer at the reception desk. I leisurely headed towards the D rank request board. Fina followed behind me. There weren't many people in front of the D rank board. There was a lot of people in front of the E rank board, though. Today as well, there wasn't anyone who would call out to me. Well, during this busy morning, everyone was scrambling for work, so it's not like I was troubled about having a lot of free time or anything. I arrived in front of the board and took a look, but there weren't any interesting requests. Guard a merchant heading for the imperial capital. Orc subjugation, bring back the meat. Anazaru, subjugation, because if my crops are destroyed, I'll be in trouble. Looking for a sword and a magic tutor, must be D rank or higher. Acquisition of Meru grass. Investigate the cause of the abnormal outbreak of demons on Whale Mountain. Acquisition of iron ore from Whale Mountain. There are no interesting ones. Big Sis Yuna, are you choosing based on that? That's right. If I'm going to do it, it needs to be interesting. Next, I headed over to the C rank board. There were only 4 other adventurers. However, everyone looked like they were companions in the same party. They were discussing and choosing work. I looked at the board from a distance, so as not to be a disturbance. Obtain wyvern materials. Subjugation of a group of orcs. Defend Fort Unicorn. Extermination of the Zaman bandit group. Obtain ogre materials. There are some interesting ones, but since I don't know where the monsters are located, the acquisition quests are just troublesome. Hey, the little lady with the weird outfit, this board is the C rank board. From the group of 4, a guy who looked around 20 years old called out to me. I know, I'm just looking at the C rank requests that are available. I wanted to know what kind of requests there were. I sent that child the rumored E rank bear girl. A woman wearing a mage's outfit looked at me. I became D rank yesterday. For now, I corrected her. Yuri rank D. Even so, I only got that rank yesterday. What about your other members? It can't be. That little girl isn't even old enough yet. They looked at Fina and assumed that she was a party member, but noticed that she was still underage. Wait, didn't the rumor say that Bloody Bear was a solo adventurer? What's that about, that Bloody Bear? Ah, I want to know about that too. I'm curious after yesterday. What, Tuya doesn't know? A person who looked like the party leader jumped into the conversation. An adventurer who started a fight with a girl who had the appearance of a bear got assaulted non-stop until he was drenched in blood. She continued hitting him without mercy, even after he apologized. He was beaten until he collapsed. I heard that all the adventurers at the scene were also beaten until they were bloody. What, that's scary. Which bear is that? Moreover, recently there was a rumor that the bear girl, instead of skinning monsters, brings their bloody corpses to the guild every day. Obviously. If you cut it with a sword or defeat it with magic, of course there will be blood. In addition, because they're stowed away immediately, blood would come out when I took them out of the bear box. She's called the Bloody Bear because of that appearance and behavior. I didn't know that such a bear existed. I didn't know such a bear existed either, you know. Well, it's because you usually don't come to the guild when we choose a request. So then, that bear girl is famous. Well, the Goblin Pack subjugation, the Goblin King subjugation, and the Orc subjugation were all completed by her, so she's famous in the guild. That's true. That appearance too. Since she's really strong, she's become famous, recently. Do you know about Meru too? Gathering information is natural for adventurers, you know. Is that so? Sorry about that, Miss Bear. Because of that strange appearance, I thought you were a beginner. He doesn't seem like a bad person. He just wanted to warn me that it was a different request board because he thought that I was a beginner who didn't know anything. It's fine, since it seems like you were worried about me. Okay. Then, we're heading out, so if there's anything you need, you can let us know. It seemed that their discussion on choosing a request had finished, so the 4 people took the request form to the reception desk. I have also decided on a rank D request for our day trip, since they don't take too long. Big sis Yuna, have you decided? Yes, we're also heading out. Chapter 20, Bear Sand's summoned beast is a bear, and Bear Sand's house is a bear house. I want the writing skill too. I received the request from an open reception desk and left the guild. Big sis Yuna, what request did you accept? Tiger wolf subjugation. Big sis. I heard that tiger wolves are bigger and stronger than normal wolves. Will you be okay? She anxiously held onto my bear dress. I sent it fine. It was only a slightly bigger wolf, right? I stroked Fina's head, since she seemed worried, and we went to leave the city together. At the gate, there were two lines of people leaving, a slower line of merchants and a faster line of adventurers. We also lined up. I displayed my guild card and we left the city. We went through the gate and, after straying from the road and walking for a few minutes, arrived at a relatively unpopulated area. Some adventurers were looking at us from a distance. Without worrying about them, we stopped. Big sis. I'm taking out something that we can ride on, so wait a moment. I told Fina to move back a little before extending both the white bear and the black bear out as far as I could. Magic power flowed through them. When the bears' mouths were fully open, a white object and a black object came flying out. Those objects started moving sluggishly. They slowly stood up on 4 legs. Yes, it's a summoned bear beast. A white bear and a black bear came to a stop in front of me. They nestled up against me, so I rubbed their faces and stroked their chins. It looks like it felt really good, since their eyes narrowed. They were fluffy, so it felt really good to touch them. They're gently rubbing against my cheeks. Fina took a step back. Don't worry. They're my summons, so it's safe. Come on Fina, you try touching them too. Fina gingerly approached and cautiously touched a bear. After understanding that the bears wouldn't do anything, a smile appeared on her face. Now then, get on Hugging Bear, Fina. Hugging Bear. The white bear's name is Hugging Bear, and the black bear's name is Swaying Bear. After getting on top of Hugging Bear, Fina carefully sat down. It's fine, you don't need to worry. Fina anxiously sat on top of Hugging Bear. After Fina settled in, Hugging Bear slowly stood up again. Yua. If you grab on tightly, it'll be fine. Well, Hugging Bear also has an ability that makes it impossible for you to accidentally fall off. Though, it might be startling if your line of vision is suddenly raised so high. For example, even if you fall asleep and let go, you still won't fall. After Fina calmed down, I got onto Swaying Bear. We'll start moving slowly at first. Once you're used to it, we can move more quickly. You. The two of us rode the bears at a running pace, towards the mountain that the tiger wolves inhabited. Needless to say, the adventurers, merchants, and travelers who saw us along the way looked at us curiously. At first, I was worried about the curious stares I was getting every time I summoned the bears, but since it was troublesome to summon them far away from the town every time, I ended up not caring about their stares. The bears we were riding gradually sped up. We headed even further, past the mountain where the Goblin King had been. It would have taken us 6 hours if we were walking, but we arrived in 30 minutes with the bears. Fina seemed to be having fun. I didn't know how many kilometers per hour we were moving at, since there wasn't a speedometer attached to the bear. I had never ridden on a car or a motorcycle before, so I couldn't comprehend its speed just from the feeling. However, I understood that our speed had increased considerably. Although we were speeding up, there was no corresponding increase in wind pressure. The bears generated a power that wrapped their whole body, so the wind pressure couldn't be felt. Therefore, it was even possible to sleep during the journey. I increased the speed even further. So we arrived at the village that had requested the goblin subjugation in the past in about 30 minutes. It'll be troublesome if they see us and raise a fuss about the bears, so we headed into the mountains without entering the village. Our speed fell after we entered the mountains. Let's enjoy a carefree climb up from here on. If I remember correctly, it should be somewhere around here. It was written on the request form that the tiger wolves came out around here. I found a flat clearing in the middle of the mountains and got off of Swaying Bear. Is this place okay? I checked the surroundings for obstacles. For now, I'll take some things to set up out of the bear box. Something came out, so Fina shouted in surprise. The Fina today is doing nothing but shouting. What came out was a house. A bear house. There was a 2-story bear house with a garden in front of us. The outward appearance, from the front, looked like a giant bear that was standing on all fours. The entrance was in the giant, open mouth of the bear, and the second floor was inside the bear cub riding on top, which we could see from here. There was also a warehouse attached next to the house. For the time being, let's head inside and rest. Let's have the bears wait in the garden. It seemed like we were being eaten as we entered the bear's mouth. When we entered the bear house, the inside was similar to a Japanese-style home, since I was supposed to live here. Please take your shoes off over there. I didn't know the customs of this world, so I told her, just in case. After taking off our shoes at the entrance, we went to the living room. The first floor consisted of a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom with a toilet, and a mini storage room. The second floor had my room and a few prepared guest rooms. There was a rooftop balcony located at the bear cub's head, which I was thinking of using to dry laundry. Please sit over there. I gestured towards the sofa-like chairs. What is this house? After looking around the room, she asked me. A house I built with magic. After I understood that the size of the bear box was infinite during one of my magic experiments, I built this house to use while traveling. The house was built with earth magic while using the image of a bear. That way, it would become strong and durable. I designed the interior as I wanted, using earth magic to make walls and allocate the rooms. I bought and installed water magic stones for rooms that required water. There was a refrigerator in the kitchen too. I also installed light magic stones in each room, so it was bright even at night. The only thing missing from this house was probably a TV and a computer. If I had those, the hikikomori house would be complete. I went to the kitchen and brought some chilled fruit juice for Fina. Is Big Sis Yuna a noble from somewhere? No, I'm not. Then, a princess. No princess would look like me, right? I'm just a normal adventurer. Fina looked like she wanted to say something but didn't. Well then, after I take a break, I'll head out to look for the tiger wolves. What about me? It's fine for Fina to look for your mother's medical herbs together with Hugging Bear. You'll be safe with Hugging Bear. If you feel like you're in danger, you can come back here. There's a strong barrier here, so it'll be safe. In addition, monsters will be placed in the warehouse, so please skin and dismantle them when you have time. Is it okay to dismantle them later? 10% of the raw material sales will be Fina's earnings, so isn't it up to you? Whether you find medical herbs quickly and work on skinning or spend all your time looking for your mom's medical herbs depends on you, Fina. Then, let's go to the warehouse next door so I can explain. It was possible to go to the warehouse from both inside and outside of the house. The size of the warehouse was about 20 tatami mats large. There was only water and a workbench placed in the warehouse. Nothing else had been placed inside. For now, I took out and placed around 10 horned rabbits and wolves next to the wall. You don't really have to finish everything. When you're finished skinning and dismantling, can you place them in this room and shut the door? The room next door had a freezer. This place was created mainly for storing things that needed to be frozen in large quantities. Time stops in the bear box, so things inside couldn't be frozen. That said, the bear house was also frozen in time when it was placed in the bear box. Well then, I'll be off, so take care. If something happens, it should be fine if you rely on Hugging Bear. Chapter 21, Bear-san goes on a tiger wolf hunt. I left the bear house, mounted Swaying Bear, and headed out. There isn't any problems with just using the bare feet, but recently, my favorite way to move around is riding on Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear. If I rode one exclusively though, the other one would get into a bad mood, so I had to alternate between them. While riding on Swaying Bear, I used detection magic to examine the surrounding area. Its detection distance increased as I leveled up. A countless number of monsters were detected by the magic. I wonder if this is it. There seems to be 2 tiger wolves. It looks like a couple, pair, 1. I told Swaying Bear to head in that direction. Swaying Bear began to run and weaved in between the trees at a gallop, advancing forward while ignoring the tree branches and bushes in the way. When I ran through with just the bare feet, it didn't go as swiftly. Today, we advanced while ignoring the wolves that were nearby. After moving for a while, the tiger wolves' indicators got closer. I told Swaying Bear to stop. Was there a river flowing nearby? I could hear the sound of running water. Somehow, it looks like I'm near a river. I considered whether to dismount from Swaying Bear and go slowly on foot or to continue riding Swaying Bear. If they came to attack, it would be fine, but if I had to give chase, it would end up being quite troublesome. Not to mention, there were two of them. If I was something like a hunter from the game, I could approach from a direction that faced the wind, so that they wouldn't notice my smell, but I didn't have such an ability. I guess I should rush in with Swaying Bear after all. I told Swaying Bear to head towards the tiger wolves. Swaying Bear began to run. A black shadow ran through the middle of the mountains. When Swaying Bear reached the river, I saw the two big tigers. The tiger wolves appeared to be resting next to the river. They sluggishly stood up when they noticed me. Growling. I examined their appearance. They were bigger than I thought. One was as big as Swaying Bear. The other one was slightly bigger. Was the smaller one a female and the larger one a male? I slowly slid off Swaying Bear. I stroked Swaying Bear's face as I asked her to take on the smaller opponent. Wind magic flew towards the two tiger wolves. They moved quickly and easily dodged it. Swaying Bear ran towards the female tiger wolf. I shot flame magic towards the male. The tiger wolf dodged to the right and charged towards me. Fast. Its speed and agility were different from normal wolves. The tiger wolf arrived in front of me in an instant. I created a wall of earth, but it was easily destroyed. It looks like basic magic isn't effective. I was forced to create distance by jumping backwards. I jumped into the sky and ran away. The tiger wolf looked up while groaning. As I soared through the sky, I wondered about what to do. Then the tiger wolf jumped up. No way. I was falling towards the tiger wolf's sharp fangs, which were coming towards me. Bear punch. I struck the side of the tiger wolf's jaw hard and sent it flying. The tiger wolf crashed into the ground. As I landed, I fired countless ice arrows. All the ice arrows bounced off. It was the same for the Goblin King, but it seemed like normal magic at my level couldn't deal any damage. In that case, let's try using the same method I used to defeat the Goblin King. I opened a deep pit in the ground and dropped the tiger wolf down. As I approached the pit to attack, the tiger wolf came running back up, using the walls of the pit. If it approached with that momentum, the attack power of its claws would be multiplied. I dodged backwards. It looks like the pitfall is useless too. Meanwhile, Swaying Bear was fighting against the smaller tiger wolf. Attacking and defending with claws. Attacking and defending with fangs. It was an evenly matched fight. A normal bear would have lost in speed, but my bear was also fast. It was faster than the tiger wolf. Its stamina was also high, and even though it had run here all the way from the town, it didn't look tired at all. But, that tiger wolf was surprisingly strong, to be able to match my bear. I'll leave that tiger wolf to Swaying Bear and focus on defeating the tiger wolf in front of me. I want that fur, so I need to cause as little damage to it as possible. What should I do? Water bear. A bear made of water appeared. The water bear ran towards the tiger wolf and hugged it tightly with both arms. Then, it pressed the tiger wolf's face against its body. The tiger wolf's face went inside the water bear. It was pinned by the bear, disabling its movements. A large volume of air came out of its mouth as it shook its head and began to drown. The bear magic was strong, as expected. When I looked over at Swaying Bear, the other tiger wolf was also pinned down. I created a ball of water and sent it towards the tiger wolf. The ball of water wrapped around the tiger wolf's face. The two tiger wolves struggled to escape, but, since they were pinned down by the water bear and Swaying Bear, they were unable to escape. After a while, the two stopped moving. Subjugation complete. I stowed the tiger wolves away in the bear box and returned to the bear house. If there's Ruby reading, I'll be using brackets to denote it when I can. Chapter 22, Fina's Perspective 2. Now then, let's wake up and prepare breakfast for my mom and younger sister today as well. Mom's physical condition looked good today. My younger sister rubbed her eyes and woke up. I waited for the two of them to finish eating their meal before heading to the guild. To my delight, when I arrived at the guild, there was a large number of wolves that needed to be skinned and dismantled. It seems like I'll be able to get work today. I headed towards the freezer warehouse inside of the guild. The cold storage room is really cold. It can't be helped, since it's used to prevent the meat from rotting. But I'll be borrowing the work coats, which are made from wolf furs. I can't do anything about it being a little too big for me, since it's for the guild staff to use. It's warm though. When I entered the cold storage room, there was a giant pile of wolves. One of them was lying on the table. The table was a little too tall for me, so I used a footstool, which was made just for me. This way, it was easier to skin the wolf. I cut through the wolf's stomach with a knife and skillfully stripped off its hide. This sure was a beautiful wolf pelt. The value of the wolf pelt changed based on whether it was full of sword wounds or killed in a single hit. These wolves looked like they were defeated in a single blow. It seemed like these were defeated by an excellent adventurer. In that case, I could understand bringing them here without skinning them. Unskilled adventurers would perform the skinning themselves, to avoid the skinning fee. On the other hand, there weren't many skilled adventurers who would go out of their way to learn how to skin just to avoid paying the fee. It was a good thing for me, so I'm thankful. After cutting off the pelt, I separated the meat into sections. The meat was sold to inns, restaurants, and normal households. It was possible to receive the leftover scraps that couldn't be sold. We might be able to eat meat for dinner tonight. I'm grateful to the guild. Recently, every time I went to the guild, there was skinning work. I'm happy. The other day, there was a Goblin King. As expected, the Goblin King wasn't dismantled yet. For learning purposes, I was allowed to watch my guild seniors work. The Goblin King seemed very durable. The knife couldn't cut it easily. Nevertheless, the Goblin King had numerous wounds carved into its body. What kind of attack did the person who defeated it use? The front of its body was extremely damaged, but the back was spotless. Did they fight it head-on? The adventurer must have been really strong, too. There was wolf skinning work today as well. It seems to be the same adventurer who brings them. That person was apparently a girl who looked like a bear. It was Big Sis Yuna. It looks like Big Sis Yuna has been helping me indirectly. When I went today, it looked like there were horned rabbits too. Their fur was fluffy, so it felt really nice. I overheard that the horn could be used to create some kind of medicine. I'm not a professional though, so I didn't really understand the details. My job was to skin and dismantle them. I separated the fur, the horn, and the meat. I wanted to make clothes for my younger sister with this fur. I wanted it, but there was no way I was going to steal it. It would be a betrayal of the trust from Uncle Gens, who gives me work. There's work today as well. I'm as happy as I can be. While I was skinning a wolf, several guild staff members were called, and they headed out of the warehouse. As I listened to their conversation, a large number of unskinned monsters were carried in. It's probably Big Sis Yuna. I wanted to go and confirm it, but there was no way I could leave the warehouse in the middle of work. As I skinned and dismantled the wolf in front of me, Uncle Gens came over to me. Apparently, Big Sis Yuna was hiring a dedicated employee to skin monsters for her. Although I was in the middle of work, I was still taken to where Big Sis Yuna was. It was decided that, while Big Sis Yuna was staying in the city, she would be giving work to me. I'm happy that I'll be receiving steady work. I still had work to do, so I made a promise to meet her tomorrow before heading back. The next day, I woke up early in the morning and headed over to the inn that Big Sis Yuna was staying in at the promised time. I'm grateful to be able to receive work. When I arrived at the inn, Big Sis Yuna was still eating breakfast. Did I arrive too early, perhaps? Big Sis Yuna ordered me a fruit juice. Then, we talked about today's schedule. I was asked whether I would like to come along or stay in the city. If she was heading into the forest, I wanted to come along. I might be able to find medical herbs for my mom. But, if it was troublesome, that was fine. When I said that, Big Sis Yuna told me that she could protect me. It was decided that I would go along with her. Was this really okay? When we arrived at the guild, we headed towards the request boards. In order to not be a disturbance, I stood a short distance away from Big Sis Yuna and waited for her. While I was doing that, Big Sis Yuna got involved with some adventurers again. As expected, is it because that bear appearance is really eye-catching? Today, however, nothing serious happened and the adventurers left. Thank goodness. Big Sis Yuna seemed to have decided on a request and she headed towards the reception desk. When I asked her what kind of request she was doing, Big Sis Yuna told me. I was momentarily speechless. I was surprised. Although I wasn't really sure, was that really something that a D ranker could do alone? Everyone else seemed to be forming parties though. I don't really understand. Was it really okay for me to be coming along on that kind of request? Chapter 23, Fina's Perspective 3. We passed through the gate and left the town. Speaking of which, I didn't hear about our destination. Did tiger wolves live in the forest nearby? When I asked, Big Sis Yuna said our destination was far away, so she'd take out something we could ride. Take out? I didn't understand what she meant. I was told to move away a little. Big Sis Yuna extended her bare hands outwards and two objects, one black and the other white, came out. What's that? The large objects started moving. They were bears. They were really big. I was scared. They stood up and sidled over to Big Sis Yuna's side. Yunawanchan seemed to be hugging them and stroking their heads. Then, while I was looking at Big Sis Yuna. Don't worry. They're my summons, so it's safe. Come on Fina, you try touching them too. She said. I was scared, but I started to approach them slowly and touched one. It was soft. Somehow, the bears might actually be pretty cute. It seems like the white one was called Hugging Bear and the black one was Swaying Bear. It was decided that I would ride Hugging Bear. I climbed on its back. I could suddenly see from a lot higher up, so I got a bit scared. But, it was stable and I didn't seem to be slipping off. At first we were walking, but as I got used to riding, our speed increased. It was fun, and really fast. The scenery flew by quickly. It was the first time I'd come out this far. We climbed the mountain. Then, Big Sis Yuna stopped. It looked like we would be taking a break on a flat spot in the mountains. Even though I was just riding the bear, I was tired. I thanked Hugging Bear and climbed off. After Big Sis Yuna got off of Swaying Bear, she checked out our location. Then she spread her arms out again and a house suddenly appeared in front of us. I wonder what I should say here. Once again, I went over what had just happened. Big Sis Yuna spread her arms. After that, a house appeared. As expected, I don't understand. Was it really that easy to take out a house? Such a thing shouldn't be possible. Even a child like me knew that houses were supposed to be something made by carpenters. Though, why was the house shaped like a bear? While I was wondering that. For now, let's go inside and rest. There was nothing else I could do but nod in agreement towards Big Sis Yuna's statement. Inside the house, there were rooms that I had never seen before. I was told to take my shoes off at the entrance. The floor was very pretty and clean. Certainly, there was no way I could dirty the floor. I took off my shoes and went into the room. I sat in the chair that Big Sis Yuna pointed at. As I was looking around nervously, Big Sis Yuna brought out some juice for me. I was surprised since it was cold, but it was very delicious. I asked about something that was bothering me. It seemed like both guesses were wrong. Though, I didn't think she was a normal adventurer. An adventurer who could create and take out a house like this, summon 2 bears, and defeat strong monsters alone, all while dressed like a bear, wasn't normal. After my questions, we talked about today's schedule while drinking fruit juice. It seemed like Big Sis Yuna would be heading out to search for the tiger wolves alone. I received permission to look for medicinal herbs inside of these mountains. I was also given the freedom to choose when to dismantle the monster corpses. For now, I decided to look for medicinal herbs for a little while. I was afraid of going by myself, but it seemed like Hugging Bear would be going with me. In that case, I could relax. If I can't find anything after a while, then I'll just work on dismantling. After all, that's what I came here for. Big Sis Yuna headed out with Swaying Bear. I also went out to look for herbs while riding Hugging Bear. We walked through the mountains. I hope we can find medicinal herbs. The bear seemed to be happy while we were searching for herbs, for some reason. Hugging Bear, did you find any medicinal herbs? I didn't expect a reply, but I asked anyway. Hugging Bear turned its neck towards me and nodded. It could actually understand me. Hugging Bear advanced quickly. Are you looking for them? I was also looking for the herbs while riding Hugging Bear. It was possible since they could be easily seen from a distance. Which is why Hugging Bear sped up. Over there. Since Hugging Bear started running, we found the medicinal herbs quickly. Amazing. I got down from Hugging Bear and gathered the herbs. If I took all of them, there wouldn't be any growing here next time, so I only took half. Even so, there was still a considerable amount left. Was it because we were in the mountains, so nobody normally came here to pick them? While I was gathering the herbs, a sound came from behind the grass. When I looked towards the source of the sound, I saw a wolf. I stepped back in surprise, but the wolf quickly ran away. That's right, I have Hugging Bear with me. Did it run away because it saw Hugging Bear? Thank you, Hugging Bear. I'll pat your head. It's cute. I put the herbs away in my bag, and started heading back. It's good that we found the herbs so quickly. I can start working on dismantling the monster corpses when I get back. Okay, let's go back. I got on Hugging Bear. However, when I tried to head back, I noticed something. I don't know the way back. I don't know which direction is the right one. I'm lost. While I was thinking that, Hugging Bear started walking normally. Does it know the way back? Do you know where the house is? When I asked, it nodded. The bear was smarter than me. After a while, the bear house came into view. Good thing we didn't get lost. It was thanks to Hugging Bear. Chapter 24, The Bear Works Before Going Home. I returned to the bear house while riding on Swaying Bear. Hugging Bear was curled up and sleeping comfortably in the garden. Fina seemed to be in the bear house. After telling Swaying Bear to rest, I headed to the warehouse. When I entered, I found Fina in the middle of skinning a monster. Big sis Yuna, welcome back. Fina noticed me when I entered the warehouse and greeted me. I'm back. Big sis Yuna, you came back quickly. What about the tiger wolf? I defeated it. Sorry, but is it possible for you to take out just the magic stone to use for the proof of subjugation? The tiger wolf subjugation request only required the magic stone as proof. That's fine with me. I took out the 2 tiger wolves from the bear box. Big sis Yuna is amazing. Fina was surprised when she saw the corpses of the tiger wolves. I guess it was pretty strong. Normal magic didn't work and its movements were quick, so I had to use my trump card. Even so, Big sis Yuna is amazing, since you were still able to defeat it. Thank you. So, Fina, did you go looking for medical herbs? Yes, Hugging Bear helped me find some. Hugging Bear did. Yes, we were able to return quickly because Hugging Bear found some medical herbs immediately. When I asked if it knew any places with medical herbs, it took me to a place where they were growing. I didn't know that Hugging Bear had that kind of ability. I'll give it a try next time. Fina continued working while chatting with me. Just by looking, I could tell that the pelts were stripped off beautifully. She's quite skilled. Is just the tiger wolf's magic stone okay? Just the stone is fine. I may ask for your help later, though. When she finished dismantling the wolf, Fina started working on extracting the magic stone from the tiger wolves lying on the floor. After cutting open their stomachs, she inserted her hand without hesitation and took out the magic stones. Do you know where the magic stones are located? She didn't hesitate at all when she was inserting the knife or her hand into the large bodies. The magic stone is often located in the middle of a monster's body. Yes, though I can't say for sure, since I haven't dismantled every single monster before. However, I thought that the tiger wolf would have it in the same location as the wolf. Thanks. I'll put the tiger wolves away for now. I put the 2 tiger wolves back into the bear box after their magic stones had been extracted. Well then, Fina, it's a little late but let's have lunch. I didn't prepare anything for lunch. Fina murmured quietly, with her head down. It's fine. I bought lunch from the inn, so go wash your hands and come to the living room. Okay. I returned to the bear house and prepared fruit juice from the fridge. Steam rose from the warm lunch boxes I took out of the bear box. Thank you, time stop Sama. Fina entered the room right as I finished preparing the table. Let's eat while the food is warm. I made Fina sit down on a chair. Yes, thank you very much. So then, what do you want to do now? What do I want to do? Fina tilted her head to the side. Do you want to go home, or do you want to continue working? If possible, I want to keep working. If that's so, then let's stay here until the last minute. I'll be sleeping in the room upstairs. Let's head out before the sun sets if you can finish working. Okay, I don't think it will take too long, so that should be fine. I headed up to the second floor and entered my room in the bear house. My room was a little wider than 8 tatami mats. There was a relatively large bed, a round table, and 4 chairs in my room. There was also an empty dresser and an empty bookshelf, but nothing else. I hadn't placed anything from the bear box in here yet. For now, I reversed the bear clothes and crawled into bed as the white bear. I'll take a nap for several hours. Shuffle, shuffle. Big sis Yuna. Fina. Please wake up. Good morning. Did you finish dismantling? Yes, I finished, so I came here to wake you up. I yawned and got off the bed. Fina's eyes sparkled when she saw my appearance. I wonder why. That white bear-san is super cute. Ah, my current appearance was a white bear. I wear this when I sleep. I took off the white bear, reversed it, and changed back into the usual black bear. Well then, let's go back. On the way back, I rode on hugging bear while Fina rode swaying bear. When I only spent time with one bear, the other bear's mood would deteriorate. Therefore, I had to take turns riding them. When we arrived at the town, 30 minutes later, the sun was already setting. We somehow managed to return before the sun set completely. I wasn't sure, but, as expected, I shouldn't keep a 10-year-old child out late in this world. When we arrived in front of the gate, riding on the bears, the gate soldiers were surprised and readied their weapons. After Fina and I got down from the bears, I released the summoning. Then, I put on an innocent face, took out my guild card, and attempted to enter the city. Hey! What was that bear earlier? A summoned beast. I see, a summoned beast. The gate soldier gave my card back to me without any further remarks. I thought that he would want to say something, but he didn't say anything. We entered the town and headed to the guild to report the tiger-wolf subjugation. Author. I apologize. About the monster subjugation proof, I think I'll make it so that adventurers only need to obtain the magic stone. Even for the wolves and goblins, it won't be the ears or the tails but the magic stones. The guild can understand things such as when the magic stone was obtained or what monster it came from. That way, a magic stone from the past cannot be used as evidence of subjugation. For all the readers who read up to here, I apologize. You don't particularly need to go back and reread the previous chapters. There is only this small change, so please continue to take care of me. Chapter 25, Bear-san looks for a place for dismantling. Author's note, the other day, I thought of making a correction about the magic stones after reading the story again. I bought 100 knives but didn't use any. I write every day without paying attention to the plot, so it's become like this. Mistakes caused by spelling and writing ability. Now that's normal. Every time I reread, these thoughts plague me. When we arrived at the guild entrance, Fina said she'd wait outside, so I went in by myself. Well, certainly, it wouldn't feel pleasant to walk into the midst of a group of sordid men. There were also a lot of idiots who would come over and get involved when a child entered the guild. I'll be back soon, so wait for me. After I entered the guild, I headed towards Helen, who was at the reception desk. There was nobody in line, so I went straight to her. Are you reporting about your request, Yuna-san? Because it's finished. Then please let me see your guild card. I handed over my guild card. Helen confirmed the request that was registered on the guild card. Yuna-san, you received the request for the tiger-wolf subjugation. Moreover, you just received it today, yet you've already completed it. When Helen shouted, the adventurers in the room started a commotion. Yo, Helen said it was a tiger-wolf. She defeated a D-rank monster by herself. But the tiger-wolf's habitat is far away from here. Can you really come back in a day? What, you don't know? Know what? It's the bear. Bear? You mean that girl's outfit? That's not it. She called out a bear as a summoned beast, got on it, and left. A summoned beast. A bear. I saw it. There were even two of them, a black one and a white one. Another adventurer intruded into their conversation. Two of them. Moreover, those bears were fast. The story had started in the back, but it soon spread over here. So then, Yuna-san, may I have the magic stone as the proof of subjugation? I took out 2 magic stones from the bear box. 2 stones. There were 2 of them. It became even noisier behind me because of my remark, but I ignored it. Helen received the magic stones and placed them on the crystal plate. Yes, without a doubt, both of them were defeated today. Although the request only asked for 1, I can increase your reward. Would that be acceptable? It's fine. What happens if I decline? You will only receive the request reward for 1 tiger wolf, and only 1 subjugation will be registered in your guild card. 1 magic stone will be returned to you as well. I don't need a magic stone right now, so please register both wolves. I understand. 2 tiger wolf subjugations have been registered. Then, excuse me, but did you bring the tiger wolf's raw materials with you? Helen's line of sight moved towards the bear box. I have them, but I'm not selling them. Is that so? It would be helpful if you sell them to the guild, though. No way, I want the fur. Yes, I was thinking of having Fina strip off the tiger wolf's furs so I could decorate the dreary bear house with them. They would look good regardless of whether I decorated the walls or covered the floors with them. I see, it's a shame about the fur, but what are you going to do with the fangs, the claws, and the meat? I don't need those, so I'll bring them after the tiger wolves are dismantled. Thank you very much. Here is your reward. I am also returning your guild card. The extremely heavy bag of money and the guild card were put away into the bear box. I left Helen and met up with Fina, who had been waiting outside. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Then, shall we head back? Yuri not going to sell the wolves and the horned rabbits. It's troublesome, so I'll sell them next time. I was properly paid, so you don't have to worry. It was because I had forgotten to put the dismantled materials into the bear box before I had put away the bear house. However, I couldn't afford to not pay Fina, who had worked hard dismantling today. Fina was surprised to see the silver coin I handed to her. It's fine, just take it. I asked Gent-san, who was buying raw monster materials, about the monster's market price. I handed over just a little bit more than that. I may not be here forever, so save up your money. Thank you, big sis Yuna. Since Fina's smiling widely, I'll pat her head. The next day, Fina came to the inn early in the morning. I'd like to tell her that it's fine to rest today, since we worked hard yesterday. Although I also thought about resting today, it was my fault for not telling her yesterday. It's also bothersome to head out every single time I need to do dismantling. Is there a warehouse I can borrow somewhere? Even if there was, it would cost money. It would be good if I could borrow the warehouse at the guild. For now, let's head to the guild and take a look. Fina came along with me to the guild. It was later than the usual departure time, so there were only a few adventurers in the guild. I headed towards Helen's reception desk, since she seemed like she had plenty of spare time. Are you looking for requests today as well? No, I have something I'd like to ask. Is there someplace I can borrow in order to dismantle monsters? For the tiger wolves. There's that as well, but it's because I have all sorts of monsters that also need to be dismantled. It would be nice if I could borrow the guild's warehouse. That's kind of impossible. As I expected. Also, you don't mean short-term, but long-term, right? About that, I wouldn't know. In that case, I can introduce you to other kinds of places instead. That's right. Is there an empty plot of land? Land, huh? Right, an empty, wide open space. I think there is, but the Adventurers Guild has no jurisdiction over land, so it may be better for you to consult with the Commerce Guild. The Commerce Guild. Yes, the guild that handles the transaction of goods. Of course, they also handle land transactions, so I'm thinking of sending you to them. I understand, I'll go take a look. When I asked Fina if she knew where the Commerce Guild was located, she said she did. So let's go take a look right away. Chapter 26, Bear House Installation Complete. Big Sis Una, we're here. The Commerce Guild building was located slightly west from the center of the town. Unlike at the Adventurers Guild, there were many different races going in and out of the building. There weren't any muscle heads or staff-carrying magic users. There were also a lot of merchants, who seemed to have one or two peculiar habits. There was a daunting atmosphere, unlike the Adventurers Guild. Even so, did the bear suit still stand out? Even here, many curious glances were directed at me. Aren't you going to enter, Big Sis Una? Fina asked while I stood staring near the entrance. I put aside my feelings of amazement and entered. It was crowded inside. Even here, the bear suit attracted a lot of attention. I pulled the bear hood down further, cutting my line of vision. Fina looked around restlessly and grabbed onto my bear clothes. We walked towards the reception desk in that manner. Welcome. A woman in her mid-20s greeted us. Even after taking in my appearance, her expression didn't change, and she greeted us with a smile. As expected of a Commerce Guild staff member. I'd like to rent a small plot of land, but when I asked at the Adventurers Guild, I was sent over here. Yes, that's correct. In addition to land, the Commerce Guild also acts as an intermediary for building transactions. So then, what kind of land are you looking for? For starters, are there any vacant plots of land? Yes, there are. Is it possible for me to rent any? In that case, I would like to rent one for a month. Around how much would that cost? That depends on the size and location of the plot, but do you have any requests in particular? It's fine if it's a little far, but preferably somewhere near the Adventurers Guild, if possible, around the size of the Adventurers Guild's large warehouse. A large plot of land around the size of the Adventurers Guild's warehouse, is it? I'll check to see what's available, so please wait a moment. I moved a short distance away from the reception desk. After about 5 minutes had passed, she returned with several sheets of paper. Thank you for waiting, there are 5 places that fit your criteria. Which one is the least expensive? That would be this one. Among the 5, it is the one that is furthest from the Adventurers Guild. The monthly rent is 30 silver coins. 1 silver a day, huh? Is that cheap? Basically nothing has been built there. As for the rent, it is about the expected amount. Depending on how you use the land, there is a possibility that you will need to restore the land back to its original condition when returning it, so please take care. Can I ask for the rent of the other plots? Yes, there are also plots with rents of 90, 75, 48, and 35 silver coins available. Can you tell me the locations of these 5 plots? I took out a map so she could show me each location. The 90 and 75 silver plots are expensive, so I'll pass. I'll also pass on the 30 silver plot. The 30 silver plot was not in a convenient location for moving around. After that, the 35 silver and 48 silver plots were left. The best one was the 48 silver plot. It was located close to the guild and Fina's house, as well as the inn that I was staying at. The 35 silver plot was close to the guild, but it was far from both Fina's house and the inn. Which would you like? If this one was just a little less expensive, it would be good. I pointed at the 48 silver plot. By the way, how do you plan to use this land? I'm thinking of building a house and a place for doing dismantling work. Of course I'll take down the house when I return the land, so don't worry. Please wait a moment. The woman left for a short while and came back quickly. Excuse me for my rudeness, but are you Bloody Bear-san? Ahem, pardon me. Are you the adventurer Miss Una-san? That's right. Thank you very much for the recent wolf, horned rabbit, and goblin king raw materials. Why is the Commerce Guild saying that to me? Didn't you know? The Adventurers Guild and the Commerce Guild are connected. The materials that enter the Adventurers Guild's possession are brought to the Commerce Guild to be sold. I didn't know that. Yes, and since the number of wolves and horned rabbits have increased recently, all of the merchants are very happy. But, the amount of materials that I, a single individual, sold should be an insignificant amount for the Commerce Guild. No, the raw materials that Unisan brings are very beautiful and of high quality. Normal adventurers will cut the monsters numerous times, so no matter what there will be a lot of damage. The materials that Unisan brings are not only beautiful, but popular as well. The rare Goblin King raw materials also became popular. Yes, which is why I spoke with my supervisor. How about we make the rent for the plot of land from before 35 silver coins? Yes, if Unisan dismantles and sells raw materials to the Adventurers Guild, it will also be beneficial for the Commerce Guild. In that case, please do so. Well then, please allow me to guide you from now on. The receptionist lady stood up. You going to guide me? Yes, is it an inconvenience? That isn't the case, but isn't it bad for a receptionist like you to slip out just for my sake? It's fine, there is another receptionist. More importantly, I don't want to break the connection between us. Connection? Yes, Unisan is a promising new adventurer. I believe there are many people who want to create a connection with you. I am also one of those people. I apologize for the late introduction. I am Mylene of the Commerce Guild. Pleased to meet you. I confirmed with the map that the place Mylene-san guided me to was correct. It was near the inn. This place was also located near the guild. The size of the plot of land was also large enough. The low amount of human traffic was also good. I've decided on this place. Thank you very much. Well then, please sign this contract and submit a copy of your guild card. A copy? Yes, it's fine if you just place the guild card here. It will create a copy that will be used as the renter's ID. I wrote my name, copied my guild card, and paid 35 silver coins for 1 month's rent. Well then, since you want to build a house on this plot of land, the Commerce Guild can mediate with the carpenter's workshop on your behalf. What would you like to do? It's fine, since I already have a house. Mylene tilted her head to the side. It was too troublesome to explain the details about the bear box and the bear house, so I decided to keep quiet. Is that so? If you need anything, please come to the Commerce Guild. Mylene-san bowed and returned to the Commerce Guild. I confirmed that Mylene-san was gone. Glance to the right, clear. Glance to the left, clear. Check behind as well, clear. Front too, clear. I confirmed that there were no pedestrians at the moment. Then I took up the bear house from the bear box. Yes, on the land with nothing on it, a house was built in an instant. I took Fina along and headed towards the warehouse. Well then, Fina, please work on the tiger wolves today. I left the tiger wolves to Fina and immediately returned to the inn to cancel my stay. There aren't any meals, but I will be living in the bear house from now on. It's strange, when I first started writing, the story was supposed to go to the imperial capital quickly. Well, since the bear house can be moved at any time, it is possible to depart immediately. In the first place, when I first started writing, the idea of a bear house didn't cross my mind at all. Chapter 27, The Rumored Bear Girl. Zant, TLC done by Estee Lion. Several days after the bear house was built, it had become a famous landmark. Before anyone noticed, a house was built in the vacant lot. Many were surprised that the house was shaped like a bear, and even the person living inside looked like a bear. Around the bear house, there were a lot of spectators observing from a distance. For that reason, I haven't gone outside at all recently. On the first day, I went outside for meals, but now I'm making and eating my meals at home. Big sis Yuna, I've finished dismantling today's portion. Fina came by every day for her dismantling work, so I've been giving her 1 day off for every 3 days she works. Furthermore, her dismantling quota was 5 bodies a day. For that reason, she was normally finished in half a day. Thank you, be careful on your way back home. Big sis Yuna, aren't you going to work? I'll go eventually. Certainly, I've been acting like a hikikomori recently. At this rate, it's only going to get worse, huh? Tomorrow, should I go to the guild first thing in the morning? The next day, for the first time in a while, I woke up early and headed to the guild. Ah, Yuna-san. You finally came. Helen shouted as she caught sight of me. You're being a nuisance to everybody. Good morning, Helen. Geez, what have you been doing? I was waiting for you. You were waiting for me. Yes, there is a designated request for you. A designated request? Yes, the request came from Cliff Foskiro-sama. Who? I don't know a person by that name. You don't know of him? Count Foskiro-sama is the honorable feudal lord of this city. Honorable feudal lord. It seems like it will become extremely troublesome. If you were to ask me what I thought about nobles, my opinion would be based on the royalty from manga or light novels, where they were in existence that invited trouble. If possible, I don't want to get involved with them. So. Pass. I refuse. I'm going home, bye. Hey. Hold on a second. Helen jumped over the reception desk and grabbed onto my bare clothes. What do you want? What, do you really plan on going home? I want to sleep, so I'm going home. It's still morning. It's fine for me to sleep whenever I want, right? In that case, please listen to the request, because although Yuna-san doesn't come to the guild very often, Foskiro-sama has come many times for this request. That has nothing to do with me, right? If nothing else, please at least listen to the request. Don't wanna. Please, I'm begging you. Is it okay to refuse after listening? Why are you so against this? My grandmother's dying wish was for me to stay far away from nobles and royals. What is that supposed to mean? It means that nobles and royals are the kind of people who will immediately kill or imprison someone that they don't like. Upon seeing a beautiful woman, they'll demand her body and threaten her if she refuses. They'll condemn innocent people without proof or extort money from commoners. They're the kind of existence that lets their money do the talking, always getting away with whatever they want. Furthermore, their children are arrogant, boastful, selfish, and self-important, right? What is with that biased way of thinking? Am I wrong? It's true that the nobles Yuna-san described exist. They do exist. However, Foskiro-sama is different. He's a gentleman. Have you met him in person? I haven't. In that case, you wouldn't know for sure. I haven't heard any bad rumors like that though. If people were killed secretly, you wouldn't know. After all, dead people can't talk. Why do your thoughts go that far? I couldn't say that it was due to the influence of mangas and novels. Oi. What's with the ruckus on such a crowded morning? Muscle Daruma Guild Master has arrived. Guild Master. Helen, you know it gets crowded in the morning. What in the world are you doing? It's not my fault. Yuna-san has a designated request from Foskiro-sama, but, because she has a strange prejudice against nobles, she won't even listen to the request. Prejudice. She was saying things like nobles will kill people they don't like, demand women's bodies when they see them, or that their children are arrogant and selfish. Yeah, that's true. As I thought. Ah, my bad. Of course, those kinds of aristocrats do exist, but Foskiros is different, so you don't need to worry. Absolutely. Ah, because he's an acquaintance. Certainly, it's not strange for the Adventurers Guild's guildmaster to have personally met the feudal lord. Please listen, if you refuse, it will affect the guild's credibility. Yuan, fine. I'll listen to the request, at least. Thank you very much, though I say that, there's not much to the request. It's just a request for you to visit his house. The heck? Perhaps he just wants to meet the rumored bear girl. Bear girl? You didn't know? It's Yuna-san's nickname. I knew about Bloody Bear, but not that one. It's an unpleasant nickname though. The Bloody Bear is what the male adventurers call you. The female adventurers and children just call you Bear Girl or Bear-san. I didn't know. But, what are the rumors? You look like a bear, defeated packs of wolves and goblins by yourself, defeated a goblin king, and completed a large amount of subjugations as a beginner. Then you summoned bears and even built a bear house. Of course there would be rumors. What bear house? Apparently, Helen hadn't heard about that. What, you didn't know? This girl rented a plot of land and built a house, you know. It's even shaped like a bear. Moreover, it was built so quickly that nobody knows when it was built, which is why everyone has been talking about it. Is that what she did with the land from the other day? I had no idea. So, because I'm the rumored bear girl, the feudal lord wants to meet me. Yeah, I guess that's how it is. After all, everybody is reporting information about you, be it the Adventurers Guild, the Commerce Guild, the Town Gate, or the Town Guards. Information. The Adventurers Guild reported about a promising rookie in a bear suit. The Commerce Guild reported that a bear girl built a bear house without anyone noticing, and the Gate soldiers reported about the summoned bears. The Town Guards would have also submitted a report when you walked around town with that appearance. With so many reports about you reaching him, of course he would want to meet you. What? That's scary. Is there no law like the Protection of Personal Information Act? All I did was complete the Adventurers Guild's requests normally, built a bear house with magic normally, used magic to finish my subjugation quests faster by summoning a mount normally, and strolled around town in my casual bear clothes. Can't I refuse? Beats me. At the very least, the average adventurer wouldn't refuse a commission from a noble. If they did, they would be skipping town. In any case, adventurers would normally agree to requests like this one and meet the noble. So troublesome. Don't say that, he's probably just curious. Why don't you just try meeting him? By the way, assuming I go meet him, when would be a good time? Since he's a feudal lord, he should be pretty busy, right? Yes, I received his schedule for the next few days. Any time tomorrow or in the afternoon 5 days from now should be fine. Had everything already been decided, including the day we meet? Fine, whatever. I'll go meet him. Reluctantly, I decided to meet him tomorrow afternoon. I didn't have a mind to work today, so I bought lunch at a street stall on my way home. Because I wrote about meeting the Lord on a whim, I haven't thought about what comes next at all. I'll figure it out by tomorrow. Chapter 28, Bear-san goes to the Lord's house. It was the afternoon of the day after I received the request, and I was standing a slight distance from the Lord's mansion. It seemed like I would be noticed by the soldier standing at the front gate if I went any closer. I had a hunch that I would be interrogated if I was found. Even though the gate soldier for the Lord's mansion didn't do anything, he gave me such a feeling. It was an unavoidable hassle. I gave up and walked towards the gate. Even when the gate guard caught sight of me, his line of sight remained fixed straight ahead and did not waver. He was still looking straight ahead when I arrived. Somehow, it was an unpleasant gaze. What business do you have? I am Yuna, the adventurer. I was called here by the Lord. Were you? He looked at me as if he was licking me all over. I've heard about your situation. For confirmation, please hand over your guild card. Unexpectedly, it seemed like the gate guard was well informed about me. With this setting, I thought there would be trouble. Well, at least the Lord wasn't an idiot who would invite me and forget to inform the gate guard, After the guard finished confirming the guild card, I was led to the front door of the mansion. When I arrived at the door, a maid-san in her early 20s took over. This was the first time I had seen a maid here. She was wearing a black maid uniform. As expected, they exist, If a maid lover saw this, they would rejoice, right? I thought it was cute, but, unfortunately, I don't have that attribute. Maid-san walked silently through the mansion, stopped in front of a door, and knocked. Cliff-sama, I've brought the adventurer, Yuna-san. A voice from within called out, come in. Pardon me. Maid-san opened the door and urged me to enter the room. After I obediently entered the room, the door was closed behind me. Maid-san didn't come in. The room was wide and contained a large desk, a large table, and a sofa. The room seemed like an office. The inhabitant of the room was a man in his late 30s, sitting in front of the large desk. I'm sorry, but please feel free to sit on the sofa over there. I obediently Saturday. You really do look like a bear. The men came over and sat on the opposite end of the sofa. As he looked at me, an amused smile appeared on the man's face. As expected, he was a shitty noble after all. If you called me just to make a mockery of me, I'm going home. No, I'm sorry. So what do you want? It's true that I also wanted to meet with you, but my daughter was the one who wanted to meet you. Your daughter? Ah, I think she saw you in town once and she wanted to see you again, no matter what. In addition to that, she gets really happy when I talk about your achievements in the reports. Which is why we need a Protection of Personal Information Act. So you called me for your daughter's sake. While that's half of it. The other half is because I wanted to see the bear girl from the town rumors. Am I a bear from the zoo? Knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door. I have brought Noir-sama. Come in. A girl around Fina's age came in through the door. It was a blonde-haired girl. Daddy, is it really true that Bear-san has come? The girl's eyes lit up when she saw me. It's Bear-san. My name is Noir, but please feel free to call me Noah. My name is Yuna, you know. Instead of Bear-san, can you call me by my name? Yes, I understand. Yuna-san, right. So then, what should I do here? Will you be my daughter's companion? I'll pay the request fee, of course. Noah pulled on my hand and took me away. Where are we going? My room. Judging from the conversation, I had been taken to Noah's room. Would it be all right if I hugged you? She asked me shyly. It's fine, but... Noah came and hugged me. I also embraced the golden-haired girl. It's possible that, since Fina is fine too, I might have a younger sister lover attribute. Yuri so soft, and you smell nice too. I rubbed her head in reply. I've seen you once in town before. Yeah, I heard about that. Although I was far away, it was a super cute appearance, so you easily caught my attention. When I talked with my daddy, I was told all kinds of stories about Bear-san, Yuna-san, many times. I patted her head. After that, we talked about many things. I told stories about defeating the goblins, the wolves, the goblin king, and the tiger wolves. So then, I have a favor to ask of Yuna-san. A favor? Won't you show me your summoned beasts? Summoned beasts? Yes. When I heard about the summoned beasts from my daddy, I wanted to see them. It's fine, but not in this room. Also, we need to get permission from your father. It would be troublesome if I became a criminal because I summoned them on the grounds of the Lord's mansion. In that case, let's get Daddy's permission and go outside. I was pulled out of the room by my hand. We left Noah's room and headed towards her father's, or Cliff's, room. Noah opened the door and entered without even knocking. Noah, haven't I always told you to knock on the door before entering? I'm sorry, Daddy. I have something I want to ask. May I have permission to see Yuna-san's summoned beasts? Summoned beasts? Ah, the rumored bears, huh? Isn't it dangerous? He asked me, who was standing behind Noah. They won't do anything, so it will be safe. I see, then it's fine. Is it okay? If I wanted to kill you, you'd die, you know. But you won't do such a thing. So you trust me, huh? I looked into many things before calling you. A kind Bear-san who will do many things for a young girl's sake. Cliff laughed brightly. However, I noticed a brief killing intent in that smile. As I thought, a noble's character is naturally bad. Even if I'm nice to young girls, it doesn't mean that I'll be nice to you. Even so, I'm the Lord here. I've seen many kinds of people, so I can tell just by looking. You do know that I'm wearing a hood, right? My hood has been on since I first met Cliff, so my real face hasn't been seen. In hindsight, it was probably quite rude. More or less. Will you take off your hood and show me your face? From what I heard, you don't take off your hood, even when asked. I don't remove the hood. There was that kind of rumor going around. I'm just hiding my face because wearing the bear dress is simply embarrassing. I took off the hood and showed my face. Why you? Yuna-san is a beautiful person. So pretty. Is that so? Thanks. I thanked Noah and patted her head. Although it was flattery, it made me happy. Still, I put the hood back on, since it was embarrassing. What a waste. Cliff was saying something, but since we had received permission, we immediately headed out to the mansion's garden. For some reason, the Lord, and even the maid, started following along behind us. The Lord's family structure hasn't been decided yet. Well, it's fine even if I write it out later, right? Chapter 29, Bear-san, Mission Accomplished. Yuna-san is an area that's about this big. Okay. As expected of a Lord's garden. It was very spacious. I was told that, if needed, we could also use the soldiers' practice area. Right now, there's nobody there. Well then, I'm going to summon them now. Come out. Swaying bear. Hugging bear. Swaying bear and hugging bear came out from the bare hands. The two of them stood up. Swaying bear, hugging bear, come here. The two bears came running up to me happily. Their large size scared me at first, but now they're just cute. The people behind me, on the other hand, were surprised and raised a fuss. It's a bear. It's a bear-san. Yuna-san, is it okay if I touch them? Lady Noir, it's dangerous. Please fall back. It's fine. If you don't hurt them, they won't do anything. Please say something as well, Cliff-sama. Well, it'll be okay, I think. Cliff-sama. After being told that it can't be helped by her master, Cliff, the maid-san stopped trying to detain her. Noah, who had obtained freedom, slowly came closer to the bears. Is it really okay for me to touch them? It's fine. Try touching them softly. Noah gently touched Swaying Bear. She pet Hugging Bear with her other hand. The two bears narrowed their eyes in apparent pleasure. It's very warm. It's also soft. Want to try riding one? Hugging Bear, is it okay? Instead of answering, Hugging Bear lowered its waist to make it easier to get on. You won't fall, so don't worry. I lent a hand and gave her a lift onto its back. Hugging Bear slowly stood up. Wah, it's high. Noah seemed happy on top of Hugging Bear. Yuna-san, is it okay to take a walk? Just around the house is fine. Hugging Bear slowly walked away. Noir-sama. Maid-san panicked and ran after Hugging Bear. Sorry, but can I touch it too? Cliff came over while looking embarrassed. It's fine, but... When I gave permission, he touched Swaying Bear. Oh, the fur is nice. It also feels good to touch. While touching Swaying Bear, Cliff was also glancing at its back. Do you want to get on? Is it okay? The same as Noah, just one lap around the house. Ah, thank you. After Cliff got on Swaying Bear, he went off running after Noah. A couple of minutes later, the two returned side by side. Yuna-san, thank you very much. It was fun. Ah, you also let me have a very valuable experience today. A very tired-looking maid-san appeared behind the bears. She looked exhausted. It wasn't my fault, so I didn't worry about it. Well then, I'll be returning to the house, so I'll leave Noah to you, Yuna. Please come to me when you plan on leaving. Cliff went back inside the house. Noah really liked riding on top of Hugging Bear and didn't come down. It's comfortable. She was sprawled on top of Hugging Bear. For a while, she patted Hugging Bear while sprawled on its back, but soon stopped. When I noticed it had become quiet and took a glance, she was breathing calmly and sleeping quietly. I told Hugging Bear to walk slowly as we moved under a tree. As expected, falling asleep while sunbathing wasn't an option. Maid-san was watching anxiously. It's fine. Let's let her sleep. Is there possibly something we can cover her with? Since it would be a problem if she catches a cold. When I said that, Maid-san quickly went back inside the house and came back carrying something that looked like a blanket. However, because Hugging Bear was too tall, she couldn't place the blanket on Noah. Please lend a hand, Swaying Bear. Swaying Bear lifted the maid-san with both hands. The maid-san obediently allowed herself to be lifted, and covered Noah with the blanket. Thank you very much, Swaying Bear Sama. Apparently, Maid-san was no longer afraid of Swaying Bear. I took out a small barrel and 2 wooden cups from the bear box. The barrel contained juice from an orange fruit, and it had a flavor that was similar to orange juice. I poured ice and orange juice into a cup, and handed it to the Maid-san. Maid-san received the orange juice and drank it. Delicious. Good to hear. Thank you very much. It's cold and delicious. There's enough for a second helping, so drink as much as you want. Even so, they're rather obedient. We watched Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear. Well, it's because they're summoned beasts. They are different from wild bears, you know. It seems so. The lady also seemed to be having fun, so thank you very much. It's not necessary to thank me, since it's my job. Maid-san's name was Amelia-san. I heard that she had been employed at this mansion for 5 years. She seemed to be an important existence, since she had been looking after Noah since Noah was 5 years old. Therefore, she asked me not to worry her too much. Even so, she thanked me for letting Noah have some fun. While I was talking with Amelia, Noah, who was sleeping on top of Hugging Bear, began to fidget and move around. Good morning. You woke up. Where am I? On top of Hugging Bear. You fell asleep. Oh, that's right. Hugging Bear was so comfortable that I fell asleep. If you sleep outside for too long, you might catch a cold, so let's go inside. Noah didn't want to separate from the bears, but at this rate, there would be no end to this, so I sent Hugging Bear a signal. Hugging Bear is also tired, so won't you let them rest? When I said so, Hugging Bear coo made a small cry and a sleepy gesture. That's right, Noir-sama. Hugging Bear Sama kept you from falling while you slept. Please let Hugging Bear Sama rest as well. I understand. Sorry, Hugging Bear. Noah got down from Hugging Bear and gently patted its head. Okay then, I'm letting them rest. Let's play again sometime, Hugging Bear, Swaying Bear. I cancelled the summoning, and Hugging Bear and Swaying Bear went back into my hands. Well now, let us return to Noah's room. I'm headed to where Cliff-san is. Yuna-san, could it be that you're leaving already? My job here is already finished. I've put up with Noah's selfishness for a while already, this much work should be enough. Come on, let's eat dinner together. Noah grabbed onto the bare hand. I tried to decline, but I was pulled into the house by the hand. Cliff appeared right then and it became a talk about dinner. In the end, because Cliff also invited me, it was decided that I would be staying for dinner. I ate dinner. When I was leaving, they asked me to stop by next time. However, I courteously refused and returned to the bear house. By all means, please come again. Noah sent me off at the gate with that request. Chapter 30, Fina's Perspective 4. Hugging Bear stayed outside as I headed towards the warehouse. I brought the wolf out of the warehouse freezer. Compared to other monsters, the wolf was small, but it was still big to me. I did my best to carry the wolf over to the tabletop. Big Sis Yuna prepared a step stool for me, so I was tall enough to work with the wolf on top of the table. I stripped off the pelt with a skinning knife. I then divided the meat into sections. I also took out the magic stone and placed it separately. After I had finished dismantling several wolves, the warehouse door opened. Big Sis Yuna had come back. Did she already defeat the tiger wolf? I'm not even finished with the dismantling work. Big Sis told me that she wanted the magic stones extracted from the tiger wolves. Of course I accepted, since it was my job. The tiger wolves she took out were so large that they surprised me. To be able to defeat such large monsters, Big Sis Yuna is really amazing. I immediately started working on removing the magic stones. I cut open a section of their bellies. The tiger wolf was the same type of monster as the wolf, so it was likely that the magic stone's location was the same. The magic stone came out from the middle of its stomach. The tiger wolf's magic stone was nearly twice as large as a wolf's. I washed them with water and handed them to Big Sis Yuna. Afterwards, I ate lunch and continued dismantling monsters. Big Sis Yuna seemed sleepy. Did fighting the tiger wolves exhaust her? I'll also do my best. I worked hard, and soon the dismantling was finished. I'll go wake Big Sis Una up. I climbed up to the second floor. Which room is she sleeping in? For now, I'll check them one by one, starting from this side. I knocked on the first room and went inside. There she is. She was sleeping on the bed. I shook Big Sis Una to wake her up. Big Sis Una woke up. The Big Sis Una that got off the bed was white. She was white, as if she were imitating Hugging Bear. The black bear suit was cute, but the white bear suit was also cute. Apparently, the black bear would switch with the white bear when the outfit was reversed. When I told her that I was finished dismantling, we decided to head back. Big Sis Una made the bear house vanish. Magic is amazing. I rode Swaying Bear on the way back. Apparently, paying attention to only one of them would put the other one in a bad mood. I think I understand that feeling. I returned to town while riding on top of Swaying Bear. The soldiers at the gate were surprised. I think anyone would be surprised when they see these bears. But, the bears are cute. The next day, I went over to Big Sis Una's place. There didn't seem to be any place to do the dismantling though. Certainly, it was troublesome to go out of the city every time. Big Sis Una headed to the guild. It seemed like she wanted to rent some land. Was it really okay to do all that, just so I could do my dismantling work? We decided to head over to the Commerce Guild, introduced by the Adventurers Guild. After Big Sis Una went to the Commerce Guild, she ended up making a decision on the spot. We were guided to the plot of land. The bear house was constructed on that plot of land. No matter how many times I see it, it's still amazing. I entered the warehouse and worked on dismantling the tiger wolves. The process was the same as with the wolves, but I was nervous. Even I knew that this was an expensive fur. I'll do my best though. I finished today's dismantling work without any incident. For several days after that, I commuted to Big Sis Una's house every day. Suddenly, I became dizzy while dismantling. Oh no, crossed my mind as I collapsed. Moreover, it was unlucky that I was seen just then by Big Sis Una. Big Sis Una came running up to me. I was surprised when I looked at my hand. Blood was flowing out of my hand. It seems that when I fell, I cut my hand a bit with the knife. It hurts a little. Big Sis Una touched the part that was bleeding. Is she going to use magic? While I thought that, my hand warmed up, the pain had vanished and the wound had also disappeared. It's amazing. Big Sis Una removed her bare gloves and felt my forehead with her hand. Apparently, I had a fever. I was told to sleep on a bed in a room on the second floor for the time being. As I was lying on the bed, my forehead was touched again. This time it was the bare hand. It was soft and pleasant. I gradually felt better and fell asleep. When I woke up, it was evening. Because a meal had already been prepared for me, I was told to bring it home to eat with my family. After that, I was told to rest for a day. 2 days after I had collapsed, I went to Big Sis Una's house. I was told that from now on, there would be 3 days of dismantling work followed by 1 day of rest. I was also told that if I did other jobs on the rest day, then I wouldn't be given any more dismantling work. This was something that Big Sis Una told me out of concern for my health, so I obediently listened. Chapter 31, Bear-san goes to see Fina's sick mother. Today is a holiday. Like Fina, I'm also taking the day off. A lot of things were established during this 1 month. First of all, when a skill levels up, it is learned automatically. Right now, I have learned 6 skills. Different worlds spoken language. Can understand a different worlds language. If I didn't have this, it'd be bad. Different worlds written language. Can read and write the letters of a different world. I can work in the guild because I have this. Bear's dimensional box. Can store inanimate objects. Experiment result, infinite size. Bear's eyes of observation. Can see the effects of items and weapons. Well, you can normally do this in a typical game. Bear's sense of danger perception. Can discover the location of dangerous monsters and thieves. It's convenient to know the locations of monsters, yeah. Bear's map. Creates a map of previously visited locations. It's a basic mapping system from RPGs. Magic was categorized separately from skills. There seemed to be certain rules for magic in this world. I had to make a personal effort to learn magic. However, in my situation, I was able to learn magic much more easily, thanks to the bear. In reality, when I inserted magic power into the bear would activate the magic for me. For that reason, if I didn't have the bear, I wouldn't be able to use magic. In this world, the power of magic relies on the creativity of the mental image used. Knowledge, imagination, that sort of thing. For example, if I used the image of a gas burner when using fire magic, a flame that was capable of melting iron would come out. It's likely that even if I showed this magic to the inhabitants of this world, they wouldn't be able to activate this magic, because they wouldn't know about gas burners. As for ice, it was impossible for them to use an image of stopping the movement of water molecules. That was why, when people in this world wanted to create ice, they would use ice magic. Not to mention, the incident when Fina collapsed. Wound healing magic was also influenced by an image. When I imagined the wound closing up, I was able to seal the wound. I had not verified it yet, but, in the case of healing severe wounds, I would probably be able to heal it if I imagined blood vessels connecting together. Moreover, the fever-lowering magic. If this were in a game, it would be categorized as a status ailment curing magic. Erasing the germs, or poisons, inside the body seems possible. While I was thinking about things like this world's skill system, the doorway became rather noisy. There was a barrier covering the bear house. When the bear house was built, it automatically activated. It was set so that people I had not authorized could not enter the barrier. Unapproved people were absolutely unable to enter the house. Currently, the only person who could enter the bear house was Fina. I thought of going down to the first floor, but the moment I opened the door and stepped out into the hallway, Fina came flying in. Somehow, her appearance was strange. Fina's body was trembling as she hugged me. I separated from Fina and lifted her head to look at her face. Her eyes were red from crying. Be big sis Yuna, my mother has. Calm down first. My mother was in pain, and even though she drank medicinite was no good. I went to see Uncle Gens, but went out to look for medicine and hasn't come back. What should I do? It seemed like her mother's condition was dangerous. I understand, so can you guide me to your house? There was a possibility that the status ailment curing magic could be used to treat her mother. I headed to Fina's house together with her. It was a small house, with 3 people living in it. After entering the house, we went to the room Fina's mother was lying in. The woman lying in the bed seemed to be suffering from pain. A small girl was crying next to the bed, and Gent-san was standing next to her. Fina. Bear Missy, you're also here. Uncle Gens, what about the medicine? Gent-san muttered one word and looked down at the ground. Fina's mother, while suffering, reached out her hand with as much strength as she could muster and stroked her daughter's head feebly. Gens, if something happens to Mimi daughters please. What are you doing? Saying things like that. Iger gave you a lot of bleeth medicine and Fina. Fina's mother talked while enduring her pain. Thank you. Don't worry about that. If you sleep, you'll get better, so don't talk anymore. Shuri, Fina, come here, let me see your faces one last time. Mom. The 2 girls rushed over to their mother's bed. I'm sorry that I couldn't give you anything. And, thank you, Shuri, Fina. Although both of them were trying their best to smile, their smiles seemed strained. Gens, please look after the 2 of them. I get it, so don't say any more. Looking after these 2 will be troublesome for me, so you just rest and recover from your illness. Gens, thank you. She closed her eyes as she endured the pain, apparently having reached her limit. Poof, poof. I clapped my hands in an attempt to get everyone to calm down, but even though my bare hands smacked together, no sound came out. For starters, the 3 of you, please calm down. I don't know if I can do anything, but I'll take a look, so let me through. Fina tugged on her younger sister's hand and moved away from the bed. The sister cried and held on to Fina. Meanwhile, I stood next to the bed and examined Fina's mother. She was a young woman who had yet to reach her late 20s. However, her body had lost weight and was wasting away. She probably wasn't eating very much. Please hold on a little longer. I placed both of my hands on top of the dying mother's body. I inserted magic power into the bear with both hands. I tried to use an image of eradicating the malignant virus from her entire body. Cure. A light covered the mother's body, and she gradually lost the pained expression on her face. Her breathing also started to calm down. It seems like a success. Though, she still seemed considerably weakened. Heal. I chanted a different magic. Her physical strength recovered. Fina's mother slowly opened her eyes. Then, she got up from the bed as if nothing had happened. There's no pain. The two daughters rushed over to their mother. Looks like I succeeded somehow. Miss, what did you do? It was as if you were a priestess from the heavens. No, never mind that, miss, thank you. Gent-san's eyes slightly teared up as he grabbed onto my bare hands while thanking me profusely. Thank you very much. You're the person who cured my illness, right? I did it because Fina was crying. Even so, you should rest a while longer. I don't know if you've completely recovered, and your physical strength might have decreased from lying down for so long. How should I return my gratitude for saving my life? As you can see, I don't have anything valuable to pay you back with. Wait a minute, I'll do it. Miss, I can't do it immediately, but I will definitely repay you for this favor. That's why, please don't do anything to this mother and her children. Somehow, I feel like I became a villain. I cured your illness, so pay me money. If you can't pay, I'm taking your daughter away. And with that sort of feeling, I would kidnap the daughter. That's the feeling I had. If there was a Lullacan protagonist. You hee, if you can't pay, don't you still have two cute daughters? Would that line be said, I wonder? That's why, I have to clear up this misunderstanding. I don't particularly need money or anything. I only wanted to protect Fina's smile. After I said that, I patted Fina's head. Oh, I said a really good line just now. Fina was moved by my words and came over to hug me. Somehow, I feel a little guilty. But, in that case. That's right, if there's anything that I can do, please say it. Once I've recovered, I'll do anything. Anything. She said it. Anything, that is. In that case, I have a favor for the two of you, one that you cannot decline. An unpleasant atmosphere filled the room. They glanced at Fina and her little sister. Fina, please go with your sister to buy some delicious food, as well as something nutritious for your mother to eat. I took out money from the bear box and gave it to Fina. But it's okay, mother is fine now, so go on ahead. I understand. Let's go, Shuri. Fina took her sister's hand and left the house. After sending the two of them off, I once again looked at Gent-san and Fina's mother. What are you going to make us do? It's simple. Both of you, please get married. Ha. Both of them were stunned and had their mouths wide open. I know that Gent-san loves Fina's mother. Why you? There's no point in denying it, even Fina knows about it. Besides, since Fina's mother trusts Gent-san enough to entrust her children to you, she probably doesn't dislike you. That's. Also, it's not good to increase the children's hardships, right? Gent-san is a guild staff member, so your income is stable, and it would be difficult for these three females to live peacefully forever. Gent-san, do you hate Fina's mother? Is it unacceptable that Fina's mother married those children's father first? That's. Gent-san swallowed loudly. Then, he looked towards Fina's mother. Tirumana, please marry me. I've loved you from a long time ago. It's disrespectful to Roy, but I really love you. Thank you. I tried to quietly step out of the room and leave the house. Let's leave it to the two of them. Where are you going? But, there was an old guy who betrayed those feelings of mine. I'm going home, since the current situation is a family issue. Is that so? Thank you. Be sure to look after Fina and the others carefully. Leave it to me. If the mother's condition worsens again, call me. Leaving Fina's house behind me, I returned to the bear house. Chapter 32, Bear-san, goes on a junk food spree. I was surprised when the number of subscribers suddenly increased. Thank you for the large amount of subscriptions. In particular, thank you to the people who subscribed to me when I first started writing. Fina's mother was in excellent condition. I think the term, complete recovery, would be more accurate. Her name was Terumana-san. Terumana-san and Gent-san were going to get married. Right now, they were looking for a place that a family of 4 could live in. Fina's house was at its limit with 4 people living there. Apparently, Gent-san was originally living by himself in a small house. However, for some unknown reason, Fina and Shuri were at the bear house. Why are you also here? I was thinking about giving the 2 of them, Uncle Gens, Dad and Mom, some time alone. Was that something that a 10-year-old should be considering? Are we troubling you? Not particularly. Even if 4 people came, it wouldn't be a problem. Once we find a house for the 4 of us to live in, we'll be okay. But, why are you studying? That's right, Shuri was studying her characters inside the bear house. For me, my mother taught me my letters. However, in Shuri's case, mother was already too sick, so she couldn't teach her. I had to take care of the housework and earn money, so I wasn't able to teach my sister either. Though, even if I said study, it was just some characters written on top of dirty paper. There was nothing to write with, much less practice paper to write on. It was just memorizing characters by looking at them. I wonder if it can really be memorized this way. In that case, let's go buy some study materials, you two. It will take you a long time to learn if you use that method of studying. But you don't need to worry about the money. Think of it as a wedding present. Mom is the one getting married though. Don't worry about the small details. The 2 of them followed along and we left the bear house. They were holding hands. The 2 sisters got along well. First, we headed to the bookstore. Excuse me. I called out to the grandma in the bookstore with a loud voice. What's it? I can hear you even if you don't yell. Excuse me, but do you have picture books for children? I want it for studying characters. Picture books, for studying, Then you'll want this one, and that one. The granny brought over 3 books, some picture books and what looked like a character tables book. For now, I'll just buy everything. Thank you. I paid and left the shop. Next, we bought paper and writing utensils at the general goods store. After we finished buying the study materials, we got a little hungry, so I decided to buy some snacks from the street stalls in the plaza. When we arrived at the plaza, many different kinds of street stalls were lined up. A delicious smell came wafting from here and there. We entered the plaza and headed to the nearest street stall. It was selling skewers. It smelled good. Hey uncle, 3 skewers please. Ooh, is it the bear missy? 3 skewers? Sure. Thanks as usual. The uncle passed me 3 skewers. I held 1 skewer in my mouth and passed the rest to Fina and Shuri. Next, let's go there. I scanned the lines of street stalls in the plaza, looking for my next prey, food. Hey, bear missy. How about some vegetable soup? A voice rang out from the nearby stall. Steam was rising from a large pot, and it seemed very delicious. Sure, 3 portions please. Coming right up. The hot vegetable soup was served in wooden bowls. It was a system where you returned the bowls after you finished eating. I received the soup and passed 2 bowls to the other 2 girls. Bear missy. In that case, how about bread to go with your soup? That's unfair. Bear missy, how about this here roasted meat? This time, voices rang out from the stalls all around us. In that case, how about this freshly squeezed fruit juice? A slightly older girl who was selling various kinds of fruit juice also joined in the war. I'm in the mood for bread today, so 3 small loaves of bread please. Oh, thank you. The uncle who was selling bread expressed his thanks and handed me bread. I apologized to the stores I didn't buy from. I'll come buy some next time. That's fine. Come eat here next time. After receiving the bread, I greeted and responded to the people from the surrounding street stalls and sat at an empty bench nearby. I've been buying and eating snacks in the plaza recently, so I've become acquainted with the people from the street stalls. It might be because of this bear appearance, but the number of voices that call out to me when I walk through the plaza have been increasing daily. That meant that I had been buying and eating junk food quite often. It's fine as long as I don't get fat though. I pinched my stomach through my bear dress to check. I wanted to believe that it was okay. It would be great to get a unable to gain weight skill. Okay then, let's eat. Thank you, big sis Yuna. Shuri copied her older sister and said her thanks. The two of them were pretty cute together. The three of us slowly ate the bread and soup. The soup had carrots and white radishes in it. I've been frequently coming across ingredients that originally existed in Japan. However, I haven't been able to find rice, soy sauce, and miso. I also missed noodle dishes like ramen, soba, and udon. Did they exist in other countries? Nevertheless, this soup and bread were more than delicious enough. After we finished eating, we headed back to the bear house, for the sake of studying. Later on, Terumina-san and Gent-san found out about our junk food trip, and they got angry at me. It seemed like the two sisters were unable to eat the dinner that had been prepared with great effort. I need to be careful not to overeat junk food. However, they thanked me for the study materials. Chapter 33. Bear-san helps out with moving. It looked like the new house that Fina and the others would live in had been chosen. The house was located near Gens's workplace, the Adventurers Guild. That was a strong requirement for Gens, apparently. Finally, a property that matched the desired price, location, and size was found, or so I heard. Today, I came to Fina's old house in order to help them move. Bring everything that you want to take over here. For the smaller objects, place them all together in a box. I put the luggage that had already been packed into the bear box. Are you going to take this table too? We don't have the money to buy a new one, so please. In that case, this chair as well. Please. The luggage was swiftly brought out. Fina and Shuri were frantically doing their best to place their limited number of belongings into a box. The belongings that were brought out to me were stowed away. Big sis Yuna, can you take the bed too, please? We went to Fina's room. Her belongings had already been placed into a box, so only the bed remained. Just one bed. Yes, because Shuri and I sleep together. If that's so, your new father should buy one for you next time. I put away Fina's bed into the bear box. While I was at it, I also went into Terumina-san's room and put away a similar bed. Still, Bear Missy's item bag is amazing. Normally, everything would have been moved by a horse-drawn cart. Well, that was because it was an item I received from the administrator, God. After that, I headed to each room and stored the large pieces of furniture. Are we done moving all of the luggage? The room was splendidly empty. The other rooms were the same. Thank you again, Yuna-san. Since we had finished packing the things in Fina's house, we decided to head to Gent-san's house next. It has often been said that when a guy lives by himself, it's disgusting. Gent-san also seemed to belong in that category. Even though you knew beforehand that you would be moving, why didn't you do any cleaning? It's terrible. Terumina murmured quietly after she saw the inside of the house. Sorry about that. Gens lowered his head. Yuna-chan, sorry, but could you take my daughters and go to the new house? Fina. Yes. Both of you, first set up your own belongings. I already explained the assignment of the rooms yesterday, so you understand, right? Also, the house has already been cleaned a bit beforehand, but not the most troublesome sections, so please take care of those areas. Prioritize cleaning the bedrooms, okay? Once you're done with that, please tidy up the other rooms. I'll also leave the arrangement of the luggage to you. Once I'm done cleaning up this house, I'll head over to help as well. The house key was handed to Fina. Next, she glanced in my direction. Yuna-chan, I'm sorry, but once you've unpacked the luggage, can you come over here again? Then, I'm counting on the three of you. As expected of an adult woman and a wife who brought up 2 kids. She quickly gave out efficient instructions. We headed towards the new house that Fina's family would be living in. It was located about halfway between the entrance of the guild and the inn that I had previously stayed at. Here it is. We stood in front of the large house. We opened the door using the key that Terumina-san handed over. There probably wasn't any dust because it had been cleaned in advance. Big sis Yuna, can you please take out the cleaning tools? I took out the cleaning tools. Fina headed towards the kitchen, carrying a bucket. She drew water out of a water magic stone. Big sis Yuna, can you come to the second floor? The three of us climbed up to the second floor. The second floor had 2 rooms. Fina entered the room on the right. The room was roughly the size of 6 tatami mats. From a Japanese person's perspective, the room was a bit large. Fina opened the window to let some fresh air in. Shuri, can you go open the window in Mom's room too? Once you're done with that, please start cleaning. Shuri nodded and left the room. Fina used a dust cloth to clean up the dirty areas. Big sis Yuna, can you please take out the luggage? I followed Fina's instructions and went about placing the furniture and the bed. I more or less utilized the power of the bear to move things around. Finally, I placed the box with Fina and Shuri's belongings inside on the floor. Next, I headed into the room the parents would use and placed the bed and furniture. I also placed Terumina-san's belongings on the floor. I put off placing the more trivial belongings and returned to the first floor. There, Shuri was trying her best to clean with her small body. I took out the table, chair, utensils, and other things in the kitchen. I placed the miscellaneous things in an unused room on the first floor. Fina, this is all of the luggage. I'm going back to Gent-san's house, okay? Both Fina and Shuri said their thanks. Both of you, please do your best. For now, let's just clean up the bedrooms. When I arrived at Gent-san's house, there was a mountain of boxes. Right now, it felt like everything had been packed into boxes. Yuna-chan, can you take care of the luggage over there? I put away the luggage, following Terumina-san's instructions. When I looked at Gent-san inside the room, I saw a tired face. Even so, he obediently cleaned according to Terumina-san's instructions. Looks like he's already henpecked. After the luggage was put away, one after another, the end was finally in sight. The cleaning also gradually finished, and Gentsa's house finally became empty too. It took us a while, but we finally headed to the new house. By the time we entered the house, more than half of the mountain of luggage had been put away. Fina and Shuri came over when they noticed us. It's been tidied up quite a bit. Yes, but we haven't finished yet. It's not possible to finish it all in one day. For today, let's just focus on cleaning the places where we'll be sleeping. Yuna-chan, please place the non-furniture items that can be carried by hand in the back room on the first floor. Then, please place the other things in their designated places. For the time being, I went about arranging the large luggage that had been brought from Gent-san's house into various rooms. I placed them in the corners of the rooms, to be cleaned up at a later date. For things that I didn't know where to put, I placed them on the first floor, in the back room that had been mentioned earlier. Since we've finished setting up our bedrooms, let's stop here for today. Terumina-san came down to the first floor from the second floor. Fina, did you clean the kitchen and prepare for dinner? I'm sorry, I haven't taken care of those areas yet. Yun, even if we start now, we won't finish in time. Then, do you want to go out to eat? Gent-san brought up a proposal. We can't. There are still things we need to get so that 4 people to be able to live here from now on. The girls and I don't have much money saved up, and we shouldn't spend your hard-earned savings for such a thing. The two of them glared at each other. Ah, I get it. I'll pay, so let's go somewhere to eat. It'll be fine this way, right? We can't possibly trouble Yuna-chan any more than this. I'm already grateful that you helped us move the luggage. If we had to hire people to help, it would have cost us a lot of money. If it was just us, moving the beds and large items alone would have taken a few days. You have my gratitude for helping as much as you did. I can't do something as shameless as asking you, who has helped us this much, to treat us to a meal. I didn't really mind, though. Well, certainly, a person with common sense would think that way. I cured her illness, free of charge, and came to help them move without asking for compensation. Now, I was even offering to pay for their meals. I might have refused as well. If so, then, Terumina-san, How about making the food at my house? Yuna-chan's house. It's fine to freely use the ingredients I have, so won't you cook me something delicious? In that case, would it be fine? I understand, I'll make you something delicious. Finally, a compromise was reached and 5 people ended up heading to the bear house. Chapter 34, Bear-san enters the bear bath. We arrived at the bear house. No matter how many times I see it, this house still amazes me. Both Terumina and Gens had already visited the bear house several times before. When they first came to the house to express their gratitude, they had wanted to see Fina's dismantling work, so I ended up giving them a tour of the bear house. Okay then, I will be borrowing your kitchen. Fina, please give me a hand. Me too. Shuri also volunteered to help cook. It's fine to use the ingredients as you see fit. Thank you. Though, if we really do, it would be bad if we couldn't cook something tasty. I don't really eat that much, so you don't have to worry about it. I am always receiving wolf meat from you, so the number of unreturnable favors you've done for me has been increasing. The 3 of them headed to the kitchen. The leftover Gens and I each sat on a chair and waited. It's an amazing house. He looked around the room and muttered in a small voice. Is that a tiger wolf's pelt? The tiger wolf's pelt, which had been obtained during the first time Fina went out on a subjugation with me, was displayed on the wall. The other one was being used as a blanket in my room. The first time I saw Bear Missy, I didn't think he would be such an amazing young lady. He said nostalgically. Certainly, a little over a month had passed since I have arrived in this other world. Even in town, my bear-like appearance was becoming famous. It's scary what people can get used to. Even the embarrassment I felt from having to wear this bear dress has disappeared. Bear Missy. Bear-san. Bear Girl. Bloody Bear. There were various nicknames people called me by, but they were all nicknames for me. Even now, I still couldn't do any dismantling, but I had gotten used to killing monsters. It was probably due to the experience I gained from playing games. I was able to meet Fina and see a lot of interesting things in this world. Although I haven't gotten mail or messages from God since the first time, I am grateful that I was brought over to this world. But, Missy, is it really okay? About the house. About that, I had bought the land under Gent-san's new home as a wedding gift for them. Gent-san purchased the house using the money he had saved up during his lonely bachelorhood. I don't really mind. It's just that, in the case that I leave this town, I don't want to see the 3 of them wandering the streets one day because Gent-san suddenly died. If they have a house, then at least they will definitely have a place to live. Hey, don't go killing me off all of a sudden. I have a bright and shining future waiting for me after this, so that kind of unfortunate fate doesn't await me. If it's like that, then it's fine. Protect the 3 of them properly, okay? If you don't protect them, you know what will happen, right? Of course. I swear to Roy in heaven that I'll protect the 3 of them. Roy was Terumina-san's deceased husband, and the father of Fina and Shuri. When they were young, the 3 of them were members of the same party. After Roy and Terumina got married, the party was dissolved. And it seems that Gent-san ended up working for the guild. A few years later, however, when Terumina-san was pregnant with Shuri, Roy accepted a request by himself and died. Gens has been protecting Terumina's family ever since. Apparently, they fell in love during that time. While Gent-san was telling me about these old stories, Fina and Shuri brought over the food. Steam rose from each dish, making them look delicious. Terumina-san carried over the last dish, served on an extra large plate. Sorry to keep you waiting. There's a lot, so please don't hold back. The 3 girls came back into the room and sat in their chairs. Yuna-chan, in the end, I used a considerable amount of ingredients. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. I have plenty of ingredients. Also, that bear refrigerator is really great. The vegetables and meat didn't look spoiled at all. The bear refrigerator was a refrigerator that I had created in the shape of a bear. I bought an ice magic stone and made it myself. After all, the convenience and efficiency of the refrigerators in this world differed greatly from the ones in Japan, so I decided to make one myself. I can gift one to you as a wedding present. I'd be happy, but my already unrepayable debt of gratitude would increase even more. If you can't repay me, I can take your daughter instead. Era, you're fine with this daughter of mine. She's honest, cute, diligent, thinks of her family, and is good at cooking and skinning. Every family would want one. The two of us turned to look at Fina, who was eating wolf meat. You, Mom. You too, big sis Yuna, please stop it. How do you raise a 10-year-old girl to be like this one? That was probably my fault. I fell ill, so she had to carry a heavy burden and ended up having to work harder than normal kids. She had to take care of my illness, her little sister, the housework, and the work from Gens's workplace. As such, this child never did any childlike activities. I didn't particularly think that it was a burden or anything. As we've been saying, that kind of mentality is abnormal for a 10-year-old. I'm not the only one who worked hard. Shuri also helped me out a lot. Fina patted her little sister's head, who was ravenously tearing into her food right next to her. That's true, Shuri also tried her best to help us. When we finished the meal, Terumina-san took care of cleaning up. After the meal, I was relaxing leisurely while drinking orange juice. It's about time, shall we go home? It's already late, and there are vacant rooms for guests to stay overnight. Besides, Shuri was dozing off. Shuri-chan is tired because she did her best to help with moving, right? Terumina-san seemed troubled as she looked at Shuri. It's not a bother. Not at all. In addition, everyone is covered with dust and sweat because of the move. If you go home now, won't it be really troublesome to prepare the bath? That's true. Then, can we impose on you? In this world, the idea of baths seemed to have spread to some degree. If you weren't in complete poverty, the house would usually have one. This, too, was thanks to magic stones. It was possible to easily heat a bath using both a fire and a water magic stone. The world of magic is just as convenient as the world of science. I had finished the preparations for the bath while Terumina-san was cooking the meal, so it was available for use at any time. Now then, since the preparations for the bath are finished, is it okay if the three of you go in? I'll guide you to your rooms afterwards. 3 people can enter. Back when I had made the bath, I purposefully made the bath really large, in case the summoned bears, swaying bear and hugging bear, got dirty and needed to use the bath. However, when I unsummoned and resummoned them again for the sake of testing, they were no longer dirty. So I didn't have a chance to take advantage of the size of the bath. It's fine, even with 3 people. I'll go guide Fina. Let's enter together, big sis Yuna. That's fine with Mom too, right? It's fine, but will we fit? It's okay, because big sis Yuna's bear bath is really big. Bear bath. You'll understand when you go in. Fina took my hand, pulled me up from my chair, and woke up the drowsy Shuri. Shuri stood up with a small yawn. Finally, Fina grasped her mother's hand. Please don't come, Gens-sen. I won't. The 4 of us headed to the bathroom. Please take off your clothes here. In Japan, it was called a dressing room. I laid out a basket for each person. Everyone took off their clothes and placed them into the basket. Yuna-chan. No, it's just that, this is the first time I've seen Yuna-chan's real face. Is that so? Even if I'm wearing the hood, you still can't see my face. I can see it, but the impression I get when you're wearing the hood and when you aren't wearing the hood are completely different. I really didn't think you'd be such a cute child. Yes, big sis Yuna is a beauty. Yes, the flattery is appreciated, but I'm entering the bath now. I took off the bear dress and entered the bathroom. The bathroom was large enough to hold about 10 people inside. A white bear and a black bear sat on opposite sides of the bath. Hot water was flowing out of their mouths. They were based on the hot springs I had gone to, where they would frequently have hot water coming out of an animal's mouth. It's really a bear bath, huh? First, please wash your body. Hey, there's also soap. It's like an aristocrat's bath. Come here, Shuri, I'll wash your body. Shuri headed over to where her older sister was. Then, sit in this chair. Fina started washing Shuri's body, starting from the top of her head. When Terumina-san saw that, she looked like she regretted missing the chance to wash her daughter's body. Then, she looked over here. Yuna-chan, shall I help you wash your back? I can do it by myself. Please stick to washing your daughter. But, isn't it really troublesome to wash that beautiful black hair of yours, since it's so long? It's troublesome, but I can do it alone. Though I said that, my hair had been long for several years, so I had gotten used to washing it. Fina sat next to me and washed her body and hair. Shuri, who had finished washing her body earlier, was already soaking in the bath by herself. While Fina was in the middle of washing her body, she was caught and was now in the middle of being washed by Terumina-san. I finished washing my body and was the second person to soak in the bath. After that was Fina, then Terumina. Still, Yuna-chan has a good figure. I have a slim waist, but my chest is. Your chest is a little pitiful though. What I was thinking was said aloud first. My breasts were only slightly bigger than Fina's. Though, I was also comparing myself to a 10-year-old girl. I'm sure my breasts will swell bountifully before long. I think that's impossible. That's not the case. The possibility of them growing bigger still exists for several more years. Will mine grow bigger? Fina entered our conversation. I compared Terumina-san and Fina. You're free to continue dreaming. Somehow, it feels like a really cruel thing was said. Terumina-san looked at her own not-so-big chest. It's alright, so don't worry about it. Fina's breasts will surely grow big. I think around big sis Yuna's size is good. Gush. I embraced Fina tightly. It was a moment when Fina and I deepened our friendship through skinship. Things like this and that happened until we got out of the bath. When we returned, Gens looked lonely, since he had been by himself. Looking towards us. You girls, you took too long. Gens-san's cry rang throughout the room. Chapter 35, Bear-san uses a hair dryer. Well then, it's my turn to enter the bath. Gens-san headed to the bathroom. The 4 people who were left behind dried their hair with towels. At this rate, it would take a long time for it to dry, so I went to my room and brought back an item that resembled a hair dryer. I used earth magic to recreate a hair dryer's shape and then inserted a fire and a wind magic stone inside, thus completing the imitation hair dryer. Fina, come here for a bit. Turn around. She obediently came over and turned around. Her hair, which had grown slightly past her shoulders, dangled in front of me. I gripped the dryer and inserted magic power, instead of pressing a switch. A warm wind blew out of the dryer. Hiya. What is it? Fina let out a small yelp and turned her head to face me. It's a tool that blows out warm air to dry your hair. I aimed some wind at Fina's hand to demonstrate that it was safe. It's warm. If you understand, turn around. I dried Fina's hair and then began drying Shuri's hair next. The sisters were both obedient children. That's quite a convenient tool you have there. I made it because drying my long hair is troublesome. When you're done, can you lend it to me too? I finished drying Shuri's hair and lent the dryer to Terumina-san. Is it okay for me to go first? Mine is long, so it will take a long time. In that case, thanks for letting me use it. Terumina-san dried her hair and, while I was in the middle of drying my hair, Gens-san came out of the bath. That was a good bath. I was surprised by the bears though. Missy, thank. Gens-san saw my appearance and froze. What's the matter? You bear Missy, right? Huh? Did you possibly hit your head while you were in the bath? No, it's because. Gens-san looked at the 3 people next to me. Yuna-chan doesn't seem to have an accurate view of herself, so it's useless. I didn't understand what they were talking about, so I continued to dry my hair. While I was in the middle of leisurely drying my hair, Fina came over to give me a hand. Well then, I'll guide you to your rooms. I took the 4 people up to the 2nd floor. Gens-san can have the room at the back. There's only 2 beds for the 3 of you, but is this room okay? Yes, it's fine because Shuri and I normally sleep together. I looked over at Gens-san. Gens-san. The girls will be sleeping next to her, so please don't sneak into Terumina-san's bed. I told Gent-san with a serious face. I won't do such a thing. By the way, calling her to your own room is no good either, because I don't want to have to wash stained bedding. I also don't want to make you wash such a thing. For that reason, to Rumina-san as well, please refrain from going to Gent-san's room. I understand already. There's no way I would do that sort of thing in someone else's house, especially with my daughters here. Besides, I'm understandably tired today, so I also want to go to sleep. Once again, thank you so much for today, really. Big sis Yuna, good night. Good night. The three entered their room. I'm also heading to bed. You really saved us today. Thank you. Gent-san thanked me in an embarrassed manner and also went to his room. I'll return to my room and sleep too. The next morning, when I woke up and descended down to the first floor, I saw Fina preparing breakfast. Good morning to you too. You re-up early. Yes, because I've always been preparing breakfast for my family. I made breakfast without your permission, but... Thank you. You don't really need to worry about the ingredients. So, is everyone else still sleeping? Uncle Gens, no, Father has gone off to work. He wanted me to pass on his thanks to big sis Yuna. He ran around when Rumina-san fell gravely ill. Looked for a house, and even took time off for the move. As expected, taking leave for too many days isn't good. Shuri and Mom are still asleep though. What should we do? Though, if they're tired, I would rather let them sleep. It's okay. Shuri is usually like this. Mom is weak in the mornings, since she was sick for so long, but she'll get up when you wake her. In other words, they were unable to get up by themselves, I finished cooking breakfast, so I'll go wake them up. Fina went to the second floor to wake the two people up. After a while, 3 people arrived. Good morning. Yuna-chan, thanks for yesterday. Good morning. Rumina-san and Shuri came while rubbing their eyes. The 4 of us ate the breakfast that Fina had cooked. Breakfast was simply vegetables sandwiched between slices of bread and orange juice. Now that I think about it, we're not eating fried eggs. Even though it's delicious in a sandwich. I haven't seen any eggs in town though. Fina, I have a small question I wanted to ask. Where do they sell eggs? Eggs, I said. When you fry an egg, place it on bread, and eat it, it's delicious. Big sis Yuna, such an expensive ingredient isn't sold. That's right. Basically, eggs are considered luxury ingredients, so only nobles and really rich people get to eat them. No wonder it wasn't being sold. It's necessary to go to the forest to procure them, and they'll spoil quickly over time, so bringing them over a long distance isn't possible. Using a fast horse to bring them is costly, so they've become an expensive ingredient. We've never eaten one before. What about catching and raising a bird that can't fly? A bird that can't fly. Aren't they called birds because they can fly? Apparently, there weren't any chickens in this world. If I searched, would I find one somewhere? I added chicken and eggs to my food ingredients wish list. The 3 of them finished eating breakfast and went back home to continue the moving process. I offered to help again, but was turned down. It's not good if big sis Yuna doesn't go to work. Though she said that, even if I didn't really go to work, I still had enough money to live on. A great person once said, if you work, you lose. However, in order to have fun in this world, I headed to the guild to search for an interesting request. Chapter 36, Bear-san is thanked by the guild master. I arrived at the guild so I could look for an interesting request. When I entered the guild, my eyes met Helen's. I tried to go to the request board without stopping, but... Yuna-san! Helen shouted. I would like it if you didn't suddenly shout out when you saw people. Aren't the adventurers in the room looking over here now? What did you do this time? I was told to tell you that the guild master wishes to see you whenever you arrive. What was this lady saying, as soon as I walked in? Why? I didn't do anything this time. Is that really true? Even if you look at me with suspecting eyes, I don't remember anything. I haven't even accepted any requests these past few days. Regardless of my feelings on the matter, I was taken to the guild master's room again. Guild master. Yuna-san arrived, so I've brought her here. A voice from inside called, "Come in." I entered reluctantly. "For now, please sit down." I sat down in the chair that was closest to the entrance. It seems like I was called, but for what? It's about Gens. I wanted to thank you. Thank me. You cured Tarumina's illness and also made Gens get married, it seems. That's true, but why would the guild master be thanking me for that? First, because I heard that Tarumina's illness was cured by a rare medicine from your hometown. Gens was keeping quiet about how she was cured by magic. If it was spread carelessly and people who wanted their illnesses cured came to me, it would become troublesome. For that reason, we pretended that the illness had been cured by a rare medicine. Tarumina-san was a former adventurer here, so I wanted to check up on her when she fell sick. Was it for Fina's sake, since she was working at the guild? That's right. I thought about how to help, even if it was just a little. However, it wasn't possible to openly employ her, so we could only do it when there was a lot of work. That's why I was grateful when you brought the wolves. You're employing her even now, right? I'm just doing as I like. It's not just that. That fellow Gens still hadn't gotten married despite his age. I knew that he had feelings for Tarumina, but she was sick, and even though her husband was gone, she still had 2 kids. Then, suddenly, you came along, healed Tarumina's illness, and supported Gens's feelings. That was why I wanted to express my gratitude. Thank you. You don't have to worry about it. I intimidated them into getting married for Fina's sake. And that wasn't because you were worried about her, but because you wanted her to be able to concentrate on work, right? He said it cheerfully. Could it be that the relationship between Gens-san and the guildmaster wasn't as simple as one between a subordinate and a superior? However, that is unrelated to me, so I'm going to go home. Then, I'm leaving. I was about to stand up, when someone knocked on the door. Guildmaster, Cliff Foskiro-sama has arrived. Shall I show him in? I don't mind. The door opened and Cliff entered the room. Pardon me for imposing on you so early in the morning. Cliff noticed me after entering the room. Well then, please allow me to excuse myself here. I took up quite a bit of your time. I stood up from the chair and tried to leave the room, but I was stopped at the last moment. Is it okay for Yuna to stay? The feudal lord, Cliff, said such a thing. I also have a small matter that I want to consult with Yuna about. Cliff pushed down my shoulders and made me sit in a chair. So, what is it, so early in the morning? You also know that the king is celebrating his 40th birthday next month, correct? More or less. I don't have anything worthy to gift the king on that occasion. If that's the case, go to the Commerce Guild. This is the Adventurers Guild. I already went, but there didn't seem to be anything that a king would be happy with. Even if I presented something that could be bought with money, he wouldn't be happy. That's why, I was wondering if there were any rare swords, armor, or tools at the Adventurers Guild. The noticeable things are turned over to the Commerce Guild. As I thought. I came to check, just in case. So, for Plan B, I'd like to consult with you, Yuna-san. Don't you have rare items with you? Like the item bag that looks like a bear or the item that summons the summoned beasts. I'm sorry, but I don't. Of course, there's no way I'm handing over this bear item bag. In that case, can't you create something like that bear house thing? I've seen it and it was amazing. Still, something that large would be difficult to carry, so I'd be grateful for something small. There's nothing I can't make. If I used ideas from Earth, I could create something like that hair dryer. However, if I did something like that, things would probably become really troublesome. If it turned out that way, living a leisurely life would be impossible. For now, I checked to see whether there were any suitable items inside the bear box. There's a good item. You came to the Adventurers Guild to look for unusual weapons or armor, right? In that case, what about this? I took out the Goblin King's sword from the bear box. This is the Goblin King's sword. Really? I certainly heard about you defeating a Goblin King before, but to think you were carrying the Goblin King's sword. The two people's reactions were unexpectedly good. For now, let's confirm its authenticity. The guild master called a staff member over and requested a staff member who could perform identification. An elderly man arrived immediately. He examined the Goblin King's sword. There's no mistake, this is a Goblin King's sword. I see, thanks for your help. You can go back now. The male staff member left the room. Will this be acceptable as a gift to the king? Ah, it's good enough, since it's a rare sword. Is that so? Isn't it something that you can obtain by defeating a Goblin King? Not all Goblin Kings have it. I don't know the details, but apparently this was originally a normal sword. When the Goblin King carries it, the Goblin King's magic power flows through it and it transforms, or so I've been told. Therefore, Goblin Kings who are born with weak magic power aren't able to possess a true Goblin King's sword. Even in the game, it had a low probability of dropping. I wonder if it was the same thing. Though, to begin with, there was no concept of a Goblin King's development in the game. So then, are you going to give me that sword? It's fine with me. Then, around how much do you want for it? I don't know the value of such things, so how much would something like this be? To tell you the truth, I don't know. Even if you want one, it's difficult to obtain one. Whatever you decide on is fine with me. If I am able to pay it, then I'll buy it. With this approach, won't I be at a disadvantage, since I don't know the market price? Well, I wasn't hard-pressed for money, so any amount was fine. Due to that, I didn't really care. I'm fine with giving it to you, so how about one favor instead? A feudal lord knows a lot about bad things, right? So, I want your assistance if I get into trouble. Don't say such scandalous things. I'm a respectable person. Well, jokes aside, if I have a favor to ask of you next time, I'd like for you to listen to my request. What would you want me to do, as an example? To make the guild master resign or something? Hey. The guild master stood up. It's a joke. I don't have anything I need right now. I'll be counting on you if something comes up. If nothing does, isn't it a good deal for you? Are you all right with that? I'm fine. It seems more interesting this way. In that case, I'll receive this gratefully. Is a contract prepared? I don't need one. It's fine if the promise is broken. I faced him with a smile. As a matter of fact, the sword was unnecessary. It wasn't a problem for me even if I didn't have it. I thought it was worthwhile as long as he owed me a favor. No, if it's something I can do, I swear to lend a hand. Swearing that he would help was going way overboard. Well then, I'll be counting on you when the time comes. I was finally able to dispose of the Goblin King's sword that I had written about back then without thinking about anything. Chapter 37, Bear-san goes on a snake subjugation. I was delayed by the guild master and Cliff, but I finally managed to head to the request board. Rank D board. Sword instructor wanted, females preferred. Orc subjugation, bring back the meat. Fresh clucker's eggs wanted. All of a tiger wolf's raw materials wanted. 200 goblin magic stones, no time limit. Gather meru grass. Subjugation of rock monkeys on Whale Mountain, number currently undecided. There was nothing that stood out. I was interested in the clucker's eggs, but the location wasn't written. Maybe the person who had requested it didn't know either. In addition, even if you asked for it to be fresh, wasn't that impossible for a normal adventurer? Without a time-stopping item bag like mine, that is. Though I'd go if I knew the location, just so I could find eggs to eat. After that were the rock monkeys on Whale Mountain, but the undetermined number was a problem. I don't want to receive a request that has no end in sight. If I hadn't been caught by the guild master and Cliff, there might have been other requests, but now it can't be helped. I went to take a look at the Rank C board next. Rank C board. A wyvern's raw materials wanted. Private escort wanted, confidentiality required. Mermaid scales wanted. Request for the annihilation of the Zaman Company of Thieves. Gather history flowers. Subjugate a water snake, bring back raw materials. Subjugate a fire tiger, bring back raw materials. The Rank C requests seemed interesting, but I didn't know how far away the locations were. However, I was surprised to learn that mermaids existed. It might be a good idea to go take a look someday. There didn't seem to be any interesting requests for a one-day trip, so I was thinking about heading back home, but I noticed that there was a lot of noise coming from the reception desk. Why is it no good? I'm not saying that it's no good, just that it will take time. There isn't any time. My pops and mum and everyone else in the village will die. A short-statured boy was appealing to Helen while in tears. Like I said, there aren't any adventurers who can defeat a black viper right now. Even if I call for one, it will have to wait until tomorrow. My mom and pops will. The boy broke down and started crying. Unison. I approached the two of them. It seems like a black viper has appeared at this child's village. Is the black viper a snake? Yes, it's larger than a normal viper. The especially large ones are over 10 meters long. It seems that many villagers have already been eaten. This boy came into town on a horse, but the adventurers who can defeat something like a black viper already left earlier. The earliest that they could come back will be in a few days. A black viper, huh? I looked at the crying boy. Then, what if I go? You talk about going to the area with the snake so lightly. A black viper is not only big, but also a rank B monster, you know. But if we don't hurry, won't the villagers be in danger? Even so. I'll run away if the situation becomes dangerous, so it's fine. Helen can follow the procedures for summoning adventurers to help, just in case, since I can at least stall for time. Are you coming by yourself, miss? The boy had been listening to our conversation and asked me anxiously. It was no wonder that he was worried, since I had said that I would take care of the black viper subjugation alone. It's fine to think of me as a scout. My role will be to gather information and pass it along to the adventurers who can defeat the black viper. So, where is the village? It's 2 days away by horse, to the southeast. I wonder if the distance you can cover by riding a horse for 2 days is a lot. Though, I don't know how many hours I would need to run each day. Are you really going? Yeah, since I'm free. In that case, please wait a moment while I go receive confirmation from the guild master. Helen left her post and headed to the guild master's room, but soon returned together with him. You going to fight a black viper? I'm only going to take a look at the situation. If it seems like I can defeat it, I will. If not, I'll gather information, run away, and leave it to the adventurers Helen was talking about. Helen, which adventurers? It will be the rank C adventurer One-Eyed Rush and his party. Rank C's One-Eyed, huh? I'm worried if that's the case. If you can arrange for others to go as well, do it. Okay then, let's go, Yuna. Go, you say. I will also be going. A black viper subjugation requires one to be, at the minimum, rank C. We would prefer sending a rank B adventurer, but since that seems impossible, please just confirm the situation and create some time for the villagers to evacuate if you can. But, how does the guild master plan to get there? I'll use my fast horse, so I should arrive in 2 days. If that's the case, I'll go on ahead. With my summoned beasts, it shouldn't even take a day. Wait, is that true? I have 2 summoned beasts, so if I go while taking turns riding on them, it's possible. Summoned beasts, huh? I got it. You can go ahead, but be sure not to overexert yourself before I arrive. As soon as I tried to leave the guild, the boy pulled at me and stopped me. Hold on, you're not taking me with you. Yuri a burden. I'll lead the way, so we should be able to get there faster. I looked at the boy's physique. He seemed light. Was it still possible if the weight only increased by this much? Fine, but there won't be any breaks. I don't care, it's for the sake of the village. I don't want to just wait by myself in this kind of place. Then, since there's no time to waste, let's go, boy. It's Kai. I'm Yuna. Then, let's go, Kai. We left the city, and I summoned Swaying Bear. Kai was surprised. Get on quickly. Aren't you in a hurry? Miss, who are you? Even though you have that kind of appearance. That kind of thing doesn't matter, right? Isn't your family waiting? Kai nodded and got on Swaying Bear. I got on behind him. Stay steady, look forward, and indicate the direction. Kai nodded. Swaying Bear began to run in the direction that Kai indicated. It was faster than a horse and had more endurance. I'll switch the bears after it has run for about 3 hours. At that time, I'll squeeze in a bit of time for a meal. Finish eating in 5 minutes. I handed Kai bread and juice from the bear box. Kai expressed his thanks and ate the bread with large bites. How far have we come? We are around halfway there. In that case, it would take about 4 more hours to arrive. Then, let's go. We switched to Hugging Bear and headed out at a rapid pace. Although Kai had just arrived this morning on a fast horse and was probably tired, he persevered and properly guided us to the village. If the direction is correct, it will be fine for you to sleep a little. Kai shook his head. It's fine, I can't sleep anyway. Also, if the direction shifts even a little, we would waste some time. At first, I thought that even if you came, it would be futile. But when I saw these summoned beasts, I thought, isn't Miss an amazing adventurer? Even if you can't defeat the Black Viper, shouldn't you be able to at least evacuate the villagers? That's why I want to hurry and get to the village. I think that, at the very least, my role is to ensure that we don't go in the wrong direction and shorten the distance it takes to get there. Kai firmly understood his situation. This boy was too mature. Fina was good, this child was good. What was going on with the children in this world? In that case, please guide us reliably. Ah, so please save the village, Miss. If it's possible, I'll do so. Hugging Bear ran quickly towards the village. Why has it turned out this way? In actuality, it should have been an easy request, like the wolf or goblin subjugations. The ideas I come up with on the spot scare me. Chapter 38, Bear-san exterminates a snake. Several hours after switching to Hugging Bear, we changed to Swaying Bear one last time. As the sun began to set, the village came into sight. Swaying Bear gradually reduced its pace as we carefully entered the village. It was quiet inside. There wasn't a single sound, just like a ghost town. Annihilation. That unpleasant word crossed my mind. Guys, are you there? It's me, Kai. I've returned. Kai shouted at the village. However, nobody came out. No, the door for one house suddenly opened. Kai. A man came out of the house. Pops. What about Mom and all the other villagers? Your mom is safe, but greatly weakened, since she has hardly eaten anything for the past few days. What about the other villagers? They just won't come out. Why? That monster reacts to sound. The Arumina family tried to run away and were eaten. Rondo went to draw water at the well and was also eaten. That's why, nobody wants to leave their house, since they might be eaten. Then, talking here is also. Yes, it's dangerous out here. In that case, Pops. But, somebody needs to do something, for Damaguru's sake. Damaguru-san. When I was helping you get on the horse to go call for help, Damaguru acted as a decoy and was killed. Damaguru-san was. That's why, if you came back, I wanted to ask you about the situation in order to decide what to do from now on. That's the only thing we can do in memory of Damaguru's sacrifice. Pops. So, is that Missy the only one who could help? Kai's father looked in my direction. As usual, I had the appearance of a bear. His expression suggested disappointment. This big sis came first, for the sake of collecting information. The guild master will come later. They said that rank C adventurers will be dispatched after that. I see, how long will it take them to arrive? Thanks to this lady summoned beasts, we took half a day to get here from the city, but the guild master said that he would take 2 days. I don't know when the other adventurers will come. I see. Missy, what are you going to do? I'll gather information first, though, if it's possible, I'll defeat it. That joke is neither funny nor appropriate. I don't know if it's even possible to defeat that thing, much less you being able to defeat it. The father vehemently spat out his words. That's for me to decide, not you. Any information you have about the Black Viper would be useful, so tell me. I don't have much information. It came to the village to eat early in the morning. After it destroyed a house and ate all of the inhabitants, it left. Anyone who tried to escape from the village after that was eaten. Also, those who made a lot of noise were eaten first. Early in the morning, huh? Was it because it was asleep at night? For the time being, here's some food. Please give it to your wife to eat. I passed over a large amount of bread and a small barrel containing juice from the bear box. If the other villagers will accept it, I'll give some to them as well. What are you going to do? I'm going to go look at the viper. This late. The sun was currently setting. In another hour, the sun would completely set and the sky would darken. It's because it's this late. I'm going since it might be asleep. If it finds me and we start fighting, feel free to leave me as bait and run away. If you have horses, you can run away, right? No, nobody would try to escape, since everyone thinks that they'll be eaten if they run. Also, there's not enough horses in the village for everyone to use to run away. In that case, please wait quietly until the guild master and the adventurers arrive. I got on Swaying Bear and used detection magic. There was a reaction a short distance away from here. Then, I'll be off. I made Swaying Bear head in the direction of the reaction. We would probably arrive in a few minutes if Swaying Bear ran as fast as it could. It ran quickly over the flat terrain. The black viper should come into view soon. As it became evening, I could see a big rock in the distance. No, what I had thought was a rock was actually a massive, coiled viper. It was huge. If it was sleeping, I should ensure victory by making the first move. I got off of Swaying Bear and desummoned it. When I looked at the viper again, it had already risen up, and its long tongue slithered out as it looked in my direction. It felt like a tall, narrow building had suddenly been built. It was enormous. The massive object started moving to attack me. A huge mouth came rushing towards me. The distance was closed in an instant. I immediately dodged by taking a step to the right. The massive thing grazed past my left side. The moment I thought I had dodged it, the viper twisted its body and attacked me with it. I threw up a guard using my bare hands and was blown backward, but there was not much of an impact. Was it thanks to the bear? There wasn't any time to think, as a second attack was on the way. I couldn't escape over it because of the size of its body. Instead, I ran away, dodging right and left. However, even if I avoided the attacks, its body and tail continued to attack me, one after the other, 3 times in a row. Every time it moved its large body, it raised a cloud of dust and reduced visibility. Furthermore, it was evening, and the monster's body was black. It seemed like it reacted to sounds, as the villager said. Could it be that I made a mistake with my timing? I blew away the clouds of dust with wind magic. Every time it stopped, I drove in several magic attacks, but it seemed like I wasn't hurting it at all. Fire, wind, and even ice attacks were repelled by its black scales. I couldn't use pitfalls either, due to its size. So normal magic attacks were useless, huh? Bear magic might be too much though. I could probably defeat it if I used a fire bear, but that skin seemed like it could be used in many different ways, so I didn't really want to burn it if possible. In the game, you could still receive the item regardless of the subjugation method, but as expected, reality was different. When a sword cut something, it would leave a wound behind, and in the case of magic attacks, that part of the material would be damaged. I gave up on using fire magic and tried using bear wind magic instead. Even slashing was useless. The moment I thought that it had started bleeding, the wound immediately closed. Was it a regeneration ability? If attacking the outside was no good, how about attacking from the inside? I jumped backwards and opened up a bit of distance. The black viper slithered forward to shorten the distance. I dodged while waiting for a chance. However, it only used tackles, and bites never came. It was pretty tight-lipped. If I jumped up, would it open its jaw? I kicked off of the ground and jumped high up. The black viper then opened its big mouth and lunged towards me, who no longer had a place to escape to. At that instant, I produced dozens of palm-sized fire bears. The mini fire bears assembled neatly into ranks in front of me. The black viper's mouth approached me carelessly. It was almost as if it was saying, "Bears, please enter my mouth." I accepted its polite invitation and made the mini fire bears rush into the black viper's mouth. The bears entered deep into the black viper's body, grilling its tongue along the way. The black viper began to behave like it was suffering, and its long body, which had been extended for the sake of eating me, began to curl up as it toppled to the ground. It began to roll around on the surface and threw its body against the ground over and over, creating a loud boom each time. Its movements gradually slowed before finally stopping. Let's keep the delicious smell of well-grilled meat coming from the black viper's mouth. A secret. As expected, it was impossible to defeat a monster of this class with ordinary magic. Was it necessary for me to think of easier to use bear magic? I approached the black viper and put it away in the bear box. Mission accomplished. I summoned Hugging Bear and returned to the village. When I neared the village, I saw Kai standing outside. What are you doing in this kind of place? I was waiting for you, Big Sis. For me? I thought that if you came back while running away, I would let myself be eaten to create time for you to run away. He said in a straightforward manner, with a strong gaze. It probably wasn't a joke. Big Sis brought back information on how to defeat the black viper, right? If we have that information, won't it be possible to defeat that thing? If that happens, the village will survive. If Big Sis died, I wouldn't be able to repay Damagaru-san, who sacrificed himself so that I could go to town. There sure were a lot of children with strong wills among the children in this world. I gently stroked Kai's head. It's all right, because I defeated the black viper. Can you call everyone from the village over here? I'll be showing the evidence. I laughed, and said. Step back a bit. After I made Kai step back, I took the black viper's corpse out from the bear box, for the purpose of using it as evidence. Kai was surprised when he saw the large black viper. Is it dead? He asked me with a voice full of doubt. To prove the truth of my words, I punched and kicked the corpse. The black viper didn't move, of course. So it's really... Kai timidly touched the black viper. I'll go call everyone. Kai went running into the village. After a while, the villagers left their houses and slowly made their way over here. Was it really defeated? It's the black viper. There were people who burst into tears upon seeing the black viper. Thank you. Big Sis, thank you. Everyone from the village expressed their thanks to me. Kai's father came out from the center. Miss, I'm sorry about earlier. Also, thank you. You saved the village. He came up to me and suddenly lowered his head. You don't have to worry about it. Anyone who looked at me probably would have thought that it wasn't possible for a young girl like me to defeat it. If there's anything you want, just tell me. If it's something I can do, I'll do it, since this is a life that you saved. There's nothing that I particularly want. Instead, please live properly, for your son's sake. As Kai's father was apologizing, an elderly person came up besides him. One after another, who was it this time? I am Nagano-zun. Thank you very much for saving the village. He lowered his head. However, if I had only come earlier. No, I asked Kai. When you met Kai in town and heard his story, you immediately rushed out. Considering when we expected to get help, it was more than fast enough. Even my earliest expectation of when help would arrive was after 3 more days. That's why, it is not necessary for you to feel guilty about the people who have already died. Since he had said that, I had no choice but to swallow the rest of my words. The elder turned around and looked at everyone from the village. Everyone hasn't eaten well either, right? Although it's late, let's have a feast. The villagers replied to his proposal with delight. There were people crying, people grieving, and people rejoicing. We can't give you sufficiently extravagant hospitality, but please join us. The elder lowered his head and left to prepare for the feast. The villagers brought many ingredients out of their respective houses, and they started a bonfire in the center of the village to begin cooking various types of food. We danced, made noise, and ate. That day, the villagers raised a great clamor. For the sake of those who died. For the sake of living from now on. To give thanks for being alive. As I leisurely observed the state of the village, villagers came to me one by one to express their gratitude while carrying food. Maybe my childish appearance was unusual, because the children kept touching me. The sight of their parents stopping them was repeated many times. The feast continued late into the night, and it was decided that I would stay the night at the elder's house. I'm not very good at battle scenes, so it was short. Chapter 39, Bear-san finishes the snake extermination and returns to town. The next morning, I woke up early. The ceiling was different. I remembered that I had stayed at the village chief's house. As I got up, I heard a sound coming from the room next door. The elder had apparently already woken up. Did I wake you up? That wasn't the case. In that case, I'm making breakfast, though it will be a simple affair, so please wait a moment. I spaced out while waiting until breakfast was served. There was bread, vegetables, and sunny-side-up eggs. Please have some, it would be great if it suits your tastes. What's this? I pointed to the fried eggs. These are clucker eggs. Kai's father went into the forest first thing this morning, saying that he wanted to let Yuna-san eat it. Thank you very much for that. After I thanked him, I used a knife to slice the loaf of bread, sandwiched the vegetables and eggs in between, and ate it. I'm happy that you think so. Kai's father will also be happy to hear that. Since I was nearly done with breakfast, I decided that I might as well follow up and try asking about the eggs. Can clucker eggs be obtained in this village? That's right. There are cluckers in the forest, so if you go first thing in the morning, you can obtain some freshly laid ones. What kind of birds are they? Normal birds make their nests high up in the trees, but since they aren't able to fly very high, they make their nests in thickets of grass on the ground instead. Other than that, cluckers can run away very quickly. Chicken. Since they were caught just this morning, I think I still have some cluckers and eggs left. Do you want to bring them home? Of course. You are our village's benefactor. It's not something that we aren't able to afford, so we don't mind at all. Eggs and pseudo chicken get. After I finished having breakfast, I started preparing to head back. Are you returning today? Yes, because it's also necessary to report to the guild. When I left the village chief's house, Kai came over to me. Big sis, are you going back? It's because the guild master and the group of adventurers are both heading here, not to mention that if I don't submit a report, it'll become troublesome. Before I started to return to town, I received about 10 eggs and 3 cluckers from Kai's father. This subjugation might be the one that I'm the happiest about. It's a bit far, but let's come again. As the villagers all expressed their gratitude, I departed from the village. I summoned Swaying Bear and we started running in the direction of the town. Around noon, while we were running towards town, a person appeared in front of me, coming closer. By any chance, was it the guild master? Swaying Bear slowed down its speed. Is it Yuna? The guild master noticed me and pulled up his horse. What are you doing here? Don't tell me, the village was annihilated. If it's about the Black Viper, I already defeated it. Ha, my bad, could you say that again? I already defeated the Black Viper. That's a joke, right? It was a pain, so I took the Black Viper out from the bear box. The Black Viper, which exceeded 10 meters in length, appeared in front of the guild master. Did you really defeat this alone? There's no wounds on the body though. I drove fire magic into its mouth and burned it to death, to avoid damaging its body. From inside its mouth, to do that so easily. He gazed at the Black Viper. Was he going to check inside of its mouth? Certainly, you did well to attack it from inside. Normally, you'd be crushed by its jaws, so you wouldn't be able to reach all the way inside. I didn't want to tell him that the mini flame bears were the ones who walked deep inside of its body. For now, I understand. If there's no point in going to the village, I'll return to town. Swaying Bear and the horse began running. Sorry, but, compared to your summoned beast, my horse can't run that fast. Can you keep pace with me? I want to hear what happened. I explained what occurred at the village to the guild master. You, don't do such an absurd thing. After taking frequent breaks, we finally returned to town. Along the way, we ran into a guild staff member who was on his way out. What about guild master, why are you here? What about the Black Viper you went to defeat? If it's the Black Viper, this girl defeated it by herself. Defeated it alone, you say? The guild staff member gave me a once-over. So then, why are you over here? Yes, One-Eyed Rush, who we were supposed to ask to take on the Black Viper subjugation request, was injured and just came back. As a result, I was searching for other adventurers, but there aren't any others who can defeat the Black Viper. For the time being, I left the search to Helen and was on my way to let you know that the adventurers would be behind schedule, but... The guild staff member looked in my direction again. Hey, why are you looking at me? I understand. For now, let's go back to town, you as well. Our party that was now composed of 3 people moved towards the town. From leaving the village to returning to town took us around 2 days. There was no reason to rush, so to relieve the burden on the horses, we slowed down our pace. We had just entered the guild like that when we were discovered by Helen. At that moment, she burst into tears. Yuna-san, guild master, why are you here? Could it be? Helen, it's all right. The Black Viper was defeated. Really? Thank goodness. I couldn't get a hold of any adventurers higher than rank C, so I was in quite a bind. As expected of the guild master. It wasn't me who defeated it. Yuna did it by herself. HAAA. I felt the same way, but it's the truth. Yuna-san, you're really amazing. So then, Yuna, it's already late today. Sorry, but could you come by tomorrow? The report for this incident has to be written down, and there's also the matter about the Black Viper's materials. What time? The earlier the better, but you must also be tired, right? I'll let you decide the time. I postponed the visit to the Adventurers Guild until later. Chapter 40, Bear-san goes to the orphanage. I woke up early in the morning and greeted the day without feeling fatigue, thanks to the white bear. It was a pleasant feeling. I took some eggs out of the bear box, cooked them sunny side up, sandwiched them between bread, and ate breakfast. If I could obtain rice, soy sauce, and miso next, I could have a real Japanese breakfast for the first time in quite a while. There was no set time for my appointment with the guild master, so I ate breakfast at a leisurely pace before leaving the house. When I arrived at the guild, a guild staff member immediately guided me to the guild master's room. Yuri surprisingly early. That's because I immediately went to sleep yesterday. Isn't the guild master also here early? I stayed overnight because of the Black Viper case from the past few days. The Black Viper case. After that, a lot of rumors spread about you defeating the Black Viper. We received many applications for the raw materials. Although I haven't decided whether I am selling them or not yet. I understand. However, even if you say that, wouldn't it be annoying if traders and general storekeepers followed you around, trying to appeal to you? Are people that interested in it? Well, you see, the skin can be used to make protective gear. It is light and strong, and it has magic resistance, too. There are a lot of adventurers who want it. Actually, all of the parts would fetch a high price. There are various uses for the fangs. Finally, if the magic stone is big enough, there is a possibility of it being a B-class magic stone. It's a material that anyone would want. In other words, it's necessary for me to sell it. It's your choice to sell it or not. However, if you don't sell, merchants or the like will follow me. That's right. From the guild's perspective, I would rather you sell to the guild rather than somewhere else. I'm fine with selling or whatever, but I want part of the materials and magic stone. I don't mind. If we circulate the skin and meat, things should calm down. So then, where can it be dismantled? It's probably impossible to do it in the warehouse. The guild master also recalled the size of the large Black Viper and became worried. There's probably no choice but to do it outside. Outside. It won't be a disturbance if it's outside the city, I think. Sorry for the haste, but can you bring the Black Viper outside now? Alright. The guild master and I left the room. Let me gather Helen and the staff members who can dismantle. I'll leave behind the minimum number of people, so let's do this dismantling. Around 10 people were gathered. Gens and even Fina were included among those people. I thought there might not be enough people, so I brought her too. Gens explained. I walked towards the town gate together with the 10 members of the guild's dismantling team. We arrived at a place that was a short distance from the gate, where we wouldn't obstruct people who were entering and leaving. This area is probably good. At the guild master's remark, I took the black viper out of the bear box. A collective sigh leaked out from the dismantlement members. It's huge. Was this really defeated by Miss Bear? Before that, it really fit in that item bag. Can we even finish this by the end of today? You guys, it won't finish itself if you just stand around and stare. As you dismantle it, carry the parts over to the refrigerated warehouse separately. The meat has transportation priority, so it's fine to leave the skin for last. These are expensive materials, so don't let it rot. The dismantlement members gave an affirmative response. Now then, Yuna, what do you plan on doing? What do I plan on doing? Are you going to stay here and observe? Or will you go home? It's okay for me to go home. If it was okay to go home, then I wanted to go home. After all, I didn't really want to watch the snake dismantlement or anything. I don't mind. First, we need to transport the dismantled raw materials to the guild. You can decide on your portion there. We'll sell the rest. I guess I'll head back then. When do you think you'll finish? No idea. I'll send a guild staff member to your house when it's completed. Please send Fina, because she is able to enter my house. Got it. It'll be boring just going back like this, so let's go browse the food carts. I arrived at the center plaza and searched for something delicious. I wanted to secure lunch and head back quickly, since if I place it in the bear box it won't cool down. As I was loitering around the plaza, I noticed a group of ragged children in a far corner. I made way towards a shop selling wolf kebabs nearby. Ooh, welcome. Miss Bear, you're early today. I usually came here around noon. Hey, what's with those children? I ordered one skewer and asked about the children. Those children are from the orphanage. They come from time to time. What for? To wait for leftovers from the customers. Leftovers. They gather the food left on the customers' plates to eat. It is something thrown away by the customers, so we can't complain, but it doesn't give a good feeling. Mister, give me 20 roasted kebabs please. Stop it. Even if you let them eat today, what are you going to do tomorrow? If nothing can be done for them, it's better if you don't do anything. However, isn't there money given from the town since it's an orphanage? I wonder. Either way, I don't know that much about it. Is money not being given? Is it just too little? Well, looking at that, it's probably not a lot. I thought the feeling I got from meeting Cliff was one of a proper noble, but in the end he might still be a lousy noble. Cliff's evaluation began to drop as I made the Mr. Grill more kebabs. Don't say I didn't warn you. He handed me the 20 kebabs. I carried them over to where the children were. The children stared at me silently as I carried the skewers over. One per person, now eat. When I said so, the children turned and looked at each other's faces. I can eat it. A girl asked me in a small voice. It's hot, so eat it slowly. I gave her one skewer. The girl started to eat upon receiving the kebab. The other children, seeing that, also accepted a skewer and began to eat. Thank you, big sis. Can you lead me to the orphanage? I asked a girl. The girl didn't seem to understand the meaning of my words as she tilted her head to one side. You must be hungry. Don't you want to eat more? If so, will you guide me to the orphanage? The girl gave a small nod. This way. After the girl walked forward, the other children also followed along with worried expressions, after a bit of indecisiveness. The children's trek seemed to have been a considerable distance. We arrived at the edge of the town. There was only one ramshackle house erected in a distant lot. To go this far, isn't it too cruel? There were cracks in the walls and places with holes. It was more than likely that there were holes in the ceiling too. Cliff's evaluation dropped even further. I shouldn't have handed over the Goblin King's sword. There are things that one should do before buying a connection to the king. It would have been better to spend the money from selling the sword on the orphanage. When I arrived at the orphanage, thanks to the children's guidance, an elderly woman came out. Era, who do I have the pleasure of speaking to? My name is Bao, the director managing this orphanage. I am the adventurer Yuna. I saw these children at the Central Plaza. Central Plaza, did you all go again? She looked at the children. I'm sorry. Teacher, sorry. The children apologized one after another. It's okay. It is all because I wasn't able to give everyone enough to eat. Did these children do something to you? No, it is because these children looked like they were starving at the plaza. I apologize. Though it is embarrassing, but there isn't much for them to eat here. The director answered me with difficulty. What about financial support or the like from the city? Yes, it gradually decreased starting from a year ago, and was cut off roughly 3 months ago. Cut off? That feudal lord? Yes, it was pointless to give the necessary money to us. How are you dealing with meals? About that, I visit restaurants, inns, grocery stores, and fruit stores to receive the edible food, which was either bruised or damaged, and thus unsellable to customers, for us to eat. Cliff. My rage grew hotter bit by bit. Even then, the quantity is still small, so these children go to the central plaza. I understand. Miss Director, I have ingredients with me, so please let these children eat until they are full. I was guided to the kitchen in the orphanage. I pulled out a lump of wolf's meat from the bare box that was dismantled. Since it would be an unbalanced meal with only meat, I also lined up the bread and casket of orange juice I had bought up. Unisan. Miss Director, please help out as well. Before that, is there anyone else besides Miss Director in this orphanage? There is also a girl called Liz. Right now she went out to receive food. This orphanage is being cared for by only 2 people. I grilled the wolf meat, prepared the bread, and poured the orange juice as I set the table. There's enough for everyone, so don't rush and take your time to eat. Everyone, say your thanks to Unisan. At the director's signal, the children all began to eat at the same time. Everyone ate like they were competing. Smiles appeared on their faces. Unisan, thank you very much. It has been a long time since I have seen these children smile. There is still wolf meat left, so if there are children who are still hungry, I'll grill more. I headed outside the house after watching the children eat for a while. The few children who noticed followed me. Big sis Una, where are you going? I intend to repair the house. This whole riddled house must be cold, right? I confirmed the places that were riddled with holes and cracks once I got outside. I filled the holes and cracks using earth magic. Amazing, Big sis Una. Can you tell me where there are other holes? The children who live here should know about this in greater detail. I fixed the places they told me about. I also climbed on top of the roof, though I didn't know the locations of the leaks, so I blocked off the entire roof with a thin layer of hardened dirt. Next we entered the house and, while we were in the middle of repairing the interior walls, Miss Director arrived. What are you doing over here? As you can see, I'm mending the walls. Isn't it cold when the drafts enter through the cracks? I closed up the walls with earth magic. I found a room with lots of beds. I wonder if everyone sleeps here together. For the time being though, I intended to separate the boys and girls. I put the beds in a small room. There was only a small towel left on the bed. Was this a substitute for a bed cover? It would be cold like this, right? If I remembered correctly, there should have been 23 people total in this orphanage. I took out 30 sheets of wolf furs and handed them over to Miss Director. Unisan. Please hand these out to the children. It must be cold with just one towel for the bed. There's also one for Miss Director and some spares. I returned to each room and finished the repairs for the walls. Everyone had finished eating by the time I returned to the dining room. The wolf meat I had prepared in reserve had not decreased, however. Did you not eat any? With Unisan's permission, that will be tomorrow's portion. The children also said rather than eating it today, they would like to eat it tomorrow. Ah, sorry. I forgot to say it. I have prepared enough for several days, so it's fine if you eat that. I took out fresh wolf meat from the bare box. If there is just this much, they should be okay for a few days, right? Why are you willing to go this far for us? It's the adults' fault if they won't work and are unable to eat. However, if a child is unable to eat, it is not the child's fault. It is the adult's responsibility. The surrounding adults should help if there aren't any parents. That's why I'm helping the children. I am a supporter of Miss Director who is trying her best for the children's sake. Thank you very much. I'm acquainted with the feudal lord here, just a bit, so I'll go make some complaints. Please. Don't do that. The land here is being lent to us thanks to the feudal lord Sama, but if we were to rouse his anger and were driven out as a result, any hope of a place for us to go would disappear. The feudal lord here is that terrible. This place that we live in was given to us for free, so that isn't really the case. But, there's no financial support, right? We are grateful to at least have a place to live. Cliff is the worst. I'll be going back for the time being, okay? Yes, thank you very much. Big Sis Bear is going back. The children gathered around me. Don't worry, I'll come back again. I patted their heads. Look, Unisan is also troubled. Everyone, please give her your thanks. Big Sis Bear, thank you. Thank you. The children thanked me in turn. I left the children behind and returned to the bear house. Chapter 41, Bear-san takes action for the sake of the orphanage. I returned to the bear house and started considering the orphanage. Things that were necessary for living. Food, clothing, and shelter. These three things. For clothes, it was not yet necessary to rush to get it. For food, it would become necessary in a few days. For shelter, because it was repaired, it should be okay. As expected, the biggest problem was probably the food. Like the food stall uncle said, bringing over food every day was not an option. I extended a helping hand, so I don't want to retract it. When I was troubled over what to do, I heard knocking on the door and Fina calling out. Fina, is the dismantling finished? Yes. Then, the guild master summoned Big Sis Yuna, so I came. I couldn't come up with a solution to the matter regarding the orphanage, so I headed to the guild with Fina. Oh, you're here. The guild master himself came out to receive me. So, what about the black viper? Ah, it's been refrigerated. When I entered the cold storage warehouse, there was a large quantity of skin and meat inside, and the fangs had been gathered into a big pile. How much does the guild want? The more the better, there still won't be enough though. How about half? If possible, a little more. In that case, I'll take 1/3. In that case, it's fine. After receiving the guild master's approval, I secured my portion and stowed it away in the bear box. Next, is the magic stone. I actually wanted you to sell this, too. Magic stones were necessary for various things I was making, so I had not been selling them recently and kept them instead. Although I had not yet decided on what the Black Viper's magic stone would become, I had no intention of selling it. Please wait a bit more for us to gather the money, the sum is an amount that takes a bit of time to gather. Any time is fine, you know. The sun had begun to set by the time I left the guild. Today I went straight back to Bear House. I finished the day with dinner and a bath before laying on top of my bed. I tried to think about a method to help the orphanage using the Black Viper materials, but couldn't think of one. If I sold it, it would become money, but that was it. I called out the status screen to check if I had gone up a level after defeating the Black Viper. Recently, I have not hunted monsters besides low-ranked ones like wolves and goblins, so my level hasn't gone up. This time, my level had risen, thanks to defeating the high-ranked Black Viper, and I had also learned a new skill. Age, 15 years old. Level, 20. Skills, different worlds spoken language, different worlds written language, Bear's dimensional box, Bear's eye of observation, Bear's sense of danger perception, Bear's map, Bear's transfer gate. Magic, Bear light, Bear body reinforcement, Bear fire magic, Bear water magic, Bear wind magic, Bear earth magic, Bear restoration magic. Black Bear's hand, non-transferable. White Bear's hand. Non-transferable. Black Bear's foot, non-transferable. White Bear's foot, non-transferable. Bear's clothes, non-transferable. Bear's underwear, non-transferable. Bear's transfer gate. After installing 2 gates, the user can go through one and exit at the reciprocal gate. When establishing 3 or more gates, it is possible to change the destination by picturing the location in the mind. The gates cannot be opened if the bear hands are not equipped. Oh, a convenient skill has come. However, since it's an installation type skill, it's slightly inconvenient. I wanted to try it out immediately, so I hopped out of bed and installed the bear's transfer gate in my room upstairs. On the wall, a pair of double doors with a bear-shaped outline were installed. Next, I went to a room on the first floor and installed another bear transfer gate. I opened the doors, and my room on the second floor was there. It's convenient. However, I have to consider the location when installing it outside. Moreover, because it was an installation type, it wouldn't disappear after being used, so it was even more important to carefully consider the installation location. Whether I was on foot or moving around using swaying bear, there were a lot of unexpected inconveniences. It's a shame that I can't use it during battles, since it's teleportation. However, there was no point in talking about luxuries. After all, this skill's power is more than convenient enough. I'll think about it when Fina arrives, so for the time being, let's remove the bear transfer gate. The bear's transfer gate, is long for a name. What if I shorten the bear gate to bear door? For an instant, a chill ran through my body. Did I catch a cold, I wonder? I'll think about the name next time. Let's hurry and go to sleep today. For today's breakfast, I ate a sunny-side-up egg and a vegetable sandwich. The moment I bit down into the bread, the god of ideas descended upon me. That's right. There's also this, isn't there? I bit into the bread. Eggs. If eggs could be produced and sold. I headed to the Commerce Guild when I finished breakfast. When I arrived at the Commerce Guild, it felt like there were a lot more people here than there were last time. No, there was definitely more. People overflowed from the entrance. Am I supposed to go into the middle of that? I used my small stature to slip through the gaps between people and looked around to see if Mylene-san, who took care of me last time, was there. It seemed like she was in the middle of serving customers. She finished helping her customer and called out to me while I was considering my less than attractive alternatives. There are others queued up. Is this okay? There's a matter I wanted to consult Mylene-san about for a bit, but... I glanced at the people lined up. In that case, I'll hear you out, okay? It's not a problem, someone else will take my place. Well then, Yuna-san, let me hear about your situation over here. The eyes of the people who were lined up were scary. I skipped the queue, so it can't be helped, but that's not my fault, you know. Mylene-san exchanged places with another staff member and took me to another room. It certainly was crowded. Did something happen? Yuna-san, are you really saying that? She looked at me with an amazed expression. Why did you let out a sigh? There's no way I would know why the Commerce Guild is crowded, right? It looks like you are saying that seriously. They all came to buy the raw materials from the Black Viper that Yuna-san defeated. It's been a huge issue since yesterday. There has been a huge demand from everyone because of the limited quantity. The Black Viper's fangs are especially popular. There are even merchants who plan on going to the capital city to sell them. It is not possible to transport the meat though. So it was that popular. Yes. Thanks to you, Yuna-san, we are able to make a profit. She bowed her head lightly. So then, what is the consultation about? If it's Yuna-san's request, I'll hear it out, even if it is unreasonable to some extent. I appreciate that. I'll try asking without reserve then. There is an orphanage, right? There's an orphanage located towards the edge of town, I believe. That's right. Is it possible to sell the land near it? The land near the orphanage? I'll take a quick look, so please wait a moment. Mylene-san left the room and quickly came back, carrying some documents. She works quickly, as usual. Let's see. It's all right. Since the orphanage is there, nobody is using that land. If the orphanage is there, it cannot be used. To put it in a bad way, it is because of the uneducated children. There is a concern that they would do something mischievous if a building were to be constructed nearby. In addition, the land is not popular because it is located at the edge of the town. In that case, it's fine if I buy that land, right? Yes, there is no problem. Then, please sell me the entire region there. Excuse my impoliteness, but what do you plan to do? That's a secret. A secret, is it? Because I don't know if it is possible to do. I paid the quoted price and received the title deed for the land. The land near the orphanage became my possession. I installed a transfer gate in the warehouse once I returned to the bear house. I went outside the town and summoned Swaying Bear when the installation was finished. I should arrive before the day is over if I go now. I headed towards the village where I defeated the Black Viper aboard Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear. I could see the village by the time the sun had set. The vicinity became dark. Though, if I had noticed the transfer gate skill last time when I had defeated the Black Viper, I would not have had to spend as much effort. Oh well. There was no helping it, even if I said that now. I didn't enter the village this time, but entered the mountains a small distance away instead. It was dark, so I lit up the bear light, and advanced through the mountains. I ascent there a good place, I wonder. Was it good here? It was dark, and searching for something would be troublesome. I found a good place under a cliff, so I'll do it here. If it was here, people probably wouldn't enter. I dug out a cave at the foot of the cliff. I made the entrance large enough for Swaying Bear and its counterpart to enter, and created a large empty cavity inside. It was dark outside and even darker inside the cave, but I made 2 bear lights and continued working. I'll work out the minor details later. For now, I covered up the entrance using earth magic, installed a transfer gate, and headed through it. I'm home, phew. I returned to the bear house's warehouse in an instant. It's a convenient skill after all. I wrote this without thinking about it first, so it became like this. In truth, when the Black Viper was defeated, I should have confirmed the status and installed a transfer gate in the village at that time. Also, is Bear Door, Kumaman, a strikeout, I wonder? It's not a character, so I'm safe, I think. Chapter 42, Bear-san raises chickens. The next day, I headed to the village first thing in the morning, using the gate I installed yesterday. A villager who noticed me came over when I entered the village. Is it okay for me to meet the village chief? I think it'll be okay. He kindly guided me to the village chief's house. Oh, Yuna-san, what's the matter? Good morning. I have a small favor to ask. If it's Yuna-san's request, then I have to hear you out. Is it possible to catch the cluckers from the other day alive? They can be caught relatively easily if we set traps. Then can you catch some for me? If possible, a hen please. Of course, it's the request from Yuna-san who saved the village after all. So then, how many do you want? The more the better, but too many might decrease the quantity of food for the village. Just enough that it won't affect the village, please. I understand. Let's have people who are not busy go catch them. So, what do you plan to do, Yuna-san? I have something to do in the mountains, so I'll come back when I'm finished with that. I think it will be possible to catch several birds before noon. In that case, please do so. I'll be counting on you. I returned to the cave with the transfer gate. I erased the transfer gate after entering the cave. I expanded the cave some more and used earth magic to create a house. The first floor had the shape of a small bear cub. The rooms were assigned to be the kitchen, restroom, bathroom, and my room. I installed a light magic stone in each room. Finally, I installed a transfer gate next to the bear cub's front door. With this, base number 1 was completed. Approximately 20 cluckers were tied together with rope when I returned to the village. They're chickens, no matter how I look at it. Though, they are larger than I thought. Is this many okay? The chicks will be born soon and grow up quickly, so it's okay. There aren't any monsters around here, so it's an easy environment for raising the birds. Please rest easy and take them. I had the villagers tie the cluckers to Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear so they wouldn't fall off. It would have been nice to be able to place them in the bear box alive, but it is impossible, so it cannot be helped. Are you really planning to go back now? Yes, the sooner the better. Is that so? Had hoped to show you some hospitality. I forced money for the cluckers onto the elder, who seemed like he wasn't going to accept, and headed to the cave where the transfer gate was located. I moved to the bear house using the transfer gate after blocking the entrance of the cave with earth magic. I left the cluckers tied to Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear as we went through. They won't die, right? The bears began to move out after it became dark outside. They ran in the dark, through the empty streets. Would it be better to use the transfer gate? I just wanted to run through the middle of town with the bears. After passing by the orphanage, I arrived at the land I bought through the Commerce Guild. I dismounted Swaying Bear and checked the land. I wonder if around here is okay. I made a chicken coop using earth magic. Furthermore, I surrounded the chicken coop with 3 or so meter tall walls. They probably wouldn't run away if it was this tall, right? I entered the chicken coop with Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear. I roughly loosened the ropes that tied the cluckers. The cluckers, released from their rope bindings, moved around inside the henhouse. I feel relieved after checking and finding that they were all alive. Let's end things here today and return to the bear house. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, I headed to the orphanage. The children were gathered in front of the wall where the chicken coop was located when I arrived at the orphanage. Big Sis Bear. The children noticed me and came over. Big Sis Bear, a wall suddenly appeared when I woke up this morning. That's because I made it. Big Sis did. The orphanage children stared at me. Let's go to the orphanage for now. I have something to talk to Miss Director about. I brought the children along toward the orphanage and met with Miss Director. Miss Director and a woman who looked slightly older than 20 years old were there when I arrived at the orphanage. Was this Liz, the person who supposedly worked at the orphanage with Miss Director? This is Unisan. Thank you very much for yesterday. This is the person we talked about yesterday, Liz. I'm Liz. Thank you very much for the food yesterday. Liz bowed her head. Don't mind it, it was just a whim of mine. What kind of business do you have today? I want to give the children some work, is that okay? I'll pay them wages, of course. Work for the children. You don't need to worry, it's not dangerous work. In that case, what kind of work is it? Have you seen the wall outside? Yes, I woke up this morning and the wall had appeared. The children were raising a clamor. I made the wall last night. I wanted the children to look after the birds within the walls. You made the wall in one night. To look after birds? Miss Director and Liz were surprised for different reasons. I made the wall with magic. What kind of work is it? Simply gathering the eggs in the morning, cleaning the coop, and looking after the birds. The birds are not food, so please don't eat them, okay? Do you plan on starting an egg-selling business? The value of eggs in this town seems to be high enough. Can you really make enough money with just that? Though there are other things I want to request, it's just this for now. What's the matter? Miss Director looked towards the children. What do you all want to do? Unisan seems like she wants to give you work. If you work, you'll be able to eat. If not, it will become like the situation a few days ago. There isn't any more of the food that Unisan brought. She asked a question to the children. I'll do it. Please let me do it. I'll also do it. Me as well. The children responded in a rambunctious manner. Is everyone okay with it? In that case, Unisan, you look after these children. Yes, and is it okay if I borrow Liz as well? Me. Yes. I want to ask you to look after these children. If that's all, I don't mind. Liz, please be mindful to reliably follow Unisan's directions. Yes, Director. I opened the door, passed the walls, and then entered the henhouse. The cluckers were asleep when we entered the henhouse. The work for you guys is: Number 1, let the birds go outside if it is sunny in the mornings. Number 2, gather the eggs laid in the chicken coop. Number 3, clean the chicken coop. Number 4, give the birds food and water. Number 5, return the birds back to the chicken coop. Can you do this? I asked the children. The children answered without any hesitation. In that case, please let the birds out. The eggs laid by the birds will be sold for money to allow you guys to buy food, so be gentle with them. The children gave affirmative responses. Put the eggs in this container. I made an egg case from earth magic. The case had 10 egg-shaped holes in it. I made about 100, including spares. The children brought the eggs back. 10 holes were filled up. Exactly 1 pack. Was that a good enough performance for 20 of them? There might be environmental changes to consider, too. Liz-san, are there any vegetable scraps that you were able to get yesterday? Yes, there is. Is it all right if we use it to feed the birds? About that. Even though they were vegetable scraps, it was still food that Liz acquired after bowing her head. There was probably a sense of perplexity at feeding that to the birds. It's all right, the birds will lay eggs. Everything will be okay if we can sell those. I understand. I'll bring the scraps. I need to go back first. Once the cleaning is over, please tell the children to return the birds back to the chicken coop after a short time. I headed to a certain place while carrying the eggs. Chapter 43, Bear-san becomes Commerce Rank F. I'm already exhausted. I'm sad about my non-existent writing ability. That certain location was the Commerce Guild. The Commerce Guild was crowded with people, just like yesterday. I don't want to think that all of this is my fault. As I stood in the middle of the crowd, looking at the entrance, I noticed that Terumina-san was there. My eyes met Terumina-san's. Yuna-chan. Hello, Terumina-san. What's wrong for you to be standing in this place? I came to the Commerce Guild to see if there was work here. Yes. In reality, I intended to return to being an adventurer, but I was stopped by my family. I thought that, in that case, since I am able to read, write, and calculate, isn't there work in that direction? So I came to the Commerce Guild to look. Reading and writing. Calculating. Terumina-san, would you like to work at my place? At Yuna-chan's place. I started a new business a bit ago, but if I had Terumina-san's help, it would be greatly appreciated. I wanted a manager for the egg business, and an intermediary for the Commerce Guild. By the way, what kind of work? Oh, right, though explaining it here is a bit. There were a lot of merchants around us. I didn't want to release the information about the eggs yet, so we moved to a different location. Though it was troublesome, we returned to the bear house. So then, what's the business? I intend to sell clucker eggs. I took an egg out from the bear box. A clucker's egg. For now, I'm raising cluckers at the edge of town. That's why, I want to ask Terumina-san to work as a manager. After that, I explained the situation simply to Terumina-san. About raising the cluckers at the orphanage, making them lay eggs, and selling them at the Commerce Guild. As for the management, is it about managing the cluckers? I've never brought up a bird, or anything else, before. I'm going to have the children from the orphanage handle the management of the cluckers. Terumina-san, please handle the sales to the Commerce Guild. Sales. After this, I intend to go to the Commerce Guild and set up the sales contract for the eggs. I want Terumina-san to do the management and accounting for that, like confirming the number of eggs, the price, and checking the accounting books for accuracy. The children from the orphanage can't do that, after all. I understand the situation. However, isn't this a considerably serious matter? Are you okay with me? I don't have very many acquaintances in this town, so if it's Terumina-san, I know fairly well what kind of person you are. I understand. I'll take this job then. It seems like my daughter and I will become even more indebted to Yuna-chan after this. I had acquired a manager for the eggs and money. With this, I was reducing my workload at a steady pace. I headed to the Commerce Guild for the second time, along with Terumina-san. The Commerce Guild was still overflowing with people, even now. I spiritedly ventured into the crowd and looked for a receptionist. I searched for Mylene-san, who was in charge of me. Self-decided. She wasn't at the reception desk. I wonder if she is taking the day off. Era, Yuna-san, what are you here for today? Also, who is that person? A voice called out from behind me. When I turned around, Mylene-san was there. Why, from behind me? I was on a break, so I had gone outside for a bit. I have something to consult with you, but... Mylene-san's eyes lit up. It's kind of scary though. Yes, I understand. I'll show you to a separate room. I was caught by Mylene-san and taken away. Terumina-san followed behind us. So then, what did you want to talk about? I want to sell this, but... Is this an egg from a clucker? It's good that you can tell from just a glance. That's because I have worked as a receptionist for many years. So, you want to sell this? Of course, it's likely that customers who want this will come here. Can you sell this regularly? Regularly? Roughly how frequently? For now, around 10 to 20 a day, but in the future, I hope to reach around 1,000 a day. Yuna-san, are you actually saying that? That's what I'm saying. The clucker's habitat is far away from this town, and it also takes time to catch them. Moreover, the eggs are only edible for a few days after being laid, and it is impossible to keep them for a long period of time. It's all right, because I plan to raise cluckers. To raise them it can't be, the land around the orphanage. Correct. I plan to use the children from the orphanage to raise them. You don't say. Such a thing. Well, it's fine even if you don't believe me, as long as you properly buy the eggs. So, what's the possibility of selling eggs every day? That's right. It depends on the price, but it's possible. I'll leave the pricing to you, so please take care of it. It's best to leave specialized things to an expert. But, is that okay? About what? If the number of eggs increases, it is inevitable for the price to drop. That's why it may not be necessary to forcibly increase the supply. There are many reasons though. I want normal people to be able to eat eggs. After that, the fact that the eggs are being produced at the orphanage will eventually be revealed. When that happens, a large number of cheap eggs is less likely to be stolen than a small number of expensive eggs, and the children in the orphanage will be safer as well. In addition, in this world, there weren't many egg dishes because the value of eggs was too high. If it became inexpensive, the number of dishes would probably increase, I think. Please pardon me. For you to have thought about this to that degree. Though I try not to, in this line of work, thoughts about how to make a profit tend to come first. The three of us, including Terumina-san, discussed together and drew up a contract after that. Someone will go to the chicken coop at the orphanage every day to pick up the eggs. The selling price will be left to the guild. The feed of vegetable scraps will be arranged by the guild. The money will be delivered once every 10 days. Terumina-san will oversee and carry out the delivery of the eggs. The acquisition method of the eggs and the people involved will be kept a secret. Oh, and one more thing was put in at the end of the contract. Is all that for the contract? With that, Yuna-san, I need to do the registration for the Commerce Guild, so I'll have to ask for your guild card. Registration. Yes, you have to register, otherwise it isn't possible for you to conduct business. Can you please stop with the "even a child knows that much" face? Is it okay if I am the only one to register? No, Terumina-san too, please. At the time when you deliver the eggs, it will be necessary to check your guild card. So, is it okay to use the card from the Adventurers Guild for the guild card? Yes. The guild card is the same everywhere, it is just that different contents will be added to the card. She placed the guild card on the quartz plate at the corner of the room and operated the plate. The registration ended within a few minutes, and the guild cards were returned to us. Now then, I'll explain about the Commerce Guild and the card. I checked my card. Adventurer rank, D. Commerce rank, F. As usual, my profession remains as a bear. Commerce rank. The Commerce rank is similar to the Adventurer rank, and indicates the level of a merchant. When the rank is high, your credibility will rise as well. That is why, when you engage in business in a new town, there will be a lot of advantages if your rank is high. Advantages. Such as being given land with good locations to rent, introductions to important people, or borrowing items. After all, a great merchant is likely to bring good benefits to the town. The higher the rank, the higher the trust. It was the same with adventurers then. How do I raise my rank? It depends on the degree you contribute to the Commerce Guild. Or, in short, it becomes a measure of how much tax you have paid. Somehow, it was easy to understand. Other than that, it is the same in any town. You are obliged to report any ongoing transactions to the Commerce Guild. People who conduct business without permission will be punished, so please take care. What about when I sell monster materials? There are no problems for the portion you sell to the guild. However, please notify us if you open a shop or a street stall. I don't have any plans to start a store at the moment. Also, similar to the Adventurers Guild, money can be entrusted to us. Just know, the money looked after by the Adventurers Guild and the Commerce Guild will be linked. It is possible to withdraw the entrusted money at either the Adventurers Guild or the Commerce Guild. I had received an explanation in the Adventurers Guild, but I wasn't using it. There was the bear box as well, but the money I brought from Japan was a huge amount. Even if 10 billion yen became 10 billion and 1 million yen, it didn't make much of a difference. So then, Yuna-san, what will you do with the proceeds from the egg sales? Will you receive it in cash, or will you establish a recurring transfer to Terumina-san's card? To Terumina-san's card, please. Terumina-san called out for us to wait. Do you mean all of it? That's right. There is the matter of Terumina-san and the children's wages, as well as any necessary expenses. It will be troublesome for me to prepare it every time, you see. I see, you say. Although I'm happy that you trust me this much, I cannot agree to the possibility of having to manage a large amount of money. In that case, what about deciding on a set amount of money beforehand? Just transfer the necessary amount over to Terumina-san's card. The rest can be entered into Yuna-san's account. Is it possible to do it that way? Yes. In situations where the merchant and the payroll manager is different, it is often done this way. I decided on the necessary amount of money for Terumina-san and the children's wages, and placed the remainder onto my card. Having planned to this degree, we left the rest of the decisions to the Commerce Guild and left. It would be fine if I came back again when something else was necessary. I handed over the eggs I brought today as a free sample. It was for the sake of having regular customers. To ensure regular customers, you must be able to take a loss. After we left the Commerce Guild, Terumina-san and I headed towards the orphanage to introduce her, as well as to hold the rest of the discussions. Basically, I asked the director to continue overseeing the management of the orphanage. I handed over the remuneration for the children's work and asked her to take care of the food, clothing, and shelter. I asked Liz to help take care of the children. Of course, I also paid Liz a wage. Terumina-san would manage the money for the eggs and be the one to deal with the Commerce Guild. What about me? I didn't do anything. I made the henhouse and the surrounding wall, as well as procuring the birds and establishing the contract with the Commerce Guild. There was no role left for me. If I had to name one, maybe it was that I should get more birds at regular intervals to increase the number of birds. Chapter 44, Cliff's Perspective, Feudal Lord. The quantity of eggs seemed to be gradually increasing. When I went to the village, I caught more birds. Since it was inconvenient to do it close to the village, I went to a place a short distance away from the village to catch them. Thanks to that, the number of cluckers had increased to almost 300, and moreover, chicks were raised from the eggs. On one such day, the feudal lord, Cliff, came knocking on the door to my house. Welcome, Cliff-sama. Is there something you need? For the time being, since he was a feudal lord, I greeted him politely. Yuna, there is something I want to ask you. Why won't you sell Clucker's eggs to my house? Cliff's perspective. I finished my morning's work and took a short break. Although it was just looking over and signing some documents, there were a lot of them, so it was a pain. While I was resting, the butler, Rondo, entered the office. Excuse me for intruding during your break. What is it, urgent business? No, it's not serious, but I think it's advisable for you to hear it. If Rondo said so, it probably wasn't anything serious after all, but it was still something to be concerned about. Recently, Clucker's eggs have begun to enter the town in large quantities, but it is a bit strange. What is strange about it? Yes, at first, I could not figure out where it was circulating from. After that, if I gave out the name of the house Foscuros, they would not sell it to me. Huh? What is that supposed to mean? Every time I asked the person in charge of stocking the ingredients, I only got vague answers, and even after spending some time to ask politely, I didn't get a response. Then, if I went to the other shops normally, I could procure it, but if I phrased it as a request from the Foscuros family, they would run out of eggs, it would be impossible without a reservation, or I would simply be declined. What is this about? Other than that, nobody wants to sell eggs to the Foscuros family, I don't know why. Even if I inquire at the Commerce Guild, they don't seem to know anything about this. No matter what I do, I cannot get a response. It wasn't like it was a problem if eggs specifically could not be eaten, but it didn't give a good feeling. There wasn't any pressing work in the afternoon, right? Do you want to go take a look at the Commerce Guild? I finished my break quickly and headed to the Commerce Guild. Although I didn't make any appointments, I was able to meet with the guild master immediately. Well, if it isn't Cliff-sama. What kind of business do you have today? The Commerce Guild's guild master, Mylene-san, turned a suspicious smile towards me. Today, I'm not here to talk about work. There is something I came to inquire about personally. Is it something personal? It is about the matter of the clucker's eggs. About the clucker's eggs, is it? Mylene repeated the question back to me without changing her expression at all. That's right. Why does it seem like nobody wants to sell eggs to me? There's no such thing going on. Don't lie. There is evidence. The clucker eggs are popular, so they were sold out and I wasn't able to buy any, due to an overflow of advance reservations. A merchant selling eggs said the same thing, you know. Then, that is the case. Do you think I'm just going to go along with that? Something like eggs, isn't it fine even if you don't eat it? I'm offended that someone I don't know is doing such a thing out there. I also want to be able to serve eggs to my daughter. In that case, do you want to bring your daughter's portion home with you? There isn't any for me. There isn't. Mylene gave me a sweet smile. What an annoying woman. One of the few people capable of opposing me. Do you intend to not tell me, no matter what? Due to a promise, I am unable to sell eggs to Cliff-sama. Is it necessary to keep that promise, to the point of breaking down the relationship between us? That's right. If the problem this time wasn't due to you being bad, I might have been your ally. However, this time I am that child's supporter, because I like that child's idea. I'm the bad one. That's right, a lot of children have suffered this time because of you. That child is the one who saved them. It might have been the right choice for a feudal lord, but it was a mistake. From a human point of view. Suffering children. As a merchant, I also understand your way of thinking, but I plan to side with that child this time. For you to get that involved is rather unusual. That's because she's an interesting girl, that one. I've seen many different kinds of people until now, but it's the first time I've been unable to see through a child with that kind of power, action, and way of thinking. For you to say so much about that person, it seems like it'll become another thing not involved with the eggs that I have to look into. Though, I don't have any intentions for you to meet them. Will you at least tell me what I did? I can't. If I talk about it, you will understand the connection with that child. In that case, can you return the loan from last time to me? Loan? You weren't able to prepare a tribute for the king, right? Are you saying that now? I assent that the Commerce Guild's responsibility. Speaking of that, has the tribute for the king already been decided? Yeah, I plan to hand over a Goblin King's sword that I received from an adventurer. A Goblin King's sword. Ah, it entered my possession when a girl with the appearance of a bear defeated the Goblin King. Yuna-chan. Do you know her? The newbie who defeated 100 goblins, indiscriminately hunted wolves, subjugated the tiger wolves, and recently defeated a black viper. A cute girl who looks like a bear. Yuri frightfully knowledgeable about this. It's because she is a promising rookie. Even though I'm part of the Commerce Guild, she caught my eye, but to think that she obtained a Goblin King's sword when the group of goblins were subjugated. In this way, I obtained a gift for the king. If you cannot procure a tribute for the king, can you return the loan to me? How underhanded. But, to think that Cliff was also acquainted with Yuna-san. More or less. My daughter was also interested in her. It was my first time seeing such an interesting adventurer. But, to have been disliked by that adventurer, Yuna-chan, What did you say? The one providing the eggs to the guild is Yuna-chan, you know. The one who set a condition for the guild to not sell eggs to the Fachiros family was also her. So it was Yuna. I'm being disliked by that bear girl. The moment I thought about it, a bad feeling ran through my body. When I met her for the first time, I thought that she was an interesting girl. I was even allowed to ride on one of her summoned bears. She was also the one who gifted me the Goblin King's sword. I also went to see her rumored bear house. I heard the rumors about her defeating the Black Viper. She even saved a village. This time, I had thought about meeting her and giving her a reward. I also had a good impression of her character. To be hated by that kind of Yuna. Can I hear the reason? Please go ask the person in question yourself, as I personally cannot say who is the bad one here. If I asked any more than this, I probably wouldn't get any answers. This woman was that kind of person. I understand. I'll go meet Yuna. I left the Commerce Guild and headed to the bear house to meet Yuna. Before my eyes was the house that looked like a bunch of bears. It was a building that was becoming famous in this town. I stood in front of the bear house and called out to Yuna. Why won't you sell the clucker eggs to my house? I got straight to the point. I forced it out of Mylene, so don't get angry at her. I'm not particularly upset. If it's going to be an issue for the guild, it's fine for them to talk about me. So, why did you set up instructions to not sell eggs to me? Because the eggs are being produced at the orphanage. That's why I decided to not sell eggs, since I was a bit resentful. Why did it become that, just because the eggs are produced at the orphanage, they cannot be sold to me? Are you really saying that? You slowly reduced the amount of money allotted to the orphanage, before finally cutting it off. Certainly, the orphanage doesn't contribute to the town, but even so, I don't think it's good to corner children with futures into a life and death situation. I like children, and it's not like you aren't a parent yourself. I don't like that you cut them off, just because you say that they aren't necessary. I have no idea what Yuna is talking about. While I was taking my time to think it over, Yuna continued her lecture. The children were hungry to the point that they were scavenging for people's leftovers. The caretakers of the orphanage spent every day lowering their heads and begging for food scraps from the inns and shops. The children's clothes were the same, day after day. The house they slept in was drafty, and there were no warm covers on the beds. Why must the children, who are doing their best to look after the troublesome birds that lay the eggs, be forced to give you eggs to eat? It's not like you can't live on if you don't eat eggs, right? As the feudal lord. I didn't understand what Yuna had been talking about at all. Was the aid money to the orphanage cut off? Were the children scavenging for food? A lifestyle that relied on food scraps. A house perforated with holes. No clothes. No bed covers or sheets. When I heard that, I wanted to have some revenge. In the first place, Miss Director was already grateful to you just for providing a place for them to live. In other words, when Yuna saw the appearance of the children at the orphanage, who were troubled over food after I had cut off the money to the orphanage, she got angry. Yuna gathered the children and gave them the work with the cluckers, and was currently selling the eggs to the Commerce Guild. As revenge, though small, she had refused to sell any eggs to me. Mylene was saying that, while it might have been right as the feudal lord, it was wrong as a human. In other words, did she want to say that it might have been correct for the feudal lord to not uselessly spend money on things that weren't profitable like the orphanage, but to abandon the troubled children was a mistake as a human? Before that, the troubling thing was that the idea that I cut off funding for the orphanage seemed to have already spread. I did not discontinue the money for the orphanage. Why did it become this way? Yuna, you might not believe me, but I didn't cut off the funding for the orphanage. I'm going to go and confirm things now. I will come back as soon as I figure it out. I returned to the Lord's manor in a hurry. I didn't walk, but ran back. Why was the orphanage not being given money? I returned to my office and called out for the butler, Rondo. Have you returned, Cliff-sama? Rondo. Please investigate what has happened to the money that was meant for the orphanage, immediately. The aid money for the orphanage, is it? That's right. Search for the person who made me look like a cold-hearted feudal lord. Rondo bowed and left the office. The afternoon work irritated me and I wasn't able to work. That night, Rondo came to my room. Is now a good time, Cliff-sama? Did you find something, anything? Yes. The person who was managing the money for the orphanage was Enzo Roland-sama. Enzo, you say? Is that so? That fellow was in charge. To not have known of such a thing despite being the feudal lord makes me want to hit myself. Enzo-sama seems to have been embezzling the money that was for the orphanage. Embezzlement. My job was to supervise the jobs assigned to various people. If an application for funds for the orphanage came in, I signed off and offered a subsidy. Since it came every month, I had been signing it without thinking about it at all. In that case, it could not be helped if Yuna got angry at me. Though I have not examined the specifics in detail, Enzo-sama seems to have only been moving around money to appear as if he was taking care of the work he is responsible for. In reality, it seems that he was embezzling the money. Furthermore, he seems to have some debts. Why does he owe money if he's embezzling? It looks like he spends large amounts of money to play around with women excessively, while his wife avidly buys and collects precious jewels and her favorite items at every chance. The son is just as bad as the father. You kidding me? That's the town's money. Making a fool of me. Rondo. Immediately. Right now. Take some soldiers and head to Enzo's house. Absolutely do not let them get away. Don't kill them though, I want you to bring that entire family in front of me. Yes, I understand. Rondo left the room. An hour after that, Enzo, who had gotten fatter and flabbier, and his entire family stood in front of me. The entire family bulged substantially in an ugly way, making me feel like throwing up. I say, Cliff-sama, to even send forth soldiers to collect me, what kind of business do you have this late at night? Right now, I feel like killing your entire family, so you better answer me honestly. Did you embezzle the money for the orphanage? No, I didn't do such a thing. Then why is the orphanage saying that they aren't receiving any money? That is what the people from the orphanage are saying, right? They probably think if they say they are not getting the money, that more will be given to them. Filthy human trash. You are the ones who are human trash. Most of the work I left to you seems to have been barely touched. It doesn't seem like you're doing any work. I'll be doing it in the near future, it's just a bit late. You also seem to be deep in debt, too. It's just a small matter, I'll be paying it off very soon. It's not something that Cliff-sama needs to be worried about. It doesn't look like he has any intention of telling the truth. In that case, there isn't any problem if I investigate your house, correct? Although, I've already examined your house. Do you think you can get away with doing such a thing? I'm going to tell my older brother in the royal capital. This is my town. And since I've assembled the evidence, I'm going to execute you. Put these 3 in the dungeons. Wait. Let me contact my older brother in the capital. Silence this thing's mouth. I feel sick. The soldiers bound the 3 people's mouths with cloth and took them to the dungeons. A short while later, Rondo, who had been examining the Roland house, returned. Did you find anything? Yes. All the evidence of the embezzlement was there too. Rondo's facial complexion was bad. Enzo-sama's conduct was excessively atrocious, so. That bad. Embezzlement, misappropriation of funds, violence, murder, illegal business transactions, there were too many to count. Even murder. Yes, there were a lot of corpses in the dungeon. That was also terrible, but there were signs of people doing unspeakable things to them. The story I heard from Rondo was too terrible. Young women came from the countryside to be hired as servants. It seemed that they were violated until they died, and their corpses were disposed of underground. Since they came from the countryside, nobody would notice if they went missing. If a lover or a family member came looking for the girls from the countryside, they would be invited to the mansion, imprisoned, and killed. Apparently, such actions were repeated over and over again. Enzo's wife would buy up all the jewelry she could. If there was no money, she would borrow it. Enzo was embezzling and misusing funds for the sake of paying off those loans. The son had been raping women by force in town, and had been using the power of money to cover it up. It was common for him to eat and drink without paying. If the shop defied him, he would rampage in the store and force them to shut down. Why wasn't I informed that this was happening? An obvious reason is that Enzo was probably silencing it. Even though he was only part of a branch family, perhaps it was due to the influence of his older brother in the royal capital. However, this town is my town. I won't let him do as he likes. Execute him. It wasn't possible for me to put up with this any longer. Is that all right? There's Enzo's older brother in the royal capital. I don't care. Let it be said that a robber invaded his house, and he was murdered. I executed the Roland family. We secured the evidence of illegal actions. Confiscated the assets. Rescued the remaining survivors in the dungeon. For those who still had places to return to, we made preparations for them to return after their treatment. After I finished everything, I headed towards Yuna's place once again. I am deeply sorry. I lowered my head and explained the situation surrounding the money that was cut off from the orphanage. Normally, I wouldn't speak of such matters to a commoner. However, I had a feeling that I had to tell this girl. My subordinate has been embezzling the money without my notice. I will start resending the aid funds for the orphanage immediately. It's not needed. Everyone is already doing their best to work hard, so the aid funds aren't necessary. If the money is still there, why not use it in an effective way? An effective way. Like making a surveillance department to ensure that such an idiot won't appear again. Surveillance. A job to confirm whether or not money is being used according to your directions. The orphanage, for example. You would have someone head to the orphanage to check the situation once a month. Are the necessary expenditures being used properly? For things that are being purchased, are they being charged reasonably? If there is such a person investigating, then things like embezzlement and misuse of funds would not be as easy to do, right? Of course, if the investigator is a criminal to begin with, then there's no meaning. In that case, what should I do? I assent that kind of thing already decided. If not a person that you trust, then ask someone who would be willing to stake their own life to earn your trust. Don't you have at least one person like that? Yes, I do. Rondo fits. Is that so? That's good. Yuna only said that and nothing else. You really are sure the orphanage will be fine? It's fine. You saved me this time. The children weren't left to die. I'll repay this favor in the future for sure. I left Yuna's house and went back to the Lord's mansion. There was a mountain of work to do. I'll have Rondo act as my right hand in between his butler work in the meantime. At last, the story of the orphanage that I wrote on a whim has finished. I started writing about it on a fancy, so I was troubled as I couldn't think of a reason for the orphanage to not have money. Cliff is a good feudal lord, so he would offer money to the orphanage. Then, what would happen to the aid money? I didn't set up a Cliff is evil setting at the start, so the candidates were misdirector or a subordinate of the feudal lord, and I chose the latter. I also ended up writing the conclusion without considering the ending. This was a bad case of that. While I was planning about writing that situation as I was writing it, I felt considerably exhausted, but I thank you for your understanding in the future from now on as well. Chapter 45, Bear-san makes pudding. I wonder if I can do it. I was able to obtain a lot of eggs, so I decided to make some pudding. They should turn out to be cool and delicious if I succeeded. A cool breeze brushed past my face when I opened the refrigerator door. Delicious-looking pudding was lined up inside. I picked one up and took it to the table. With a spoon in hand, I tried sampling it. It's delicious. The pudding was a success. My spoon didn't stop moving. I ate 2 puddings, which I hadn't had for a long time, before I was satisfied. Then, a visitor came to the house. Big sis Yuna, we're here. Fina and Shuri arrived together. Sit in a chair and wait for a moment. So, what did you mean by a delicious thing? I had the 2 of them come be taste testers. A snack made from eggs. I took out the chilled pudding and placed it in front of them. They each grabbed a spoon and took a bite of the pudding. Delicious. Fina murmured her impression, while next to her, Shuri was shoveling pudding into her mouth non-stop. Shuri, eat more slowly. But it's so delicious. Bright smiles rose on both their faces. It's good that both of you are satisfied. It's super delicious. How can something so delicious be made from eggs? This is still just a prototype. If you have any thoughts as you are eating it, please tell me. Things such as whether it is too sweet or not. There's nothing strange about it anywhere. It's sweet and delicious. It's delicious. Shuri was licking her spoon wistfully. It couldn't be helped, so I took out 2 more servings of pudding from the refrigerator and placed them in front of the 2. These are the last ones, okay. Their spoons started moving. As a last resort, I went to the refrigerator and put the remaining pudding inside the bear box. I parted from the 2 after they finished eating. I headed to the orphanage, to the next person I had asked to taste test. The children were hard at work taking care of the birds when I arrived at the orphanage. I call out a greeting to the children before heading into the orphanage. Well, if it isn't Yuna-san. Welcome. Miss Director was preparing lunch with several other girls. Did I come at a bad time? No, it's all right. It's not an important matter. Are you going to be eating lunch with us? It was a rare invitation, so I decided to accept. The children sat in chairs in the large room and politely waited for everyone to gather for the meal. When all of them had arrived. Thank you, Big Sis Bear. Thank you for the food. As soon as they finished speaking, the children started eating their meals. Are you still doing that? Yes. It is thanks to Yuna-san that we can have meals like this. We must not forget this feeling of gratitude. The greeting for this meal. Thank you, Big Sis Yuna, thank you for the food. Was supposed to be like that, but, as expected, it was too embarrassing when they said my name, so I asked them to stop. However, the children didn't plan to stop. I want to show my gratitude to Big Sis Yuna. The fact that I am able to eat till my stomach is full is thanks to Big Sis Yuna. I can eat delicious food thanks to Big Sis Yuna. I can wear beautiful clothes thanks to Big Sis Yuna. I can live in a warm house thanks to Big Sis Yuna. I can sleep in a warm bed thanks to Big Sis Yuna. Thanks to Big Sis Yuna. The children all spoke words of gratitude from their mouths. However, it was embarrassing hearing my name come out whenever they ate a meal, so we compromised on Big Sis Bear. Even that was still plenty embarrassing though. The children were eating happily, even though lunch at the orphanage was just bread and vegetable soup. Seeing them like that made me glad. What a mysterious feeling. I didn't think I would take care of them to this extent. I probably wouldn't have done it when I was in Japan. Even though I had money, I never did anything like donating. As I was watching the children, lunch ended. When I saw that they had finished eating, I took out pudding from the bear box. What's this? A girl asked me. A dessert made from the eggs laid by the birds that everyone went through a lot of trouble to look after. It's delicious, you know. I placed the pudding in front of the children. Of course, there was also a portion for Miss Director. What is this? So delicious. It's super delicious. There's only one for each person, so please savor it. Okay. It looked like it had received a favorable reception from the children. Yuna-san, this is really delicious. Liz praised the pudding. This is also due to the contributions from Liz and the children, who do their best to look after the birds. This pudding was made from eggs. Then just selling eggs, what a waste. Eggs are great, right? They can become money and such a delicious thing, yeah. Though, it would be good if the number of birds and eggs would increase a bit more. Yes. I'll do my best. If they multiply too much and it becomes a problem, tell me, okay? I'll think of various things to do. Okay. It's still alright, since the children are working hard. While I was talking with Liz, the children's pudding cups were emptied. After I asked the children for their impressions of the pudding, I left the orphanage. Chapter 46, Bear-san delivers pudding. I arrived in front of the Faucheros family manor after I left the orphanage. Cliff was whatever. I was here for the sake of treating his daughter Noir to pudding. I told the gate soldier that I would like to meet Noir. The gate soldier knew about me and told me to wait a moment. A short time later, Noir came running over from the front door. Pumph. Noir dove into my waist. However, it didn't hurt, thanks to the bear dress absorbing the impact. It's been a while, Noir. It's fine if you call me Noah, you know. So then, what did you need me for? Even if you don't have any business, I welcome you from the bottom of my heart. I made a dessert, so I wanted Noah to try it. A dessert. I look forward to it. She tugged on my hand and took me to her room. So then, what kind of food is it? It's a dessert made from a clucker's eggs. I produced a pudding from the bear box. Of course, I didn't forget the spoon. Noah took the spoon and took a bite of pudding. It's the first time I've eaten something this delicious. It's not that big a deal. That's not the case. This kind of melting, cold, smooth, and gentle-tasting flavor is a first for me. Well, it's a flavor that women and children like, after all. Oh, I've already finished eating it. The cup was already empty. She stared at me wistfully. Just one more, okay. When I handed over a new pudding, there was a knock on the door. Noah, I'm coming in. I heard that Una came over, but Noir's father, the feudal Lord Cliff, came into the room. Sorry to be imposing on you. It's not a problem. So, what are the two of you up to? Una-san made this puree and dessert that I'm about to eat. Purin. Noir ate a mouthful of the new pudding she received. A childlike smile appeared on her face. Just that alone made it worth coming here. Is it that delicious? Cliff asked me, after seeing his daughter's face. Yes, it's super delicious. Noah, sorry, but aren't you going to give me a bite too? And no way. Noah blatantly refuses. Noah. No way. This is something that I got from Una-san. Una. Cliff looked at me wistfully. Don't make such a face as an adult. Ha, I understand already. Please tell me your impressions after you eat it, okay? It's still just a prototype, so I haven't adjusted the taste yet. This is a prototype. It's more delicious than any other dessert you know. Even though I say it's a prototype, I'm only planning on adjusting the sweetness later. I handed a pudding over to Cliff. Cliff, who received the pudding, took a bite. What is this? Cliff's face changed. I have never eaten such a delicious thing, even in the royal capital. I wonder if the level of desserts in this world is low. There might be no helping it if eggs are hard to obtain. Cliff's and Noah's spoons kept moving without pause. Una-san, thank you for the treat. It was very delicious. I see. That's good. Was there any particular place that you felt could be improved? No, I don't think there's any particular problems with it. Like, would you prefer it to be a little sweeter or a little less sweet, I think it would be better if it were a little less sweet. The first bite at the beginning was delicious, but the sweetness gradually became overpowering. Is that so? I thought it was very good. Well, everyone will have different taste preferences, so I'm consulting everyone. Are you going to open a store? I don't have that intention at the moment. It's not just for the children looking after the birds, but if there are kids who want to cook certain cuisines or make certain foods and desserts, I was thinking of helping to create a path for their future. You were thinking that far ahead. If there is a store, then I won't have to go out of my way to make something whenever I want to eat it. Una is a better adult than me when it comes to leading the children. I retrieved the empty cups from the two and put them away into the bear box. So then, did you need something? He purposely went out of his way to his daughter's room to meet me. I have a request. Can you escort Noah to the royal capital? To the royal capital? Yes, I must participate in the king's 40th birthday commemoration, but thanks to somebody, I have a mountain of work. Thanks to somebody, surely you aren't referring to me, right? I'm grateful to you, but it's the truth. Well, it's fine, but why me? What about the other adventurers? In case you forgot, I'm also an aristocrat. There's a chance that my daughter might be targeted, in which case I want someone I trust to take care of my daughter. So you're saying you trust me? I wanted to go to the royal capital anyway though, so it was fine. So then, when are we going? As early as tomorrow is fine with me, since I think Noah also wants to meet her mother as soon as possible. That reminded me, I had never seen her mother in this house. Since she had never come out to talk to me, I thought she had passed away, but that was apparently not the case. Her mother is at the royal capital. Yes, she has some work at the royal capital. In that case, shall we depart tomorrow? I nodded and asked Cliff about an important matter. So then, am I the sole escort? Yeah, won't it be cumbersome if there are others? You have the summoned beasts, so you'll probably be riding them if you need to escape. In addition, you have the power to defeat a black viper. There aren't any adventurers at your level in this town, you see. I understand. In that case, I'll come pick you up tomorrow. You saved me some trouble. There are some things that I want you to take with you, but I need to prepare them, so please wait for a bit. Cliff left the room for a moment and came back quickly. This is for Eleonora, please hand it to Noah's mother. I received 2 letters and a large box. Inside this is the Goblin King's sword that I received from you. After thinking of the worst-case scenario, I wanted to pass it to Eleonora. I wrote detailed explanations in this letter, so I think she'll understand if you give it to her. Also, this letter is for the Adventurers Guild, for handling this as a nominated request, so you can receive this request at the guild. I stowed the letters and the Goblin King's sword away. In order to quickly make preparations for tomorrow, I left the feudal lord's manor. First of all, I needed to tell Mylene that I planned to leave town, so I headed towards the Commerce Guild. At last, we're going to the royal capital. Though initially, the reason I had come up with for going to the royal capital was to be a merchant's guard. The story has kind of wandered off into a considerably weird direction because of the Goblin King's sword that I irresponsibly wrote about. Chapter 47, Bear-san announces the trip to the royal capital. Maybe because it was early afternoon, there weren't many people in the Commerce Guild. When I went to the reception desk, Mylene-san, who seemed available, was there. Yuna-san, what is the matter? I'll be going to the royal capital for a while, so I came to report it. So, I'll be counting on Terumina-san for the matter regarding the eggs, okay. Though I said that, almost all of the matters regarding the eggs had already been left to Terumina-san. I was only consulted about the price every once in a while. You plan on going to the royal capital? It's a little bit of escort work. How long do you plan on staying at the royal capital? I also want to see the king's birthday commemoration that will be going on, so I was thinking of staying until it is finished. Is that so? In that case, since you're going to the royal capital, I'll be looking forward to some souvenirs, okay? That's fine, but is there something you want? I'll leave it to you to decide. That's the most troublesome answer, you know. Ah, that's right. It's not a souvenir, but I'll give this to you. I took a pudding out of the bear box. What is this? It's a delicacy called pudding, made from clucker eggs. Make sure you put it in a refrigerator, then you can eat it during your break. Also, please tell me your impression when I return, okay? Thank you very much. I'll take up your offer and eat it later. It's not to thank you or anything, but please take this. Mylene-san wrote something on a piece of paper, sealed it in an envelope, and handed it to me. My letter of introduction. If you run into some trouble at the Commerce Guild in the royal capital, please hand this over to the Commerce Guild there. I think they'll be a bit more accommodating after that. I gratefully accepted her letter of introduction. I did have plans to go to the Commerce Guild there. Please don't forget about the pudding, and eat it while it's still cold, okay? I warned her about how to eat the pudding and exited the Commerce Guild. The 3 places I needed to go to after this were Fina's house, the Adventurers Guild, and the orphanage. I decided to go to the Adventurers Guild first. The adventurers who had finished their requests were returning, but it looked like I had arrived just before it got crowded. Ah, Yuna-san. I would like you to take care of this, if possible. I handed over the letter Cliff had entrusted to me. Helen scanned over the letter she had received. This is a designated request from Cliff Foskiro-sama, I see. To escort someone to the royal capital, is it? I'll handle the necessary processing, so if I could see your guild card, please. Yuna-san will be away from this town for some time because of this, right? I'm not really sure for how long though. Hey Yuna, are you planning on going somewhere? The guild master appeared from out of nowhere. Due to Cliff-sama's request, Yuna-san will be going to the royal capital. That fellow's request, huh? Ah, is it about the king's birthday commemoration? Because Cliff can't go to the royal capital for a while, it's been decided that I'll be escorting just his daughter, Noah. There. The royal capital, huh? The guild master looked me over slowly and carefully. Yuna, wait just a sec. The guild master returned after a short while. Here, take this dot. Yet again, another letter was handed to me. It's for the sake of keeping you from rampaging at the Adventurers Guild in the royal capital. Hey, did you forget what happened the first time you came here? In any case, you're planning on going to the royal capital in that get-up, right? The bear suit had been accepted in this town. There was already no one left who would try to fight me when I enter the guild. The strange looks I received when walking through the town had also decreased. On the contrary, children often gathered near me instead. I felt like I had turned into an official local mascot character. If you hand over this letter, the guild should more or less look after you. I appreciated it. Knocking out idiots one by one was annoying. Thank you, I'm sure it will be handy. I expressed my thanks and accepted it. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, I headed over to Fina's house. Gent-san wasn't there, but the three girls were. Oh. Welcome Yuna-chan. What's up, coming here at this time of the day? Big sis Yuna, you came. Fina came down from the second floor. Shuri followed close behind her. I've decided to go to the royal capital for a while, starting from tomorrow, so I came to inform you. Big sis Yuna, you're going to the royal capital. It's a bodyguard request, you see. I thought Terumina-san would be fine, so I'm leaving matters regarding the orphanage to you. Okay. Well, it's not something that would become troublesome, so it's fine for Yuna-chan to leisurely go sightseeing at the royal capital. It'll be your first time there, right? That's nice, the royal capital. Fina has never been there before. Never so. Well, that's because of me. After my husband died, I fell sick, and I gave this child a lot of trouble. Then, do you want to go together? Is that okay? Well, even if the targets I have to guard increases from one person to two, it's not really a problem, you know. Is that okay, Yuna-chan? You have your job too. In that case, tomorrow, I'll ask the person I'm guarding if she objects. If she approves, you can go. If not, you'll have to stay home. I assent that great, big sis. Shuri can't go. Stay home together with mother. You. Is it unpleasant being with your mother, just the two of us? Shuri shook her head from side to side in denial. It's not unpleasant. Terumina-san embraced her daughter, Shuri. In that case, I'll come by tomorrow morning to pick you up. Although you won't need to make traveling preparations, be sure to prepare any items you want to bring with you, so I can place them in my item bag. Finally, I went to the orphanage and told the director-sensei and the children that I wouldn't be coming for a while, and I left behind a large quantity of wolf meat. Chapter 48, Fina's Perspective 5. Before going to the royal capital, it's time for Fina's perspective. Though I intended to write this earlier, I forgot. Mother was in pain when I woke up this morning. Her suffering was different from usual. She wasn't conscious. There was no response, no matter how much I called her. I tried to give her medicine, but she didn't swallow it. Even so, I did my best to get her to swallow it. However, her condition didn't improve. A lot of sweat was running down Mother's forehead. My younger sister, Shuri, was standing next to the bed with a worried expression, calling out, "Mother. Mother." In this situation, it was no use. There was nothing we could do. Shuri, please look after Mother. Big sis. I'll be going to Uncle Gens's place, so don't worry. If it's Uncle Gens, he should be able to do something. I patted my sister on her head, and then headed to Uncle Gens's home. He shouldn't have gone to work yet. I ran. Few people were out and about this early, so it was easy to run. When I arrived at Uncle Gens's house, I pounded on his door with all my strength. Uncle. Uncle Gens. Uncle appeared after I beat on the door. What's the matter, this early in the morning? Mother is. What's wrong with Terumina? She's in a lot of pain. It's different from normal. I couldn't stop my tears anymore. Even though she drank her medicine, she didn't get better. Let's go to your house. Uncle Gens started running to my house. I also ran as if my life depended on it. I couldn't see Uncle Gens's figure anywhere when I arrived at the house. When I entered the house, Uncle Gens was calling out to Mother in a loud voice. However, there was no reaction. Damn it. Uncle Gens looked at Shuri and me. I'm going to go look for medicine. You two look after your mother. As Uncle Gens flew out of the house, I grasped my mother's hand. Shuri held Mother's hand together with me. Please. Somehow, save Mother. If there is anything I can do, I'll do it, so dash. No matter what, please don't take Mother away from us. I beg of you. Mother. Fina, Shuri. Mother. Mother regained consciousness. My wish was heard. Fina, Shuri, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? Mother hasn't done anything bad. Tears welled up in Mother's eyes. Mother. It might be useless already. If Mother happens to die, you must rely on Gens. If it's that person, he will surely help you. Mother spoke as if she was in great pain. Was Mother going to die? I didn't want to think about it. I'm sorry, you too. You had to put up with someone like me. She squeezed our hands, which were clasped in hers, with a frail strength. How long has it been since Uncle Gens went out? He hasn't come back. It might have only been 3 minutes or so, but I felt like hours had already passed. Hurry and come back soon. You. Mother's suffering began again. Someone, anyone, please help. Shuri's small hand squeezed mine strongly. I cannot give up here. Shuri. Shuri's eyes turned towards me. They looked anxious. Hold on to Mother's hand, okay? Big sis. It might be useless, but if it's that person. I left Mother to Shuri and rushed towards Big Sis Yuna's house. I couldn't complain that I was tired. I could see Big Sis Yuna's house, the bear house. I opened the front door without knocking. Big Sis Yuna was there when I entered the house. Big Sis, Yuna, my mother has. It was no good. My voice wouldn't come out. My tears wouldn't stop, even as I looked at Big Sis Yuna's face. Even though I came here, Big Sis Yuna wasn't a doctor or a pharmacist. However, if it was Big Sis Yuna, I was sure she would be able to do something. Big Sis Yuna gently placed her hand on my head. I guided Big Sis Yuna to my house. After we arrived and entered, Uncle Gens was there. Had he obtained medicine? If it was such an easily obtainable medicine, then Uncle Gens should have been able to obtain it. That's why I couldn't get angry at Uncle Gens. I approached my mother. She was suffering so badly that I could barely bear to look at her. Iger gave you a lot afterbleeth medicine and Fina, thank you. I couldn't see Mother's face because of my tears. Mother embraced us with her feeble hands. She separated from us and looked at Uncle Gens. Mother closed her eyes. It looked like she wasn't able to open them anymore. I tightly grasped Mother's hand. Her hand was cold. At this rate, she won't ever open her eyes again. She won't ever call my name again. Mother, Mother, Mother. Pumph, pumph. I heard the strange sound of something being hit behind me. When I turned around, Big Sis Yuna was clapping her hands. Big Sis Yuna separated us from the bed. Big Sis Yuna placed her bare hands on top of Mother's body. Mother's body shone with light. That brilliance gave a pure and warm feeling, as if a god was there. Mother's breathing slowly settled down. The sound of Mother taking suffocated breaths had just died down. A different magic was activated next. Mother's eyes slowly opened. Then, as if nothing was wrong, she got up from the bed. I rushed up to her. Uncle Gens expressed his gratitude to Big Sis Yuna. That's right. I also need to thank her. After that, Uncle Gens and Mother began to talk about repaying the favor. That's right. I had asked Uncle Gens about this before. He had said that asking a priest to cure Mother's disease would require paying a large amount of money. I recalled that the amount of money was a super high amount. There was nowhere close to that much money in my house. However, she was my mother's savior. If I could do it, I would repay it, even if it took my whole life. While I was thinking that, unexpected words came out of Big Sis Yuna. I think I'm going to cry again. I wondered if it was possible to repay all of Big Sis Yuna's kindness while I was still alive. That's right. Even if Big Sis Yuna says that a reward isn't necessary, it's not good. If there was something that I could do, I would do it. However, the moment Uncle Gents and Mother said anything, the sides of Big Sis Yuna's lips rose up. Big Sis Yuna started to say such things. The atmosphere in the room became heavy. I wondered what she would say. Big Sis Yuna looked over the room, before finally resting her gaze on Shuri and me. Having said so, she handed me money. Was it something that she didn't want us to hear? Big Sis Yuna, what do you plan on saying to Mother and Uncle Gents? However, what Big Sis Yuna said was correct, since Mother needs something nutritious. In the end, it was decided that I would go look for nourishing food, along with Shuri. I was anxious, but it couldn't be helped. Fina Big Sis Yuna, thank you for curing my mother. Yuna, you don't have to worry about it. Fina, as thanks, let me give you something important to me. Yuna, weary both girls, you know. Fina, I know. However, other than that, I don't have anything else that I could give you. Yuna Fina. Fina, I offer my life to you, Big Sis Yuna. Please accept it. Yuna, that's really important in a different meaning. Chapter 49, Fina's Perspective 6. When I came back from shopping, Big Sis Yuna was gone. She seemed to have returned home. I still have not thanked her enough, and I also haven't thanked her for this food, which was bought with Big Sis Yuna's money. I must not forget to thank her the next time I see her. Then, for some reason, when I looked at Mother and Uncle Gents, their faces became red. I wonder what happened. Fina, Shuri. I mean, do you want a new father? Father? Uncle Gents asked us a weird question. Father died. What did he mean by a new father? I don't know. I don't even remember my father, so even if you ask me if I want a father. Don't know. Shuri also tilted her head to the side in confusion. Uncle Gents scratched his head and glanced in our direction. It's been decided that your mother and I will get married. Fina, Shuri, will you acknowledge us? Married. I want to become a father to both of you, and I want to protect the three of you. Although I don't think I can be as dependable as that bear Missy, won't you let me protect you girls? Uncle Gents. Fina, Shuri, is it bad to have Gents as a father? Mother asked us that. I didn't know if it was a good thing. But if it will make Mother happy, then. Shuri was also nodding. I'll definitely make her happy. Of course, I'll make you two happy as well, you'll see. So, thank you, Fina. Shuri. Uncle Gents hugged us. Mother and Uncle Gents seemed glad. /////. After that, things were seriously troublesome. Mother, who had become energetic again, began getting out of bed. Which is why I had to put my mother, who had woken up and gotten out of bed, back into bed. Put my mother, who had tried to prepare a meal, back into bed. Put her, who had tried to clean, back into bed. And put my mother, who had tried to go out, back into bed. I had been told by Big Sis Yuna to let her quietly rest in bed for a while. I won't let Mother suffer like that again. I had Shuri stand watch over Mother. Shuri also seemed happy to spend time with Mother. In addition, Dad seemed to have gone looking for a house where the four of us could live together. To that end, I should prepare for the move, bit by bit. A few days after Mother's disease was cured, a new house was found, and it was decided that we would be moving there. We also received approval to let Mother move around from Big Sis Yuna. On the day of the move, Big Sis Yuna also decided to lend a hand. In reality, moving was something that would take a lot of time and money. Carrying luggage, borrowing a push or pull cart, and making round trips over and over again. However, Big Sis Yuna's item bag was able to accept anything, no matter how large or numerous. Before, when I went on the tiger wolf subjugation, her ability to take out and put away an entire house surprised me. That Big Sis Yuna steadily put more and more luggage in her bare paw's mouth. Thanks to her, all the luggage in the house, which had been prepared in advance, was all gone before noon. Next, we headed to Father's house. It was terrible. There was filth everywhere. It was completely messy. Mother was awfully angry. Mother asked Big Sis Yuna, Shuri, and me to go to the new house first and to tidy it up. We headed to the new house. After we arrived, I asked Shuri to clean. I had Big Sis Yuna take out the furniture and the beds. Honestly, the beds, which would have required being moved by hand from the first floor to the second floor, were easily placed, thanks to taking them out of Big Sis Yuna's bears. When Big Sis Yuna had finished taking out the luggage, she headed to Father's house. Shuri and I did our best to clean up with just the two of us. When the sun began to set, the three of them, including Mother, finally came over. Then they began to talk about meal preparations. However, the interior of the house had yet to be put in order, so it wasn't in a condition where we could cook food. Then, when Father said we should go out to eat, he was scolded for being wasteful with money by Mother. In the end, it was decided that we would be taken care of at Big Sis Yuna's house. I wonder, why is Big Sis Yuna this kind? After the meal was finished, we decided to stay the night at Big Sis Yuna's house. She was going to let us sleep over and take a bath, since the move had gotten us dirty. The bath in Big Sis Yuna's house was so big that it was perfectly fine for even 4 people to enter. Also, hot water came out from a bear's mouth. The 4 of us girls, after excluding Father, entered to take a bath together. Big Sis Yuna's body was slender, so thin and beautiful. Her raven black hair extended past her waist and was especially fascinating. If I also grew mine that long, would I become as pretty? When I entered the bathtub, the conversation turned towards chests. Big Sis Yuna said that she would eventually become like Boom, Kyo, Boom. What was Boom, Kyo, Boom supposed to mean, I wonder? I think that if my breasts grow to be around Big Sis Yuna's size, it would be good. When I see the large breasts of an adult, I often wonder if they aren't obstructive. I asked Mother while looking at my own chest. Will mine grow bigger? For some reason, Big Sis Yuna glanced between Mother's breasts and mine. You're free to continue dreaming. Such a thing was said. Somehow, it feels like a really cruel thing was said. Mother got a little angry at Big Sis Yuna's words. Then, Mother looked in my direction. It's alright, so don't worry about it. Fina's breasts will surely grow big. I think around Big Sis Yuna's size is good. The moment I said that, I was hugged by Big Sis Yuna. For some reason, she was deeply moved. I really don't understand it. We got out of the bath, and Father went to take a bath next. In the meantime, we dried our hair. Big Sis Yuna's hair is long, so drying it seems like it would be a major chore. While I was drying my hair with a towel, Big Sis Yuna brought over a weird-looking, cylindrical tool. Big Sis Yuna told me to turn around, so I obediently listened to her. When I did so, I felt a warm wind blowing on me from behind. I was so surprised that I uttered a strange cry. Big Sis Yuna explained that it was a tool that would blow warm air, and it seemed to be used to dry hair. The wind was warm and comfortable, and in no time at all, my hair had been dried. My younger sister, Shuri, was next, then my mother, and finally, Big Sis Yuna dried her own hair. To have such a convenient tool, Big Sis Yuna sure is great. Around when everyone's hair had been dried, Father also came out of the bath, and everyone decided to go to sleep, thanks to the fatigue from the move. Father was by himself, while my mother, younger sister, and I would sleep together. At that time, Big Sis Yuna said something that I didn't understand. If Mother and Father slept together, the futon would get dirty, so they weren't allowed to sleep together. Did it not get dirty if they slept separately? I will try asking Mother next time. The next day, I woke up before everyone else. Shuri and Mother were still sleeping. In order not to wake the two of them, I left the room and went down to the first floor. While I was cooking breakfast, Father came downstairs. He ate breakfast by himself and headed to work. Work at the guild sure starts early. After Father left for work, Big Sis Yuna came down and replaced him, as if they were passing each other. Breakfast preparations were also complete, so I went to wake up the 2 people who were still sleeping. As the 4 of us were eating breakfast, Big Sis Yuna asked a weird question. Where do they sell eggs? By eggs, did she mean the eggs laid by birds? Such a high-class item wouldn't be sold in a normal shop. When I told her that, she made a disappointed expression. Did she want to eat an egg that much? After breakfast ended, We went back to the new house in order to finish tidying up after the move. We arrived at the new house and divided the cleaning work between 3 people. Shuri diligently cleaned up the smaller items. Mother and I handled cleaning and organizing the bigger items. Father had work, so it could not be helped. The things we brought from our house were settled immediately, but the things brought from Father's house were placed in the boxes haphazardly, so organizing those was a huge problem. However, with the cooperation of my family, the move was finally finished. This, too, was all thanks to Big Sis Yuna. I met Big Sis Yuna by chance, and everything changed. I can eat delicious meals. Mother is healthy. I have a new father. Everything is thanks to Big Sis Yuna. Chapter 50, Fina's Perspective 7. The next chapter will be going to the royal capital. With this, it's 2 volumes. Today, Father came back with a dark expression on his face. I wonder what happened. According to what he told me after I asked, a black viper appeared, and a village seems to have been attacked. The guild was in an uproar. Father, who was in charge of dismantling and purchasing raw materials, was able to return home, but the other staff members seem to be alternating shifts and have not been able to leave. The black viper was a huge snake. I haven't seen anything like that before. It seemed that an adventurer party of at least C rank was needed to defeat such a monster. I heard that Big Sis Yuna and the guild master, the 2 of them, had gone to defeat that monster alone. Father seemed extremely anxious. It's not something they can defeat, he muttered to himself. The next day, the subjugation party for the Black Viper was injured and became unable to take the subjugation request. Father was troubled, because he couldn't go help Big Sis Yuna, who he was indebted to. 2 days after that, I heard that Big Sis Yuna and the guild master had returned safe and sound. Moreover, the Black Viper was apparently defeated. After returning home from work, Father told me that joyfully. Then, the day after that, I was also called in to help with dismantling the Black Viper. I went to the guild early in the morning. However, it seemed like Big Sis Yuna had yet to arrive. I heard that the time she'd arrive was undecided, to let her relieve the fatigue from yesterday. To that end, I would help out the guild. Against all expectations, Big Sis Yuna cheerfully arrived at the guild later in the morning. Did she really go to and return from a place that required a 3 days journey by fast horse, and also defeat a black viper? Looking at her, I got the feeling that she wasn't injured at all. I understood the strength of the black viper less and less. We were on standby in the refrigerated warehouse, for the sake of dismantling the black viper, when all the members were called outside. It seemed like the black viper was so big that the dismantling work couldn't be done inside the cold storage warehouse. Was it that big? The location for dismantling was changed to outside of the town. The black viper that Big Sis Yuna took out from Bear Sand's mouth was gigantic. Did you defeat this by yourself? It was unbelievable. In accordance to instructions from Father and everyone from the guild, the dismantling began. I formed a pair with Father. First, Father pared off the skin. I cut out block-shaped sections of meat, starting from the part that was stripped bare, and placed them inside an item bag. Will we finish this by the end of today? Anyway, I'll do my best. Several hours later, it was finally finished. It was finished by the end of the day. I left the transporting to other people, since the guild master had asked me for a favor. To bring Big Sis Yuna to the guild. With this, the work was finished for today. I decided that I would go to sleep early when I returned home today. It was tiring, but I was glad to be able to help Father. Lately, only pleasant things had happened. Mother's illness was cured, too. Father tried to make us laugh during mealtimes, though Mother told him that his jokes were lame. How many years had it been since the dining table overflowed with laughter? For my little sister, Shuri, it might be the first time. One day, Mother started saying outrageous things. Should I become an adventurer and work? We all stopped her. Father, in particular, forbade her. Do you plan to die and leave your children behind? Is my income so meager? I was scared just imagining Mother fighting a black viper somewhere. However, if I imagined Big Sis Yuna fighting somewhere, I could see her defeating opponents with a calm face. Why is that, I wonder? Even though the only time I had seen her fighting was back when we first met. Shuri embraced Mother tightly as well. and shook her head side to side desperately. In the end, it was decided that, as a compromise, Mother would look for mediation work at the Commerce Guild. Even so, why did she end up working at Big Sis Yuna's place? Her job seemed to be related to clucker eggs. Big Sis Yuna, what in the world are you doing? Do you plan on resigning as an adventurer and becoming a merchant? On a later day, Big Sis Yuna told Shuri and me to come to her house the next day. Apparently, it was to sample a new kind of food. I was a little worried, but I was also looking forward to it. The next morning, Shuri and I went to the bear house together after eating breakfast, where Big Sis Yuna took out a food called purin. It was a yellow color. I was told that it was a dessert made from eggs. Was it really okay for me to eat food made with such a high-class ingredient? Even so, it was made by Big Sis Yuna. I'll receive it gratefully. What is it, this delicious food? This soft and sweet taste, I haven't ever heard of, or eaten, such a food before. I finished eating it in the blink of an eye. Shuri's cup was also emptied. When we made disappointed expressions together as sisters, Big Sis Yuna made a bemused smile while taking out one more portion. Let's eat it slowly this time. Big Sis Yuna came over in the afternoon one day, when I was at home teaching Shuri her letters. I wonder what kind of business she had today. It turned out that she was going to the royal capital as an escort. Thus, she was here to ask Mother to look after the orphanage. When I said that, it was decided that I would be taken along as well. Was that okay? However, it turned out that we would have to confirm it with the client tomorrow. I still don't know if I will be able to go, but I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Chapter 51, Bear-san departs for the royal capital. I was very sleepy yesterday. On the first day of the escort mission, I first stopped by Terumina's house to pick up Fina. After that, we headed to the feudal lord's manor to meet up with Noah. Big Sis Yuna, are you escorting Forsturo-sama? Fina anxiously asked me. That's right. Didn't I say so? This is the first I've heard of this. To meet Foskiro-sama or the like. Fina's complexion became rather pale. Was the disparity between an aristocrat and a commoner in this world that large, like I had expected? Yuri not going to be plucked and eaten, so it's all right. Besides, the client who is supposed to be guarded is his daughter, Noah. Noir-sama, is it? Even so, for someone like me. Oh. Even though I've been calling her by her nickname, Noir's name came out instead. Were they acquainted to some extent? In any case, let's go, all right. If it's no good, I wonder if I should decline the request. I understand. Fina followed along reluctantly. When we reached the feudal lord's manor, Noah was already waiting in front of the gate, standing with her hands on her hips in an imposing stance. Yuri slow, Yuna-san. If you thought so, wouldn't it have been fine if you waited inside the house? Well, when I thought that I could travel with the Bear-sans, I got excited with anticipation and couldn't endure it. She said in a mildly embarrassed tone. Although I understand your reasoning, can I ask something? I also want to take this child along. Do you have any problems with that? I pointed to Fina, who was being timid next to me. Who is that girl? The savior of my life. That's not it. I'm the one whose life was saved by Big Sis Yuna, geez. So then, this girl is going to be coming along with us. I wanted to get permission, just in case. It's not particularly a problem. However, I won't hand over Bear-san. I could hear the crack of a whip in my head as she resolutely thrusted her finger at Fina. I was going to have the two of you ride on a bear. Then it cannot be helped. However, I won't give up the front. Is it necessary to greet Cliff? It is fine. Father has given me permission to depart as soon as Yuna-san arrives. In that case, since permission was given, shall we depart for the royal capital? The three of us headed to the gate and left the town. I summoned Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear. I would be riding Hugging Bear today. The other two got on Swaying Bear. I said so earlier, but I'm in front. Yes, Noir-sama. That reminds me, what's your name? Yes, my name is Fina. Then, my best regards until we get to the royal capital, Fina. Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you too, Noir-sama. Noah got on Swaying Bear, and Fina sat behind her. I rode on top of Hugging Bear. With that, let's depart for the royal capital. It wasn't a rushed trip this time, so we took our time heading to the royal capital. Ufufu, Swaying Bear, I'll be counting on you to get us to the royal capital. Noah was gently patting Swaying Bear. Noir-sama is acquainted with Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear. Ahem, I was allowed to ride them on one occasion, and we took a nap together afterwards. Geez, I could not help looking forward to today since yesterday. The two of them were getting along well and chatting. So then, I asked earlier, but what kind of relationship do the two of you have? When I arrived at this town for the first time, the one who helped me when I was lost in the forest was Fina. That might be the case, but since I was being attacked by wolves in the forest, I'm the one who was saved by Big Sis Yuna. I only guided her to town. After that, I became an adventurer but couldn't dismantle the monsters, so I ended up asking Fina for help. Yes, I am grateful to have been able to make some money as well. Fina, you can dismantle monsters. Yes. I have been doing it in the guild for a long time. For a long time, you say. How old are you? 10 years old. Aren't you the same age as me? To be dismantling monsters. Noah was surprised. As I thought, even in this world, a 10-year-old being able to dismantle monsters was strange. After that, the two of them continued getting along and chatting on top of Swaying Bear. It's good to make a close friend. Their conversation was pretty lively. Since both of them were the same age, I hoped that they would get along, without caring about their relationship as a noble and a commoner. Meanwhile, the bears leisurely advanced forward on the road that led to the royal capital. We didn't encounter any monsters or thieves, and the sky gradually darkened on our leisurely journey. The road to the royal capital continued onward. I checked the surroundings as I searched for the optimal spot to camp out, before I finally led the two of them a short distance away from the road. Is it good enough around here? I stopped the bears in order to set up camp. Yuna-san, could it be that you plan to camp out here? That's right. By chance, did you think that we would be staying at an inn? I didn't think that, since I usually slept in the carriage. I see. You always moved around in a carriage, so you concluded that it was natural to sleep inside one. It's my first time sleeping out in the open. Rest assured, there's a place to sleep properly. I told the two of them to back off a bit and took out the bear house from the bear box. It had its usual appearance of a couple of bears. However, it was now travel-sized. It was about half the size of the bear house in the city. Although I didn't think that the size was big enough to attract that much attention, it was still big enough to attract attention in an open area. Yuna-san, this is the bear house. Though, it's a bit smaller, since it's for outings. I wasn't asking for its name, I was wondering where it appeared from. Yuan, though I actually understand where it appeared from, was this even an item you could place into an item bag? I can put it inside, though even I don't really understand the size limit for the items I can place inside. Is that the case? Still, Fina isn't surprised, huh? I've seen the bear house appear out of nowhere before. Later on, I also saw the black viper monster come out, so. This matter is a secret, so don't tell anyone, okay? I gave Noah a warning. Well then, let's go inside. You're probably tired from traveling all day, right? I unsummoned Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear before entering the house. Ah, sorry Noah, but please take your shoes off here, okay? It seemed like, in this world, it was basically a custom for middle-class households and above to take off their shoes. Even in Noah's manner, they would take off their shoes and put on slipper-like footwear. However, lower-class citizens like Fina lived in dirty houses, so they wore shoes even inside the house. Even the inn was fundamentally a place where you were supposed to wear your shoes into your room. Noah, who had come inside the house, raised her voice in surprise. What is with this house? After taking off your shoes, the first room you encountered was the living room cum dining room. The interior of the room was lit up by the light magic stone installed in the ceiling. The size of the dining room was just large enough to accommodate roughly 10 people at any one time. Well, for now, properly sit in a chair and rest while I go prepare dinner. I headed to the kitchen, spread oil on a frying pan, and laid out ground meat and eggs for making hamburger steak. At the same time, the preparations for salad were progressing, since vegetables were important too. When the hamburger steak was appropriately fried, I portioned out the soup, which the inn had cooked, as well as some bread. Lastly, I poured fruit juice into some cups, and with that, the preparations were complete. I carried the completed dishes to the table. The only thing left to do was to eat. Yunasan, what is this? Dinner. If you were expecting cooking on the same level as the stuff at the manor, that's impossible. No, I wasn't thinking of such a thing at all, rather, it's the opposite. It seems to give off an aroma that's even better than the dishes at home. If that's so, then all's good. Let's eat while the food is still warm. Both Noah and Fina started to eat. What is this? This food is super delicious. It's just hamburger steak though. Hambagu. That's right. Isn't it eaten in this country? It's not a local food, to my knowledge. This is my first time eating this. Is that so? This is just made from ground wolf's meat and orc's meat though. Big sis Yuna, can my family make it too? You can make it, but it might be difficult to make the sauce, and it's more delicious with grated radish. Then, please teach me next time. I want to let my family try it too. Noah is a noble, so isn't it unnecessary for you? That is the case, but it kind of feels like I'm being excluded. It's an unpleasant feeling. For the time being, I'll teach you after we return to town, okay? This soup is delicious too. That was made by the inn, you know. What about this bread? I found a delicious bakery, so I bought them up. While having such a conversation, we finished dinner. Well then, after the meal, take a short break before entering the bath. We'll depart when the sun rises, so sleep early, okay? Okay, understood. We heading out that early. The one who rose early because of her work, Fina. The one who spent her mornings leisurely due to her noble status, Noah. Their reactions were wonderfully divided. I don't want to let other people see this house, you see. Other travelers should sleep at night and move out when it's morning, so we will also move like that. I got it already. Also, if my ears were working properly, I heard you say something about a bath. You didn't hear incorrectly, there is a bath. Even if you only rode on Swaying Bear, you still sweated, right? Please go clean yourself in the bath. As for how to use the bath, Fina, please teach her. My common sense is crumbling. Fina took the dumbfounded Noah to the bath. I cleared the table after the meal. Though, it was just washing the dishes. After the two of them got out, I lent them the dryer and told them to dry their hair. I also wanted to take a bath. When I finished my bath, both of them were waiting for me. Not going to sleep. Where? I didn't assign rooms yet. On the first floor, there was the living-cum-dining room, the kitchen, the toilet, and the bath. The second floor had 3 small bedrooms. One of those was my room. The remaining 2 were for guests to use. In the guest rooms, there were 2 sets of bunk beds. All in all, each guest room was supposed to allow for 4 people to sleep in each room. After showing the 2 of them to a room. What do you want to do? I tried asking them. I'm okay either way, so I'll let Noir-sama decide. I also wanted to talk before sleeping, shall we sleep together? Okay. Still, go to sleep soon. After making them heed my warning, I headed to my own room. Chapter 52, Bear-san finds an attacked carriage. The next morning, I got out of bed before the sun had risen. It was still dark outside. By all rights, it should probably be quite chilly, but I didn't feel cold, thanks to the bear clothes. When I went downstairs, I found Fina already up and about. Good morning, big sis Yuna. Good morning. Where's Noah? She is still sleeping. I didn't want to wake her up. Then, I'll be preparing breakfast, so please go wake her up. I asked Fina to take care of Noah and began preparing the soup and bread that we had eaten for breakfast yesterday. A drowsy Noah appeared in the dining room. Sleepy. That's because you're usually still sleeping at this time. After we eat breakfast, we're heading out, okay? Today, I mounted Swaying Bear before we continued towards the royal capital. There was a village along the way to the royal capital. We left after I purchased some fresh vegetables in the village. On the third day after we left the town. Stop for a moment. I made Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear halt. There are people battling against monsters in front of us. I couldn't see them from here. The only reason I was sure was due to the bear's skill. When I defeated the Black Viper, I went up a level. The power of the detection skill also went up, so I could now detect normal people, in addition to dangerous elements like monsters and thieves. Furthermore, I also became able to differentiate the type and rank of monster. How does Noah want to handle this? My job is to be Noah's bodyguard, which is why I don't want to go towards dangerous places. Leaving you behind and going ahead is also out of the question. If something dangerous appears while I'm not around, I won't be able to protect you. What if you leave the bears to guard us? It's impossible for them to fight with you two riding on top. Then, what if we go to a place near the monster attack together with you? If the attacking monsters end up attacking you, it will be problematic for me, as your bodyguard. Do the people being attacked seem like they can win? Well, even I cannot be sure from here, you know. Although, I can tell when a person or monster dies from the reaction. In other words, do we go out after people have died, or rush in while knowing that it's dangerous? The 10-year-old Noah was seriously troubled. That was a joke. Let's go save them. I'll scout from afar. If it looks okay, we'll leave them be, and if it looks dangerous, we'll save them. However, if they are dangerous monsters, you must run away. Is this okay? I made the bears run. A carriage came into view. Some adventurers were around it, fighting orcs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There were 6 orcs. There were 4 adventurers. A magician adventurer had been knocked down by one of the orcs. A sword-wielding adventurer was fending off another orc next to the carriage. The remaining 2 people were surrounded by 4 orcs a short distance away. Swaying Bear, Hugging Bear. Guard these 2. I asked the bears to guard the 2 girls. I leapt off of Swaying Bear and started running towards the orcs. I kicked off the ground and accelerated even more. A club was swung towards the woman who was knocked down. This is bad. Using the magic power gathered in my hand, I released blades of wind towards the orc that was swinging the club at the magician woman. The orc's eyes were entirely focused on the woman in front of it. My blades of wind easily sliced through its fat neck and the orc died without noticing me at all. When I leveled up, did my power increase too? I ran past the magician and headed toward the adventurer fighting close to the carriage. If I used wind magic from this position, I would cut the adventurer together with the orc. I stopped the movement of the orc's lower body by using earth magic instead. What? The swordsman was surprised. I've sealed his movements, so deal with the rest by yourself somehow. After raising my voice, I headed towards the slightly distant location where the 4 orcs were battling the adventurers. Wind magic could not be used, just like earlier, since they were fighting while surrounded. Even if I used earth magic, it was possible that they would still receive an attack from the orcs' upper halves. I gathered magic power in my hand. Shotgun. I fired a ball of air towards the orcs. 4 shots at the same time. When they came into contact with the orcs' bodies, the orcs were blown backwards. As for the adventurers, who got caught up with the orcs that were being blown away, it could not be helped. The orcs, which fell down, stood up again. The adventurers were also going to stand up. It's dangerous, so stay down. I shouted out towards the adventurers. I shot a giant horizontal blade of wind towards the orcs, which had stood up again. Their bodies were neatly sliced in half, and the orcs fell down. It's not my fault that the adventurers who dropped to the ground have been showered in blood. I approached the adventurers, who had become all bloody from orc blood. Are you all right? You are. The 2 who had been surrounded by orcs were also female. In that case, maybe they were a little pitiful after becoming all bloody from the orc blood. Marina. The adventurer who had been fighting near the carriage rushed over. Are you all right? I'm all right, since this weird-looking girl helped us. What about you? I, as well as Elle, were also saved by that girl, so we're okay. So Elle is safe as well. Let's talk about a reward another time. Thank you for helping us. Yuri, welcome. We only happened to pass by, so you don't need to worry about it. I'm the leader of this party, Marina. The guy with the big sword over there is Masurika, and that one is Yuri. The magician I had helped first seemed to be called L. We left the orcs as they were and returned to the carriage. Along the way, I called out for the bears. I don't know if it's telepathic communication, but I can issue instructions to the bears even if we are separated. L, are you okay? I'm okay, though just a little longer and I would have been killed. Maybe it was because she had been caught, but her clothes were torn, and her fair skin could be seen. Although she was covering them, her large breasts spilled out past her hands. An enemy. Thanks to your assistance, I was able to avoid being killed. Thank you. You don't need to worry about it, since it was just a coincidence that I passed by. While we were having such a conversation. What is that? The adventurers saw Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear, who had arrived, and readied their swords. It's all right, they are my summoned beasts. Noah and Fina, who were riding on top of Hugging Bear, rushed over. Unisan. Are you okay? I'm perfectly fine, you know. Thank goodness. The two of them dropped down from Hugging Bear and embraced me anxiously. Both of them were just 10-year-old girls, so it could not be helped. Chapter 53, Together with Kuma-san. This week, I went back and read it again, little by little. There were so many missing or wrong characters that I cried. I wanted to get rid of the lacked writing ability and lots of errors and typos parts. However, there are probably some this time, too. Did you come to help us? When I turned and looked behind me, there was an elderly man and a small girl there. They weren't wearing the type of clothing that commoners would wear. If I had to say, it was closer to the type of clothes Noah wore. Which meant they were nobles. Or the kind of people with lots of money. If you're talking about the orcs, though that may be the case. Is that so? It would be bad if we didn't express our gratitude as well. We are Gran Faringram. We thank you, together with our granddaughter. I'm an adventurer, Yuna. I only saved you because I was passing by chance, so don't worry about it. Still, aren't you dressed in some strange clothing? Don't mind it. However, you sure took down those orcs quite easily. Isn't that the missus from Cliff's place over there? The old man who introduced himself as Gran looked over at Noah. Gran-sama, it has been a long time. It is I, Noir. Noah gave an aristocratic curtsy and greeting. She called him Gran-sama. As expected, they were aristocrats. I see, it was Noir after all. Has it been a year since we last met? You've sure grown up. Is Cliff not with you? Father is busy with work, so he is still in town. I was told to go to the royal capital by myself to see Mother first. You came out here all by yourself? Yes, but my bodyguard Unisan is here, so I am all right. Gran-san looked me over. That fellow Cliff seems to have caught a strangely dressed, but competent adventurer. I wish you would stop calling me strange over and over. Misa, long time no see. Noah approached the girl standing beside Gran-san. She was a few years younger than even Noah. Elder sister Noir, it has been a while. Misa is also going to the royal capital. Yes, father and mother went to the royal capital earlier, so I am heading there with grandfather. I see. I'm sorry for interrupting your conversation, but there are some post-battle things I want to talk about. Marina came over. If we leave the orc corpses like this, it's likely that their companions, or other monsters attracted by the bodies, will come. I want to process the orcs, but what should we do? Process them. I want to divide up our share. Though you were the one who defeated them, you defeated them with a surprise attack from behind while we were engaging them. That's why we also want a part. Ah, so you were worried about that. That's fine. I'll give them all to you. You can deal with them however you want. Are you serious? It's 6 orc bodies, you know. If it was orcs, I had a lot in the bear box, so it wasn't necessary to forcibly acquire more here. We're going to go on ahead to the royal capital first, so it's fine. I walked to and got on top of Hugging Bear. Noah, Fina, we're leaving. Please wait a moment. Gran hailed us. Since we're both headed to the same place, why don't we travel together? After thinking about it for a bit. There's no merit for us, so I declined. I'll pay you an escort fee. If it's guards, don't you have those girls? That's rather rude to them, don't you think? I said it loud enough for the adventurers nearby to hear. If we talked about employing me, it would be like telling them that they weren't trusted anymore. It's not that I don't particularly trust these girls' power. Please believe me when I say that it is for my granddaughter, Misa's, sake. Misa's sake. During the journey here, it has only been the two of us in the carriage, so Misa has been bored. Which is why I was thinking that, if her acquaintance Noir was there, our journey would become more interesting. I wanted to decline somehow. It had absolutely no merit. I couldn't use the bear house if we traveled together. If it became unusable, neither the bed nor the bath could be used. Our speed would definitely drop if we traveled together. However, I couldn't make a decision based on my judgment alone. If Cliff were here, I would just abide by his instructions. There was no point in naming someone who wasn't here, though. For now, I'll ask the person being guarded, Noah, for her opinion. Noah, what do you want to do? I called Noah over and whispered quietly into her ear. By the way, if we travel together, the bear house cannot be used, okay? I didn't have any intention of bringing out the bear house in front of a stranger. Noah was mumbling, a bath, a bed, a bath, a bed, under her breath. Right now, in Noah's head, a bed and bath versus Misa battle was probably occurring. After a few UNN groans, the battle seemed to have come to a conclusion. Unisan, I'm worried about Misa, so I was thinking of traveling together. Is that okay? In the bear house versus Misa battle, Misa seemed to have been the victor. If Noah has decided, then it's fine, but there are a few conditions. What conditions? The bear house is a secret, of course, but if we run into an undefeatable monster, you must leave everyone behind and run away. You just have to promise me this. I understand. I turned towards Grandsan. Has the consultation finished? It was decided that we will travel with you. Is that so? You've saved me some trouble. Fina, please go help those girls with dismantling so we can depart quickly. Fina ran off towards the adventurers, who were in the middle of dismantling. After a short while, the adventurers returned to us, having finished the dismantlement. That child is really good at dismantlement. It was a big help. So, are you really okay with this, giving all the orcs to us? It's fine. Since we'll be traveling together to the royal capital, I'll have you listen to one of my requests in return. It's not a big deal, of course, so don't worry about it too much. I got it. If our selfishness was compared to the orcs' raw materials, the orcs should be heavier. Having decided to travel together with Grandsan's group, we departed for the royal capital. Noah rode in the carriage with Misa. At that time, she had made a point of pointing at Fina with her finger. I'll hand over Bearsen this time, but that is my reserved seat, okay? After firing off that declaration, Noah climbed aboard the carriage. Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear still belong to me, you know. Marina and the attendant, who took the reins, sat in the front of the carriage. There was an attendant there all along. Did you hide somewhere? It was a man in his late 30s. There was enough space for 6 people to sit in a commonly seen seating arrangement. Masurika, and Yuri sat inside the carriage. Scanning to the left, right, and rear of the carriage. They sat in the spots next to Grandsan, Misa, and Noah, who had just boarded. The bodyguards weren't the type to walk outside. That's what I was thinking, but, as expected, asking them to keep up with the carriage's pace on foot for a long time, while carrying weapons and armor, was impossible. When I thought of having to walk for about 10 hours a day, I was suddenly grateful to Swaying and Hugging Bear. The coachman was checking the condition of the horses pulling the carriage. Fortunately, the horses were safe, so we would be able to depart immediately. I wondered why they didn't decide to run away when the orcs attacked. They were going to run away at first, but the orcs showed up in front of them when the horses began to tire, catching them in a pincer attack. Since orcs were approaching from the rear, Marina and Yuri went to engage them first, leaving only Elle and Masurika to deal with the orcs that came later. In the end, it turned into the situation from earlier. We departed after having confirmed the status of the horses and the carriage. Fina and I followed behind the carriage. Clop, clop. Clop, clop. Our pace sure is slow. At this rate, how long will it take to reach the royal capital? We decided to go together though, so it couldn't be helped. I left the monster detection to the bears and decided to take a nap atop Hugging Bear. The weather was good, and Hugging Bear's warmth was luring me to dreamland. The carriage advanced without incident until the sun set after our departure. The leader, Marina, called the carriage to a halt. It looked like they planned to sleep outdoors, right here. The carriage stopped beside the empty road that led to the royal capital. Marina directed the adventurers as they began to prepare meals and bedding. I wanted to take out the bear house, but I endured. For now, I called out to Fina and Noah and began to prepare dinner. Misa looked like she would be eating over there. Well, even if I said preparing dinner, I took out some simple foodstuffs from the bear box, and finished with just that. The adventurers over there also took out and ate portable meals from an item bag. The difference was that my bread was still freshly baked, so it was soft and warm. I ate while enjoying just a small feeling of superiority. Soon, the time to sleep arrived. It seemed like we would be heading out when the sun rose tomorrow. When I started to prepare to sleep, Marina came over. I want to decide on a rotation for night watch. Is that okay? When camping outdoors, there existed an enemy of sleep called the night watch. Which is why I would use the favor from the deal regarding the orc materials here. If it's about the watch, these children are here, so it is alright. I gestured towards Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear. If a monster or person approaches, these children will let me know. Which is why there isn't a need for a watch. If you're still worried, can you handle it yourselves? Consider it as the exchange for the share of the orcs. If I bring up the point of the orc materials, the other party has no choice but to relent. Can those bears really be trusted? Feel free to. There was nothing else that I could say. Whether they chose to believe me or not was up to them. Marina headed back towards the carriage. Noah, where do you plan to sleep? What do you mean by where? Do you want to sleep together with Misa, or sleep together with the bears? What do you mean, sleeping together with the bears? She asked me in a shaky voice. At night, it'll be cold and dangerous, right? Hugging Bear, Swaying Bear, come here. I called Hugging Bear and Swaying Bear over, and had both of them sit down. Next, I called Fina over as an experimental subject, and wrapped her in a blanket. I laid the wrapped Fina next to where the bears were sitting so that she was leaning against Hugging Bear's stomach, and tucked her in. With the left and right arms hugging Fina, yes, this work titled, Together with Bear-san, was complete. What is this wonderful way of sleeping? This way, it won't be cold, right? I'll go tell Misa that I will sleep here. Fina. That's my spot, so please vacate it, okay? Noah went to where Misa was, and soon returned. However, why did you come back with Misa? Yuna-san, Misa also wants to sleep together with Bear-san. May I also sleep together with Bear-san? Today, I heard a lot about the wonderfulness of the bears from elder sister Noah. I also want to sleep together with Bear-san. Please. She gazed at me straightforwardly, with pure eyes. As expected, there was no way I could say no to Misa's pleas when she was even smaller than Noah. It's fine. The two of you can use Swaying Bear. I'll sleep together with Fina. Thank you, Yuna-san. Misa also expressed her thanks. Swaying Bear, unless danger approaches, you can't wake these two up, okay? As for Hugging Bear, if a monster or person approaches, let me know. Sorry about this, Fina, but you'll be sleeping with me. I might wake you up though, so sorry. It's alright. I conceded half of Hugging Bear's stomach. It was warm. I went to sleep while hugging one of Hugging Bear's arms. Fina, good night. Yes, good night. Chapter 54, Bear-san catches the thieves. Late at night, Hugging Bear moved and woke me up. I rubbed my eyes. Fina began to stir restlessly next to me. In order to avoid waking her up, I used detection magic. There was someone at a slightly distant location. I observed for a while, but there was no indication of movement. It wasn't there when I went to sleep. Had Hugging Bear reacted to that presence? Hugging Bear, if it moves, let me know. Since they might have just started camping out at that location, I requested Hugging Bear to watch it and went back to sleep. There was no reaction from Hugging Bear after that, and I didn't wake up until morning. When I woke up in the morning, I used detection magic, but it had not moved from that spot. I ate breakfast without worrying and left when the sun rose. I used detection magic again, for the last time. The stationary party had begun to move. If the other party were also travelers, it wasn't strange for them to move out at sunrise. I advanced towards the royal capital without worrying about it. The party followed behind us at a constant distance. When we stopped for lunch, the other party also stopped. If we picked up our pace a bit, the other party also sped up. What should I do? It didn't give me a good feeling when they were following us like this, and speeding up when we did. In conclusion, we were being targeted, right? If we were attacked, would it be at night? Evening approached while they maintained the same distance from us. Everyone began to prepare to camp out again. Marina, can I have a moment? Just in case, I decided to give a report to Marina, the leader of the bodyguard mission. It's not good news, but we might be attacked by thieves tonight, so please be a bit more careful. Wait, what is that supposed to mean? They have been following us since last night, so I suspect that it is likely for them to attack us tonight. If you had already noticed, tell me earlier. Even if I told you, nothing could be done about it. It's not like we can speed up, and there's still a considerable distance to the royal capital. In addition, we don't know when they will attack, and I was concerned that staying alert for a long time wouldn't be possible. That might be the case, but at times like this, we should head to the royal capital even faster. We would be done for if they attacked us when the horses became exhausted. In which case, moving around as one would expect is better. Do you have any good plans? Well, if it's only thieves and such, it'll be fine, one way or another. It'll be troublesome if people moved selfishly. If possible, I would like everyone to stay with the carriage. So then, will it really turn out alright somehow? Want it? Hey. With that, I'll leave it to you. As dinner ended, night arrived. Now then, shall I sleep until the thieves come? While I was sleeping, Swaying Bear woke me up. Swaying Bear. As my head gradually cleared, I remembered about the thieves. When I used detection magic. Oh, they're here. 50 people. They were gathering steadily. In order not to wake Fina up, I slipped out from Swaying Bear's embrace. If the thieves do come, I'll tell them to protect everyone. Though, it's not like I would mind if they didn't come. So, they've come. You were awake. After you told me that thieves might come, there was no way I could sleep. Well, as for the thieves, roughly 50 of them are gathered a short distance away in this direction. 50 people. Well then, I'll be going. I don't think anything should happen, but please take care of everyone. Are you really going by yourself? It's because I want those girls to keep sleeping, you see. I glanced over at Fina, Noah, and Misa, who were all sleeping while being embraced by the bears. The three of them were sleeping quietly. I ran towards the thieves in the darkness, while dressed in the black bear dress. The thieves had only gathered, and had not moved yet. Were they waiting for everyone to get together? I didn't really understand, even after watching them, but there was an opening while they were gathered. I approached stealthily. The bear shoes allowed me to run up to the thieves without making a sound. By the time they noticed, it was too late. I had already invoked the magic shotgun. Compressed balls of air attacked the thieves. One person, who had been riding a horse, was dismounted and flew off backwards. Another person next to the horse was blasted backwards, leaving the horse unharmed. That was because the horse wasn't bad. The balls of air gathered the entire group of thieves into one place. I executed earth magic next, without a moment's delay. A countless number of earthen rods thrusted upwards from the ground, surrounding the fallen thieves. The thieves recovered, got up, and tried to run away, but because of the earthen rods, they couldn't get away. There was no way to escape, not through the front, the back, the left, or the right. The only way was above them. However, in order to cover the top, I used earth magic to cap it off. Damn it. It won't break, even with a sword. Someone, use magic. Some of the thieves used magic, but it was reflected by the barrier of the cage. The situation inside had become quite serious, due to the reflected magic. Stop using magic. We'll die. Damn it. Just what the hell is happening? Someone, use light magic. What they could see, illuminated by the light, was a large cage imprisoning them. Good evening, everyone in the thief group. They finally noticed my presence when I spoke to them. What is it, you bitch? Let us out of here. Do you think you'll get away easily, after doing such a thing to us? Were these guys stupid? Or maybe fools? To not even understand their own positions, in this situation where they had been imprisoned. Though I caught the thieves, I could not take them out of the cage. For now, let's use water magic to pour water on them and shut them up. The next time you open your mouths, I'll stick fire magic inside. Shut up. You should know, we're the Zaman Bandit group. Fire. I tossed a giant ball of flame into the cage. Ouch. Hot. What the hell do you think you're doing? A magic user inside used water to put out the fire. I told you, didn't I? That if you opened your mouths, I would stick fire magic inside. Are you idiots? Morons. He tried to say something, but I didn't give him the chance. Next, I raised a 30 centimeters tall prop in all four corners of the cage. I attached wheels accordingly. There wasn't a suspension spring or something similar for moderating vibrations. I wasn't really thinking of the ride quality, so it didn't really concern me that the uneven road would probably cause it to shake considerably. For the time being, this mobile cage had been completed. The problem was the power source needed to pull the cage. I had thought of using horses for power, but because of the shotgun magic, all of the horses had run away. Since I hadn't injured them, they would probably live. I considered my next plan for a power source to pull the cage. A thought came to mind. However, the problem was that it stood out. Come, bear. I invoked earth magic and summoned a giant bear made of earth. It was a 3-meter-tall bear golem. When I subjugated the tiger wolves, I had summoned flame bears and water bears. I remembered that, at the time, I was able to move them according to my instructions, so I was able to complete golems for each type of bear. I could summon bears made of flame, water, earth, ice, and wind. What the hell is that? The thieves began to shout. Shut up. The next time you open your mouths, I'll make this bear attack you, okay? When I said so, the thieves all fell silent. Since they had finally quieted down, I had the summoned earth bear golem pull the cage. When I returned to the carriage, everyone was already awake. Chapter 55, Bear-san arrives at the royal capital. A/N, it has been 2 months since I started writing, and I have broken through the 8,000 subscriber benchmark. Thank you very much. When I returned with the cage that was being pulled by the bear golem, all of the members were already awake. What, everyone was awake? Everyone was awake is not the right response. There's no way we can sleep while knowing that 50 thieves are headed this way, right? That's right. As expected, there's no way we can sleep in the middle of a probable attack by 50 thieves. Grandsan was also awake. Even though it's bad for the elderly if they don't sleep. Yunasan, in the end, even I don't think I can remain silent on this matter. Big sis Yuna, as expected of you, this time as well. Even though I caught the thieves, you're going to get angry at me. At my words, everyone's line of sight turned towards the bear golem and the cage of thieves. However, they were troubled about which one they should look at. What would be a good starting point to retort with here? That's a good question. For now, shall we listen to what happened with the thieves? Everyone's gaze rested on me. As you can see, since I caught them all, I put them in a cage. How did you capture them all by yourself? With a bit of magic. What about that cage? I made it using a bit of magic. Finally, what about that bear? I made it with a bit of magic to pull the cage. The people around me had various reactions, from sighs to looking amazed, to being troubled over what to say. With each question, the number of things I want to retort to increases. Marina looked at me with an astonished expression. So then, what are you going to do with the thieves? Well, what would be good? Bring them to the royal capital. Kill them all here. The thieves reacted to my comment about killing them. Could it be that those thieves are the Zaman band of thieves? L, who was looking at the thieves while standing behind Marina, asked. The Zaman band of thieves. If I remembered correctly, the people in question had also identified themselves as such. They are a band of thieves that have been rampaging in this area. You re joking, right? To have caught that Zaman band of thieves single-handedly. Is it that amazing? They loot and torture people to force them into emptying their item bags. I heard that they also rape any women they find. A ghastly band of thieves. In that case, should I kill them? It was a natural reaction, after hearing that they had raped women. Though it's troublesome, it would be better to deliver them to the royal capital so that the location of their hideout can be extracted. There might be some captured women at their hideout. Normally, it would be better to go rescue them immediately, but we don't know how many are still at their hideout. Even if we question them now, it might take a long time and we won't even know if it's accurate or not. In addition, not only are you in the middle of guarding us, but there are also the thieves you captured, which is why it is better to go to the royal capital instead. Naturally, I had no objections to Marina's explanation. It was troublesome, but I decided to transport the group of thieves to the royal capital. Now then, since our future actions have been decided, let's sleep. It's still dark. It was still late at night. Usually, at this time, we would be in dreamland. You can sleep in this situation. With this many thieves nearby, I don't feel like sleeping at all. Me neither. Yunasan, I also cannot sleep. Big sis Yuna. As expected, even we are unable to sleep. There wasn't a single person who approved of my proposal to sleep. Although everyone said that they couldn't sleep, they would still end up sleeping next to these thieves tomorrow. In addition, even if they said they couldn't sleep, there were still many hours until daybreak. In that case, should we depart instead? Grand-sama. I feel a bit sorry for the horses, but since even those like us are unable to sleep, let's have them do their best. If they get tired along the way, it will be fine to let them rest. At those words, everyone began packing up the camp. Are you all serious? In the end, in spite of it being in the middle of the night, we decided to depart for the royal capital. Well, I could just sleep on top of the bear, though. After we departed, at around sunrise, we decided to have breakfast, for the sake of also giving the horses a break. At that point, the thieves started to raise a commotion. You ought to send us food too, you bastards. That's right. That's right. You won't die if you don't eat for a few days. Don't screw around with us. I sprayed water on the noisy thieves to shut them up. By the way, I had confiscated all of the item bags the thieves were carrying. Even if there had been food inside, they wouldn't be able to eat it. Those who were able to use magic were only able to summon water. The thieves gradually began to weaken. This was nothing though, when compared to the terrible acts the Zaman bandit corps had committed. At noon, 3 days after I hunted down the thieves, we could finally see the walls surrounding the royal capital. Numerous wagons and carriages converged from the various roads that led to the royal capital. On this occasion, the bear golem, summoned bears, and thieves attracted many curious looks. As we neared the royal capital's gate, several soldiers, who had been guarding the gate, rushed over. Hey, what's this? A gate guard questioned us. The person who was chosen to deal with the gate guards was Gran. I thought that an explanation from an aristocrat, rather than an adventurer, was more likely to be accepted, so Gran presented himself. We are Gran Farron Graham, the Earl. This is the Zaman group of thieves. We captured them when they attacked us. That bear over there is the product of this young lady's magic. Gran explained about the thieves and the bear golem. Furan Gram-sama, is it? I deeply apologize for this incident. I am Zell, the vice-commander of the 15th Company in the royal capital. The soldier saluted and properly introduced himself. As I thought, Gran was great. Is it all right to hand over the thieves here? Of course. So these are the Zaman group of thieves. It's great that you were able to capture them. Well, yes. Now then, what should we do? Yes, please come this way. We will take the thieves into custody here. We followed Zell, completely disregarding the long queue into the royal capital. All of the people lined up to enter were looking over at us. More precisely, they were looking at the thieves in the cage, the bear golem, the summoned bears, or me, since I looked like a bear. What is that? That bear. It's a bear. It's a giant bear. It's a bear, It's a bear-san, right? Kuma. The carriage was stopped near the gate. A lot of soldiers were gathered. Even if they were weakened from the lack of food, it was still 50 thieves. It would probably be bad if they escaped or became violent. Now then, could you open the cage? I detached some of the earthen rods. The thieves gave up, came out one at a time, and were taken away by the soldiers. It was probably because they were weakened from hunger, so they didn't have much strength to resist. When everyone had been taken out, I returned the cage and the bear golem back to the earth. Also, even though I wasn't sure if it would become evidence, I turned over the item bags that the thieves had been carrying. Thank you for your cooperation. So then, to whom should I report to regarding the processing of the thieves? About that, please report to this young lady, because she was the one who single-handedly captured the thieves. Is that the truth? Yeah, the young lady is also a bodyguard for the Foskyros family, which is why the reports should be sent to her. The Foskyros family, is it? You should come to me if there is anything you don't understand. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your cooperation. So then, is it fine for us to enter the royal capital? As expected, the long journey has left this old man exhausted. Yes, please go ahead and enter. However, that bear. He looked at swaying bear and hugging bear. As expected, they weren't allowed to walk inside. After telling Fina and Noah to dismount from the two bears, I unsummoned them. We walked to the reception desk, showed our guild cards, and passed through the gate. Noah, where is your house? It is in the upper-class district, so it is a considerable distance from here. Well then, shall we head there while leisurely sightseeing along the way? In that case, young missus, you should take my carriage there. But, the place we're going to. It's all right, because we are going to disembark here. I need to sign off on the completion of the bodyguard request, you see. Marina, thanks for putting up with me. No, it wasn't like that at all. If Yuna wasn't there, the two of us would have died. It could not be helped this time, so you don't need to be discouraged. We shall be counting on you for the return trip as well. Yes, thank you very much. We were also working while anticipating the birthday festival. Marina's group bowed before leaving. Well then, it's fine to get on board, since we're all headed to the same place. Since we had no reason to refuse, we decided to take their offer to give us a lift. The royal capital as seen from the carriage was exuberant. Due to the birthday festival, people have gathered here from far and wide. Certainly, when we entered the royal capital, the queue was long. Yunasan, I can see it. Mother is there, in Grandpa's house. It was larger than the feudal lord's manor back in town. How many humans lived in this enormous mansion? Well then, Noir. It's fine if it's only while you're in the royal capital, but if you have time, please come. And be Misa's playmate. Yes, I will certainly come and play. Big sis Noah, come and play, okay. You have to. After we disembarked from the carriage, it raced off. It's the royal capital. Chapter 56, Bear-san gets involved with Noah's big sister. Tata-tata-tata-tata. I heard the sound of someone running somewhere. Tata-tata-tata-tata. The footsteps were gradually coming closer. Noah-chan. The person who came running over Devin to Noah. Noah-chan, I wanted to see you. A woman rubbed her cheek with Noah's. She had beautiful golden hair, just like Noah's. She only looked slightly older than 25, so she was young, especially for being Noah's mother. Their features looked similar too. The heck, at exactly what age did you give birth to Noah? So then, is Cliff not here? The woman surveyed the surroundings. Father is still working back in town. He told me to come here first, by myself. Is that so? It's good that you arrived safely. So then, are you going to introduce me to that child dressed in interesting-looking clothes? It was the first time someone had said that I looked interesting. I had already been told that I looked strange in the past. Both had good and bad points. This person who looks like a bear is the adventurer, Yuna-san. She was my escort to the royal capital. This person is Fina. A bear friend. What is that? That, fellow bear companion, kind of friend. I am Yuna, an adventurer. Nice to meet you. I am Fina. I came along with big sis Yuna. Oh my, what cute children. Let's not stay out here, come inside. But, mother, how did you know that I was in the royal capital? I told the gate guards to notify me if you or Cliff came, you see. That's why, when you came, I immediately dropped my work and rushed over. Is it really okay for you to just up and leave your work like that? Now, come inside and let me hear all about your journey. After we entered the large and expansive mansion, we were taken to the parlor. I'll show you to your rooms later. For now, please take a seat. We sat down on the sofa and a maid brought drinks. I hadn't had anything to drink for a while, so I received my drink gratefully. It was cold and delicious. I sipped at my drink as I turned towards Eleonora-san once more. Eleonora-sama, this is something that Cliff-sama entrusted me to bring. I took the Goblin King's sword and the letter out of the bear box. From that person. What is it, I wonder? Eleonora-san opened the letter and began to read it. This is a Goblin King's sword, isn't it? He sure was able to prepare quite an unusual thing. Moreover, you were the one who provided it, huh? No, it's not really that great. Won't you stop with that way of talking? Since you don't seem to be used to speaking that way. Oh, it's fine. It's even written in the letter. What exactly is written in there? First, absolutely do not antagonize her. Next, don't make her angry, and if there's trouble, be sure to follow up. Sounds like an outrageously troublesome woman, But, it's also written that she's kind and an adventurer who Noah has taken a liking to. On top of that, he's placed a lot of trust in you. Oh really? The fact that he entrusted his daughter to you, as the only bodyguard, is evidence. In the first place, one wouldn't normally even consider assigning bodyguard duty to just one girl like that. However, to have subjugated 100 goblins, a goblin king, wolves, tiger wolves, and a black viper by yourself, even I had thought that what was written in this letter was part of an elaborate joke. Yes, Yuna-san is amazing. On the way to the royal capital, she also defeated 6 orcs and captured 50 thieves all by herself, you know. Is that true? Yes, Giran-sama was also there at the time, so he witnessed it as well. Noah humorously explained what happened before our arrival at the royal capital. Was it because she was happy to have met her mother after a long time? Wow, it's already this late. Now then, Shia should be returning home at any moment, I think. Shia? Yes, she's my big sister. She commutes to the Royal Academy. So you have a big sister? Yes, she's 5 years older, so we're a little separated. So, in other words, she's 15 years old. The heck, when did you have that child? If you are roughly 25, judging from appearances, then it would mean that you gave birth at 10 years old. If assuming that you are roughly 28 years old, then it would be a child at 13 years old, just barely safe, huh? If it were in Japan, it would be a strike, though. Yuna-chan, are you thinking of something strange? No, Eleonora-san looks very young, so I was wondering what age you were when you gave birth to your daughters. Era, when you say I look young, how old do you think I am? Eleonora-san blushed and looked happy. I was thinking around 25, so you would have given birth to Noah when you were 15 years old, but I didn't think that Noah would also have a sister who was 5 years older. My, you sure say some nice things. I don't usually give out my actual age, but I'll make an exception for Yuna-chan. I will be 33 this year. Lies. Even though you look this young. However, would that mean that you had a child when you were 18 years old, then? Mother is famous for being a beauty. My, if that's the case, then since you're my daughter, Noah will also become a beauty. I'll be happy if that happens. Noah looked very happy. At that moment, with great timing, the other side of the door became noisy. Mother, I'm home. Is it true that Noah came? The door opened and another girl who looked exactly like an older version of Noah entered the room. This girl was probably Noah's older sister, Shia. Shia, you're in front of a guest. Excuse me. A bear. She looked surprised upon seeing me. That's right. You're being rude to the bear. You're also being rude. Mother, please stop with the jokes. Fufu, I'm not joking, you know. The one who looks like a bear is Yuna-chan, who escorted Noah to the royal capital. The girl next to her is Fina-chan. These three girls came to the royal capital by themselves. Are you going to kid around to that extent? To say that such a small girl made the journey to the capital all the way from the town. You there, won't you stand up and take off your hood? It's not like I intended to keep it hidden, so I took my hood off and stood up. My long black hair flowed out into the open. Saying that a small and cute girl like this is an adventurer is a joke, right? How old are you? I'm 15 years old, though. You read the same age as me. Even though you're so small. Stop saying small, small over and over. I'll be growing taller from now on, you see. Even though I was the same age as Shia, I was only half a head shorter than her. Big sister, Yuna-san is strong, you know. Also, even though Yuna-san herself is amazing, her bears are even more amazing. Bears. Shia tilted her head in confusion. Well, of course, even if you said that the bears were suddenly strong, nobody would understand what you meant, probably. That's right. Then, how about a match? That way, even Shia will probably understand it. Wait a moment. I would like it if you didn't decide this without me. Yuna-chan, please be my daughter's opponent. It's fine to let her get a little hurt. However, since she's a girl, please don't give her any big wounds, okay? Alright, I'll accept that challenge. Nobody proposed a fight, so I wish you wouldn't accept. The troublesome matter advanced without anyone asking for my opinion. In the end, it was decided that there would be a match, and everyone gathered in the courtyard. That child, due to the fact that she's among the stronger people at school, she's become quite impertinent, so please take her down from her high horse. Mother. I'm not particularly cheeky or anything. My, really? Didn't you say that there weren't any girls who were stronger than you? But, that's the truth, so. That's why, Yuna-chan, it's fine for you to defeat this child. Even if you say that, I'm not sure how far I should go. She's a noble's daughter, so even if you tell me that it's okay to hurt her a bit, it will be troublesome if she really gets injured and you bear a grudge. It was Yuna-san, right? For you, are you specialized in swords or magic? I'll let you choose whichever you want. With this pattern, when I won with a sword, it would be followed up with a magic match, right? In that case, with swords. The maid-san brought a wooden sword over to me. Then, I'm ready anytime, so come. You sure? I'm sure. In that case, I'll take you up on your offer and go. I fully released the bear and rushed past Shia's guard instantly, striking the sword Shia was holding with an upward blow. Shia's sword danced in the air as my sword stopped in front of Shia's face. Is this all right? I lowered my sword and separated from Shia. It would have been fine if everything finished with just this. Hold on a second. That just now didn't count. Why? You said anything was fine, so I attacked, that's it. No matter how you look at it, there's no reason to not count that just now. But you, if your opponent was a monster or a thief, would you say the same thing? After having not understood the opponent's skills and lost, would you say, please give me a redo, or something? If you want a do-over, please do that in school. To begin with, are you actually strong? Are you sure that it's not because you're a noble, so the people around you went easy on you? That's not the case at all. In that case, I'll be your opponent however many times as necessary. Bring it on. With people like this, it would take some time before they would acknowledge their loss. The type of people that cannot allow themselves to lose. Shia picked up her wooden sword and faced me. However, her movements were slow. I didn't have any female acquaintances around this age, so I didn't know if she was strong or weak. I brushed off the approaching sword, and held my sword to the back of her neck. The sword I had brushed off had neither speed nor power. Furthermore, there was no strategy. It didn't seem like she had considered anything, like how the opponent would defend or attack. If it was a game, you would have to read the attack pattern, defend, and then attack. I only parried and dodged Shia's sword, and then pointed my sword at her body, which was left defenseless, before the match ended. However, maybe she didn't want to give up or admit defeat, because she confronted me over and over again. It looked like it wasn't possible to make her acknowledge her defeat with just that. It's fine if you use magic, though I won't use it. I'll make you regret those words. Fire gathered in Shia's hand. Fireball. A fireball flew towards me. It was easy for me to evade a single ball of fire though. Fireball. Fireball. When I evaded it, consecutive fireballs flew at me. Because she couldn't hit me with a sword, she repeatedly fired fireballs instead. What were they teaching her in school, I wonder? It wasn't an issue about being strong or weak anymore. This wasn't a way to fight. Even if you were capable of using both a sword and magic, there wasn't any meaning if you couldn't combine the two when attacking. Even a newbie gamer of only a few months knew this. Was it a difference in experience? In the game world, I had crushed numerous people in PvP. Or it could be said that they picked fights with me. If it were this world, people would fight and try to kill each other without holding back. In the game, even if you lost, you wouldn't die. You could experience sudden battles. I experienced dangerous battles many times over. However, in this world, such experiences were impossible. If you lost, you would die. I passed through the magic, and approached Shia, and held back as I hit her stomach with a bear punch. Coup. Shia bent at the waist, and dropped down to the ground on one knee. Did I go a little too far? That's enough. I am still. You should understand that I'm going easy on you, right? Shia hung her head. With that, let's have a meal. Shia obediently abided by her mother's words. Everyone listened to Eleonora-san's words, and headed to the dining room. Certainly, I felt hungry now. So then, let's start the celebration for Noah's arrival to the royal capital, and Yuna-chan and Fina-chan's welcome party. The welcoming dinner party began. Fina, who was next to me, remained silent ever since she entered the mansion, and during the meal, she was even nibbling at her meal with small bites. Was it not delicious? On its own, I thought that it was delicious, but when I compared it to Japanese food, the flavoring felt light. There was a taste of sugar, salt, and spice, but from a Japanese person's perspective, it was somewhat lonely without soy sauce or miso. Mother, do you think that everyone at school and the teachers are going easy on me? That I'm just being conceited? I don't think that that's the case. Yuna-chan is out of the norm, you know. If I had to say it, she should probably be a B-ranked adventurer. B rank. Even if you said B rank, I still didn't understand what it meant. Since I didn't have any acquaintances who were B rank. I also didn't know how strong B rank was. Mother, even if you say that, that's. She subjugated a group of 100 goblins, a goblin king, many orcs, a pair of tiger wolves, and a black viper. Then, it seems like she also captured the Zaman bandit group. Moreover, all by herself. I'll shout it out over and over again. Where the hell is the personal information protection law? That's why, it's not something you have to get depressed over. It's just, I wanted you to know that a child of the same age, who is even stronger than you, exists. I understand. Yuna-san, I apologize for my behavior from a while ago. She apologized obediently. Was she a good child after all? But, Yuna-san can also use magic, right? More or less. So you're good with that too, huh? In addition, Yuna-san has bear sands, so she's even more amazing, you know. You said that earlier as well, but what do you mean by bears? They Yuna-san summon beasts, and they're super cute. Summon beastia can even do something like that. I guess. Could you show those bears to me next time as well? After that, once the meal was over, we were guided to our rooms. Because of Fina's request, she stayed in the same room as me. I wrote a list of the characters as Chapter 0. The author is like you, so if I forget a character, please refer to it. As the author, I might immediately forget. Because it is casually written. Chapter 57, Bear-san goes to the Royal Capital's Commerce Guild. After we entered the room and the two of us were alone, Fina and I both let out a big sigh before sitting on the beds. Big sis Yuna, today was tiring. I'm all right, but is it really okay for someone like me to stay at an aristocrat's house? I thought you were rather quiet, but you were thinking about such a thing. That's because if I blurted out something strange and offended someone, it would trouble my family. In the end, that was how nobles seemed from a commoner's point of view. Well then, now that the escort request has also been dealt with, shall we look for an inn? Fina can also calm down that way, right? But, the money. That much is fine. Fina doesn't need to worry about the money, you know. I don't want to hear any more buts. Anyway, we'll look for an inn tomorrow, so let's call it a day and go to sleep already. Okay. Thank you, big sis Yuna. We got into our respective beds and slept to recover from the day's fatigue. The next morning, Fina was already awake and was sitting on the bed with a bored look on her face, having nothing to do. Good morning to you as well. Yuri already up. Yes, I woke up at my usual time, but there was nothing for me to do. Ever since her mother had fallen ill, Fina had woken up early in the morning to do the housework and to work at the guild. It had probably become a habit for her to get up early in the morning. Then, after I get changed, shall we head to the dining room? I assent it's still too early. If it's too early, we should go outside to eat. In that case, we can also search for an inn along the way. Are you really going to look for an inn? I can bear with it here, if that's what you are worried about. It's not for Fina's sake. I also don't feel at ease in this house. The dining room was empty when we arrived. It seemed that a noble's morning started late. For the time being, we decided to search for someone who would be able to give us permission to go out. When we left the dining room and entered the hallway, we found the maid from yesterday. Well, if isn't Yuna-sama and Fina-sama. You're both up early. Good morning. I'd like to have a meal. Is it possible? If not, then I was thinking of heading out. No, it is fine. Please wait for a short while in the dining room. While we were waiting in the dining room, Eleonora-san entered. Era, you're up early. Good morning to you. Good morning. Having a meal already? Then, what are your plans for today? Since she asked about our plans, I decided to speak honestly. To look for an inn. An inn? Why? It's fine if you stay here until the end of the birthday festival. For some reason, it seems that a commoner like me cannot calm down inside an aristocrat's house. However, I think that will be impossible. Thanks to the birthday festival, there is a huge influx of people here, so I think the inns will be overflowing. The birthday festival, huh? The inns are definitely impossible, huh? In that case, it's a little earlier than planned, but should I find a house to install a bear gate in? That's all right, because there is still an alternative. I see. Still, it's fine for you to stay in this house for as long as you like. Cliff also wrote as much. Fina and I, who had finished eating breakfast, went outside. While we were in the middle of eating breakfast, the sisters, Noah and Shia, didn't wake up at all. For Noah, it was probably the first chance to sleep in late after a long time. After all, during the trip we had always departed at sunrise. While wandering around the royal capital, we visited several inns. I forgot while I was in the town of Crimonia, but my bear appearance is really eye-catching. Any person we passed turned to look at me, without fail. Then, without fail, it's a bear. A bear. Cute. What's that? It's a bear-san. Such statements were heard. Fina, sorry about this, I'm standing out quite a bit. It's all right, I'm used to it. Smiling and telling me that you've become used to it doesn't make me happy though. We explored the royal capital while I worried about the stairs. As Eleonora-san had said, no matter where we looked, the inns were full. For the sake of carrying out the next plan, I headed to the Commerce Guild. I didn't know where it was located, so I asked for the location at the last inn and headed in that direction. In comparison to the one in Crimonia, the size of the Royal Capital's Commerce Guild was unbelievably massive. There were a lot of people entering and leaving. I entered the Commerce Guild and looked for a receptionist. It sure is crowded in here. However, there was also a considerable number of receptionists. What should I do? I glanced around. Apparently, you picked up a number ticket and went to the reception counter when your number was called. I lined up where they were distributing numbered tickets and received one. Naturally, I was also the center of attention when I lined up. If it were Japan, it would probably be similar to lining up in pajamas. I couldn't help being conspicuous. I received ticket number 213. At the moment, they were calling number 178. It seemed as though it would take some time for my turn to arrive, as there were only 7 receptionists. To my surprise, it seemed that the numbers were called rather quickly. After we waited for 30 minutes, our number was called. Welcome. What kind of business brings you here today? The receptionist's smile disappeared for an instant upon seeing my appearance, but it returned quickly. As expected of the receptionists of the Royal Capital, they didn't judge people by their appearances. However, I wasn't sure what was going on inside her head. I want to buy land in the Royal Capital, is it possible to do so? Excuse me, but do you have a guild card? I handed over the guild card. Please wait just a moment. The guild card was placed on the crystal plate. Commerce Guild rank F, Unisan, am I correct? Incidentally, how do you plan to use the land? I just plan to build a house normally. In other words, for living in the Royal Capital, right? That is still undecided. My main residence is in Crimonia, so I was simply planning on using the house in the Royal Capital as a secondary residence. I understand. Then, let me explain the regulations regarding the land. Firstly, the area in the vicinity of the castle is the nobles' district, so I cannot sell you the land there. Next, land in the middle-class district cannot be purchased without a letter of introduction. Thus, the only area left where I can sell you land is the lower-class district. A letter of introduction. The letter of introduction that I received from Mylene-san came to mind. Can this be considered a letter of introduction? I will confirm it. The receptionist opened the letter of introduction and examined it. This I have confirmed it. What do you think? I apologize. I cannot make this decision on my own, please wait a bit. The receptionist left her seat and went into the interior of the guild. Big sis Yuna, are you buying land? Yes, because I have the money, and I feel that it will be convenient in the future. When I'm not there, it'll be an unoccupied house, but the bear house can be set to disallow entry to unauthorized people, so there is no problem. Oya, if it isn't the young lady. Gran-san. And Eleonora-san. Why are the two of you here? When I turned around, Gran-san and Eleonora-san were there. That's my line. Why is Yuna-chan here in the Commerce Guild? I was thinking about purchasing land for the sake of building a house, but it seems impossible to buy it without a letter of introduction. I handed over the letter of introduction that I received from the Commerce Guild in Crimonia and am waiting for it to be inspected. A letter of introduction. In that case, shall we write you one? I'm fine with writing one for you too, you know. That would be a big help, but is that okay? Yes, because this life was saved by you. Yes, because you have been taking care of Cliff and my daughter. So, why are the two of you here? About that, you see, after Yuna-chan left, a soldier came to the house in regards to the thieves who were caught yesterday. When I told him that Yuna-chan wasn't there, he said he would go to Gran's manor, so I accompanied him. Somehow, there was a person in the barracks who wanted to explain some things, so he said that he hoped Gran would come to the barracks. Therefore, we planned to go to the barracks, but Gran said that he had business at the Commerce Guild to tend to first. That brings us to just a few moments ago. And then, young miss was here. In that case, would it be better for me to accompany you to the barracks as well? Although it's troublesome. From what I heard from the soldier, he did say that he hoped you would come, as it's a conversation concerning the bounty. The bounty. When you caught the thieves, weren't they carrying a lot of weapons and tools? Those were turned over, but all of them should have fallen under young Miss Ownership. In that case, wouldn't it be bad if I didn't go? Incidental income was also appreciated. While I was deep in discussion with Gran-san and Eleonora-san, the receptionist lady returned. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Regarding the land purchase, if it's near the middle or lower class districts, it is possible. Around where? She opened a map of the royal capital and pointed out the areas to me with her finger. What, isn't this near the edge of the city? You're certainly right. The two unrelated people also peeked at the map. The young lady over there, lend us some paper. We will write a letter of introduction. That's right. Lend me some paper as well. Who are the two of you? We are Gran Farringham. Eleonora Forcheros. Earl Farringham and Mrs. Earl Foscuros. That's right, if this fellow needs a letter of introduction, we will write one. Now, go prepare better land than this. Why yes. I'll prepare it immediately. The receptionist quickly stood up and dashed to the back room. Within moments, an elderly woman came out. What? When she mentioned Earl Farringham, I thought it was the younger one, but it was the Gramps. Huh? What is this granny saying? On top of that, the young lady from Foscuros, is it? As expected of you, even though I'm no longer of the age where I can be called young lady. Are you two going to be this strangely dressed girl's guarantors? Strangely dressed, she said. Ah, that's right, so hurry it up. Mylene aside, why would you back this kind of little girl? For us, it is because this young lady saved this life of ours. As for me, it is because both my husband and daughter are also indebted to this young girl. Is that so? Well, fine. If you are going to be her guarantors, I'll prepare some suitable land. So then, little girl, you have money, right? Though I don't know how much the land here will cost, even if you name a price that's 100 times the price in Crimonia. It's great if you can joke like that. It wasn't necessarily a joke though. Even 1,000-fold was no problem. For now, do you have any requests? If possible, a place with good public order and low pedestrian traffic. Furthermore, as an extravagant request, I would be happy if it were close to the Adventurers Guild. Quite a greedy little girl you are. Well, fine. In that case, how about around here? The old lady indicated a single point on the map. Since I wasn't familiar with the royal capital, I didn't really understand it. It's close to the upper-class area, so if it's around here, the public order should be fine. In addition, only large manors are lined up here, so other than the people who live in this neighborhood, the number of passers-by will also be low. If you follow along this big road, the Adventurers Guild is also nearby. Young lady, this place is good. That's true, the rest depends on the price. Well, if you don't have enough, I can also help cover it. That's right, since she is your acquaintance, the price should be roughly around this much. I looked at the offered price. It was an amount I could fully pay. It was unexpectedly cheap. I assent this a bit expensive. There's no building there, right? Don't say stupid things. For such a conveniently located piece of land in the royal capital, even this much is considerably cheap, you know. What does Gran think? For starters, can the young lady even afford this? I can pay it, but the cheaper it is, the happier I'll be. Little girl, are you sure you can pay this? This isn't something a rich kid's pocket money will buy, you know. This isn't an amount that an aristocrat would be able to pay easily, you know. It doesn't particularly have to be in one lump sum, right? Eleonora sent me a lifeboat. If this little girl were the daughter of an aristocrat or of a famous merchant, then that would be fine. For anyone else, anything besides a lump sum is out of the question. If I pay it all at once, you'll sell it to me. Yeah, even paying by card is fine, but after looking at your guild card, the amount of money in the card doesn't even amount to 10% of the amount needed to pay for this land. Is it okay if I take it out here? If you have articles to show, then take them out and show me. Once you've taken them out, I'll even consider giving you a discount. If you say that, then I have no choice but to take it out. I produced money from the bear box. Wait a minute. I ignored her and pulled out some gold coins. The gold coins piled up into a large mountain on top of the counter. I told you to wait. Don't put all that gold on this small counter. Telling me to take it out and then not to take it out, what a selfish old grandma. The surrounding people will be astonished, so put it away. It's my loss. This isn't the place for making large monetary transactions. Let's go to another room. I put it away immediately, so nobody noticed me taking out a large sum of money. Gran-san and Eleonora-san were standing around me, and we were also in a blind spot. With the grandma's guidance, we headed to a separate room. In accordance with my promise earlier, I'll let you have a 20% discount. As such, any more than this is impossible. I took out the gold coins once more. At any rate, who in the world are you? The child of a large merchant or something? But, if that were the case, then you would already be in my intelligence network. Or is it that you're the illegitimate child of some noble somewhere? I'm just an ordinary adventurer, you know. Humph, so you have no intention of telling me, huh? Well, I'll understand after I investigate a bit. Wasn't that impossible? No matter how much you investigated, my birth information was probably impossible to understand. Well, since you have a guarantor and money this time, the Commerce Guild doesn't have a problem. Here, the contract. With this piece of land is yours. Your gratitude ain't necessary. If you plan to build a house, I'll give you some advice. That's all right, I have that covered. Is that so? Then, with this, we're done. The grandma gave off an air of annoyance as she drove us out of the room. Well, once I got a hold of the land, we had no other business, so we also left the Commerce Guild. So then, Yuna-chan, what are you going to do? Didn't I mention the summons to the barracks regarding that matter from yesterday? Ah, the matter with the thieves, huh? Though it was troublesome, there was also the incidental income. I'll go. Is Fina okay with that? Yes, I'm fine. We'll also come along, so it shouldn't become troublesome. The four of us headed to the barracks on Gran-san's carriage, which was waiting outside of the guild. Chapter 58, Bear-san constructs a bear house in the royal capital. When we arrived at the barracks, the gate guard who had been there when I turned over the bandit group was waiting. He was supposed to be the vice commander of his company or something, if I wasn't mistaken. I had forgotten his name. I apologize for any inconveniences I've caused by calling you here today. The vice commander lowered his head towards Gran-san and Eleonora-san. So, why did you call us here? We confirmed the location of the Zaman group of thieves' hideout, as well as their exact numbers. Their hideout seems to be located in a cavern in the mountains west of here. There are 20 remaining members, and there seems to be several captured women there. In that case, you ought to immediately head out and rescue them. Yes, but there seems to be a bit of an issue. An issue? A great number of people have gathered in the royal capital due to the birth festival. The soldiers and guards are dealing with them, so there are no spare soldiers. Wouldn't it be fine if you just put out a request at the Adventurers Guild? About that, since Gran-san has said as such, was it Yuna-san? He was looking at me, so I nodded. Yuna-san's permission is necessary. Mine. Ah, is it about the right of ownership for the thieves' possessions? Gran-san said, as if he had just remembered it. For the sake of my own understanding, an explanation please. Yes, that's right. Yuna-san already captured 50 of the 70 people from the Zaman band of thieves. However, their hideout has not been suppressed. Normally, when thieves are defeated, they cannot be stripped for materials, unlike monsters. Thus, there would be no merit for adventurers to defeat them, which is why there is the right to obtain the weapons, tools, and armors the thieves are carrying. That also includes the treasure gathered by the thieves. In other words, if a request is placed, then the treasure that the adventurers discover would become theirs. Yes, but this time, Yuna-san captured the group of bandits by herself, and we were able to obtain the information because of that. Due to that, we cannot send out a request to the Adventurers Guild by ourselves. Even if we decided to send out a request, we could not do it without Yuna-san's permission, especially if you have not decided on an amount of reward money. How troublesome. Well, that can't be helped, right? Even though this is information we obtained on our own, other people might consider it to be stealing. There is no issue if the young lady goes on the thief extermination herself though. Troublesome. Big sis Yuna. Fina looked at me with a stunned expression. Please don't look at me with such eyes. Troublesome things are still troublesome. It would be better if it were just killing them, but there were also people to protect, so I couldn't use the bears, and it would also take a lot of time. There were no other words to describe it but troublesome. In that case, shall I gather soldiers from my side? Eleonora-sama. Eleonora, who had been listening without a word, suddenly made a suggestion. Is that all right? It's fine. The soldiers will gain some actual combat experience, and there are probably people who are tired of just guard duty as well. But in that case, the defense will. It's fine, it's fine. For that, I can just make some adjustments to the paperwork. I understand. In that case, Eleonora-sama, we will be looking forward to your success. Like this, Yuna-chan is also fine with it, right? I don't really understand it, but please do. If the soldiers go on the subjugation, the right to the treasures will be shared with Yuna-chan. Well, you'll only receive a little bit, though. I'll need to dispatch the soldiers at once, so I'll be going, okay? Yes. Thank you very much. It's fine, you know. Then, I'll see you again tonight. Eleonora-san left the barracks. Also, Yuna-san, please collect the stuff here. When I looked, the dirty swords and armors from before, along with other miscellaneous items, were lined up. These are the belongings of the thieves that Yuna-san caught. As I said before, the stuff here now belongs to Yuna-san. But each and every one of them was filthy, though. I really didn't have any need for such foul things. Can I ask you to dispose of it all? That's right, I tried asking first. In that case, I'll deal with it all and make arrangements for the money received from selling them. Will sending it to Eleonora-sama's house be all right? Oh, it looked like there would be proceeds after disposing of everything. How kind. As I was looking over the thieves' belongings once more, something caught my eye. What's that? I pointed at a drawstring bag. This? It's probably an item bag. This was an item bag. Was it an item like the bear box? If I wasn't mistaken, the amount that could be placed inside the bag wasn't normal. Among these, which one has the most capacity? For that, it is probably this one. Since the head of the Zaman Thief Corps was carrying it, it has a large capacity. I received the item bag. It was roughly the size of a handbag. The other item bags looked similar. The smallest one there could even fit in a pants pocket. In the end, can I have the thieves' item bags? All of the item bags were handed over to me. Altogether, there were approximately 30. I received them gratefully, and put them away in the bear box. With that, my business was finished, and I thanked Grand-san, who had come along. Grand-san, thank you very much. No, we don't mind at all, you know. If young Miss hadn't caught them all, we probably would have died. Grand-san seemed to have some business after this, so we parted ways here. After separating from Grand-san, Fina and I headed to the land I bought from the Commerce Guild. Although I knew the location, thanks to the map of the royal capital that I had purchased earlier, the royal capital was still way too large. Inside the royal capital, there were carriages that looked like buses running back and forth. I wasn't in a hurry, so we took our time to look around while heading to the purchased property. Fina, are you okay? Aren't you tired? Yes, I'm okay, but there sure is an amazing amount of people here. Yuri right. Should I say, as expected of the royal capital? Since there are many people here because of the birthday festival. Big sis Yuna, can I hold your hand to avoid getting lost? My hand. I look at the bear puppet. Is this good enough? I held Fina's hand in its mouth. Fina made a happy expression. We arrived at the purchased plot of land. This is the correct place, right? I glanced around and compared the map with our surroundings. Yes, probably. I assent, this rather large. It's really big. The land indicated by the map was large. The area was over 4 times the size of the land back in town, where I built the bear house. In other words, big enough to hold 4 bear houses. When I glanced at the neighboring houses, they were quite far away. For the sake of confirmation, I checked the names on the houses on both sides. It's correct, it seems. Big Sis Una, did you really buy this wide piece of land? Looks like it. For the time being, I took out the bear house that I had made to use in the royal capital. It's small, The house that I had prepared was the same size as the bear house in town. It stood alone on a piece of land that was more than 4 times larger than it. The size of the land and the size of the house didn't match. The sense of incongruity was too much. In addition, because it was located near the upper-class district, the surrounding houses were also large. Well, before that, a house that looked like a bear already felt out of place. Even if it bothered me now, there was nothing I could do about it, so I didn't worry about it and entered the bear house. The inside is the same, isn't it? More or less. If it's different, I can't calm down, you see. Thanks to the bear shoes, I wasn't tired, but Fina, who had been walking around, should be tired, so I brought out some fruit juice while we rested. What are we going to do after this? Is Fina not tired? I'm just a little tired. In that case, shall we at least head back to Noah's house first? Since we must let them know that we will be staying in this house. Yes, it would be good if Noir-sama doesn't get angry. We did slip away quietly after all. However, she was sleeping, so it couldn't be helped, you know. We decided to go to Noah's house after we finished drinking the fruit juice. The next day, the neighboring residents would be surprised by the bear house that suddenly appeared. Chapter 59, Bear-san makes flower beds with Maid-san. Una-san. Why did you go out and leave me behind? When we returned to the mansion, an angry Noah was waiting. Why, you ask? I ate breakfast and even waited for a while, but you didn't wake up and come downstairs. You. So, when did you get up? Just slightly before noon. So then, just where am I at fault? You could have just come and woken me up, right? She said while sulking. Although I did wake you up during the trip, there shouldn't be a need for that anymore, right? In addition, wasn't your body tired during the whole trip because you only slept that much? I understand. So then, where did Una-san and Fina end up going? We went out to look for an inn. An inn? You see, the bodyguard work is over, so it wouldn't be good for us to stay here and take advantage of your hospitality indefinitely. Even though it's fine for you to stay here as long as you want. It's not like I've received Cliff's permission for that, okay? Besides, the place we're staying at is nearby, so you can come to play at any time. Noir-sama, Big Sis Una bought some land in the royal capital and built a bear house there, you know. A bear house exactly like the one back in town. Yes. It's pretty close, along the way to the middle-class area. But Fina is also going to leave, right? Yes, since Big Sis Una brought me here. But, if Una-san leaves, then the Bear-sans will. As Noah understood, more or less, she grew depressed. It's not me, but Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear that you don't want to separate from, huh? In that case, do you want to play with Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear for the afternoon? Really? Then, let's go to the garden immediately. Noah took me to the garden. It was wider than the garden of the feudal lord's manor in town. Noah-sama, is something wrong? When we arrived at the garden, we found the maid-san who was always taking care of me. Surarina, what are you doing? Yes, I was thinking of planting flowers in this garden, with the madam's permission. But, are you troubled by something? She certainly looked like she was worrying about something. Yes, what should I call this rock? This boulder is in the way. Certainly, there was a boulder several times larger than Swaying Bear in the garden. Why is there such a boulder in the estate's garden? I'm not sure, it was already here when I started serving here. So, what do you plan to do? I was thinking of placing a request for its removal somewhere, but I was wondering where would be a good place to ask. Shall I do it? Una-sama will. She looked me over from top to bottom, then again from bottom to top. It might be impossible, though. How rude. Didn't you learn from your parents that it's bad to judge people based on appearances? Not really. If it's just removing it, then using an item bag should be fine. I approached the boulder and put it into the bear box. The buried boulder disappeared. That's amazing. It's my first time seeing an item bag you can put boulders into. What should I do with this boulder? If it's disposable, then I'll throw it away the next time I go outside. Yes, if it's not too inconvenient, may I ask you to do so? Then, I need to prepare for the creation of the flower beds, so please excuse me. Surarina-san lowered her head and headed off. Yuna-san, the bear-sans please. In response to Noah's request, I summoned Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear. Noah and Fina started to play with them. Though I said that, they were just hugging them, riding on top of them, and running around the grounds. While I was watching them play, Surarina-san returned while carrying a shovel. Was she planning to do it alone, by any chance? I had thought that she was going to submit a request to some trader somewhere, but that didn't seem to be the case. I went over to Surarina-san. Should I lend a hand? Is that all right with you? The two of them are like that, so I have some free time. Are those Yunasama's bear-sans? Docile, aren't they? Well, they are summoned beasts after all. I began to make the flower beds with Surarina-san. First, we filled in the hole that was created when I removed the boulder. Roughly how much space will the flower beds take? Ah, that's right. I was planning for it to be from here to somewhere over there. Unexpectedly wide. In that case, please give me instructions. I'll do it using magic. Yunasama is capable of using earth magic. Can you stop with that, Yunasama? Just Yuna is fine. Then, is Yuna-san all right with you? That's fine. As expected, Sama didn't suit me. With that kind of feeling, Suririna the maid-san and I began making the flower beds. We lined the border of the flower beds with bricks, improved the drainage, and prepped the soil for use. While we were making the flower beds, it became noisy behind us. Noah. What are you doing? Elder sister. Shia had apparently returned from school. Hurry and come over here. Why is there a bear here? What are the soldiers doing? Elder sister, it's all right. This bear-san is Yuna-san's summoned beast. Yes. That's why it's obedient and cute, you know. Noah wrapped her arms around Swaying Bear's neck in a hug. Is it really safe? Yes, I journeyed all the way from town to the royal capital on this bear-san's back, you know. Noah rode on Swaying Bear's back to show her. These children are very smart, so they won't harm people. Elder sister, won't you try touching it too? It's all right. Shia timidly touched Swaying Bear. When she understood that Swaying Bear was docile, she tried patting it gently. It sure is soft. Yes, it is very pleasant to the touch. It's also such beautiful fur. I've never seen fur like this before. Once Shia understood that the bears were safe, she also started frolicking with them. Surarina-san and I resumed our work on the flower beds. Following Surarina-san's instructions, I made them using magic. Magic sure was convenient. Doing something that I wasn't able to do before was fun. I lost many things after coming to this world, but I also gained a lot. I made the flower beds one by one with magic, but Surarina-san was unexpectedly sensitive to details with her instructions, so it took longer than I had anticipated. Yuna-san, thank you very much. I didn't think that this would be finished in one day. Do you have seeds? Yes, I have prepared seeds of the flowers that the madam loves. I hope it is beautiful when it blooms. Yes, I shall do my best to raise them. When I looked around the garden, 2 bears and 3 girls were comfortably asleep. Recently, whenever I write, why did it turn out like this, is what goes through my mind. Chapter 60, Bear-san obtains potatoes. When I went to wake the 3 who were still sleeping. What is everyone doing in the garden? Eleonora-san came over. Welcome back, Madam. Era, the way those 3 are sleeping looks really comfortable. She wore a warm expression as she watched the 3 of them sleep while being embraced by Swaying Bear. Are those bears Yuna-chan's summoned beasts? The black one is Swaying Bear, and the white one is Hugging Bear. What cute names. Is it all right if I touch them? It's all right as long as you don't harm them. Eleonora-san approached and touched Swaying Bear. It's warm and pleasant to touch. Like this, one couldn't help but want to sleep. She smiled while gazing at the three young girls. What are the two of you doing? I was fixing the flower beds with Yuna-san's assistance. Tsururina-san showed off the flower beds we made together. Ah, the flower beds you were talking about the other day, right? Did you do this in a single day? They're beautiful. Yes, Yuna-san's magic was splendid, and made them according to the image I had in mind. Is that so? Yuna-chan, thank you. It seems we have given you all sorts of trouble. She looked at the beautifully completed flower beds and at the girls who were sleeping in the bear's embrace. I really must reward you with something to show my gratitude. That's not necessary, since you helped me out today. Ah, that matter, huh? Since I dispatched the soldiers immediately, the thieves should be subjugated in a few days, so you can rest easy. They won't run away. It's all right. If you caught all of the thieves that attacked you, then the thieves at the hideout won't know that their comrades were captured, right? However, if they never return. Judging from previous instances, after the thieves assault someone, they go to the nearby village to buy food and drink. They don't normally return to the hideout immediately, so they wouldn't consider it strange if people returned late. Is that village all right? It's all right, since the thieves won't attack the village. Why is that? Criminals cannot enter the royal capital or towns, as these places are able to examine them and look up their criminal records. It's only in villages that they aren't examined. If they attacked villages, then they would lose a place to buy goods, which is why the thieves won't attack the villages. I see, so the thieves also had rules that they followed, huh? Now then, it's about time for these three to wake up. Mother. She looked at her mother with a sleepy face. Good morning. The three of you seem to have slept well, When all three of them woke up and noticed that their time with Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear was over, they made sad expressions. Why, even Fina. I had heard about the matter regarding the thieves from Eleonora-san and said my thanks, so I was going to leave the mansion. Yuna-chan, you don't have a house yet, right? It's fine to stay here until then, Ah, that's right. Eleonora-san doesn't know about the bear house yet, huh? It's all right. It's a bit small, but I've already built a house. I made it using a bit of magic, similar to the magic used to create the flower beds. Please don't lump flower beds and houses together like that. If it was that easy to build a house, then work for Carpenter-san would quickly disappear, She said while laughing. /////. The next day, I woke up in the bear house. Big sis Yuna, is it okay? It seemed like Fina had made a promise to go out together with Noah today. Here, I've put some money in there, so use it however you want. I handed over one of the item bags I had received as a reward for capturing the thieves. The two of you are going to go to many different places, right? Since it's Fina, you probably won't allow yourself to be treated all the time. It's the long-awaited royal capital, It would be a waste if you didn't enjoy yourself. Even with this much, if you're still worried about the money, then it's fine if you work harder with the dismantling from now on. Since I'm unable to do the dismantling after all, I quietly muttered in my heart. Now then, since even Fina had left, I decided to go sightseeing in the royal capital as well. Though the stares of the people bothered me, the real point was that I didn't have the courage to change into casual clothes. I was afraid that my magic, skills, summons, and everything else would be unusable without the bear clothes. I thought that if I were attacked or if a dangerous situation were to occur, then, if I was wearing casual clothes, I wouldn't be able to change. If I was in the bear clothes, however, then even if I were to be attacked or found myself in a dangerous situation, I would be able to handle it somehow. Even if Fina found herself in danger, I would be able to rush over immediately. That is why I decided to endure the gazes and walked around the capital looking like a bear. Well, the gazes were mostly warm though. If it was only embarrassment, then it was fine if I just did my best to endure it. As I was walking around the royal capital, I ended up in a large plaza. Did peddler shops line up here, I wonder? Quite a number of cloths were spread on the plaza grounds, with various articles lined up on top. I took my time looking around. This is... Welcome, miss, what a cute appearance you have. A man in his late 30s said softly. Is this possibly a potato? That's right, he was selling potatoes which I hadn't seen on sale even in town. That's right. Miss, will you buy some? At last, I managed to come across potatoes. Which is why I said it. I'll take everything. Yes. Miss, even if potatoes are an unpopular food, even miss cannot buy all of it with the money you're carrying. The man began to lose his temper a bit. How much is it? That's right. Around this much. If you can pay, I'll sell it all to you. He gave a curt reply, but my answer to that was I'll take it. Like I said. I paid the men more than the designated amount. Are you serious? After seeing the money I took out, the men looked at me with a surprised expression. I'm happy that you'll buy them, but are you sure? I've been looking for these potatoes. It's good steamed, in potato salad, or even as French fries. Miss, have you eaten potatoes before? I assent that obvious. Such a delicious thing, but since it wasn't sold in the town I've lived in up till now, I have been searching for it. Well, that's to be expected, since it's an unpopular food after all. If you're unlucky, then you might become nauseous and get a stomachache. Ah, poison, right. So you know about it. Well, there is poison in the potato's eyes after all. Besides that though, as long as you don't eat the eyes, it's a delicious food, you know. Is that true? About the eyes. It's the truth. The poison is only in the eyes of the potatoes. Did you not even know that much? Miss, are you a scholar Sama? There isn't anyone who would know of such a thing. So, because something like this wasn't widely known, potatoes weren't being sold. Well, as for me, I didn't know about the differences between mushrooms, so it was probably a similar feeling to that. That's not it. It's just, in the place where I was born and raised, that much was common sense. Common sense, huh? A place where it's normal to be able to eat potatoes, huh? It must be a good place. But, if you tell everyone about the eyes, then wouldn't everyone be able to eat them? Ah, but making the information widespread is very difficult. Still, I'm grateful. I'm glad to have been of use. So then, uncle, won't you tell me the location of your village? Next time, I'll go there to buy more. I'm happy to hear that, but it's quite a distance. I took out some paper and had him draw a map. Could it be that it was actually located quite close to the town of Crimonia? It's all right, because it looks like it's close to the town of Crimonia. Miss, did you come from the town of Crimonia? Even if I look like this, I'm an adventurer, you know. If Miss does come and buy more, shall I transport it to the town of Crimonia? Ah yeah, because I wasn't able to sell them even in the royal capital, you see. If you do buy them, since the town of Crimonia is nearby, it'll be a big help to me as well. I'll buy them. With that, the next time you come to the town of Crimonia, can you transport them to the town orphanage? I'll talk to them about this later. The orphanage. Because I have an acquaintance there. Also, here is an advanced payment. I handed over no more than the amount I paid a short while ago. Are you sure? What if I don't go to town? In that case, I'll go to the village to collect my money. That was a joke. I'll bring them properly. Once a month is okay. Ah, I got it. I'm Zamal. I'm Yuna. For the moment, I'm an adventurer. So then, what should I do with these potatoes? If you have someplace to move them to, I can help. It's fine, I will just put them away. I put the giant mountain-like pile of potatoes away into the bare box. With this, I could create snack foods like potato chips. I was also looking forward to French fries. It's the first time I've seen an item bag that can store so much. Miss, who the hell are you? I'm just an adventurer. That said, I'm also registered at the Commerce Guild. All the potatoes which had been displayed in the stall were stowed away inside the bare box. If there's any more, I can buy it too. Those are all the potatoes I have. Besides that, I also sell vegetables, but those actually sell. Other vegetables. Ah yes, a fellow that came with me is selling them in another place. Those vegetables that are sold everywhere, so it's not something that Miss would be interested in. Well, it's being sold among the street stalls, so if it catches my eye, I'll buy it. Okay. Ah, just do that. So then, when would be a good time for me to go to the town of Crimonia? I plan to be in the royal capital until the end of the birthday festival, and then, even though I'm returning, it will take over 3 weeks, so 2 months later is okay, I think. I didn't know how many potatoes would be left. I understand. I'll head there in 2 months. I parted from the potato uncle and continued inspecting the street stalls. There was an appetizing grilled kebab, so I bought and ate it. If I came across any unusual food, I would buy it and eat it. For ingredients, I would put them away in the bear box. If it was a never-before-seen ingredient, I would buy one as a test, and buy it in large quantities if it was delicious. I had not gone around all the sections yet, but as expected, there was no soy sauce, miso, or rice. I also caught sight of freshwater fish, but didn't see any saltwater fish. Among other things, I wanted to eat sushi, but it wasn't possible to make it without rice. In which case, even octopus or squid was fine. I wanted to eat it grilled. To begin with, was the sea even nearby? As I was leisurely inspecting the street stalls, a considerable amount of time had passed. Though it was slightly early, I decided to head back. That's right, it was for the sake of the potatoes in the bear box. After I returned to the bear house, without delay, I sliced some potatoes into thin slices and deep-fried them in oil. I heard the great sound of crackling oil, and raised them when they were crispy. I placed them on a dish and sprinkled salt on top. Salty potato chips complete. Though it was regrettable that other flavors were not possible, this was delicious enough. Ah, the nostalgic taste of potato chips. Pori pori. As I was munching and crunching on potato chips, Fina returned. I'm home. Welcome home. Excuse me for intruding. It seems Noah is here too. Pori pori. Noir-sama said she wanted to see the Kuma house. It's nothing much, but you can take your time looking around. Yunasan, what in the world are you eating? Potato chips, you know. Potato chipasu. Noah tilted her head. Want to try some? Can I have some too? I held out the dish before the two. Both stuck a potato chip into their mouths. Pori. It's delicious. Yes, it's delicious. I'm glad that you like the taste. How did you make this? I only sliced potatoes into thin slices and deep-fried them in oil. Potatoes. The moment they heard potatoes, their hands halted in midair. Big sis Yuna, if you eat potatoes, you'll get sick, you know. The two of them began to grow flustered. It's all right. The poison is in the eyes. The main body is all right. If it turns green or purple though, it is dangerous, but normally, potatoes are a delicious food, you know. I was told that if I ate potatoes, I would get sick though. Me too. Well, the eyes and the portions that turn purple have poison. It seems like you didn't know that though. I extended my hand towards the potato chips on the plate, which their hands had stopped reaching for, and began to eat again. Well, I didn't want to force them to eat something they didn't want to eat. Which is why I was eating by myself. Bari bari. Ah, delicious. I wanted to eat consommé-flavored ones. As expected, reproducing that was impossible though. Yunasan, is it really safe? What is? The condition of your body isn't worsening or anything. Of course it isn't. Big sis Yuna, can I have a little? Sure, I still have a lot of potatoes after all. Fina reached out for the potato chips. Fina, you traitor. It's not particularly a betrayal or anything. Big sis Yuna wouldn't tell a lie, and besides, the potato chips are delicious. The two of us ate while the amount of potato chips on the plate gradually decreased. Yunasan, I'll also eat it, so please. Because the potato chips on top of the plate had all disappeared, I would make some more again another time. For dinner, I made French fries and this was also favorably received by Fina. MCD asterisk Nald's French fries sure are delicious, right? It's a pity that there's only small. At the time of the writing, the story about how the sale of the medium and large version were being suspended had popped into my mind. Chapter 61, Bear-san Go. Chapter 61, Bear-san goes to the Royal Capital's Adventurers Guild. It was the third day since I had arrived at the Royal Capital. I had planned to go to the Adventurers Guild today, for the sake of reporting in Noah's escort request. Another reason was that I wanted to see what the Adventurers Guild in the Royal Capital was like. Which was why I decided to have Fina go out with Noah. It was because my appearance, combined with Fina's age, made it likely that an adventurer would pick a fight. If it was just me, I would be able to respond to anything, but if anything happened to Fina, there was no way I could apologize to Turumina-san. For that reason, I headed to the Adventurers Guild alone, while enveloped in a myriad of inquisitive gazes. According to the explanation I received at the Commerce Guild, the Adventurers Guild was located near my house, just a short distance down the road. The Adventurers Guild building of the Royal Capital was several times the size of Crimonia's. If the guild building was several times larger, then the number of adventurers must also be several times higher. Which meant that the possibility of being involved in some kind of incident was increased several times too, right? Was leaving Fina behind the correct choice after all? Even now, an adventurer with a scary expression was entering the guild. So, I also had to enter that place from now on. I felt like a kitten entering the cage of a wild animal. You're also a fierce predator, a bear, right? I'm expecting someone to retort like that, please. I pulled the Bear-san hood lower, so that I wouldn't make eye contact with anyone, and entered the Adventurers Guild. The moment I entered, everyone's line of sight converged on me. Bear, short girl, alone, did I have that many conspicuous factors? A background chorus of whispering started. A somewhat cute Bear-san has entered, it looks like ... It's true, a bear ... A bear, ha ... It has a cute appearance ... A bear has attacked, you know. Someone subjugate it. Jaya ha 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 ha. Hey you shouldn't say that, even as a joke, right? What if you terrify the girl? Then, should I subjugate it? If you approach it, the bear will run away, you know. Clatter. I heard the sound of a chair falling. Bloody bear. A man deep inside the interior muttered. It's better if you don't mess around with that bear ... What, you're trembling quite badly, you know ... It's better if you don't get involved with that guy ... Having said those words, the man fell silent. What the hell is with him? More importantly, someone call out to her ... In that case, shall I go warn her? A giant exceeding 2 meters in stature approached, laughing. Yo, Bear Missy. What did you come here to do, with that cute appearance? This isn't a place for a young lady like you to come to ... I came to report the completion of a request though ... A request report, Missy, are you an adventurer? That is the case, though ... Laughing voices leaked out from the surroundings. Hey, since when were even children like her allowed to be adventurers? It was a template line. You're a nuisance, so can you get out of my way? I have a guild card, so I'm a proper adventurer ... Then, I'll check to see if you have power befitting an adventurer ... The man's hand reached out for the bear hood. I caught that hand and tossed him outside the guild. The surrounding adventurers gaped at me with dumbfounded expressions. What did you do? When one person finally recovered, the surrounding people all reacted at the same time. Then, for some reason, everyone swooped down upon me. I don't really understand why though. Was he a comrade? Since everyone rushed to attack me in a similar fashion, I grabbed the arms and tossed people outside like I was tossing garbage. I repeated this about 3 times. It's troubling if everyone quarrels inside the guild though. A cute-looking guild staff member warned us with a faltering, timid tone. From her appearance, was she a receptionist? Still, why were you saying that to me? No matter how you looked at it, I was the victim here, right? Are you talking to me? Yes, that's right. I'm talking to you, who looks like a bear ... No matter how you look at this, I'm a victim, right? The one who was attacked was me, right? The one who was surrounded by numerous men and assaulted was me, right? If you're going to warn someone, then shouldn't it be the guys who are collapsed outside? In other words, you're saying that instead of resisting, I should let myself be hit and violated by all these men. But, fighting inside the guild is not good. Is your head all right? Do you even understand the current situation? I questioned the receptionist. Hey, little girl, what do you think you're suddenly doing? The men I had thrown outside had come back inside. Hey, fighting isn't good, right? Won't you stop them? I pointed towards the men. The receptionist froze from fear of the men who came back inside, and her speech became vague. As I thought, it was pointless unless cockroaches were dealt with by myself. I blasted the men who came inside back outside using wind magic. I passed by the receptionist and headed outside. There were 5 men who were trying to stand up. If you kneel down while apologizing, I'll forgive you. So, what will you do? As if that would happen. I invoked wind magic that started from the ground and went up towards the sky. The men flew up several hundred meters above the ground. The people who were watching us were astonished. From the ground, they were only about the size of a grain of rice, almost unable to be seen. They gradually grew bigger. Jaya. Someone. Gonna die. Right before they hit the ground, I made a wind cushion. In the end, the men did not hit the ground but still ended up in a dazed state. Are you going to kneel? The men didn't seem to be listening. Since it was troublesome, I left them alone. Era, I thought it was noisy, but to think there was a bear-san here. An elf. A long-eared woman was looking over here while smiling. She was a fair-skinned beauty. It was only because I was about to be assaulted, so I counterattacked, The other adventurers inside the guild can testify. Is that the case, Ran? The elf asked the receptionist who had been trying to warn me a short while ago. Yes. When this bear-san entered the guild, an adventurer inside the guild approached her. After that, bear-san threw the adventurer outside the guild. The other adventurers who saw that were then also sent flying outside the guild, one after another. I tried to stop bear-san, but not only did she not stop, but she was going to go finish off the adventurers. Hey. It was somewhat right, but also somewhat wrong. With that explanation, it made it sound like I was the evil one. I see. You're the rumored bear-san, right? Well, you are. I'm just the person who works as the guild master in the royal capital, Sonya. Is Sonya-san an elf? Since I was interested, I tried asking. That's right. In truth, I was originally an adventurer, but my predecessor stepped down 50 years ago, so I became the master. Back when I was in town, I also happened to see an elf from time to time. Though, I never spoke to one before. I heard about you from Gran. A girl with the appearance of a bear who single-handedly subdued the Zaman band of thieves. I thought that Gran was just exaggerating, but it seems to be the truth. She glanced at the dazed adventurers. The adventurers, who had recovered slightly, were staggering and had to borrow the shoulders of other adventurers to stand. Not a single person charged at me. They probably didn't want to be sent flying into the sky again. For now, shall we go back inside? It's fine. They're just idiots picking a fight with newbies, so maybe they'll stop picking fights with the new people after this. I entered the guild again. All eyes concentrated on me. That's why I said not to meddle with that bear. Did you know about that bear? Yeah, I know how fearsome and strong she is, which is why I was telling you guys to stop. I overheard such a conversation. Was it possibly an adventurer who had been in the town of Crimonia? Moreover, that timid person might be an adventurer I knocked out before. So then, you're at the guild to report on a request. In that case, can I see your guild card and your request achievement book? I handed over the guild card and the request achievement book that contained Eleonora-san's signature. It's a request for a bodyguard from the Fosquiros family, is it? Okay, here is the request fee, and here's the escort fee from Gran. Gran-sans. Gran came the other day, you see. I was asked to take care of the request fee and the request achievement when you arrived. Even when I met Gran-san 2 days ago, he didn't say anything at all. I'll process Faringram family's request at the same rank as the D-ranked Fosquiros family's request, okay. Even if you say that, the deranked me didn't have any intention of raising my rank. So there was no meaning. However, my guard mission success rate has been recorded on the guild card as 2 halves. If these numbers increase, it will probably leave a good impression when I try to take a bodyguard request from a stranger in the future. Well, between 50 out of 150 50ths, then 50 50ths will obviously be better. Though I accepted the bodyguard request this time, I didn't plan on taking requests from people I didn't know in the future, because traveling slowly is troublesome. More than anything, I couldn't use the bear house, and camping outside was troublesome. Also, please wait a while for the matter about the Zaman band of thieves. The royal family soldiers seem to have left for the subjugation, so we will do the request achievement processing as soon as that is finished. Is that the case? You not only arrested 50 of the thieves, but information was obtained because of that, so there are more than enough qualifications. However, since the subjugation is still in progress, please wait a while more. With that, I finished reporting and completed 2 rank D requests. Chapter 62, Bear-san obtains cheese. Also, I've been holding on to a letter from the Guildmaster of Crimonia. It was the letter meant to prevent me from running into trouble. Though, in the end, I still got into trouble. From Rarik. So the Guildmaster's name was Rarik after all. I just learned it. Though, even if I had known it, I hadn't planned on calling him that. Since he was known as the Guildmaster. Sonia-san read the letter. I understand. I want you to be careful, because it is likely for adventurers to start a fight based on your appearance. It was also written for me to lend a hand if possible, for the sake of keeping you out of trouble. It certainly would be a problem for the guild if trouble were to come up every time, so I'll pass along the message to not needlessly confront you. There were adventurers and guild staff watching your fight, so it should spread around quickly. That being said, if there are still any meddling adventurers, I'll do something about them one way or another. That would be a great help, but is it fine? Normally, the guild wouldn't intervene in the quarrels between adventurers. That is the rule for the guild as a whole, but it can differ depending on the policies of each guild master. If there are guild masters who are indifferent, then of course there would also be guild masters who favor particular adventurers. I have my own experiences from being an adventurer, so I understand the hardships that female adventurers go through. I am an ally of female adventurers. In that case, I'll be obedient and accept. Thank you. If it's your gratitude you want to give, then it is fine if you take some high-ranking work, okay. Was that your real intention? I've never heard of anyone subjugating tiger wolves, let alone a black viper, by themselves. For you to be D rank is unbelievable. Well, I've only been an adventurer for 2 months, and I didn't take that many requests. There are also C rank requests. It's fine if you take them, okay. I'll go back for today. I'm still in the middle of touring the royal capital. Oh, is that so? How regrettable. I want to go sightseeing in the royal capital. Are there any places selling unusual items? Unusual items. Ingredients or tools, anything is fine. About those. The Commerce Guild would be well informed about that, but it should be the Western District now. Various shops are lined up there. The Western District, right. I'll go there next time. I left the guild and went to the street stalls from yesterday. When I arrived, I bought and ate snacks while I looked around the shops. There were southwest many street stalls that if I had taken my time and looked around, I don't think I would have finished seeing them after several days. After I looked around for a while, I spotted the back of some familiar peoples. Fina, Noah, what are you looking at? I called out to the 2 I spotted at a street stall. Big sis Yuna, why are you here? I finished reporting to the guild. What are the 2 of you looking at? It was somewhat boisterous up ahead. That old guy is selling some kind of strange food, so it looks like it became a big commotion. Strange food. From what I understand, it seems to be food with mold on it. Yes. That's it. I moved the 2 of them and headed forward. An old man and a young man could be seen quarreling in front of the stall. What are you doing, selling such a thing? You're annoying the people around you. This isn't just ordinary mold. Mold is just mold. Inside of this is edible food. Can you really eat something produced by mold? What I saw was cheese. It's cheese. It's cheese. It's good, even eaten just like that. It's also good sandwiched in bread. Above all, pizza can be made. I also want to eat some gratin later. Though, I think gratin might be impossible. The two of you, that's cheese. Cheesu. You don't know about it. Yeah, I don't know about it. I don't know either. The two of them didn't know. Which is to say, this is a hard to obtain item. I must obtain this without fail. Like I said, this is edible. Nobody would eat such a thing. The two of them argued, but the men just one-sidedly threw complaints at the old man and didn't even listen to what he had to say. I entered in the interval between their arguments. Old man, that's cheese, right? That's right, so you know about it, young lady with a cute appearance. What is it, suddenly coming out from nowhere? Even if a young girl gets in the way, I won't let you off. Shut up already, I'm in the middle of talking with the old man. The men tried to grab my shoulder. Why are all the men in this world so quick to resort to violence, I wonder? I caught his hand, and delivered a bear punch to the man's stomach with my other hand. The man's body bent into a character, and collapsed. Though he lost consciousness, I made sure to hold back. Phew, with that, it has quieted down. So then, old man, this is cheese, right? I talked to the old man as if nothing had happened. Ah, that's the case, but... The old man looked back and forth between me and the guy who had collapsed. So, young lady, you know about cheese. I know that it's fermented from milk. I'm not familiar with the exact details though. That's right. Even though you're young, you're well informed. Old man, is it okay if I try a bit? Of course, go on and try some. The old man cut a thin slice of cheese for me using a knife. Big sis Yuna, you're going to eat it? Fina asked me with a worried expression. Well, that was obviously the case, considering I was going to eat something that mold was growing on. It's all right, you know, because the mold is only on the surface. I put the cheese I had received in my mouth. The taste was slightly strong, but it was, without a doubt, cheese. Old man, you're selling this, right? Yeah, I made this in the village. Since I needed money, I came to the royal capital to sell the cheese, but nobody wanted to buy it. As expected, it looked like cheese had not spread out much in this world. Ignoring the guy from earlier, neither Fina nor Noah knew about it either. Then, in other words, it's fine if I buy it all, right? Young lady, you're going to buy some. It depends on the price though. How much is it? It's actually sold by weight. A mass like this is around this much. I looked at the amount of money the old man was displaying. I'll buy it, everything you have, please. I bought it immediately. When the negotiations were completed, it became noisy behind me. The patrolling soldiers seemed to have come over. I heard that a quarrel was occurring, but a bear Unisan. The person who showed up was the person who had taken care of us during the matter with the group of thieves, Ranzara-san. Unisan, what are you doing in a place like this? Besides that, I heard that a fight was happening here, but... I'm shopping, as you can see. That man there was complaining about the old man's food. It became a verbal quarrel, but when I forced myself in between them, he suddenly attacked me, so I knocked him out. Unisan, what do you think you're doing? Being an ally of justice who protected the old man. I tilted my head to the side and looked puzzled as I answered. I understand. I'll close my eyes to this matter this time. Next time, it would be a great help if you could resolve things without violence. It's not like I hit him because I like doing so. I only hit him because he attacked me, you know. If that's really the case, then I would have to have Unisan come with me to the barracks to hear more specific details. Since you're Grand-sama's and Eleonora-sama's acquaintance, I won't ask you to come with me this time, but please stop causing trouble. Even if that's not the case, there are many issues elsewhere, so it's quite a burden. The influence of my supporters sure was reliable. If they were my enemies though, it would be scary. Now then, I'll be off. Ranzara-san bowed and left with his subordinates, who carried the unconscious person away. I resumed the conversation about cheese with the old man. Young lady, I don't really understand what happened, but thank you. It's fine, I also wanted the cheese anyway. So, are you going to sell me everything? That goes without saying, it is a big help to me too. If by chance you still have some, I'll buy it. The item bag I have isn't capable of carrying a lot, but I brought what I could. This is all I have, but if you go to the village, there's still a lot there. Is that so? Then tell me where the village is, and I'll go there to buy more next time. It makes me happy to hear that, but is that necessary? I think even just this is quite a considerable amount. No. I also look after some children at an orphanage, to some extent. I was thinking of serving them some dishes made with this cheese. If that's the case, I understand. I'll welcome you when you come to the village. No, after all, the one who should be grateful is this old man. Thank you. If I hadn't sold all this, I would have been very troubled. Is that so? Then I'll pay you a little bit more. It's fine. In return, sell it to me cheaply when I go to the village, okay? Ah, of course. To save me the trouble of coming to the royal capital would also be a big help. I learned the location of the village from the old man and put away all the cheese that I bought into the bear box. After parting with the old man, I walked among the street stalls with Fina and Noah. Unisan, about the cheese from just now, is it really that delicious? Noah asked me while making an overjoyed expression. It differs from person to person, I think. I like it when it's sandwiched in between bread, and it's delicious when used in pizza. However, there are people who dislike the taste as well. Can you also let me have some? Will you be okay? Yes. It's like the time with the potatoes. If Unisan says it's tasty, I'll believe you. In that case, shall I head back and make pizza then? Since almost everyone likes pizza. I also believed in Big Sis Una right from the beginning, you know. Fina, who was listening to our conversation, also approved. Thank you, both of you. While recalling the ingredients stored in the bear box, we bought the ingredients needed for pizza before heading back to the bear house. Chapter 63, Bear-san goes to the castle. First, I started to build a stone oven in the uselessly big garden. I had watched how it was made on TV in the past, and now I tried making it while recalling it. This was when magic was really useful. Even if you made a mistake, you could easily remake it after all. It might be a product of trial and error, but here goes the stone oven number 1. While I was constructing the oven, the two girls kneaded the flour. When the dough was finished, I prepared the ingredients to put on the pizza. We chose to use potatoes, chicken meat, peppers, tomatoes, and cheese. They were all placed on top of the dough, which was then fed into the oven, and we waited for it to brown nicely. The melting cheese created a nice odor that wafted through the air. It's good, I think. I took the baked pizza and cut it. Is that a pizza? It's hot, so don't burn yourself. After putting the hot pizza on a plate, I gave each of them a slice. I cut out my share too, and ate it without waiting. It's so good when it's hot. It's the nostalgic taste of home. If you ordered by phone, they would deliver it in less than 30 minutes. So nostalgic. Upon seeing me eat it with a happy face, the two of them started to eat it timidly. Hot. But it's delicious. Really delicious. I assented. Why is nobody eating something so delicious? The thing that is stretching is cheese, isn't it? So it becomes like this when it melts. The potatoes are so soft. So delicious. It's because cheese and potatoes are good together. I wanted to make other kinds of pizza, but I didn't have the ingredients. For example, a seafood pizza with toppings like squid, shrimp, or shellfish. Sausage or bacon would be good too. Well, for now, I will make do with this first one. Not to mention, if I made all sorts of pizzas, I wouldn't be able to eat them all. Even with just this one large pizza we made, whether we could finish it all, with just the two little girls and myself, was questionable. It's better when it's hot, so hurry and eat. While the three of us were eating pizza, I heard the sound of someone running in the distance. What are you all eating? Shia came. Big sister, why are you here? School finished early and I got home sooner, but Noah wasn't there. I thought you would be at Unisan's place. And what are you eating? Pizza. Pizza. It's a meal where you put various ingredients and cheese on flattened bread dough and bake it. It's really delicious, you know. Yuna-san, could I have some of this pizza too, please? Yeah, I have enough ingredients after all. I put the rest of the pizza on a plate and handed it over. You eat it with your hands. Normally you use your hands to eat it, yes. If you don't want to, I have prepared a fork. After seeing her little sister eating with her hands. It's okay. I will eat it like this. It's hot, so be careful. Shia handled the hanging cheese beautifully and ate it in one bite. It's delicious. Good. If everyone wants, I will bake some more. I want to eat a little more. Me too, please. Answering the requests, I baked another pizza. There wasn't a variety of ingredients. That was rather sad. I baked the same one as before. Be careful and don't burn yourself. The three of them vigorously responded yes and began eating. 2 large pizzas disappeared beautifully into 4 bellies. In the end, our stomachs were nearly bursting. I think I will make them a little smaller next time. The next morning, Eleonora-san came to the bear house. Hello. What made you come here so early in the morning? I came to see your house and eat the pizza I heard about from my daughters. It's not really a meal you eat first thing in the morning. There may be people who do, but you normally don't. If you ate it in the morning, your stomach wouldn't hold. Then, I will have to eat it for lunch. It will become 2 consecutive days of pizza. You want to eat it that badly? Yesterday, my daughters didn't eat dinner. When I cornered them with questions, they said that they ate a really delicious meal called pizza at Yuna-chan's place. They talked about it with really happy faces. The fact that I was the only one who couldn't eat it really frustrates me. Ha. Understood. Then, I will make it for lunch. Really? Thank you. It's not really a thank you, but I will show you around the castle. The castle? Yes. Last time, Fina-chan said she wanted to see the interior of the castle. However, fundamentally, unauthorized people cannot enter it. If I am present though, it's another story. You will be granted access. That's why, if I let you visit the castle now, we can eat pizza at lunchtime. That's right. The chance to tour the interior of the castle was not an opportunity that would present itself very often. Also, I knew that Fina wanted to see it. I decided to accept this idea. Then, I want to finish the preparations. Let's go. That was why we came to the castle. An enormous building that towered over its surroundings was right in front of me. 2 soldiers holding large lances stood in front of the entrance. Stressed, Fina held my hand. First of all, was it okay for me to enter with this kind of appearance? If they stopped me at the entrance, I would just have to go back alone. Eleonora-sama, good morning. Who might this person be? It's my guest. I wanted them to see the interior of the palace. Is that a problem? Eleonora-san said to the soldiers with an overpowering feeling. No, not at all. It's just my job to confirm the facts. Please, enter. The soldier saluted and let us enter. Do the 2 of you have something you want to see in particular? Not really. First of all, I didn't know what was in the castle. Me too. I am already satisfied. Fina seemed to want to go back after just passing through the gates. Her desire to see it and the feeling of being out of place must be fighting in her heart. Then, let's just walk aimlessly. Booties, it really okay to not say anything to Noah before coming? Yes. It's okay for the girl who just sleeps to stay in bed. Has Cliff really been educating her diligently? The next time I see him, I will properly give him a lecture. That was the reason the 3 of us were walking around in the castle. If I had to use words to describe it, they would be big, pretty, lots of people. Everyone who passed by us bowed to Eleonora-san. Then they saw me, tilted their heads in wonder, and left. That reminds me. What is Eleonora-san's job? The husband, Chris, was a feudal lord, so the wife, Eleonora-san, was probably an assistant of the feudal lord. Eleonora-san, what is your job? My job? I am the person in charge of miscellaneous jobs. Miscellaneous jobs. Following the knights, processing documents, advising the king, there are many things for me to do. In all honesty, I wanted to quit and go to Chris's place, but the king, prime ministers, and knights wouldn't let me. With that in mind, I will work in the castle while my daughter, Shia, is attending school. But, when it's Noah's turn to start school, I'm going to end up working at the castle again. Was Eleonora-san a really eminent person? That was why everyone bowed to her. Well, I can't really understand managerial positions though. If I asked for more details, it might be a really scary thing, so I will stop asking. Then, do you want to see how the knights are doing? You have to see them practice diligently, right? When you leave the interior of the castle, you arrive at a small but wide area, where the knights trained. There were a lot of soldiers in armor there. When Eleonora-san appeared at the training field, one knight came over. Eleonora-sama, what are you doing in this sort of place? Is it possible that you came here to watch the training session? I just came to check you didn't skip it, that's all. You can return to your training. The knight obediently returned to his training. What do you think when you see it, Yuna-chan? What do I think? Can you win against the knights? What are you asking, right in front of the knights? I can't win. I'll say that for now. The eyes of the knights were scary. Let's stop this conversation. We will be a hindrance to the knights, so let's go. I wanted to see Yuna-chan fight, but I will politely reject that offer. That's sad. I glanced back to the castle, in order to go back inside. There, a little girl was running towards us. It's Bear-san. The child hugged my waist with a bofu. Who? It was a 4 or 5-year-old girl. She was wearing beautiful Western clothes. Was it possibly? If it isn't Princess Flora. I knew it. Why is Bear-san in the castle? Bear-san is in the middle of touring the castle. Was Eleonora-san's response. Is that right? I nodded for now. I see. Then, I will guide you to my room. She held my hand. What should I do? I looked at Eleonora-san. I see. Then, thank you for your guidance. Hee. It's the princess, you know. Well, it wasn't like we could refuse. But what would happen if we opposed her? Actually, was it even okay to go to the princess's room? It was the room of a royal person, you know. I only had knowledge from manga or novels, but it wasn't really a place where a normal adventurer could go, right? Eleonora-san, isn't it really bad? This person is the princess, you know. I am just a commoner, you know. On the side, Fina just froze with a pale face. She was probably closer to losing her soul than me, and her train of thought just stopped. Bear-san, you won't come to my room. She was looking at me with moist, upturned eyes. I had no way to escape. Princess Flora, why are you here? When I was strolling around the castle, everyone said that they saw Bear-san, so I have been looking for you. Is it possible that it's my fault? Eleonora-san, is it okay if I go? If I am with you, there is no problem. I will assume all responsibility. I had no choice but to go. I couldn't shake my bare hand, which was being held by the little hand, free. Then, princess, could you guide me to your room? Yes. What would happen? Fina followed us, her face still pale. Then, we arrived at the princess's room. What to say? It was gorgeous. I said gorgeous, but it wasn't a golden room. There were no pricey jars or high-class paintings. There was a beautiful carpet, a bed with a canopy, a futon that seemed really soft, and a table and chairs that seemed high-class. It was that sort of room. The fact that we came to this room is okay, but what do we do after that? Princess Flora, what should we do? Read a picture book. Picture books are boring. The book Eleonora-san brought out was the story of a princess and a prince. It was a picture book, but the pictures were not cute. It was only a picture book if the pictures were drawn cutely, wasn't it? Princess Flora, you have to learn how to read. Boring. Eleonora-san, do you have some papers and something to write with? I will draw a picture book. Everyone has wanted to be a mangaka at least once. It's not like that was what I wanted to do, but somehow, there was a time when I drew. The time when I was a hikikomori was long. I had lots of free time. I also had time to draw manga. Yuna-chan, is this okay? Eleonora-san brought some paper and tools to draw with. I received them. And started drawing. Chapter 64, Bear-san and the Little Girl Volume 1. In a certain village, there was a little girl. Picture, a little girl like Fina. The girl had a mother that she really loved. Unfortunately, her mother couldn't move and just slept, due to an illness. Picture, a mother like Terumi-san. The girl didn't have a father. The girl had to work to buy medicines to cure her mother's illness. However, there was no work for a little girl. There was no one who wanted to employ a child, after all. The girl decided to explore the forest to find the medicine herself. Picture, a girl like Fina who is lost in the forest. There were a lot of terrifying goblins in the forest. Even so, she had to go fetch the medicine for her beloved mother. She searched and searched, but couldn't find any herbs. It was dangerous, but she decided to go further into the forest. The girl lost her way, and then was surrounded by wolves. The girl cried, "Help me." Unfortunately, nobody came to help her. "Mother, I am sorry." Picture, a girl like Fina apologizing while looking towards the sky. "Sorry I couldn't find your medicine." Sorry. An apology that couldn't reach anyone. The moment she was going to be eaten by the wolves, she closed her eyes out of fear. However, no matter how much time passed, she wasn't struck down. When she slowly opened her eyes, she saw dead wolves. She looked around her. There was a bear-san. Picture, a deformed bear. "Are you okay?" asked the bear-san. "Thank you very much," responded the girl. "Why are you in a place like this?" asked the bear-san. Since it was the bear that asked, she replied honestly. The bear-san listened attentively. Afterwards, the bear-san asked the girl to ride on her back. The girl got on bear-san's back. Picture, the girl on the deformed bear's back. The bear-san ran with great speed. The bear-san stopped in a place with lots of medicinal plants. The girl, overjoyed, thanked the bear-san and started to gather the plants. "With this, I can make the medicine for mother." "Thanks a lot, bear-san." The bear-san gently smiled back. The bear-san gave a ride to the girl's village while defeating the approaching goblins. After arriving at the village, the bear-san stroked the girl's head. Picture, bear-san caressing the head of a girl like Fina. After bowing for the last time, the girl started to run towards the village, where her ill mother was. In the meantime, the bear-san returned to the forest. After returning, the girl prepared the medicine she had brought home. The mother smiled while thanking her. That made the girl smile too. Picture, a girl like Fina and a mother like Terumi-san smiling at each other. Thank you, bear-san. Chapter 65, Bear-san draws a picture book. First, I had to think about the contents of the story. Of course, a theme with a bear would be good. Why is that? Because this child wouldn't leave me alone. But was there a picture book with a bear? I only knew Kintaro's storybook. Ah, there was the song The Bear-san in the Forest too. I tried to recall my childhood, but there were just a lot of parts one couldn't remember. Well, I didn't think I could write any story other than the one I knew the best. I started sketching a little girl. Princess Flora, at my side, just stared at me. Was it strange seeing me draw? She was being silent. The little girl's motif was Fina. It was easier to sketch when there was a motif. Hey, that's Fina-chan. Eleonora. On the paper, I was drawing a misshapen Fina. Well, it's because it's Fina's real experience after all. Yuna. Oh. Really? Eleonora. Fina, the subject, was a small distance away, nervously drinking the drink that the maid brought her. It was rare for a maid to serve tea to a commoner, after all. I drew a lot of pictures to go with the story. Finally, I was drawing the scene where I, the bear, appeared. Era, what a cute bear-san. Eleonora. I drew a deformed bear, me. It was unfortunate that there were no colors, but you could draw pretty well with just black. Wah, Flora. Princess Flora looked at the drawing with shining eyes. By the way, it's the first time I've seen such a cute sketch. Eleonora. Is that so? Yuna. I know lots of painters, but it's the first time I've seen a sketch like that. Eleonora. Was it possible that caricatures didn't exist in this world? Well, in my previous world, there were no caricatures in the past either. During the Edo period or the Sengoku period, if there were such cute sketches, there might not have been wars. That was the sort of stupid thing I was thinking about. Now I was drawing the scene where Bear-san and the girl encountered each other. What happens to the girl? Flora. Princess Flora asked. But that, I won't answer. That's a surprise for when I finish drawing it. Yuna. Then, hurry and draw. Hurry and draw. Flora. I started writing again. After that, I completed many drawings. In the end, I drew the scenes where the girl went back to the village and Bear-san went back into the forest, which completed the picture book. Finished, Yuna. It took a few hours to finish, but I think this can be considered a masterpiece. I wasn't a professional artist, so something like this was good enough. I gave the drawings I made to Princess Flora. Bear-san, you're giving it to me. Flora. I would be really happy if you read it. Yuna. Thank you very much, Bear-san. Flora. She happily took the book. Princess Flora, that's great, isn't it? So that it won't scatter, we will bind it, okay. Eleonora. Princess Flora happily read the picture book. It was great that it pleased her. The fact that I drew it in a few hours wasn't thanks to the bear suit's power, but my real ability. I felt like it was the first time since I came to this world that my real strength served a purpose. When I was stretching my shoulder and back muscles, there was a knock on the door and a maid came in. Princess, it's time to eat. Maid. Then, shall we go as well? Eleonora. Eleonora-san got up. Imitating her, I also got up from my chair. Bear-san, are you going back? Flora. When Eleonora-san told Princess Flora we were leaving, she grabbed my clothes reluctantly. Princess Flora, I will come back again. Yuna. Really? Flora. I will be staying in the capital for some time, so we will be able to see each other. Yuna. Okay, understood. Flora. Her little hand let go of my clothes. Fina, we're going back. Don't just stay petrified. Yuna. Big sis Yuna. Fina. Fina came back to reality. If Fina knew the contents of the picture book, she would faint, so I won't say anything. We parted from Princess Flora and exited the castle. In the end, we just visited the knight's training field and the princess's room. Well, we could enjoy the passageways and the aesthetics of the castle. We came here so Fina could see the castle, but it was questionable as to whether Fina was able to enjoy her visit. When we came back to the bear house, Noah was sitting at the entrance. Upon seeing us, she stood up and started shouting. Mother. Why did you go without saying anything? Noah. But, you didn't wake up. Eleonora. Eleonora-san responded without batting an eye. Anne, mother, is it okay with your job? Noah. I will start this afternoon, so it's okay, and this time I just guided them in the castle. You've gone there plenty of times, so not going is okay, right? Eleonora. That's not a reason to just cast me aside. Noah. Then wake up early. Eleonora. I understand. But next time, properly wake me up. Noah. If you don't say just a little more in your sleep. Eleonora. Noah grew silent with a bright red face. But, you did well finding me here. Eleonora. Surarina said that she saw you murmuring, pizza. Pizza, when you departed, but I came and you weren't here. Noah. Well, in exchange for pizzas, it was decided that I would show them around the castle after all. Eleonora. Then, it's pizza time now. Noah. I will make them now. Did you eat yet, Noah? Yuna. I was sadly waiting here alone. Noah. That's why you didn't eat, right? Eleonora. I wanted to eat pizza too, after all. Noah. Then we will make them now. You too, help me. Yuna. We went to the stone oven area and started to set everything up. I say that, but yesterday's ingredients were all prepared in the bare box. That was why we just had to cut the ingredients, put them on the dough and bake it. There are 4 of us today, so the same size as yesterday is fine, right? The preparations were complete and the stone oven was at a good temperature, so I put in the pizza. The pizza was baking in the stone oven. What a great smell. Eleonora. I want to eat something this delicious every day. Noah. You'll get fat. Yuna. It makes you fat. Eleonora. There is a lot of oil in it after all. It's okay to eat it a few times a month. But if you eat it too much, you'll get tired of the taste. In everything, moderation is the best. Yuna. If there were different toppings, then it would be a different story. I will have to do an ingredient search in the capital again. In particular, rice, soy sauce, miso, and saltwater fish. The pizza was baked, so I took it out of the stone oven. I cut it into 4 parts and put each one onto a plate. Then, bon appetit. Eleonora. It's hot, so be careful. Yuna. I thought it was okay, but I warned her anyway. Era, it's really delicious. Eleonora. Yes, it's delicious. Noah. While everyone was eating, I prepared to bake a second one. Yesterday, 2 pizzas were too much for 4 people. Today there are 4 of us as well, but Eleonora-san is an adult, so I think it will be the perfect amount. Big sis Yuna, I will do it. Fina. Fina, you can eat, I will finish quickly. Yuna. But, Fina. Don't mind it. Yuna. Fina. Fina seemed to feel sorry for me. Even though she didn't have to. The preparations for the second one were finished, and I decided to eat while the second one was baking. While the second one was baking nicely, Eleonora-san finished eating. Eleonora-san could still eat, so 2 pizzas for the 4 of us was a good amount. You were right. It seems oily. I would like something refreshing. Eleonora. Then, to cleanse your palate, would you like some pudding? Yuna. Yes. Shouted Noah. Pudding. What is that? Eleonora. It's a sweet and delicious food. Noah. Noah explained. Yeah, she was right, but... Well, she would understand faster if she tried it, so I took it out of the bare box. Is this pudding? Eleonora. 1 each. Yuna. I said that, but there were only 4 on the table. They were the last ones, so there was no other way. On the way to the capital, and in town, we ate all the other ones. I didn't have many more eggs. I use quite a lot of eggs when I cook. Also, before coming to the capital, I gave away a lot of pudding. I think I will go back to the village and secure some eggs. What is this? The pizza was good, but this pudding thing is great too. If you opened up a shop, I am sure it would sell. Eleonora. If you open up a store, I will come to buy this every day. Noah. The mother-daughter combo was happily praising me. With the current supply of eggs, I think it's impossible for now. I have to procure more of them. Yuna. Yuri right, eggs are a high-class good. So if you want to open up a store, it will be difficult to obtain them. Eleonora. I think the method of procuring eggs I was talking about and the method Eleonora-san was thinking about weren't the same. I didn't really want the matter with the eggs to be known, so I won't correct her though. Then, I will go back. Yuna-chan, thanks for today. Eleonora. No problem, I got to visit the castle, after all. Yuna. Sorry about that. I didn't think we would see Princess Flora, and you even wrote a picture book for her. Eleonora. It's okay. I was in your care when I had to purchase land after all. Yuna. But that time, I helped because you took care of Cliff and Noah, you know. Eleonora. Then, the next time I have a problem, help me with it, please. Yuna. No problem. If you have some kind of problem, don't hesitate. I can deal with it to some extent. Eleonora. Who would commit a crime? Yuna. Then if you want to work in the castle, I can present you with some jobs. Eleonora. I will politely decline that offer. Yuna. Fufufu. Well then, I really must go. If I am even more late, the Prime Minister will be really angry. Eleonora. Eleonora-san went to the castle, and the rest of us decided to visit the capital. Part 1 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.